is a tradition, a crucible. It is a hammer to forge greatness, and a spark that inspires millions. It is the International, a tournament summoning the finest Dota teams from across the globe. Yet, for those who would seek the Aegis of Champions, the road to glory has never been longer or more treacherous. In Frankfurt, the sounds of upheaval echoed as fledgling teams struck down seasoned adversaries. In Shanghai, revered veterans showed their strength, standing tall against new blood. In Manila, the battle between challenger and champion raged and established a new pantheon. In tournaments worldwide, old bonds were rekindled and fresh rivalries took root. Now, the time has come to put them to the test. As the world's attention turns to Key Arena, as crowds gather, eager for war, 3 teams will clash. Each fights for a chance to change their lives. Each hungers for conquest at the International. But only one will seize glory. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
5 days of intense action comes to a close today. Welcome to the International 2016. We have 3 teams left, 2 series, 1 Aegis, and it all ends today on day 6 of the International here. Saturday at the Key Arena. Good morning. Welcome to our panel. Shane, Shiva and Gods, good morning.
Good morning.
Hyped, ready?
Didn't sleep.
Didn't sleep. I got up very early this morning.
I was like just on Twitter all night. I was like, I can't sleep, and then I go to sleep, and then I'll just check again. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
crazy.
tense.
Shiva?
I mean, I'm ready. I did get a good sleep.
Did
and
you?
I want to watch all the games. I don't want to miss a single second, so I'm well rested, and I want to watch everything.
Nice. Gods.
Excited.
Final day.
It's
I love these days. They're kind of tingly when you get in. There's a buzz around the room. There's a buzz inside the arena. There's a buzz outside in the queue. There's a buzz on the bus when we came in. It's just great. How can you top this?
I don't know. This is my 5th TI, and I still get shivers and just excited like a little kid at Christmas every time I come to the final day. It doesn't get old.
Yeah.
So many people worked for this one day, this one moment.
Yeah.
So many teams, so many, and it's not just teams. It's fans, it's talent, it's everybody involved in Dota 2. This is what they live for. This
Yeah.
is what they build towards.
That's why they call it the world's greatest Dota 2 tournament.
Yeah.
It is a fun day to look forward to, plenty to look forward to as well. We'd also like to hear from you, of course, via all the usual social media channels. You can also check out the official facebook.com/Dota2 channel with lots of exclusive stuff on there as well. Of course, on Twitter, if you prefer, #TI6. We have to get it trending today. I've got a sneaky feeling it might do today as well with your support, and also on the Instagram channel, one of the best Instagram channels in esports. Go and check it out. Some fantastic exclusive photographs being put on Instagram today as well. And don't forget youtube.com if you've missed any of the action. How dare you? But don't worry, it'll be on YouTube as well. And also all the extended features are on there too. So plenty for you to view. If you're bored today, well, I pity you, because you really shouldn't be. There's so much action here and so much content to view as well. You really have not got a chance to get bored. There's also plenty of places to watch as well, not just here at the Key Arena. If you're here live, then you are one of the blessed ones. You're one of the lucky ones. You're like us. We can enjoy it here. But if you can't get down, don't worry. We've got your back as well. You can view it on YouTube. You can view it on Twitch as well. And, of course, inside the client. And if that wasn't enough, you can also go into the VR hub and enjoy the matches from there. So plenty of ways to watch. What's your favourite way to watch? I guess it's here, right?
It has to
You wouldn't
be
want to
here.
be anywhere else, would you?
It's either here
On
in the
the field.
stadium or
On the field's pretty cool. We like that being outside
Yeah.
yesterday.
or with your mates in a house or in a pub stomps as well.
That's nice as well.
Shout out to the lads in Ireland and the pub stomps.
Why did it have to be
boys.
Ireland of all places? Why?
Because there's not many Dota players in Ireland. You have to give them the credit.
Trying to build them up?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Good luck to all the pub stomps around the world. We do like the fact that you guys are supporting it as well. We've got plenty to get through today, but before we get to talking about day 6, why don't we take a look back at day 5? Another fantastic day, brilliant plays, Great pieces of action from all of the teams involved, but sadly we have to say goodbye to 2 more. Those 2 teams were Fnatic and MVP, but the story yesterday really was about the rise of DC. And the battle is well and truly on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 5 at the Key Arena for the International. We've lost 11 of our 16 teams as we head down into the top 3.
Fnatic versus MVP quickly becoming a classic matchup.
They have the healing ward up for it, getting low, will not be able to time long, and they will get up here with the Omni Slash. Mushi says, I'll turn this around. And Pekin not afford a death here, and he's about to go down.
GG! Fnatic continue their rampage through the lower bracket.
Evil geniuses versus the Wings Gaming here in the upper bracket finals. This is going to be absolutely mental. Strike offers, they're looking for more. Black Hole out. It's going to catch Universe, but it's not. Will get the kill. He jumps forward.
Black Hole.
Pots up in the block. On to 3. The Huskar looks to be too strong for the remaining members of EG to deal with. On to Fear. EG are crumbling on this top lane. The Wings are your first grand finalists here at TI6.
This dress style, very different. Interesting choice by Ted here. A little interesting, and another thing, really different than the other 3 people as well.
Anyway.
All right, who has a good hero charade they want to show me? Give us your best slurk. Come on, I need another enigma.
Will it be Digital Chaos or will it be Fnatic?
Up and top is going to be able to finish him off. Move. They're going for the Mega Grease. Move takes out 1 Rex, and the rest of Digital Chaos take out the other ones. Fnatic have to stand strong against Mega Grease. And DC, objectives full in mind. Their race to top 3 is finished. I cannot believe what's going on right now.
Southeast Asia as a region has to be so proud of their teams. 3 in the top 8, 1 in the top 4. They really left it all on the stage.
Of all the names I've been called, one has always remained my favorite. King.
Just 3 teams remaining. Some great memories from yesterday. We've had fantastic memories every day, Shiva. What do you pick out from 5 days?
And just seeing that clip, you know, you go from, oh my God, that was so amazing, seeing DC win, and then you see Fnatic all down, and you know, my heart breaks.
Yeah, the amount of emotion they show in the teams, like, it really gets you invested in them.
Yeah, I think I like what Shiva said earlier. It's that the international isn't just about these 6 days. It isn't even about the 2.5 weeks that we spend in the qualifiers and the group stages, or even the wildcards, or even the open qualifiers before that. It's 12 months of this. It's like next year's TI almost starts the day after this one finishes, doesn't it?
It already has started for some teams. It already has.
Yeah, it kind of has.
I never really thought about it like that, but you're definitely right, Paul.
Yeah, it's 12 months, and again, same for us as well. It's one of those kind of, you know, it's the thing you look forward to at the end of the season, even though the season goes to August weirdly. I don't know. So an odd season.
Yes.
But we like it.
We love it.
Love it, yeah.
What stood out for you, Gods, yesterday? DC's performance, Wings' performance?
Wings, they were dominant, but it's still DC. Like, seeing those clips again, it's like, oh yeah, DC is in the top 3. This team has been the story of the tournament for me, as far as the underdog rising to the top. Like
since when is that?
since I thought they were one of the weakest teams in the tournament. That's,
I think that may have happened yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday?
Look, it's because I
we
rated them
went round and round on the DC train, right? And we stopped at the station, and Gods just didn't want to get on. And then eventually, after like 5 times of going round and round on the train, eventually Gods was like, all right, I'll get on now.
Maybe they're okay now.
On the
Last
other
3 at
side,
TI.
you guys have already believed them. You already thought they were going to go the distance.
It's because I didn't believe in DC. That's why it's such an incredible story for me, because this is a team that a lot of the analysts had in the bottom 4. A lot of the Winter, other people I talked to, they all had DC very low in the rankings, and with good reason, I would say, like based on their past results, but didn't stop DC.
Yeah, they have been mighty impressive. I mean, even though Shane and I were on there early, I mean, even in our wildest dreams, we didn't think they were going to be top 3. I had them top 4, but still, the fact that they played yesterday and they played so well, it's just
I had them.
An incredible.
I think I have them 4th or something like that as well. Yeah, because I think adding Pycat as a coach, like it's something we haven't really talked about that much, but he's one of the most experienced players in Dota as well. And sometimes after the games, he'd give remember the motivational speeches he'd give?
Yes.
They're actually really inspiring. Like, he'd just get the team around and he'd just say, like, it's okay, guys, you know, we lost the game 1, we can do this.
But inspiration doesn't make you play better Dota. They were playing terrible Dota 2 months ago.
I'm not sure about that.
You're such a robot.
They're playing amazing now is the thing.
We're talking so much about momentum, and if you lose momentum, having a coach like that just to pick you up again so that you can continue playing, it's a massive difference.
Are you doubting DC again?
No, I'm not doubting DC.
I don't think Gods would ever
fully
go
believe in
against
DC.
No, I don't think he's going against them again today. Okay, plenty to talk about before we get into our first match of the day. We've got a little bit of time as well, so we'll bring you lots more information on what's gone on over the last 5 days and look ahead, of course, to day 6. But first off, let's catch up with the top 5 plays from day 5.
Picked up an inventory. They are going to be able to get the dust onto him, and an arrow is going to be able to land. They're going to combo up him. This is just the Aegis, however. Fnatic are going to try and escape. A Resolution hot on their tail, throws out the Pounds of Misery with the crush. Stops 2 in their track. Now the back. Oh my god! That was a beauty. Now Weehawk going to be able to jump right in the middle of all of Fnatic, hits a nice Earth Shock, and pursues whatever he can get his claws on. 2 down from Fnatic, and a third going to fall as well. 3-4-3. Loses his life, and Resolution will get the triple.
Slowly bringing down the mid rack. Samael gets the jump in the Ravik of the Battleliners, but it doesn't hit all more. Universe got the PKB off in time. They've lost PPD, but Fear jumps forward.
Black hole.
With the black hole. On to 3. Oh, nice. But Samael with the epicenter return fire. There's a buyback from Zai. Ice Ice backing off.
Not popping it just yet. The Sunstride's coming in. The relocate will be just in time. Pulls him out. Ohio going to be the target instead as he gets Primal Roar.
Oh, he didn't go that far.
Back into play. Will start going on to Resolution. Takes a lot of physical damage, but now he jumps forward. Resolution is going to be his target. Turn around. 2 seconds stun. Not going to be good enough. Weehaw definitely blast pulling. Mushi back into the Necronomicon. No! Armlet goes off. Mushi will survive. He's trapped inside the trees, but it looks like he will go through all of this. Meanwhile, Midwan catching up. Has the double kill. Will find a third. Misery. He tries to go for the turret. Tries. Oh, he gets the Sunstrike! The man is alert! And Misery, he's doing it! He's already got the Armlet toggle fighting out Midwan. Midwan kites him around, but it's long enough for Weehaw to come back and play.
The cold snap!
No, the cold snap stops the echo! Now, Weehaw looking for Weehaw. Looking for Midwan in the trees. He's hiding away. He's got that battle.
There's only one more angle to find.
Sees him now. Midwan ring around the Rosie into the tree. Slide of his trying to dodge. Tornado hits, and he's down!
That Sunstrike was a thing of beauty.
This team appears to be getting hot. They have the Shaman wards. They're not dropping them for tier 1. Duba looking for the deny, but he gets hexed.
What a hex from DJ. Will they go any further? He drops the ward, then he gets the ward trap off. No time walk available. Smoke screen. They have the stone gates. They've got the lockdown on MP. They'll lose the void. They might lose MP as well. Mushi running low on mana, however.
They want to fight this.
Weehaw chasing down Mushi with the cold snap, jump forward, time dilation by Ohio, just hoping to be able to slow down these heroes. Nice stomp out there from 3-4-3. We'll be able to hit multiple heroes, but Weehaw with a beautiful combination takes out Ohio, and now she's left alone to Mushi. Mushi's dead as well. The TP out, 3-4-3 will complete it, but that's 3, 4
Oh, he gets him!
He got him with the Sunstrike.
Well, if we were in any doubt as to the usage of Sunstrike yesterday, I think that was totally eradicated. Plays 1 and 3 in there as well. It's hard to pick them when you put them in order like that, but they're both great, aren't they?
I could watch Weeha play Invoker all day long, for sure.
I think Misery could as well from some of his comments yesterday.
Just got to keep picking it. Keep the Sunsfan strikes, as we're calling them
The Sunsfan strikes, indeed, yes.
And it's not even just the Sunstrikes. It was the Ice Wall and the clip and the Meatball comboed up with Misery's bow. Like, everything about it was really perfect.
Yeah, there's some great clips in there. I'm going to push you a little bit, guys, because how would you put a top 10 together for the week?
Of plays?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, I want to put the
So there's been so many.
Yeah.
So
I want to put the Zai Juke with KP.
Actually, that was great
at the Roshan pit. That's definitely in the top 3.
Yeah, that was very, very good.
The Huskar, I think actually the Huskar Sunstrike was a little bit more impressive than the TP Sunstrike. Sure, that was really fast, but the Huskar, he had to target more where he was and aim time a little bit better.
I like the fact that you got to figure out where is he going to go, where is he going to TP to, when is he going to TP, and then get the timing right as well. I think that's really cool.
It's not that hard.
No, but it's just cool. It looks cool.
It looks cool. That's true. Yeah, it definitely does.
Come on, Shane. Don't be a wet blanket.
I know. I'm just saying. Like, he's an experienced Invoker player. You can time it. If you double-click the TP, you can angle it.
See, it's easy for you, Shane. It might not be easy for me.
Okay.
Definitely not easy for me. But it is easy for someone that we have in the broadcast team, and that's Purge. So let's bring him in right now. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Good, but your line, my Invoker, is terrible. I have a W and a Q. Anything cross-flex, I'm okay, but any Sunstrikes, don't even ask. I think the big story yesterday was actually just the EG game. They had a really good start in Game 2, but this crucial catch-off here for Sumail really set up a lot because this was right before he got his Shadow Blade. He's only about 600 gold away at this clip. Nice save from PPD as well and bought some time with Ice here. But the crucial moment was actually how long Sumail charged his stun just there. It was half of a second. They landed a very short duration stun there on Ice, and because of that, he ended up getting a stomp off before Sumail was able to get the kill. And that led to Sumail dying here, could have killed him maybe a little bit earlier, plus no stomp, and then Zai also had to commit for this kill. So they ended up trading a core and an Ogre for this, which put them a little bit behind and delayed their timing for going for Roche, which was the next clip here. They smoked in, they started working on Roche, got it to about half HP, and that was when Wings showed up. Now, they started the fight off really well with a nice arrow on top of Shadow, and they're also charging up Sumail's Unstable Concoction. He's got 3 points in this already, going for a slightly different build than we normally see out of Alchemist. But because Shadow Demon's already in position over here, he's able to land the Disruption in time to buy him some time. That forces Sumail to get stunned for 4 seconds. And now this part of the fight is pretty cool because Wings is basically separating off this corner of the map with the core plus some supports. And over here, it allows these two guys to deal with basically what EG's playing with over here. So when the fight gets segmented like this, especially on a Huskar here that needs a lot of control to beat him, it's going to be a good fight for Wings. So they pretty much just work this out a little bit, play out the fight. They wasted the Winter Wyvern ulti more or less just to buy some time here. And then the next crucial thing was that Sumail is charging up another stun, uses Invis, but the very, very crucial thing is this Sentry Ward that's already placed. So as he approached, they already saw him coming. So even as he hits and throws the stun at the same moment, he actually gets roared. So basically Sumail gets no damage off. This guarantees the Stone Gaze, so he takes more physical damage, and it just means 3 heroes on EG die. Plus, they just got Unstable Concoction up right now, which means he wasn't able to regen up. So they get 3 kills out of this with PPD, and they get the Roshan afterwards, basically just completely cutting into EG's early advantage. They had to win this fight, and they didn't.
Good breakdown on EG. Kevin, what's been your favourite bit about doing the weather every day? Because you've brought in all these little intricacies and little bits and pieces, itemization, builds, movement. All of it's it's shown us a different side to Dota that we perhaps haven't been able to see before. But what's been your favourite?
I think my favorite part is the fact that we could have been doing this for like 3 years. Like even excluding the TV camera, sit somebody down, watch the game in-game, take clips of small things. It's basically like watching a replay. There's so many things that you can get out of replays that you can't get watching a broadcast, and I really think it enhances the experience a lot. Absolutely does. Thank you very much. Thanks for your hard work as well this week. We're going to get more from Purge, of course, as we go through today, and I'm sure there'll be plenty to analyse as well. Have you? Obviously, we've all enjoyed these pieces, but you get the really intricate bits.
I like the bits where he breaks down the laning stage and talks about why people get ahead. Like, why this guy won this lane, how they got into the state they were in the mid-game. Like, I really like that because, especially as a viewer, when you're watching the stream, they're mostly focused on the kills. Yeah. You know, and they don't talk about the small, like, 1v1 matchups so much. So.
Well, it's busy, right?
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
a lot
so much
going on for a
on.
commentator.
Yeah.
You can't possibly go back and trace every step.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's just so much.
I heard you.
Yeah, I'm flaming OD Pixel.
Yeah, gods. I mean, it must be great for from your point of view, to be able to see these extra little bits and pieces, the edges.
Yeah, and like almost all the fans out there, I like the bit where we get to look at Purge. He's a beautiful man.
He is. Particularly good analysis yesterday of Shane and Shiva.
Yes.
Yes. I mean,
that was great.
Highlight of anything I've done in Dota ever.
And the weather. The actual weather.
The actual weather.
I like that too.
Yeah, I could have done with that today. It's pretty warm in here today.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is really, really hot outside too.
Yeah, it's going to be hot in here, for sure. We're going to talk teams that have not achieved what we thought they might achieve right now in the run-up to our first game of the day. I guess there's 4 for me, really, that we put in a bracket. One is Eheim, which I think after the group stage we would have all agreed looked pretty good and probably would have been the favourites, would you suggest, after the group stage?
After the group stages?
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
At least
a top
4.
3, top 4 candidate, yeah.
And then lose that demoralising game against EG and drop down and then just fall apart.
That has to go down as easily one of the best games. If you haven't watched that game, I recommend you go watch it.
Game 1.
VOD. Game 1 of EG Eheim.
For sure.
I think that completely crushed their spirits. That was the most back and forward game. There was like Dagons, there was everything. Like
you just told people to watch the replay, and now you're spoiling it. Shane, come on.
I have to sell it though.
I thought that's what he was doing, to be honest. I thought he was selling. I was totally with him. I was on the road with you.
But I didn't say who had the Dagons. I didn't say
no, it's true.
They were Dagons.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you,
That's
Shane.
a good selling point.
I'm with you. The other 3 really are kind of grouped together. If you look at the majors, and we go to Frankfurt, Shanghai, and we go to Manila, there were 3 teams that dominated the majors in the finals, and that was Secret, Liquid, and OG. No one else made a final. Those 3 made finals of all 3. None of them managed to get through to even the top 6. That has to be the biggest surprise in history, doesn't it?
I think also Newbie you can add to that list as well. Also a team that people were having in their top 4. I mean, I had OG, Liquid, and Newbie as my top 3. So rip predictions. But it is still it shows just how high of a level Dota we're at and how close all the teams are.
I don't think it was necessarily the teams played bad. I think it's everyone else brought their game.
Yeah.
Like if you look at TMC, they were a team that no one expected to do anything, and then all of a sudden, they're just destroying everyone. Like in the group stages, we were like, first game we casted Shiver, Alliance, TNC. We're like, they started off so rattly.
They got wrecked. They actually could.
I do remember those 2 games, and they were over within a blink of an eye. I think that was the first match to finish in the group stage. It was the very first day on the day 1, first games, wasn't it? And yeah, they got absolutely trashed, and then they came back
to beat Wings
2-0 in the very next series as well. So we were already going, whoa, what's going on at this tournament? It's crazy. Gods, I do want to ask you about the 3 teams and Newbie as well, because Shiva's right, Newbie are kind of in there as well. Secretly, we might have guessed perhaps that they weren't necessarily having the best form, probably didn't come into this with high expectations, but the other 3 we did. Why do you think it is? I mean, is it that the gap has closed so much that if you have a slightly off day and someone else has a slightly good day, you can get beat?
I think the gap's closed, but it's been that close all year round. It's not like suddenly these teams who were not considered the favorites suddenly like caught up to these other teams. I think to some extent those teams just dropped and didn't play their A game because teams like DC, Fnatic, MVP, they've been amazing teams all year round. They've just never been on the level of Liquid, OG. And I feel like the big lesson from this is that consistency doesn't matter for shit. You can be the best team all year round. All that matters is how good you play at TI.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. And TI qualifies. You've got to get there first. But once you're at TI, it's all about peaking at the right time. And that's exactly what teams like EG have done, Wings have done, Fnatic did. Even though Fnatic out of the tournament, DC, the best example, they peaked at the right time. DC's been a team that's gone from different roster for the last 12 months since they first formed after the last TI. This current team only formed like as a kind of, they were the rejects from Team Secret among other teams, and here they are. Doesn't really matter what happened the other 11 months of the year, because this 1 month, they are one of the top 3 teams in the world.
Yeah, okay. One of those teams that went out, of course, were Team Liquid, and it's been good to hear from the players. It's been very good to hear from the players this year that have exited the tournament to find out their thoughts. So they're very raw, obviously, but I think Malk and Charlie have done a great job of getting some information out of these guys, just what they go through when they depart the international. And Jerax was no different when he caught up with Malk.
We are here with the original Earth Spirit. Jerax, your claim to fame was originally playing the Earth Spirit before it got even into Captain's mode. Since then, you've played at TI as MVP Hot 6, and now you're participating with Liquid, or you participated with Liquid, sadly. Yesterday was the demise of the last European team. So that was a bit regrettable, but you guys have had a very successful year. Is that something to look back at and be proud of?
I mean, at this moment, I feel very disappointed at our performance at TI because we expected more from us. And obviously, Like looking at back yesterday, like dropping out of the game, I think many of us got surprised that how quickly it happened that suddenly you're not in the tournament anymore. You can't play any more Dota.
Yeah, because player-wise, outside of Kuro and Fader, you're all fairly new in TI. You played last year as well, but Matumba and Mind Control have their first TI. How do, for all the viewers out there that has this aspiring dream of becoming a pro player, how does one get detected? Like, how are one discovered as a talent? Mind Control, for instance. How did you guys come about finding him?
I think the first thing what people look at is like what kind of what kind of skill level are they playing? Like if your mechanical skill is really good, or you see this guy is like he's doing great plays and he's very innovative, like playing these new heroes like nobody plays. Like for example, for me as well, what happens is that Kuro and Farah just came to talk to me, and they really felt committed. And because otherwise you're gonna feel like they're gonna kick me soon. If I do bad in this and this part of the game, they're gonna kick me soon. I'm gonna feel afraid. So you need to make people feel good.
So that's the recipe for success. It's like going in fully, just taking a leap of faith and trusting that you have the right idea of this person.
Yeah, but like you feel this freedom to do anything in this team, and I think that's really important. And yeah, that same happened for Matumbaman as well. Just look at these people, and I had past experience with Matu, of course, playing the same team, and I was always impressed how he played, and I could convince Kuro and Fada and into this kind of thinking that he's going to be a good teammate for us, and like his personality fits as well, and all these kind of things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for taking the time out to do this interview. I hope to follow you guys as the year progresses and we go into the next major and of course TI next year.
Obviously disappointed to have exited the tournament. Great that he could get some words out at the end there.
He made him laugh.
And he did, and he actually lined up as well. I think that's nice to see. They have played well, and Melk mentioned it up top. They can be proud of what they've achieved this year, but I guess they'll probably just, at the moment it's so raw that they'll probably just look back and just be, it doesn't really matter what we did this year.
It kind of is. We said just now, it's 12 months, right? That you kind of just, okay, we fought all the way for this moment, for this tournament, and to exit as early as they did compared to what they were expecting. I mean, that's just a huge blow. That's like you're in mourning for your dream that you have to put on hold until a full year later.
In this moment, TI can erase that amazing year of Dota to those players. At the same time, for other teams, it can completely erase a bad year of Dota, where if you're still in the tournament here on the last day. So
if you looked at his reaction as well, he was like actually shocked. He's like, we're not playing any more Dota. Like, what's happening? You know what I mean?
It hit him, didn't it?
Yeah, it's like, oh my god. And you just saw it on his face and you were like, ooh. You know, like it's pretty sad stuff.
Yeah, it is cruel. The international, it takes them down as well as it gives. Only one team can win, of course, so we have to have players and teams leaving. And many have on the road. Let's take a look at the bracket right now and show you just where we are on day 6. The final day of the international. We have just 3 teams remaining. EG, of course, still in the running in the lower bracket. They'll play DC in our first game of the day. And our second and final game of the international 2016 will be the winner of that match versus Wings.
All the colors are in the bottom. What's up with that? Yellow, red, and orange. All gone.
Colorful logos, no go.
I think the
Shivers.
White and blue.
Shivers
all the way across the top.
White and blue is where
White
it's
and
at.
blue. I made a good choice for the suit today.
Actually, okay, that means that
Bias.
DC is going to lose the first
Bias.
series because DC is a little bit of orange in there.
Too colorful.
Whoa,
colourful.
Can we not? Is this the color meta now that we've gone into?
Look at my colors. Huh?
Oh, they're nice. I like them.
DC maybe a little bit.
Got some orange.
He's
pants
wearing
now.
orange pants,
Yeah,
guys.
we should explain
You
that.
don't see
can't
that.
obviously
Well, I can't
below.
show it on camera.
You're wearing pants, Shane? Oh, that's a bit disappointing.
The first day.
Okay. We've got plenty of fun, of course, to look forward to today. 2 of those people that have been bringing us lots of fun have been Sir Action Slacks and, of course, the one and only Casey. So, Casey yesterday caught up with fans with plenty of shenanigans on the green.
Area and you're thinking, gosh, I wish I got tickets and could come down to Key Arena and watch it live. You actually still can. We're standing on the grandiose lawn here at Seattle Center watching all of the games outside on this beautiful giant screen, and you don't need tickets to come down and watch it from here. So it's kind of a great way to experience things, especially since it's so warm out. Let's go talk to some people and see what they think. Excuse me, sir. Are you having fun?
Yeah.
What made you decide to come down here and watch it outside?
I am actually visiting from California. This is my first Dota 2 event ever. Yeah. I've played the game a little bit a long time ago. But no, it's pretty cool. I didn't expect to have this going on in the city, and we had a free day, so I decided to come down and sit in the beautiful sun and watch some video games we play.
There's a dog! Hello, hello, hello. I want to be polite and ask you your name, but I really also want to know your dog's name. So your name first.
My name's Matt. Kyle.
Kyle, and who is this?
This is Timber.
Timber as in?
Timber Saw.
Okay. Hi, little guy. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's exciting. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You know, Timber Saw in real life is not soft. Your puppy is much softer. Hello. Is it... Are you hot in there?
Just a little bit.
Do you mind if I try it on?
Sure.
I got it. Hey, this is pretty cool. Can I roll around in this thing?
You okay, Casey?
I'm good. I'm good. I don't know if I did that right. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's get you out of this.
Thank you so much. All right, well, I'm gonna let you roll away. Oh yeah, that's definitely better. Way better. He has it. I'll do some stretching, calisthenics. We'll fit in next time. We'll figure it out. Okay? Yeah. I'm gonna just... It's just all about the energy, Slacks, and having
It really
fun.
is.
And it's
Yes.
been building all week.
It really has. Casey, it's hype day. We got three. That's more.
Sorry, we didn't practice
It's
that.
hype day. We got 3 teams. It doesn't matter who wins, to me.
To them, I think it does. Yes.
Who cares what
Slacks
they think?
don't care.
But each team has a cool story. You
Yes.
got Wings, the crazy team who doesn't nobody knows, right?
Right.
Who else we got?
Well, we have Digital Chaos, who
Right.
people didn't see coming, and now here they are. They're playing for a shot at the grand final.
The
and
second one, and then DC, the greatest team in the world, probably.
Oh, I said DC, but you heard me say EG.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Did you say EG?
I said DC.
All I hear is
Sorry.
DC these days. Sorry, man, that's me. Anyway.
Oh, is that your prediction for who's gonna?
I don't make predictions. I'm an unbiased person. I'm a professional, and I've never favored one team before in my life over
Never
another.
before.
Never before.
Great.
How about you? What do you think?
I'm having a hard time. I'm really excited to see Wings. I love the idea of Evil Geniuses repeating and being
Mm-hmm.
our first 2-timer, especially 2 years in a row. But I also really like DC's story. You've got 2 players who came from Secret and came all the way to form their team, and now here they are playing on the main stage. So I love that story
Beautiful.
too.
You know,
It's
who
a
cares what we
beautiful
think? Let's talk about some fans. I want to hear what fans think. Boys, let's bring it in. Come here, everyone. Sir, you're interesting. This is interesting. Who do you think's going to win?
DC.
DC, why is that?
DC.
Okay, good answer. What? Can I ask what this whole thing is about? What is this?
I'm the king.
What?
I'm the king.
Oh, is this a Monkey King thing?
I'm just the king.
Okay, yeah, well, this is certainly not awkward. Casey, you got anybody? Are you good over there? What's up?
Oh, yeah. So I saw you talking to these guys before, so I had to come over and steal them. This is amazing. I heard Slacks call you the bastard child of 2 heroes.
I am a bastard child of Windrunner and Sniper now, apparently.
Apparently so, because he decided.
As he's dubbed, yes.
So who do you think is going to be facing Wings in the grand final today?
EG.
EG all the way?
All the way. Bleed blue.
Bleed blue! What about you? Oh, well, okay. I was just going to ask you and you held this up.
Yeah, EG for sure.
Oh, no! Disaster!
Wait a second. You used this so hard that you...
I broke it. No, I really didn't. But I love EG, though. I'll go with it. All right, I definitely broke it.
What about you? Got anybody for
I got
Digital
somebody
Chaos?
else. Sir, hello there. What are you thinking on the team? Whisper it to us. DC. That's a lot of DCs in this crowd. Is there anyone that's not DC? Okay. What do we have here?
I'm really hoping.
If you say DC, I'm going to be so mad. Dude.
No, I'm going to say the Seahawks.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, we got one fan. Young woman over there. She likes it, right? We good?
Yeah. Oh, what?
That was you. You like the
That was me,
Seahawks.
yeah,
That was one
sorry.
woman
yeah, the
in the
Seahawks,
crowd.
The one woman. There are
Whoa,
plenty of women
Seahawks,
here.
yeah!
Yeah, the Seahawks are great too. Yeah, but woo! Hawks fans. Hawks fans and Dota fans. That's the best part. All right, anybody out here is for a specific team? We haven't talked to anybody Wings. Yeah.
Go Wings!
Go East! Go East!
What do you think about their march forward on the main stage and the way that it's gone for them?
They are the best. Chinese Dota, best Dota.
Good enough. I like it. Six, who you got?
I got this guy right here, sir. Yes. What are you thinking? EG. No, you don't have time for this. You have to spit it out right now. I need confidence. EG! Yeah! Whoa! Finally, we got some energy coming out here. All right, well, that's a lot of fans. That's a lot of talking. We should probably... It's too much energy, Casey.
Look, we've got competing camera
Oh my God, bring
crews
them in
now.
here. Can we do one of those shots?
Let's do one of these.
Line them up.
So yours is right there. That's your camera.
All right, welcome.
That's your
on
camera.
three.
That's my camera.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Gentlemen,
welcome to the future of esports. Yeah, that was great.
It's great.
Back to you, Paul.
Back to you, Paul.
Back to you, Paul. Take it, Paul.
Take it, Paul.
I don't know where to take it from now. It's so confusing. Thank you very much, Casey and Selection Slacks. They have been absolutely marvellous all week long, providing us a lot of fun from outside and all of the flavour that they bring with the fans as well. God's hype-wise, where are you on the scale right now? Are you 1 to Selection Slacks? Where are you?
I'm at a good, Casey level, I think.
Okay.
Not quite at Selection Slacks, but just below.
I think that's a safe place to be right now. As we kind of build up towards the grand final. In terms of expectations for today, we've got 2 series. They're both massive games. Well, the players now will be thinking about the first game. DC will be in there trying to get their minds straight. So where collectively do you think their minds are at right now? Are they at the point where they go, we don't care anymore, we've done well, whatever, don't care, we can go in without any fear and play, or do you think there are some nerves today?
We saw Misery yesterday in his interview, and he said, I can't relax, I can't let go, I have to focus, and you saw it. I mean, he looked calm in terms of pose, but his mind was all focus.
I tweeted last night when I couldn't sleep, can't sleep, too hyped, and Saxa replied, same.
Wow. Okay.
So
you can surpass your expectations for your team, but as long as you're still in the tournament, you're thinking like, wow, we can keep doing this. We can win one more match. We can be in that grand finals, and then who knows what happens.
Yeah. All right. We've talked about DC. What about Wings? Because they've had such just an easy way through the brackets, almost like
Chinese Dota, best Dota.
Absolutely. but they've just breezed their way through the upper bracket.
I think if you're EG or DC, you can't really look at Wings right now. Like, you have to concentrate on getting there first.
But from Wings' point of view, they've got up this morning and done what? Had a bit of breakfast, strolled around the green.
Well, they know how to beat both of these
chilled
teams.
out a little bit, wait for one of these teams to win.
They've done it before.
They've done it before quite convincingly in both series. So
I think, for them, it's mostly thinking about what are those 2 teams going to change compared to how they were beat last time.
Yeah.
And think about that. And maybe not even necessarily look to how they beat each other, because we talked about this before, that they, like at breakfast, they have played each other so many times. EG and DC, they're from the same region. They scrim each other. They know each other through and through. So you can't even Wings can't even think about how those 2 teams will be at each other compared to how they will be against them, because that will be probably 2 different styles of Dota.
It's a great point, Gods. How do they prepare this morning? Do they get up and do both teams just in case, or do they favour one, thinking there's a stronger one between the 2?
I think the advice there is more they're going to focus internally rather than look at who their opponent's going to be. Yeah, focus on their game and what they can do well, what their different strategies are. Maybe look a little bit back against their 2 series against those teams to see what worked for them. I mean, I could say what didn't, but everything worked for them. But what strategies and what was the ideas and mindset going against EG and DC, and just kind of revisit that. But mostly, I think it's mostly just like a internal, making sure you're calm in the right mindset. I think mindset is more important than anything at this point when you're in the grand final.
We said in Manila that we didn't feel Wings were necessarily suited to group stages, and I think we found that out here. They struggled at times throughout that group stage, not least of which shame with the 2-0 against TNC early on. But they somehow managed to get their way through it and get enough points to get into the upper bracket. Since we've been in bracket play, though, they've shown every style of Dota that we've seen from other teams: the run at you, the patient play, the standard kind of play, wild picks with the Centaur, with the Pudge, and with the Techies, and then really standard kind of picks, almost secret-like picks from a few months ago, or liquid kind of picks from a couple of. They seem to be able to play whatever they want to play.
Yeah, it goes down to the versatility of players, right? If you're a drafter, this is your dream, right? You have this player, like, massive pool of heroes, and in every game they seem to adapt to the other team. They don't really change their team style based on how they want to play. It's more how we want to play against the opponents. If you look at how they played against, like EG, they just completely. EG had this really greedy draft where they had to split push and farm, and Wings grouped up and they pushed, and they were very clinical and systematic about it. They were very, very on point in all of their drafts. And
going to make them tough to beat.
It's very, very it's difficult. But it's not like you just need to focus on yourself and how you're going to play. Not like you can't really think about this. You can't think, oh, how are Wings going to draft? Because It's going to be hard.
It's going to be hard. Let's talk about Evil Geniuses now. They're one of 3 teams remaining. Again, at this stage of the tournament, find themselves in exactly the same place as they were in 2015, Gods. The similarities are going to help them, obviously, because of experience, but it's a different year this year, isn't it?
It's a different year. They don't look like the same confident team that they did last year. They weren't coming in as favorites. Yes, they found their form, but they've now been beaten quite badly by Wings. They've got to verse a red-hot DC team. I think EG have found really great success playing around Sumail, but the games where Sumail hasn't really shined, like the Alchemist game that we saw Purge do a highlight of, that's when EG falls short. They haven't had other players step up if Sumail's having a bad game.
Yeah, and Gods, you said yesterday also, after their defeat with Wings, you looked at, you look at the players, you look and see their reaction. You said like they were standing apart, and they were like, how did this happen? So in terms of mindset, they're probably not. Are they there?
They've been here before, Shiver, so they have the experience.
But were they beaten as badly as they were yesterday?
That was a very convincing game, but
it was the reaction, Shane, wasn't it, in the booth after game 1 that kind of gave it a little bit of a different feel.
It was edgy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was almost like last year. Peter said he was okay to lose to CDEC because he learnt more about how they were going to draft and what they were going to pick and what they were strong at. I think, remember last year, I think they gave them one of the strongest heroes in the game last year. Yeah. In game 1, just went, all right, well, you haven't picked it yet, we're going to let you have it and see what you can do with it. This was different. This looked like a slightly different reaction.
It's still the instant response, though. You still lost a game at Dota. You still always want to win. So maybe when he went home, they can still think about it and they can still use the PPD analytical mindset.
Yeah, there's no doubt Peter's going to analyse it to death, and he's going to come up with a response if they can get back up into the grand final.
Last year there was a certain drive, and I think one of the best, more perhaps extreme examples of that is Sumail. After he lost his lane, they lost a game. He tweets, "I lost mid to Shiki." Like, how could I lose mid to this guy? Yes, bad manner, but it showed this kid was like he had so much self-belief in himself and his team as well. Like, hey, we should have won this game. I'm the best mid in the world, and he lost mid, and that almost drove them forward to part of the reasons why they were so good in the grand finals, because he had this huge self-belief. I just don't get that same feeling of self-belief from EG.
In terms of the way that they've played, the players that they've got, they obviously have world-class players, but one of them perhaps we haven't spent too long talking about because we always focus on the mid and Sumail and how he's playing. It's actually Universe. He's had a terrific tournament.
He's had such an amazing tournament. His chronospheres are actually so detrimental for them winning some of those games. And not just chronospheres in terms of the actual chronosphere, but even just the positioning and just the control that he gets in fights no matter what hero he has. And that's why I think yesterday when they gave him the Weaver, that was a little bit different and unusual for EG to do, because they need him to be one of those playmakers and one of the people that make sure that everybody can do whatever the hell they want.
If you looked at the interview when they interviewed Universe, he was like, I don't think Void is a top-tier hero, but people keep giving us it, so I'm going to keep playing it. And like you could see the little smirk on his face. He's just like, he just annihilates people with that hero. Like he's just the most solid player ever. Like most of EG are like, you have Sumail, the kind of fiery mid that, he's your playmaker. You want him on the mobile heroes like the Potom, the Timbersod, the mobility heroes, and then you have like Fear, you have Universe, you have Zai, like these solid cores. Like Zai's basically a core.
Yeah. Moving on to DC, the surprise, the underdog, the rejects, the rag and tag team that no one gave a chance and a shot to. Guaranteed top 3. They're not going to be happy with that, but individually as well as a team collectively, Gods, they've come together well. But the individuals have shone as well.
Absolutely. Wee has been a huge playmaker. His Invoker is world-class, perhaps the best Invoker player in the world. At least that's what he's looking like right now and still in the tournament. And I think...
Hold on, what's that? I think Black wants a word with you still.
Black. Gosh. Good one, Paul.
He's better be watching. You're going to get ribbed badly now after this.
My favorite is every time Black sees Mushi play Medusa, he's just like, oh, what's he doing? He's building Mantis Saga. I was like, look, he's played more Medusa games than anyone in the world, Black. You can get up there and play Medusa if you think you're so good at it. To me, the big thing with DC is drafting. They have been the best team draft-wise. They're like the draft gods of this tournament. Their drafts have carried them this far in the tournament.
They've surprised, haven't they, Shiv, with the draft? And Misery's been on point with it. Even when he's gone a little wacky and a little bit outside of where their comfort zone, they've still got it right.
Yeah, and I mean, that just shows the faith this team has in him. And he talked about it yesterday as well. And when we saw the Slardar last pick, first pick rather, to deny it, we thought, okay, Slardar offlane, great. Yeah. And then it turned out to be a Slardar support, so he can make those curveballs and he can make them work out real well for his team. And also his team always focuses a lot on the drafting phase, on the laning stage, to make sure they have strong lanes and they win off the back of that. And I think that EG, one of their not as strong times, is normally in the laning stage, so I'm not sure how that's going to go.
Yeah, I also want to just pick up on that last bit, because For me, the weird thing about Misery is he seems to have... He's like a pupil of Puppey, which is weird, right? Because Kuro is a bit like that as well. They seem to have picked something up in the way that they're drafting, how they captain, they're calmer. Maybe that's the trick. Go and play with Puppey, learn how to be a captain.
You know, all the ex-Secret players finished at TI higher than Puppey, so you're onto something.
It's like a little academy, Dota academy.
It's the secret academy. I don't think Matt's going to be very pleased with me right now. Yes, so, I mean, Shane, where do you have DC?
Oh, I want to put... where do I have DC in this series?
Not just yet, not the series.
Right.
But that is the Horns.
I think they have the potential to win the whole thing.
You do.
I rate, they're the dream story, right?
They are
From the
dream
bottom
story.
to the top.
They are. Okay. We are on the verge of our lower bracket final, but before we get there, of course, we do need a couple of teams. And before that, it's time to check in with a man who is a legend in his own right, a legend in the scene, and a legend in esports. He is Old Man Fear.
I would love to see being a professional gamer is actually worth your time and like you can make a living out of it. I'd obviously like for it to be a professional sport like any of the sports out today, and if they've grown. It's going to take time, first of all. A lot of the world isn't really open to like gaming and online gaming and stuff like that, and especially around here, if you talk about, oh, I'm a professional gamer, they're like, you're a what?
Fear Darkness was like an idol for all the North American players. I just respect him a lot as a person and as a player.
Fear 这个人呢，其实一直都知道他是美国队长嘛，他是EG的灵魂吧。
When I was younger and just playing video games for fun, I didn't have an end game at all, and I thought after a few years it would probably, you know, catch up to me, but somehow like it just caught on and it just became very popular, and I became successful doing it. To be able to be on a top team, you need to play, you know, like 6 to 9 hours a day at the bare minimum. The thing that happened that almost made me quit entirely was when I got my first arm injury. Like, I had no idea if it was going to heal or not, and I was like really scared that my career would be completely over at that point.
I think the most challenging part of it was the timing. The diagnoses from the doctors is kind of vague. We thought he was getting better.
I was just thinking the whole time, I was like, you know, why'd this have to happen to me? Like, I've been playing my whole life, and all of a sudden I just can't play anymore, right when I have the biggest opportunity of my life.
After like a month or two, I was like, okay, this really isn't going away at this point. And then eventually it's like, okay, there's no way I can practice right now, and there's no way I'm going to be able to compete at TI because of how much time this has already taken away.
I think what kept me going after I got my injury was just, you know, like hope, like hoping that it would heal and I'd be able to play again, because it's a huge motivator for me. You know, it's like I had an injury and then I missed the biggest tournament of the year because of it on a team which I had a good shot. You know, I just hoped my arm would heal and I'd have one more opportunity to get the championship.
I have so much respect for Clinton and all the time he has put into this game, and if anybody deserves to win the international, it's him.
Fear, coming off of a pretty serious injury. Does it do anything for the confidence of the whole team having him back and a part of it?
I think everyone on our team has like the utmost faith in him to be a strong player that we know he can be. He's also our carry player, so a lot of the game rests on his ability to help us win.
Pushing in after aggressive. They split up the 5. Disaster got the Emma spinner over.
When Fear rejoined EG after his injury, I really look up to the way he made that team like function. I think a lot of it was on him, and he didn't get the kind of credit from the outside that I think he should have gotten.
They just need a couple of kills to be TI 5 champions. Fear falling wicked sick. They're going to bring in the Titanic as well for Fear while this push continues.
Clinton has like a huge amount of experience, and I think he puts really good use to it. Whenever people ask me, like, is there any player you look up to? I mean, for sure, the way he played a core role for EG, that's a way I can only hope to play.
It looked rough dropping down the lower bracket. They have persevered. And they will claim the Aegis of the Immortal. They are the champions here in front of their home crowd.
Right after we won, and we're holding the trophy up in front of the crowd, everyone was cheering. We're on like home soil as well, so like it was just insane. Everyone was yelling USA, USA. We just sat there and just like took it all in. Didn't really have much to say. We're just kind of like enjoying the feeling.
Give it up for your TI5 champions, Evil Geniuses!
I mean, at the current state and time, it means a lot, but 10 years from now, will people remember me? Probably not, to be honest with you. But the fact that in this moment that I dedicated so much of my life to be a champion, it means a lot to me, so I'll never forget it.
Very unlikely you'll be remembered in 10 years, sir, because you are part of history. You will be remembered forever. Evil Geniuses are ready, ladies and gentlemen. They are one game away from returning back to the summit at the International. It has been a very challenging year for the boys in blue, but they've returned once more to the International and peaked at exactly the right time again. Talking of peaking, their opponents have also peaked at exactly the right time. A bunch of rejects, some said. No more. They are guaranteed top three, are just one series away from playing in the grand final at the International. Digital Chaos. Two North American organizations going head-to-head in the lower bracket final, and it is going to be terrific. One of those men has been key, he's been pivotal to the success of his team. He's the captain, the drafter, the ace in the hole. He's misery, but his mood right now might be very different when Casey caught up with him just before the International began.
So I'll start with this question. You have been to every TI, but always with a different team. So how has the experience changed for you over the years, and what have you learned as a player from that?
I feel like it's always different coming here, because obviously I play for different teams, but this year there's something different about it. Like, first of all, I'm a captain, and I've had a really good year in a sense where I have won tournaments and I have achieved something that I didn't achieve before going into TI. Apart from that, I think every TI I've been to has always been with an underdog team, and that's kind of sad in a way, since I've been to all TIs, and the other people have been to TIs have gotten really good placements. Some have won, some have gotten into top 3 multiple times, and I've always been in the bottom of the placements.
Well, and it has to be interesting too for you, because the level of play is different every time. You're playing with a completely different group of people. I would imagine that makes you a stronger player overall.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I've definitely learned a lot just as a player, but also as a person, because I've played with so many different nationalities and types of people. And yeah, I feel like I'm becoming smarter every year in a lot of ways. So that's cool as well outside the game.
And you've had a really varied experience just in this year alone. You were on Team Secret. You guys actually went on to win Shanghai, but even after that, you ended up having to switch teams again. Mm-hmm. Walk us through what that experience was like for you.
It was really sad for me. Like I had a team that I finally achieved some great goals with that I didn't do before. So obviously I was kind of annoyed at the whole situation. I kind of lost all motivation to keep going. But after a few days, some people convinced me to keep going and said that it was kind of a missed opportunity and I should just keep going. So I got these guys and we formed a team together and now I'm here again.
Are there hard feelings with your old team, with Team Secret? Do you have an extra motivation to kind of prove to them that maybe they made a mistake?
I don't know. I feel like definitely there's some drive there because of what happened. I don't feel like I need to prove anything to them. I would rather just prove that they were wrong all along, even though I already know that in a sense. But I mean, I'm definitely more maybe more hungry, especially if I'm going to play against them in some knockout match or something like that.
And then you watched even more changes happen. I mean, there have been a lot of changes just in the last month. Mm-hmm. What was that like for you to watch?
I knew about when both teams kind of fell through after the initial change. It was kind of obvious to me that another change was going to come because you can't fail that miserably and then just keep going because that's not how it works in Dota. The whole situation was just really dumb for me, and I don't know, especially with the people involved that has already switched so many teams with those exact teams, like EG and Secret.
And you're in a leadership role this time around as captain. What has that experience been like, and are you enjoying it?
It's a different feeling. I don't really enjoy it. I would rather be the guy next to the captain, you know,
yeah.
being that guy, you know.
What are your expectations for this team?
I think we're gonna go into top 8, and I think a realistic goal would be top 6. I think it's gonna be hard for us to keep up the consistency throughout the whole event and win everything, but it's definitely possible. We have the potential to do it.
The potential to do it, he said. That was obviously before we got to the international. He caught up with Casey. He also said top 6, maybe top 4, Shiva.
Maybe 8, maybe 6.
Maybe 8-6,
you know, potentially
maybe.
A chance to do it.
And he also said he doesn't really enjoy being a captain. I think all of those things have changed.
I don't know. Sure. I think there's still a lot of stress on him being the captain.
For sure.
People talk about his experience. He's played at every TI. But he said it himself. He's always had the bottom placement. He's been bottom 4, bottom 8. This is a new experience for him. 1, he's captaining. 2, he's playing on the last day of TI. If anything, this is like a first for him, much like his teammates. So there's a ton of pressure on his shoulders. It's going to be tough. He's really just going to try and put all that behind him.
You said it's a new experience for Misery, but if you compare it to Saxe, who last November, like who would know who Saxe is? He was just a high MMR player. 4 clovers and a leprechaun, bring him in. All of a sudden he's at TI a few months later.
It wasn't that long ago that we was just a player that played a couple of heroes.
Played with Balkan Bears. He played with Miracle a lot.
Yeah. Yes.
So
back in the day.
Balkan Bears is where the new raw talent set.
Yeah, that's where all the new boys go, and then they come into the pro teams. We've got 30 seconds until our first draft, so let's get our predictions down. Gods?
Today, I'm going to beat Bleed Blue and go with EG. I think it's going to be close. But
okay. All right, Shiva?
Do I have to?
Yes. Secret fangirl. Presumably you go with EG.
You don't go with EG, though.
DC, okay.
2-1.
All right. Shane?
I think it's... this is a hard one to call.
It is.
The draft depends.
The deciding vote as well.
I'm going to go with Shiva. 2-1 DC. It's going to be a tight one, though.
Okay, our panel say 2-1 DC. Let's find out as we head into draft number 1.
Evil Geniuses versus Digital Chaos. Game 1.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome inside Key Arena. For everyone watching at home, we're about to begin Game 1 of our last day of TI6. It's DC versus EG. I'm here at the Drafters panel. I've got Blitz, Merlini, and Waga by my side. Blitz, I'll start with you. We have two highly accomplished drafters here. PPD, as we know, former champion. This guy has been around the block. On the other side, we have Misery, who has been to every TI, and he has been looking stellar as a drafter here. Who do you honestly give the leverage to in this one?
Probably PPD. I think that PPD is the player that I question the least coming into TIs now. This is going to be his top 3 placement for 3 years in a row. Especially with how often the meta changes, there's no way that you can doubt this guy anymore. So I would give the drafting edge maybe to EG. We saw them in this position last year and they flourished.
We'll have to see how that pans out. EG already open up. They get the Shadow Demon, and it looks like we could possibly be seeing Universe on that Faceless Void. Digital Chaos, though, snag up Lady Mirana and go right into their Naga.
Yeah, and this could very well be, while you say that PPD probably has the drafter's edge, DC are an extremely tricky team to draft against because they do these tricks, and they already did it again here. Picking up the Naga, that could be Mystery on a support Naga, that could also be Resolution on a carry split push Naga, and you now have to be ready for what are you going to ban in the second phase. So EG banning out the Caudal. Of course, we saw DC before just go into the Vengeful as a carry and just say screw it if you counter a Naga too much. So it's very interesting to see what DC are doing.
I think overall I favor Digital Chaos in the drafting. I think the really successful teams this tournament, like the, Digital Chaos, eHome, Wings, they always do something weird with their lanes. They switch their cores to support, supports to cores occasionally, and always keep you guessing. I think EG is more individually talented and far more consistent.
On that note of individually talented, a worthy note, Faceless Void. Universe's Faceless Void, 11-0 already this DI.
It's pretty curious that they decided to give it up, considering Wings kind of set the tempo of we're not going to give Universe Faceless Void.
It was also played in the EGE home series in both those games, I believe, and he had an amazing performance. They play really well around the Chronosphere and use that cooldown in a very good way.
They didn't first phase it yesterday, though. I think that's where one of the drafting issues lied.
Yeah, a lot of the teams have been going for Faceless Void as 4th pick or 5th pick even, so a little bit surprising seeing it that early.
So does that maybe imply that this could lean towards a support Naga Siren, getting something to combo break Universe and his miraculous setups usually for these team fights? Because it does seem pretty peculiar that DC are going to let such a power pick through.
Support Naga, it really breaks Faceless Void in many ways. Even though OG had a bad performance here at the main stage, we saw him in the group stage using it, and Crit played really well on his support Naga. I think you can use that against the Faceless Void to just sit back with Naga because of how far away she can be and still save her team.
By the way, during the second phase of bans here, as mentioned, Coddle's got to go. EG also get rid of that Darkseer, while DC say no to Sumail's Storm Spirit, and they also get rid of the Alchemist.
Still a decent amount of options available for both teams. They've kind of left their draft open. But for EG, you want to pair something with that Faceless Void. A bunch of range heroes really help out. This is the last possible scenario where you just want to draft 2 melee cores, unless you're MVP Phoenix and decide that you'll work around that.
I think they might go into Ogre here on EG. I think Bloodlust is really good with Void, and Zai also plays it really well. The playstyle fits EG. You can also secure mid for Sumail even more. He always does really well in mid lane, but if he has free farm, he just takes over a lot.
They could also go into AM. They have the Shadow Demon on their side, and it's really good versus the Naga Siren, regardless of whether she's a core or a support, but not the best combo with Faceless Void. I also really like the Magic Resist versus Mirana. We've just seen Mirana like wreck so many cores late game. He's one of the better ones to stand up.
Oh, but we get the Kunkka to come out here, so you get your Shadow Demon Kunkka set up already by EG.
Yeah, that was a hero that DC used quite often yesterday in their series against Fnatic, so not too surprising that EG decided to take it, considering DC also favor it.
I mean, we also saw a ton of teams that have been doing really well this TI have been using it. Teams that went pretty far. TNC played the Shadow Demon Kunkka a ton. We saw a lot of different teams really using it. It became more popular during the group stage, and now it's just something you gotta respect.
I think they need something to combo with the Naga, though. The ET's already out, the Keeper's already out, and we haven't seen too many other partners. We see Invoker sometimes, but they already have Mirana for that.
Disruptor is pretty good. I like Disruptor against Faceless Void. The only downside for picking that is that Shadow Demon can still save people, right? You still suffer that potential save from SD.
There's even some older ones that we've seen. They used to run like Phoenix Naga or Phoenix with their team fight a lot, but
that's the Soxa Oracle for sure. I was going to say, I think that's a possibility for them just because I'm thinking of the heroes that Soxa likes to play. Oracle, so far to me, has been the standout hero for him in this tournament. It works out pretty well against the Faceless Void. It's pretty decent against the Kunkka just because the boat comes in at you so slowly that you can almost always get the Fate's Edict off.
Yeah, and Soxa is one of those players, he doesn't really need to pair up the Oracle with something in particular. I mean, obviously you now have Mirana, so the arrow setup is really good. You have Ensnare, you also have the Oracles holding people in place. Oh, the SD Luna combo.
DC's turn to pick.
All right, so what does this say to us about EG's game plan already? Are they looking to kind of make a higher impact in the mid-game? Almost 5-man-esque with this Luna a bit?
This is a very PPD type of draft. It doesn't really lack that much in any department, but it does excel in something, and that's going to be pushing. You have a lot of push coming in from Luna, but the team fight is also why you can push. Look at these team fight ultis. The Void, the Kunkka, and the Luna, all of them are really powerful. So it's going to be hard for DC to take the confrontation head on.
It's also really easy to gank lanes for whomever they have, like SD Kunkka, one of the best roaming duos. Then it's really easy to set up into a Faceless Void Chrono or set up a Disruption into whatever they want to.
I kind of hope that DC are going to pick a different carry than Naga here and run it as a support, actually. I think Naga as a carry is not going to be great against SD in the first place. Just the illusions taking over the Radiance helps a lot when EG wants to push. And I also don't think it matches up that well against Luna later on. So I wonder what they're thinking right now.
Tidehunter.
Well, Tidehunter comes out now. It looks like Formu's hero here, so they still have that last pick if they do want to do any sort of last-second audible call. But for now, things building up at least a team fight here for DC.
Really unreliable disable still on DC. Against a hero like Faceless Void, this is going to be hard to play out, I think. Sure, you had a Ravage when you can commit that, but as I said, the team fight's already going to be very difficult to take against EG. And for skirmishes, you don't have that good mechanics to hold down Faceless Void so you can't time walk over and over.
Yeah, I think EG's lineup just might be a little bit faster. They'll play a lot quicker. Tidehunter, in my opinion, is just too slow of a hero in this meta. Oftentimes, with this hero, you usually just want to get a mech, send him to the safe lane whenever the enemy team tries to push, and use the threat of the Ravage to keep your towers alive. But nowadays, teams are just willing to take fights. They'll overrun you. If you don't get a huge Ravage off, then they'll play around that fact and simply just go down your lanes.
I think Tidehunter struggles a lot versus Luna. A lot of magic damage and a lot of high damage instance and right clicks per hit. Very good versus the Kraken Shell, and they have the X to bring him back.
Yeah, and that goes throughout their entire lineup. They have so many heroes that can deal with Tide. Even the Chronosphere is great. In a team fight, you can actually burst down the Tide if you want to. If you really have to, then you can kill him before he gets Kraken Shell off since the Chronosphere holds him.
Final ban there by EG was on the Huskar. I suppose when an Oracle or Dazzle or Wisp is in and you don't want to take that risk of that last-second cheese, better to play it safe, I suppose.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's just a good safety for EG. I'm not even sure their lineup would struggle that much with the Huskar, but you have seen what he can do with a Dazzle or an Oracle. It's better to ban it out as fifth.
Reserve time.
And for DC, they look to target what could be the Sumail hero, and they ban out the Invoker, but Wog, I believe we were talking earlier, we haven't been seeing too much Sumail Invoker recently.
Well, while we might not have been seeing it, there's just 3 really good setup spells here for Sunstrike, so Exort Invoker would be extremely strong in EG's lineup, and Alacrity on Luna is also very powerful.
Very true.
5 seconds
It would allow them to push pretty quickly as well, just because you can start sending down Forge Spirits plus the Luna Illusions with the SD.
Razor.
DC move themselves into the Razor here, so this does seem to be what looks like a Core Naga.
They were really low on reserve time. I don't know. I don't really like the Razor here too much. They don't really have any setup. Like, not that great setup for Mirana arrows. Like, there's very little to keep them in place, so you can actually run at them with the Razor.
Do you think they have to aggro try this game? You go Razor, Naga, Oracle, send them top, and then let
I think DC have to. Yeah, for sure.
I'm pretty sure they have to aggro try.
Final pick from EG is going to be a Queen of Pain here, gentlemen. Based on our draft before us, who do you think is going to take game number 1?
I think EG have the better draft overall.
Yeah, EG, I'm really comfortable with what they have picked here. Even though I normally don't like Queen, I think they still have such a good setup.
Yeah, better lanes, better team fight. I have to favor EG.
Let's see if they do it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's throw it over to our lower bracket final casters right now. It's LD and Mott.
Thanks, Dakota. Ladies and gentlemen, that's right. We are live here on the floor of Key Arena, getting ready for EG versus Digital Chaos. On one side, Mont, you have a team that can only be described as Dota royalty. EG, already a dynasty, top 3 at the last 3 TIs, this one guaranteed, looking to become the first ever repeat champions. And on the other side, you have DC, a ragtag band of misfits with a captain who doesn't even want to be the captain. He wants to be the guy next to the captain, facing the man who might be the best guy next to the captain in the world, in Fear, as the panel said earlier. So a total clash in styles coming in, but none of that matters now. You set all aside on the main stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge match. DC, I don't think they thought they would get to this point. They just played one series at a time. They've positioned themselves to get to a top 3 berth, but EG feels like it's last year all over again. They're down to the lower bracket. They've been here before. They've been in this position, and EG can certainly take this series. And it should be an exciting one here as we'll jump into the game. EG on the Dire side. They pick up the SD Luna strat, which was something that Digital Chaos was running a fair bit during the group stages as well. You saw Resolution's Luna, obviously very successful during that group stage. So they'll pick it up this time. And on the other side for DC, it is going to be the Misery Naga Siren. That means
this is the curveball of the draft. The question was, would it be a support Naga? Would it be a carry? Resolution has played quite a bit of carry Naga. In fact, that's where DC found a lot of their early success in the tournament, was the split pushing heroes for Resolution, whether it was his Morphlane. I think that was probably still one of the standout performances of the tournament, or if it's something like the Naga, but indeed the Naga was picked as a counter to the Chrono. We're going to have an early level 1 skirmish here down at the bottom rune, though.
Want to fight. They want to make sure they get this bottom rune. It looks like EG will back off. They don't want to deal with that arrow.
Dominance asserted.
Yeah. DC have said, we'll take this bottom rune. You guys can get the top. We don't mind. And we'll shape into the laning phase now. Sumail will go ahead and body block. And we'll see how this matchup mid is going to go. I'm more than interested to see how we'll see Weeha do on this Mirana, which he's played a fair bit of as well against Sumail. Matchup we should have seen a little bit more, I think. Queen of Pain not getting picked up as often.
It's the aggro tri-lane for EG, something that teams have been running a lot more with the Shadow Demon Luna duo, and obviously Kunkka provides that reliable follow-up stun after the disruption. A lot of damage from this tri-lane. DC have an okay save, I would say, in the Oracle, but it's not necessarily the best one. And Razor, a hero that is fairly immobile, so only 295 base move speed, could get punished and run down by the Luna, who already starts with the Windlace. EG definitely very good at chasing. DC will have to mind their positioning.
And there is the Lunar Blessing as well. So the Luna, obviously, and they already hit a Torrent under Resolution. There's going to be the Shadow Poison as well. Fatinic will come out, but that might be your first blood. Resolution getting chased down, and it will be. Zai gets it done with a beautiful Torrent setup, and EG get first blood, just like that.
Yeah, PPD not going for the disruption here. This is the build we've seen more often from Shadow Demons. Higher damage output at level 1 with the Shadow Poison. So like you said, just a beautiful setup by Zai. Generally, you don't expect this tri-lane to go for kills until level 2 or 3. So EG off to a great start here in the offensive tri-lane. And they're doing it versus a support duo that needs a lot of experience, Naga and Oracle, and a carry in the Razor that is not the best comeback hero. DC cannot afford for this tri-lane to fall apart. They will not get help for some time, as Tidehunter really has to hit level 6 before he can make an impact in any sort of larger scale engagement, and Mirana unlikely to join the fight unless she gets a really good rune. So expect DC to have to salvage this solely with the lane. There won't be help for some time.
Yeah, but meanwhile, in the top lane, you still have, obviously, a pretty good matchup for Mu right now with 9 last hits going up against the Universe Void. Now, Universe Void, obviously, is legendary at this point. Going, obviously, I think 9-0 it was during this tournament so far with that Void.
I think it was actually 11-0, but yeah, he has been a beast on the hero. I think they have some decent solutions for the Void later on in the game. The Song is the big one. Oracle save is so-so, but I think the bigger issue is in the mid game, just being able to keep the Void under control. As mentioned, there is not much reliable lockdown for this hero, so unless you static link him pretty early in a fight and force him to disengage, he will be difficult to tango with. And he's getting a 1v1. He'll have a fast level 6 to go with that Sumail, as the mid Quap can offer a lot of damage. Like the synergy for EG around the Chronosphere is just amazing this game, so definitely something DC have to be very mindful of. Lots of setup for Chrono and lots of follow-up. But when it's down, that's where they can look to take the fight. So other 2 lanes looking fairly even so far. We do see Mu and Universe going blow for blow, trading evenly as far as CS goes. Weeha in the mid on Mirana is falling behind quite a bit, though. Sumail is getting the upper hand in this lane as time progresses. Now 9 denies.
The base damage of, I think, the Mirana a little bit lower here in the early stage of the game. When you look at Sumail sitting at almost 71 CS, or 71, excuse me, base damage coming out. So he has plenty of damage. He obviously has the Scream of Pain as well, and he can harass with the Shadow Strike if he wants to walk up against Weehaw. So Weehaw with that Starstorm can CS. Do an okay job getting some good farm right now. But as you said, Sumail with the early advantage. It's really this tri-lane down bottom that's the most interesting thing. EG will move forward, but still not able to find that second kill of the game just yet. But the Torrent on Misery might set it up. They have the tiebreaker coming through, but no follow-up as Fear is just CSing at this point. Resolution walks up, gives him a plasma field, but for now, still a lot of just farming at this stage of the game.
Yeah, for EG, they're really waiting on level 6s on their cores. Mirana, a hero that generally doesn't even want to rotate too much until you at least get 7, so you have the max Starfall. And of course, Void and Tidehunter. Both these heroes need their level 6s to impact the team fights. But at that point, you'll have to be very careful and call those MIAs quickly. Any of those big team fight ultimates entering this bottom lane can instantly wipe the enemy tri-lane. DC for now is at least out-farming the Luna. Fear not having the best start here, only 12 CS. He's getting out-farmed by a decent margin by the Razor, but Luna is on the flip side a very good comeback carry. This is a hero that can clear stacks quickly, especially with the Shadow Demon. You can stack the Ancients. We may see EG now rotate off the tri-lane. They are going to make a smoke maneuver here, heading towards the mid lane. Luna is very easily punished if she's left alone. But DC, unaware, at least for now.
They have the disruption ready to go. They're going to try to look for the setup on Weehaw, but he is back behind the tower as the wave is pushing in now.
He's very low. A torrent could just kill him.
Yeah, if they find it, but he is got some bottle to regen up at the very least. And he's going to back up. They use the scan, but they're looking off the mark.
Misses just barely outside of it.
I don't have the Queen of Pain. She's backed up. She's gone to heal. So it's only 2 versus 1 if they decide to go for this. He's still so close to the tower. PPD's going to come in and he finds the disruption, but he leaps away as the disruption hits. They still get the torrent. They jump in, get the scream, and that's more than enough damage as EG get their second kill.
Meanwhile, top lane, a Chronosphere on Mu, catching out the Tidehunter before he's hit level 6. Who expects the offensive tri-lane Luna to roam for a gank? EG now 3-0 the score. As far as CS goes, slightly behind, mainly because of their carry, but outside of that, they're in great shape here. They've got still the Queen of Pain ultimate to work with. Shadow Demon, Kunkka, such a reliable roaming duo. And you could tell DC were expecting a gank, but just didn't expect them to be able to catch him that far back. He was really playing defensively, Weehaw. It just shows you how much initiation potential this EG lineup really has.
I mean, even with that leap back underneath the tower, they still find him with the disruption and get the torrent follow-up. Just nice plays overall from the supports. And like you said, who expects the Luna to rotate up to that top lane and get a kill? You're missing out on CS, but you get the kill. That's the most important thing, and you stop moving farming. Disruption, PPD will pick up the bounty rune. Zoxa not there in time. DC support's not really doing much other than helping this bottom lane for now. They're kind of stuck to this down area, this bottom area in the jungle, and trying to pull and keep the lane even. For now, there's nobody else here. They can actually start rotating. Obviously, you saw Luna rotate out of that lane, and we'll see if they decide to send the supports elsewhere to try to look for kills on DC's side.
Yeah, so as for DC, they still have not debuted the Ravage here. Mirana yet to really get too active on the map with Weehaw being ganked, but looking at their draft, EG, the much more reliable and scarier 5-man lineup, the lineup that is easier to execute in team fights, that has more overall damage, and that I think scales better into the late game. So I definitely do feel like DC need to be making a move here relatively soon. At the very least, try to take some objectives, which you can see bottom. They're trying to chip away at this bottom tier 1 tower. Move still sitting top for the time being.
And plasma field damage from Resolutions. I can't get close anymore. They need some more heroes to rotate in if they want to go for the deny.
They're trying to set up on Fear top lane. They do have the Ravage. Oracle initiating. Anchor smash, lets it fly. He hits Sumail as well. TP's in almost a bit too early, but he might be here to turn it around. Mud, he has the ultimate, winding up. Not gonna let it go just yet. Mu in the trees will let him TP out. He wants to hold on to the ultimate for a bigger team fight combination. Universe also trying to save the chrono. EG are being very disciplined with their big team fight ultimate usage as Mu will slowly be chipped out, nearly finished off. It is taking forever.
Then he's going to get bashed up, and that'll finally bring him down.
But while that was happening, Resolution gets a free tower bottom, so EG extremely judicious, but this does now mean they have level 4 Scream of Pain, Sonic Wave, and the Chrono ready to go. This will put DC into a very defensive posture come next team fight. No Ravage for some time.
Still, they get the kill with the Ravage onto Fear. Again, stopping him from farming. He's not doing too badly, in fact. He's only a little bit behind Sumail's Queen of Pain at this point. Fear with that kill in the top lane, but him going down to the Ravage, still a good Ravage usage, but down bottom it looks like there's going to be Misery and
caught out. But the fog is hurting Sumail. The arrow comes through, just barely dodging it. Misery still survives.
What a juke. What a juke into that fog. And the ensnare keeping Sumail in position.
Nerves of steel. Great usage of fog there. Just that single tree screwing over the Queen of Pain. And Misery, on the back of that, he closes in on the Song of the Siren. This is the main counter they have to Chronosphere. Will EG fight another opening before Naga hits 6? They're going to look for it now, smoking up the Universe and Zai.
They're going to go through the jungle right now. Again, you talked about that Chronosphere. They held it for the longest time. They didn't use it to kill Tide. They have it now. There's 2 heroes mid for DC. They want to set this up. They certainly can, and we'll see if they go for it. They drop the ward down. It's going to be scouted out immediately. There's a sentry there for DC ready to counter it at a moment's notice.
Man, all these rotations from Sumail have really set him back. He was crushing the mid lane before he started ganking, was winning 1v1 handily in CS. It was like he had like a 3 lasted advantage, 8 or 9 deny advantage. And then he got a gank on his lane, found the kill, was even farther ahead, but multiple rotations now, as well as the death, they have set him back quite a bit. Only at 2.3k net worth. The rest of the team will have to step up a bit. Here comes the boat top.
They're going to find Moon. They're going to catch him with the boat. They have the Tidebringer as well. Universe, Chronosphere popped, and they're going to bring him down with the Luna. They have the Lucid Beam, and that should get the kill. Raindrops will not save him this time, and Moo will in fact drop yet again.
A nice setup there by Universe. Luna does not have the best attack range, but placed the Chronosphere well so that Fear could lay into the Tide. Does delay the mech build up by a decent margin. I want to point out, though, I like the way Misery is moving his illusions around here. We saw bottom earlier. He was scouting for anybody from EG, potentially. I think the Void, the main hero, he's worried about trying to set up a counter gank where they push the tier 1. Now we see him moving into the enemy jungle with illusions to contest the Luna, to slow down the Void, and also just keep tabs on EG. Naga is not known so much for being picked as a vision-based hero. You know, that's more the realm of like Beastmaster, Night Stalker, who are almost purely picked for that particular purpose. But she does offer something there as DC look to make their move. But unfortunately, there is a ward.
Yeah, that ward is greatly placed, and EG should have seen that smoke come through for DC. And Fear's already making a move towards the mid lane, knowing that he could get caught out very easily by this DC squad. He'll Zai and Universe to counter smoke and head maybe towards the bottom lane, although there's no one there. They can head and wrap around on mid as well if they want to try to go for Weehaw. They're just moving away from this DC squad who's trying to invade this mid lane right now. Even Sumail sitting down beneath the tower at this point.
Yeah, EG know when the Chronosphere is down, until Luna and Queen of Pain get items, they are not strong at team fighting. So they dodge. They also managed to scan DC. They now know DC were trying to make a play on mid. So EG, it'll be their turn to play keep away while DC look for the tier 1 siege.
This is a good tier 1 tower to take in the mid lane. They don't want to fight into Ravage, although there is Chronosphere for EG. They're all down bottom. It looks like there's going to be a tier 1 for a tier 1 trade. The mid tier 1 for DC is a huge pickup, as they've already taken the bottom tier 1 as well.
There's a glyph here still for the Radiant. A lot of time if they want to defend this mod. They have the song to set up. Misery comes in. EG could get caught out here.
There we go. Yeah, they're going to TP more, and they're backing away. It looks like EG have an understanding that something is happening here. Here we'll walk forward, though. Song not committed. Misery looked like he was going for it, but decided against it at the last moment there.
The Chrono is now online, so EG, they have their insurance policy. Do they look for any sort of smoke, or do they just back away? They TP Fear out. Eyes are on Resolution here as he squirms through top. Moonlight Shadow did get activated by DC, but you can see EG are prepared for this. 2 sentry wards already planted down bottom. They know Moonlight Shadow is one of the biggest threats DC have at this stage of the game.
They should have seen Resolution in that top lane, again with that ward, go invis with the Moonlight Shadow, so they should know there's probably something going on here in DC. And with that happening, they still have the top farming hero, of course, with Resolution on that Razor. He has the early Dragonlance coming out, giving him some really good HP and armor, not to mention the range as well, and that's huge.
Standard Razor build, but against Chronosphere, this is especially important to get tanky on your cores, and I think that's one of the reasons why they went for the Razor was, first of all, a relatively strong laning hero if he's not being chain stunned and nuked down, which we saw early, but not so much later on. Can just zone out the Luna effectively, and then more importantly, is not an easy hero to burst. They don't have that swap save or a Dazzle Grave. Oracle does better with tanky cores, and now closes in, does have the False Promise. Could be difficult to kill off the Razor inside the Chrono.
Speaking of Chrono, and going back to what you were talking about earlier with Luna's short range, do you think the Dragonlance is a choice that Fear might go for here on this Luna?
Yeah, Dragonlance is just a really easy to build up item. The stats that you get per gold are incredible, so I would be surprised if he doesn't go for it. You could go Yasha, but then he's very squishy, and against Mirana with all the burst she brings to the table, pretty much could be solo kill just by the quadruple Starstorm. Will not have nearly enough HP. Speaking of which, Weeha, point booster already picked up, on his way to it. Won't be the fastest Ags timing, but he's still on a good clip.
So while DC are down in kills, they are up in net worth right now, although it's very small, about 1,500 net worth advantage. And at 13 minutes, it's not that much. Obviously, EG looking for a lot of that gold in towers and trying to get that tier 1 tower down bottom. Their first tower of the game. They will group up and maybe go for a trade here as DC is still top with Resolution and a couple of heroes wrapping around behind. Mu and Misery, of course, looking for more. Are they both building?
Oh, we have one buckler here. I believe it's Mu building the mech. Misery for now, the value buckler. Curious to see if he goes into a full Crimson Guard, if he just lets this sit. But it does buff them quite a bit in team fights, and it's very nice to have the bonus armor versus Luna. So I think it's a value pickup for now. Against Illusions, Crimson Guard is really strong, though, so I wouldn't be shocked if he goes into one.
I can see that coming out from Misery. And Misery, of course, you're doing pretty well, all things considered, even in terms of net worth. As a support, up to 3.5K, and that's something that Misery has always excelled at in farming these heroes.
Looks like they might want to fight Mott. They have that song to set things up, but already the tower mid dropping low. EG taking towers uncontested for now. They don't have the mech yet on Mu. You can see DC, as a result, hesitant to engage. They will forfeit another tower.
They're pushing that top lane, that tier 2. Looks like it will fall. EG not in a position to defend this, and they're just going to give it up. They don't want to deal with Resolution or Weeha at this point. So DC will take another tower. Sure, they lose their tier 1 mid, but they gain the access to the top lane with no outer towers there. It's going to be tougher for EG to farm this area. They do have that tier 2 mid. We'll see where they head up now, of course. There is going to be that Dragonlance, as we talked about, being picked up for Furious, the double band of Elven Skin for now. Just needs the Ogre Club, and for everyone else, starting to farm up and get those items, including Universe, who's got the Vlads now.
EG have done a really nice job of not only taking the tower, but then looking to secure the enemy jungle. Deep wards get planted down. They park Xayah and Sumail aggressively in the enemy woods on the back of this. A very quiet game for both teams, though, and all the while, Resolution continues to farm. Still the leader in net worth as a Razor. 101 CS. This is a FATA level performance of farming a Razor. A lot of players tend to struggle at keeping their farm up moving later into the game, especially when you're up against heroes like a Luna, a Queen of Pain, who flash farm pretty well, even having a Mirana on your own team who takes up a lot of space. But with the BOT build, he can scale into the late game.
Resolution's performances so far this tournament have been on point as well. Mu's doing a little bit of backstroke, and now they find PPD. They're going to gush him as well. They bring him down with Purifying Flames. He will disrupt himself for the time being, allowing at least EG to rotate in. It's too late. They kill him with the Starstorm, and Weeha will be able to pick up that and almost his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, pretty much the ideal hero for EG to tank the gank. At the same time, though, DC didn't use any big cooldowns, and it's the Mirana getting the kill. So Weeha, like you mentioned, will have a faster Aghanims as a result. Only one component to go. And with BOTs on Razor, with DC currently out-farming EG, no Dominator build on Fear, Void for Universe going for the very standard Vlad's pickup, and Queen of Pain not finding kills, you do wonder how well EG will be able to keep up in a farm war heading later on in the game. At some point, these heroes can flash farm, but their power curve for hitting creeps and killing them quickly is very far behind DC's right now.
It's surprising to me that Sumail has not found these kills, and really maybe it's just the lack of runes. He now has the Invis rune, and with no real vision here for DC, they might get caught out in the jungle as Sumail is coming in. They're looking to, I think, gank.
This dire vision could be huge here. They see the Tide Hunter.
Jumping in, but the Chronosphere not used yet move. Now he gets caught by it.
He can solve this.
Torn comes out. They could song. They're not using it just yet. The Ensnare about to come through. There's the Static Link. It looks like they're trying to turn this around. Here comes the Ghost Ship as well. Nothing going on so far, and we will reset LD.
They're setting up for the Ravage. This could be huge. The arrow as well. The timing is there, but a great disruption by PPD to try and turn the fight. Universe down. EG gotta back off. Sumail committing the ultimate, unable to find a kill. Modest to blink away. So Chrono gets blown. Queen of Pain ult committed, and no kills for EG.
That's a 1-for-0 with like 3 ultimates, or 4 actually with the Ghost Ship. How does it happen?
There's a lot of disengage here for both teams, whether it's Time Walk, Leap, Song, Disruption. even the Kunkabo to mitigate damage, the Queen of Pain blink. But hey, if all the ultimates are getting blown and DC's the team that walks away with the kill, they're going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, Weehaw now has almost enough for his Aghanim Scepter, and that's a huge item. They have the mech done. It is Misery picking it up. There's a chainmail on the Tidehunter. I think he might just go straight into Blink.
He may opt to go back for either Blink right away or perhaps we'll consider a Pipe.
Yeah.
Pipe very good against Kunkka, especially. The boat alone does 400 AoE damage at level 1. Luna, early to mid game, brings a lot of magic burst to the table, or could just go into the Blink and then head straight towards a bigger item pickup, so like a Shiva's Guard. So we'll see what Mu wants to build. Perhaps slight miscommunication for DC, but hey, at least they didn't build 2 completed mechs.
Yeah, that would have been a huge problem. But, I mean, for Misery to have this much farm at this point, 18 minutes, very good for a Naga Siren, obviously. We've seen support Naga Sirens farm fast before, but now in this TI, this is the first I've seen support Naga Siren have this mech this early on. And now they're getting ready to go with another potential engagement. There is that ward for EG that might scout things out here, as Resolution will walk up with an illusion as well.
The scan as well. Well timed by EG. It sees there are heroes behind the Razor, so they won't go in without getting a great setup, which Universe is currently looking for. Chronos there, it's a good position, tough to get around it. Currently, Tidehunter Ravage, 40 seconds up cooldown, but the Oracle to it keeps Resolution alive as he backs away, even an Eclipse committed. Razor will pop in the end. Now the turn, can they catch Sumail? Blinking back, DC on the chase, but they lack the Ravage.
There's going to be the Torrent coming in, Universe going back in as well. Weehaw getting up with a Star Storm, blows up Sumail!
He's got an arrow.
One kill. They have the Riptide as well coming through. They want the arrow. Almost hits Universe. Zai, he's able to TP away. No, he gets caught. The Star Storm gets Weehaw. Triple kill.
A 4-for-1 exchange, and Mott, they did it without the Blink Ravage, which now Mu has. Without even a song for the fight, EG had to commit so much to kill the Razor. They know there's an Oracle on the enemy team. If they don't blow all their spells and he lives with the False Promise, you know you're going to lose the team fight, but this is another way they can fall short here. We'll see. He backs off. Sumail getting caught there by Weehaw. And then, even though he blinks away, this is where Mirana is very scary. If you don't burst her in fight, she gets off multiple double Star Storms, can just wreck your team. Almost everyone on EG drops to half health when they group up around her. And as they try to run the net, catching Universe had to dodge the arrow, which meant he wasn't moving directly back as quickly. It allowed Misery to get in range for the net, sets up Weehaw for the triple. Great engagement by DC.
LD, time and time again, we've seen that Aghanim Scepter come out, and as soon as it does, it's a game changer, all the way back to the wild card here at TI6.
They scanned the top lane. They knew there were heroes behind Razor. They didn't 100% know Weehaw now has Aghanim Scepter. They had not seen it until the fight broke out. And it's an item that has caught teams off guard. Does so again here, Mott.
That's huge. Weehaw getting that triple kill. He's already up to 2,000 after picking up that Aghanim Scepter. And go into more of that right-click build that we've seen more and more often as the tournament progresses, or the caster build for the Mirana here. And we'll wait and see as they start to push in this Tier 2 tower bottom lane. Now with an advantage up to 5,000 net worth for DC. It's getting tougher and tougher for Evil Geniuses, but they do have great late game as Sumail will pick up an Aghanim Scepter. Fear continues to farm.
You just have to worry for EG when Sumail is not having a huge impact. Here's bottom lane, PPD trying to defend the tower, gets caught out. He's going to set up Weehaw for the arrow. Doesn't connect, but doesn't need it either. So PPD falling again. EG reluctant to do much to defend these towers, but Mott, they're going to have to come back now because DC are threatening high ground. They've got a catapult, Naga Illusions here to soak up some tower damage and sustain the siege.
Song,
they got to come home.
Ready as well. You've all these abilities at the ready for DC. EG as well with Eclipse, the Chronosphere coming out, and here we go. They're going to find that torrent, maybe onto Weehaw. Connect, but Resolution pushing them back with the plasma field and doing some nice chip damage. Will they continue on here, LD? It looks like they will.
Yeah, bit by bit, very patient spread here from DC, leaving the Tidehunter far back. The Naga there as well to ensure she gets off the sun. They do not want their heroes that can turn the fight to all get caught by a Chronosphere. I like the way DC positioned the backline in that siege. They don't fully take the tower, but they force EG to come home. One item that will help EG to stall a lot more, which is coming fairly soon for Zai, but is a bit later than normal, is the Armlet. Already has the Blades of Attack, the Gloves of Haste, but he stopped off for Drums and Phase. A lot of times you will just see the Armlet picked up as the first big item. So Zai, once this is up, you can just X yourself, blink in, smack the creep wave to more quickly force DC back and potentially get them into a low HP threshold where you can chrono and get some kills, but he's not there yet.
Starting to get to that point in farm where EG might be able to actually, with Fear getting some more items, including what seems to be a BKB, they can actually start fighting here pretty soon. He's farming the ancient stack now. Obviously, they're still pretty far behind with Fear. They're starting to catch up, and that's a big item, although Universe bursted down by Weeha in the bottom lane.
Great solo pick there. We got is heating up on the big stage, and now Moon! He unloads on EG, catches out 3. Zai in trouble, he drops the taunt, but they give chase. Resolution sucking up his damage. He's got a lot of move speed while Weeha cleaning up on the backside. He brains down PPD. The poke comes through just to protect Zai himself, and he still can't get away. DC grab 4. Oh my, Moo, he had the ward to set up that gank. He knew there were heroes near the secret shop and had the confidence for a massive 3-hero Blink Ravage.
DC are about to push tier 3 tower, maybe try to take a set of Rex. There is buyback on the Luna, but look at Zai's down for 22 seconds. Chrono not even used there as he got solo picked by the Mirana. Sonic Wave will come through, but it does really nothing at this point in time. That did nothing, LD. They're just going to heal Misery up. They get back together as a team. The Glyph is gone now. We'll see if DC really wants to continue this push. It looks like they will back away, confident with what they've accomplished here.
Yeah, they are really hurting EG's farm department now. Sumail opted for the Aghanim Scepter. It's an item that lets you Queen of Pain ult every time the Chrono's up, even if Universe goes for Ag, so he'll still have the 1-minute cooldown to work with. So it makes their team fight potentially stronger, but it's not the best single target burst item, and I think that's what you're seeing now is Resolution, 1900 HP. Even the Mirana of Weeha with the Aghanims build already, he sits at 1600. Tidehunter roughly around the same mark as well as Moo picks up a point booster. Potential Aghanims build for him. They're getting to that point where EG lacks single target burst damage, essentially. You do have Soul Catcher, but there's also great disengage. There's great single target heal from Saksa, who now has a Glimmer Cape as well. And we've seen what he can do in this item. My God, his Winter Wyvern was immaculate.
They're going to try to go on Resolution, and there's Demonic Purge coming out the Ghost Shift as well. But you talked about how tanky he is, and he's going to try to fight both of these heroes. PPD gushed up. He's going to get chased down. False Promise coming out. Universe looking for a Chronosphere.
He does not want to solo Chrono Moo, and he's going to have to. But Weeha, he finds the back angle, moves on to Fear. The Eclipse coming out. Can Weeha get away? It would be a huge kill for EG. He's low. He's almost dead, but no!
What a turnaround. Move blinks out as well, but here comes the rest. They will Sonic Wave, and they will pick up the Tidehunter. What a disengage from DC.
Man, Misery to the rescue again. Fantastic Son usage there. Saves the Mirana. Weeha now with the Blake, the BOTs. At this point, Mirana generally will build into the shotgun. Could potentially see a BKB if he wants to be a little more durable in the fights. We see he is vulnerable if he tanks all the EG magic damage, but this is just the nature of the DC draft. If they get ahead, they have so many ways to reset the fight and disengage, so many sustain abilities as well as reset options, and EG just unable to find that clean teamfight execution. Where are the 3-4 hero Universe Chronos? I think one of the things that's hurting them out is they haven't had the best vision. Losing all those towers, currently no tier 2 standing, has limited PPD's ability to get out on the map. When he has gone out to ward, we've seen him get punished and ganked repeatedly. And as a result, Universe goes in blind, and they don't have a vision hero really outside of that. Just Shadow Poison. It's minor at best. Not the easiest lineup for him to set up Chronos from while playing from behind, unless they go high ground.
This is without a gem for DC as well. They're just getting an advantage through towers and sheer force of will, dropping these wards down. It's been Saksa and Misery, of course, in that department, making sure that the vision is great, and it is. They'll take down this last outer tower here. The Torrent will come through. Resolution sidesteps it. BKB is now done for Fear if they want to go out and fight now. Zai's still working on his armlet, getting very close. Back away. The Tidehunter Ravage is back up and available. That's the most important thing. Still no song. That'll be up in about 18 seconds as well. So they have their ultimates coming back off cooldown. And they should get this tier 2, I believe.
Zai still no armlet. He X's himself, but he just goes home without even really doing anything to slow down the push. And Fear has to build into a BKB. This really limits the Luna's ability to flash farm. It's generally not an item you want to go for at this stage unless you're 5-manning aggressively at their towers and trying to end the game early. See just a farming Queen of Pain ult in the bottom lane from Sumail. He's also building BKB. This is the Mirana. Simply because of Mirana existing in the game, Tidehunter a bit as well. Like, you have to get BKB, but At the same time, you can just play around the BKB cooldowns if you're a Mirana. Wait, the song can reset the fight, you blink and leap away. Then when the BKBs are down, you come back in with the shotgun. We saw EG running the carry Mirana for Sumail against mass BKBs in that legendary series versus eHome, and eventually got to the point where they're all 5-second BKBs, and you just kite them, and then you blow heroes up as soon as they wear off. So it's a necessary item, but it is not by any means a guaranteed solution to the burst damage DC has.
And Mook can still catch them off guard. They can blink in with that Ravaging, and if he has a good one, I'm sure they won't get off the BKB in time. And DC's looking to maybe set this up now. He's going to blink forward, Gush. He won't go for the Ravage yet.
They want to fight.
Tower's going to go down. Soxa TPing in really aggressively. There's the Chrono on it too, with the Ghost Ship coming in as well. And Soxa and Resolution getting blown up. They get the arrow on Universe, but now looking to chase more. EG, they get 2.
I'm not sure what was going on there for DC. Soxa TPing in the front lines as an Oracle. That's generally not where you'll see him. May have been expecting Misery to Song as Weehaw goes for the solo kill in Universe. The quadruple Starstorm, not going to be enough, and they X'd him.
That's Torrent. Oh, he avoids it. The Blink Dagger trying to actually TP away. Bash is not there. Wow.
Oh my. If he gets bashed there, DC hemorrhage even more gold, but yeah, that was big miscommunication from DC. Soxa TPing in front, maybe was expecting the Son into Ravage setup, but you generally don't want to try to Son Ravage at this point because they have so many BKBs on their cores, the Queen of Pain and the Luna now completing them. So from this point forward, that becomes a very unreliable way to take fights. More likely, you either want to wait for the BKBs and then you use that combo, or you just try for the Blink Ravage and get on top of them so they have minimal time to react, as it does have a travel distance the farther away from the Tidehunter's position. But yeah, DC, miscommunication there. Good news for them is Mirana did not go down. Razor still farming like a champ. Resolution now with the BKB completed. So their cores continue to get farmed, but still, when you're this far ahead as DC, they were over 10,000 gold up. You give up a lot with just a couple of kills.
Yeah, I mean, Resolution is still farming well, and he's still top the net worth, but that is a critical death going his way. And like you said, Soxa caught out with that Chronosphere as well. Shouldn't have been there, but...
And it's going to be a 1-minute Chrono fairly soon, Mon. Already Universe with the Ogre Club. At that point, the Queen of Pain Ags becomes devastating. These two can just hook up every minute and find basically a free kill on us support.
You have to be careful for DC. Build a bit tankier. Resolution's already done a fair bit of that. And Misery is going to have to be very diligent with the Song of the Siren against Universe. Again, though, the BKBs are up and out for EG now. They're starting to get those items. And again, Roshan has not been really an objective for either of these teams. Neither of these teams really great at Roshan, at least not yet. Luna a little bit better later on down the road with Gush. Obviously, you have some armor reduction for DC, but not much. So taking Roche at this point for either team might be a bit too early for that, but they do want to keep tabs on that Roche area around that pit. And EG will continue to push bottom, as well as the top lane push coming out from DC, trying to force some heroes back.
So now it's kind of a schizophrenic item build. He was going towards a mech earlier, now he builds into the hood after the point booster. Seems like he's very indecisive about what he wants here. Did he want a mech? Does he want a pipe? Was he going for an Ags? It's a bit of everything, but he hasn't gotten that one big item just yet that could make the difference. EG, meanwhile, they're looking decisive, Mott. Naga Illusion here trying to scout things out, but they could get the jump on Moo. It would be huge. Good positioning, though. Look at Misery in the back.
We're going to go for Weehaw, potentially. Universe of Smoke is broken. Chronosphere on to 2. Misery, Weehaw. Great false promise. Blink Ravage in, catches out a couple, but Sumail has his BKB. They ensnare him, however, and the fight's still going okay for DC now, LD.
Weehaw's alive, and he's looking to come back in. He's got the Starstorm available. Eclipse raining down, but Resolution tanking his way through this. He's far too difficult to burst for now. Gets off the Static Link. Shadow Demon has to buy back, and now the reset. Song for Misery. Weehaw maybe going to set up, but the song will end. They've got to back away here, it seems. DC indecisive. Do they want to fight? Do they want to run? They find Sumail. They get the quap.
And they bring him down quickly. They're not saying yet. PPD might die back here if he's not careful.
Still chasing him. Mirana is ramping up the longer this fight goes. Weehaw's going to take over. Fear barely able to escape. But now the ultimates are down. Mirana's still going to be strong as ever. The Void Axe is not done yet. A full minute where that's unavailable. And DC behind the Razor, this frontline tanker, they may be looking to push. Indeed they are. No Eclipse. BKB's on cooldown. A very tough defense right now for EG.
No buyback for Sumail. He's up in 30 seconds. Weehaw just jumps and gets the double Starstorm on 2, and now they're looking to take Rax. Cliff, I don't think should be available. Arrow coming through, hits Universe. Not a long duration, but they will go for it. Zizlo as well.
Good
they
zoning by DC.
Back. Everyone is back.
They just want the racks for now. The melee dropping low. DC, the first racks of the lower bracket finals is theirs. They claim it while all tier 2 stand. And they now catapult themselves into a quite decisive advantage, over 12,000 gold ahead. Universe hunting for something as he moves forward. And what a critical time to find that fight mod before the Void Ags. If Void has Ags, EG might get a second shot at that fight, but because it's not up yet, the one fight not decisive enough for them, they had no plan B at that point. And now, to make things a lot more difficult, Moo, he does complete his first big item, grabbing the pipe. This will mitigate a lot of EG's damage output. They still lack heavy physical damage. Luna's is getting there, but with the build Fear's gone for, it's a slow build-up.
I mean, you see it even with Zai just getting the combination. It's just too much damage to deal with at that point in time. So magical damage of the Ghost Ship as well as the Torrent, nice to block, as well as the Scream of Pain. You take that out. And with that pipe, this is going to allow them to siege with more, I guess,
more
resolve. Yeah, I think at that point, then you're just ready to go. And I think they would like to have an Aegis as well, but again, they don't take it that fast. And maybe get a pick and try to go for it there. And Fear is getting chased down by Weeha. He's going to have to TP away. Arrow if he hits it, but no, it's on cooldown for 3 seconds. Won't be able to find the pick off. And Fear will get away.
EG definitely looking a bit shaken after that. Moving around as a pack of 4. They know one more bad fight with all the tier 2s brought down. Either means a DC Aegis, EG buybacks, or potentially a second lane of racks. Any of these things tips the game even further in DC's favor when they're already in control. Now up to 14,000 gold. I'm looking at what DC needs to break a second lane of racks. To me, the big thing is Resolution completing the Assault Cuirass. At that point, Pipe, AC, tanky cores, you have a Glimmer Cape, Oracle great at keeping heroes alive in fights. Everyone on DC generally elusive in their own right. I think even if EG hits a good combo, they struggle to find kills, assuming just one of those defensive abilities gets off.
This is going to be big. They're going to run right into each other. Fear and Weeha will spot each other first, not committing to the fight. And here comes Resolution from the side. BKB pop. He wants PPD, and he's already getting chased down. Has to self-destruct. Great chrono onto 2, but he doesn't hit Move the song. Setting this up. Here we go. The Sonic Wave coming through.
They want the Oracle, but it's not quite enough. Saksa stays alive. He gets off the false promise. They turn on Sumail. Resolution hitting for almost 350 a pop here. Lashing down Fear. He'll drop the Luna. 3 have fallen. EG have been denied again by Misery. And on to Zai they go. A triple for Rezo and GG. EG get shut down by DC in game 1. They got their Universe Void, 11-0 coming into this game. Now it's 11-1.
They had answers at every turn. DC seemed to be ready at every moment. And EG, they couldn't find the farm for Luna. They couldn't find the farm for Sumail. And it just wasn't there during the team fights. And DC, some great team play. The song resets, the move ravages, it all coming together at the perfect time for this squad.
A mixture of smiles and very business-like looking from them as they walk off the stage, but they know this is only game 1, this is a best of 3, and still wings are waiting. But with the way that DC played that game, any nerves they may have had coming into the final day, they're gone now. This team is going to be confident.
Yeah, I mean, that's a game 1 victory over the TI5 winning team against the veteran presence that is EG. I think a lot of people at EG, of course, winning this series and moving on to face up against Wings, but still, to have that confidence, to have that game plan, the draft from Misery as well on point, just such good play from DC.
After seeing what Wings did yesterday, where they banned the Void in game 2, took that series 2-0 convincingly, I was wondering would DC consider a first stage ban, but they had answers for the Chronosphere that game. And I think the big thing that really set EG back here was we saw a lot of wasted time by Sumail, unable to find kills. He did not snowball this game. And with that, we'll bring it back. Paul, what do you think so far?
Yes, thank you very much. A very exciting first game and exactly what we were looking for. Thank you very much to LD. We'll come back to you, of course, for game 2. Shane, you were very excited towards the end of the game.
Oh, honestly, it had a lot to do with the draft for me. Like the way Misery played in that game, picking the Naga against this huge team fight orientated team, being able to choose when to fight, when to go in, and it was just beautiful execution.
Chivi, you made a point about the drafts being really on point from Misery this whole tournament. No change.
No change at all. The laning stage was maybe a little bit shaky. I mean, EG did get a couple of kills, but Digital Chaos did not miss a beat, and this time the Chronospheres were not as instrumental as they were in the past.
Not detrimental.
Not detrimental.
I knew what you meant anyway, so it was fine.
We all did, yeah. I mean, they had a plan. They were like, you'll take the Void, we'll take the Naga. That's a fair trade-off. And the thing is, you can run this Naga in a support, in a core role. Again, it's DC with this flexibility. They can pick a last pick core that made sure they had a strong tri-lane to fight the Shadow Demon Kunkka Luna tri-lane. And just all of like the various small little counter picks. I think the key hero to me was even the Oracle. We saw a couple of team fights. The key one at that top tier 1 tower where a Fate's Edict keeps Mirana alive. Sumail goes back in, ends up dying because he thinks he can get a kill there with the Scream. It does no damage. I think pros still don't quite know what Oracle does as a hero. I was joking on Twitter. It's like they only just learned what False Promise does, the ultimate. They still figuring out what Fate's Edict does or what it looks like because it's very deceptive. You think a hero's going to die, you use 2 nukes and you're like, wait, she took 0 damage. That wasn't False Promise. Why is she taking no damage? But Oracle Saxka played such a great game.
Very critical from Gods. Let's find out what our draft panel made of that. A draft win or a game win?
That is a great question. Actually, the age-old question, if you will. I'm here, of course, at the draft headquarters. I got Merlini and Blitz and Waga. Hello, gentlemen. Actually, I'll just put that question your way, Ben. I mean, do you feel like it was just pretty significant that DC had the draft advantage and both teams played their drafts as good as they can and DC just had the better pieces?
I thought it was a game win. I actually thought EG's draft was a little bit better. We were arguing on the panel before. Is like, is we or Sumail a better mid? And I think Sumail has been the better mid for the greater part of a year, but I think this tournament we has played incredibly well. One play that really stood out to me was when he blinked out after the X Torrent combo and then blinked out and TP'd out right in front of 4 EG heroes.
I think that they just executed really well, but at the same time, I want to point out that DC, that support Naga made so much happen. Misery, he has a great understanding of the draft. I love the way they drafted Naga early, and it's like, oh, we don't know exactly where it's going to be, but it was so good against the Void, against the big combinations, because EG had tons of good combinations, and the draft looked very solid, but they dealt with it great. I also think the Razor, we underestimated how big impact that was going to have. He could, once he got his BKB up, he could just walk in, not care at all, and that really made it hard for EG to focus down one guy, because they had Razor right next to them saying, hey guys, you're just going to die if you try and do this.
Yep. Let's take actually a brief timeout on this subject, gentlemen, because we're going to go to school right now. We got Mr. Purge in attendance to teach us about movement speed.
Windlace. It's really about movement speed, and this is what really stuck out to me in the laning stage. EG opted to do tri-lane versus tri-lane, something that DC's been kind of perfecting over the tournament, constantly fighting aggressive lanes. But this game, EG had the better tri-lane for a couple reasons. You've got Lunar Blessing, I think it's called, plus 14 damage to him and all of his allies in the area, which already makes your tri-lane do more damage than the other ones. But the really big thing is about Windlace here. It gives you 20 movement speed, it costs about 235 gold, and this is going to make Luna run at about 355 movement speed at level 1. It's pretty good. It's like a boots advantage against any other hero, and they did this on a lot of their heroes. Now, if you're comparing this to Razor, for example, he's only got 295 movement speed at the start of the game. This is probably confusing to you if you saw the end of the last game, but his third skill here actually does increase his movement speed by a lot. It's just you don't skill it very much early. So they had this big movement speed advantage over DC in the laning stage, and they had right-click damage advantage due to the aura from Luna. On Shadow Demon, for example, he doesn't need to get Windlace because he's a ranged hero, but on Kunkka, they do actually pick that up. So this is very similar to the way that DC was playing Slaughter the other day. They did it again with the Naga Siren, but EG exploited this to get some nice early kills. The first one, oh, I'm sorry, my bad. That kill that actually did happen was down here. Eventually, Zai did throw a torrent out. They caught Resolution, and while he's still very slow movement speed, they're able to chase him down basically and just right-click so many times until he ends up going down and dying. So that was a really nice first blood. That's about movement speed. One other non-movement speed clip that I just absolutely couldn't pass up was this Misery gank. It was so cool. Very, very small juke possibility here, but mainly he landed the net, which prevents Queen of Pain from moving. And the other really big thing about that was that allowed Resolution to get the static link off while he jukes into the trees. Such a sick clip. The fact that he actually got the kill there. It was really just incredible. And then later on in the game, if we take a look at Razor's build, I really wanted to focus on this. He's got Dragonlance for HP and stats. He's got Boots of Travel, very rare, but because of not needing a TP, he can now hold the raindrops longer and the Akula, which gives him overall farm. I just couldn't believe he was able to keep up and farm. And the really cool thing about the draft is that Razor's weaknesses due to like Chronosphere is completely offset by having Naga Siren be able to sleep, as well as the Ravage as well. So it pretty much countered all of what EG did, eventually gave them a movement speed advantage and made the Razor a lot more valuable than normally he would be.
Thank you so much, Purge. Your knowledge is just greatly appreciated here. Now, gentlemen, it was voted upon that for our MVP of game number 1 would be none other than Weehaw on Lady Mirana here. Will, Can you make a note about his performance at all? Do you agree with that, or do you think someone else kind of deserves the credit where it's due?
I think potentially Saksa. I think Saksa on the Oracle saved a lot of those fights for them. The top fight where he gets the Fate's Edict off on the Mirana, they were able to turn things around. I think that was the true turning point of the game. And although cores get a lot of credit, I think Weeha did play very well. I thought that Oracle was just almost perfectly played.
He really makes Mirana look like the hero of this meta. Would you guys agree with that at all? It feeling like it a little bit.
There's a few heroes that are up there. I think we definitely have, SD, Kunkka, Mirana, and Void. Like, these are very recurring heroes. Then we have heroes that we don't see anymore, like Elo Titan, that are, I would say, even more heroes than meta because they get banned out.
For sure. All right, that is our take on game number 1. We look forward to the draft for game number 2, so we'll go ahead and get ready to send things out to our outside Paul and crew.
Thank you very much. Yes, of course, we'll be back for draft 2 very shortly. Gods, yeah, what the men said. Mirana, definitely one of the favourite of the current meta, but more of this particular tournament.
Yeah, this particular tournament and these two teams, I'd say even more specifically. There are some teams who aren't prioritizing as much, but both EG with Sumail and DC with Weeha, first pick material. And they're going to fight over that pick. It may become a ban going into game number 2. I think that's something that EG want to try and keep out of Wee's hands if possible.
Mention for Misery, no deaths.
No deaths.
Really?
Insane.
There was that in that clip, actually. He was like, he had a sliver of health left, but...
He had so much farm also on a support Naga that got aggressive tri-lane, which is something normally you don't farm as much. Obviously, you're stuck in your lane all the time because you have to help your core. But this time, I don't know where he got it from.
He actually went Illusions and Riptide, like level 2, so he farmed with the Illusions a little bit, helped quite a lot.
He did a lot of really nice small plays too. There was a smoke gank early that went towards the mid lane. And he had his illusion camp right there to try and scout it out. His illusions were constantly moving around in the first 5-10 minutes. They're actually smoked and they got their kill, but it was just one of those really nice things to see that he's so proactive. He knows what EG are looking to do. Misery's headed was really in this game.
In terms of the way that the two captains match up, it's a very intriguing kind of matchup, isn't it, between PPD and Misery? Now he's one down. PPD, what does he come up with? Bit of magic,
Plan B,
bit of old EG draft magic.
I think in that game, when you look at Sumail, he was kind of forced to make things happen. Like, he was destroying his lane. He had like 12 denies at like 2 minutes in. He was doing great, but he was forced to rotate and try and make action happen. I think he's like on a Bloodstone carrier, like Storm, Timbersaw, kind of greedier early game, like, and towards 15 minutes start making things happen. Like, he needs to farm more.
Do you feel, Shiva, maybe they focused on Sumail a lot in the early group stage games, where they sort of surrounded, almost in a style like OG do with Miracle, where they were like, we're just going to put everything on him and play the way he wants us to play and support him. Do you feel like they need to go back to that? Because that seemed to be disappeared in the last 2 series.
Well, the previous game definitely was a little bit of a different style that AG normally goes. They went for an aggressive trial lane, which, as you heard the analysts say, it's normally something that Digital Chaos does, and they have perfected this. And they basically try to play Digital Chaos's game and then trying to shut them down in the laning stage, because that's where you want to shut Digital Chaos down. That's where they get their advantages. And doing that aggressive tri lane didn't get the result they were aiming for. So how are they going to try to beat it next? It's a question.
It is the question as well. There's also another question, and it feels almost incredible for me to be able to say this, but DC are 1 game away from playing in the grand final of the International. That's astonishing.
What do you think now, Gods?
He's not going to give it up, Gods.
I can't. His doubt on day 1 was, you literally answered no.
Okay.
Like, that was your answer.
There were a lot of people that were doubting Digital Chaos at the start.
Yes.
And all those doubters have been proven wrong.
Yeah.
He's just, resembling that
been
part
silenced.
of the community.
He's been silenced right now. He's got nothing to say for himself. Shane, you win the war.
We win the war, Red.
True.
Congratulations.
Yes. Congratulations. Well done. In terms of the way EG have performed, though, they've been brilliant all the way through the upper bracket. We saw them absolutely incredible game against eHome, obviously, and then carry on through the upper bracket. Only beaten by Wings. It's the only team that have found the key to unlock the EG drafts and their playstyle. But do you feel like DC have their number now? Is this going to be a straightforward 2-0?
I don't think so. I think, well, it depends on how EG will deal with this loss, because they didn't really play their EG game. And if they can just, recuperate and think, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to just play our game, and what Gods was saying at the start of the series, focus on themselves and how they play, they should be able to win the second game.
I don't think that's all EG's got, but I also worry about the way EG lost. I mean, I talked a bit about the draft. There were some heroes that seemed to counter what EG were doing quite well on DC's side, but Also, some of the plays, specifically Sumail was making, were very aggressive. He blinked in a few times, getting himself killed, and it just didn't seem like EG were all on the same page. So that, to me, is a bit of a concern going to game 2.
If you looked at the team fight top as well, when they went all in on resolution on his Razor, like the Chronosphere, they used the Scream of Pain, they used everything, and then all of a sudden they have the team fight to back it up. Like that kind of team fight would definitely sit in the back of your mind. Like that's when we lost the game, the Ags and Mirana, everything. So you have to kind of like forget it and just say, okay, we're TI champions. You know what I mean? Like we are EG. We need to clear that out of our mind and play the way we do.
It felt like EG were almost like, not complacent necessarily, but they were going in this game, they're like, okay, let's do this aggro tri lane, expecting DC to maybe just fall apart. Like the pressure's going to get to them was maybe on their head. Like, hey, they're in the top 3, they're playing on the final day. Let's pressure them early and see if they fall apart. DC did not fall apart. So now the next step for EG is to not try and make DC fall apart. It's to elevate their game. They need to play like the TI champions that they are.
Yeah, do you feel there was an element of, let's play them at their own game, we feel like we're better players than they are, or we're more confident, or we've done better in the past?
Partly playing them at, I don't think it was so much specifically saying we're going to aggro tri lane because that's what DC does. I think it was more, let's put them under pressure early on, which is what DC does. So in a way, play them at their own game, but more with a different reason for doing it.
Okay, we'll get more thoughts in just a moment, but first let's catch up with Casey. Casey, where are you?
I'm in front of the graffiti wall,
Lovely.
and look, we got a big sign here for Wings, but what I came here to ask people, is it going to be EG or Digital Chaos? Digital Chaos, let me hear that. And who thinks EG is going to make it to the grand final? You told me that you've been pretty good with your predictions so far, right?
Yes.
Are you 100%?
No, obviously not.
All right, and who do you think?
I think Wings might take it.
You think Wings is going to win the whole thing?
I think so. They seem like they've got a lot of momentum so far, so I'm really excited.
What about you, Wings?
Wings, of course, Wings.
Okay, yeah, let's advance the conversation. No matter who goes to the grand final, who thinks it's going to be Wings who takes it? That's a lot of people. I'm really liking it. What did you guys think of that first game?
It was awesome. Yeah? It was. EG took the beginning, and I was kind of worried that they were going to do it like they've done in a lot of the other games where they lost the game eventually, but it was a good start.
How long have you been playing Dota, sir?
2.5, maybe 3 years. My stepdaughter got me started doing this about 3 years ago. It was how I related to her originally, and then I got hooked on the game.
That's amazing.
So I'm the oldest Dota player I know at 57.
Dude, I love you right now. Thank you so much. That's
Don't tell her mom.
No. Is her mom here? Is my husband here? All right, let's move on. Who do you think is going to be going to the grand final?
Probably DC. Probably DC. I'm getting a good feeling out of them, yeah.
Do you think they'll take it 2-0, or do you think we're going to 3 games?
I'm feeling 3 today, actually.
Anyone else feeling 3? Nobody, just you. Anyone else feeling 3? The crowd's like blink, 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 blink. What was that?
I beg to differ. I think EG is gonna rise up to the top. I know that DC's got really good early game, but EG knows how to stick it out. They're gonna get some really good. They gotta get some really good fights in there.
All right, let's get the hype going, guys. This is the final day. TI6. We'll send it back to you guys, Paul.
Thank you very much, Casey. Yes, great. 57, playing Dota. What a great story. I like that. Brilliant. Like to see all ages, young and old, and obviously
Dota bringing families together.
It does, yeah, it does.
It's
the
awesome
family
to see
game.
that.
The family game. Brilliant. Plenty of hype down there as well. They're all very, very hyped. A lot of people in there supporting Wings. I love the fact that we've got a real broad section of fans who seem to be supporting all of the teams. Doesn't matter where they come from or how long they've been going even, because Wings weren't even in existence a year ago. They've all got their own support.
Some fans with the Macedonian flag out in the order. The guy was looking for Sakska because he really wants to meet the guy. It's like, wherever you are in the world, TI brings everybody together.
Yep. I bumped into a Jordanian fellow yesterday. He flew all the way over from Jordan just to watch the tournament.
That's crazy.
Brilliant. Fantastic, yeah. Okay, teams are on their way back out into the arena. DC, you can see, just getting ready in the wings right now and ready to come back out. So we'll get into the thoughts on this second game right now. Gods, in the way that they've set up all of their other second games, and they've won the first one, DC, they've gone on and won the match. So they would be favourites, presumably. You heard the crowd. There's a couple of big EG fans back there already saying, no, EG know how to come from behind and win.
I think DC hands down the favorites in the BO3. They're up 1-0. They've proven that the crowd, the pressure is not going to get to them. And EG have not proven that they are the TI champions that they were last year as far as just their mental fortitude. So definitely favoring DC as right now with where the series stands.
I always look at these images, Shane, and think, I wonder if there's any psychology in being back to the booth first. Does it mean we want to get on with it? Does it mean we're confident? Does it mean we've had the right chat? We know what we're doing? What does it mean? Anything? Nothing? Something?
Going back to the booth first? I don't know. You're enthusiastic about going back into the game. You're ready. I think the main thing, though, is DC winning that first game. Like, all the nerves are gone now, right? You're like, okay, we're here. We're last day at TI. We're playing. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, we can do this. You know what I mean? And it just takes that edge off that you can really just play your own style and go into the next game confident.
But also not relax too much, because complacency then kicks in.
I don't think that Misery is going to be relaxing at all. I don't think even
He's not relaxing until after the grand finals.
And maybe even then we'll still be high on adrenaline
Yeah, like
for quite a long time.
A month from now, I think you just give him a call and be like, you all right? Don't talk to me right now. I'm still thinking about next year's draft. I've got to get it right. Yeah, he does. He lives and breathes the game.
You saw his eye yesterday. The veins were exploding during the game. Like, come on.
Yeah, it did look a bit stressful. How do you find the matchups, people? Rate Wii versus Sumail, because that was one of the big matchups that the panel talked about as well between the two. They're highly skilled players, of course, playing for the top teams. How do you think they've fared?
Well, so far, I think both players have a little bit of the same story, both coming from fairly unknown to, oh my god, this guy is an amazing mid. We obviously had Sumail at DAC a year and a half ago, and he did amazing. And he then went on in the same year to win the International, which is an incredible achievement. And then right around that time, it was we that, in March that year, was starting to get a little bit of traction. Maybe not as much of a wonder child, because Sumail was so in the spotlight, but definitely also very high up there. And it's taking him a little bit longer maybe to get to that level, but maybe that just means he can keep growing longer, and maybe Sumail was, a quick flash. Ooh, did I just say that?
It was nearly on cue with the bang.
Yeah.
It's almost like player by player coming into this event, you'd give a slight edge to EG. Like, you'd put Sumail maybe slightly ahead of Wii as far as accomplishments and even maybe mechanical skill in the mid lane to a slight extent. You look at the offliners, Universe versus Moo. Universe has the experience, is also just, on paper, he's made the bigger plays, played at the bigger tournaments. Same thing for Fear versus Resolution, but it's the DC players. If you look at this tournament alone, you'd probably almost favor DC players in all three of those roles. Moo has been huge. Maybe Moo versus Universe is the one area I'd say they've both been key playmakers for their teams, but the carry role, the mid lane, I give DC the edge right now.
Shane?
I think when you bring up Moo, when he started out in Archon, it's kind of a smallish team. They didn't really get good results. He kind of came out of nowhere, coming straight into DC. Earlier, when I watched DC play, I was like, But at TI, he stepped up. He really has. Like, his Timbersaw is 5-0 at the International. Like that.
He was banned by PPD.
Exactly.
That's respect.
That's the ultimate respect, isn't it?
That has to be in the back of your mind. It's almost like the grand finals last year. You know what I mean? You have the Timbersaw ban. It's just a thing that allows Misery to draft the way he wants to do, and it opens up the game for them. It's
Misery versus PPD in terms of drafting is super interesting as well. Obviously, Misery coming out maybe even a little bit stronger this year in terms of being able to have curveballs in the draft, as we talked about, but also just be a little bit more stable in terms of draft, it almost seems.
Oh, very interesting. Yeah, you're right. All the matchups are very interesting. I said we focused on the middle a little bit, but all of them across the board. In terms of the way that PPD's drafted so far and what he's going to do in Game 2, does that give you any clues?
I think they're going to take a different direction. I think the key thing in Game 1 they went for was the Shadow Demon Luna combo. We've seen it a few times. If you get to that mid-game point, you're ahead, you start pushing, taking towers, but it doesn't play well from behind. So as soon as that lineup lost one team fight, which is somewhat inevitably they're going to have a fight that goes poorly when you're bursting like a Naga with an Oracle. That's where EG didn't have a backup plan. They didn't have that safety net. So I think EG is going to go for something a bit safer come Game 2.
I think the Naga was a key point in that. Being able to pick when to fight, when to back off. It gives you such early game dominance, you know what I mean? It was a very key point in that game because you want to take the fights as EG and you want to win, then take the towers. But they weren't able to do that.
I'd look to more like a slightly cheesier style from EG, whether it's the Dro strats, the Husker strats, something like that could come out of Game 2.
Break some cheese out right now?
Yep.
Really? Okay. Well,
Maybe.
It could, couldn't it?
It definitely could. I would like to see Zion a little bit more greedy hero to be able to do the same thing that basically Misery did this game.
Maybe an Elder Titan or that kind of stuff.
If they can get their hands on it, yeah.
Zai's signature hero.
Yeah. Do we think the Naga gets a ban? Was it that influential?
Yeah, I think it's because of the flexibility between carry and support. It could deserve a ban.
Okay. Thank you very much, all three of you. We are, of course, going to come back outside after our second game regardless. Let's head back to the draft panel for Game 2.
Thank you, Paul. It's that time now. We're getting ready to hop into game number 2 of DC versus EG. Back at my drafting panel, of course, with Merlini, Blitz, and Waga. Gentlemen, I can't believe just a couple of months ago I was watching this DC team just struggling in qualifiers, trying to be that number 2 to EG, and here they are on the verge of knocking them out of the biggest tournament on the planet. Ben, how did a team with such a terrible name make it so far?
Evil Geniuses have a pretty good record for DC. Yeah, their name is amongst the worst.
I can't believe that this is going to be regarded like Digital Chaos, best Dota team on the planet. They're so close, and we're going to have to possibly just represent it.
Blame Suns, man.
I do for most things.
Nonetheless, gentlemen, we have regarded EG as one of those teams that can always seem to crack the code to figure out, you know, they did it last year against CDC. They went up against them, they got knocked down, and then they learned, they adapted. But they're not seeming to do it here against these kind of teams. Like, what's happening? Has things changed, or is DC that much better of an opponent?
I think DC has just been that much better of an opponent. You don't really know what's coming from them or for Wings. I think DC and Wings are very similar in that regard. In EG, I think they rely maybe a little bit too much on the individual skill to carry them through.
Yeah, the interesting thing is Wings, they pull out like really surprising heroes that we might not even see other teams use at all. Whereas DC, they play heroes that we've seen before, but they just draft in a different way, make it very interesting. And they were also the first team here to beat EG on their Faceless Void, and now they're going to pick it up against them in the first place.
We'll show you how it's done.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
And I love the fact that some focus was given to Mu and how good he was as an offlaner, because even back in Archon, he was very outstanding on his offlane skills.
I think maybe EG in the mentality last game was like, okay, we really need Faceless Void for us, and then they first picked it, and now they've lost. So I think they could fall back to what they're really good at, and what was very memorable versus eHome was their late game attrition. And I think that they need a lineup that they can feel comfortable farming with, taking team fights later on into the game.
I mean, I thought that was the last lineup that they had, but it still didn't really pan out for them. And it almost just feels like this Digital Chaos team is a little bit too flexible for EG, because we felt like DC had the inferior draft, but they're able to play with what they had. They do a very good job of it. I mean, I talked to Misery before this event started, and he sounded like he was being pretty pessimistic. He said, optimistically, top 8 is...
Yeah. That's Misery, though.
Yeah.
He has that kind of...
He was 100% serious. He said, things aren't gelling. That was before the group stage even started. He said, I don't know how we'll do, and all of a sudden they're here. It doesn't even make sense how good they've gotten in this time period.
They've also improved a ton in the lower bracket. We see it from game to game. It felt like the first few games they played was like, okay, they took the game, and now here we are, you know. They're already playing to be in the grand finals. It just feels crazy how much better they play now than in the group stage in the beginning. It's just insane.
They're just on fire, man. We move into some second phase of bans. We saw that DC will continue to at least respect EG in the regard of banning out that Sumail Storm Spirit once again.
I think that Sumail's hero is probably the most important overall, I think, to EG's overall strategy. I think if he plays a very aggressive laner, like Sand King or Queen of Pain, they fall off too early. And then if he plays too farm heavy, they also don't have enough people. So they'll likely never get the Mirana, and that's one of the perfect heroes for him. They're not giving him the Storm Spirit, and there's not too many other ones that I see for them that scale that well. Maybe the Invoker for Sumail.
Yeah, and Queen keeps her pretty terrible win rate here as well. I mean, it's a hero that you need to do so much in the early game, and he had a bad game in the previous game, Sumail. He tried to make some rotations, even when he didn't have ulti ready. If you commit to fighting a little bit too much and it doesn't go your way, he found himself just not having the farm needed, and Mirana just took over.
Yeah, well mentioned that he died that one fight on top where we got that Starfall on him. I think that was just the beginning of the end. He died like 19 minutes in, and that's not where you want your first death to be, especially when you only have 2 or 3 kills.
For a hero like Queen of Pain, I think you almost always want to just keep snowballing. Waga, you know, you can start 6-0 as a Queen of Pain, you die once, and it feels like your game is just ruined.
Oh yeah, well, dying once, if you have a good game even as Queen, then you're still not off the pressure, right? Yeah, you need to have a good game to begin with, so it's just... I feel like Queen has too many drawbacks, honestly, in the current meta. I think Puck is just superior in many times. Wings, the only team that really saw run Queen successfully was with the Drow strat.
Just about to say that is... That's what made it such a powerhouse in the laning phase and going forward. But for EG, I think it is a pretty big deal that they can't rely on that Faceless Void. The fact that they lost with it, it's going to break some confidence for them. Mu, I haven't really seen him play the Tidehunter this entire tournament, but still did perfectly fine with it.
He definitely did.
Yeah, for DC, I think that last game was a big confidence booster. If you're able to break one of those heroes, we saw Wings first phase ban the Void. Like, if you're able to just say, oh, we can actually still beat the Void even if you first two pick it, I think that's a pretty big drafting advantage for Digital Chaos.
I'm pretty sure EG probably had the same feeling as us after that first draft, because we all on the drafting panel felt that, yeah, EG, they got what they wanted, they had a nice combination, and their heroes didn't look that bad against the DCs, but just the execution as well of how DC played.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this Witch Doctor is
Look
curious.
at him go. Third pick for Digital Chaos. We already know he's off some synergy, of course, with the Faceless Void here. We don't get to see too much love for the Doctor, but obviously very, very good against the Beastmaster, in particular in that laning phase.
I think EG are kind of doing what Wings try to do. They do the Elder Titan and the Beastmaster, very flexible laning, Elder Titan off lane. Not too common nowadays, but you can kind of put these two heroes anywhere. You can roam around with them and then lead into something else. I also think another hero that Sumail had a lot of success with is the Medusa, which also fit into the same similar draft that Wings ran.
All right, gentlemen. Dazzle came out here for EG. Do you know what I'm alluding to here? Will we be seeing...
I don't think it's that good going for Huskar here for EG, in fact. Because Digital Chaos already have good tools. You have the Bloodlust to buff up your DPS more. You have the Witch Doctor ulti, which is physical. You have Void, who I really love against Huskar. Just the Chronosphere is such a good way to deal with him. Very often he's hard to lock down. But we'll see. They have the... They have it in their pocket now, exactly. So EG, they can just wait with it till 5th pick and see if Digital at least waste a ban on it.
I think with Axe still in the pool too, it's very risky.
I really like this pickup from EG though. It fits their overall playstyle. It doesn't even really need something to pair with, but you want to be able to save Sumail when he goes for some of those riskier plays. And we usually see something like the Shadow Demon or the Dazzle to back him up. In that game though, the Shadow Demon was just a little bit too slow.
Yeah, it didn't really work. They're gonna go, DC gonna go with the Resolution Slark here.
Yep.
Really one of his most comfortable heroes. He has had outstanding performances on, finds a lot of soul kills when he plays it. And it's also pretty good against heroes like Elder Titan, because he can sneak around and get in on that hero, so he can't just stand in the backline and have that massive impact. But I love, look at ED's draft. The armor impacts from these heroes and the auras are really, really coming together.
They also always have a hero for vision. Last game it was a Nagasire. In this game, it's the Slark, and I think it's very important versus ET and Beastmaster that you're never at a vision disadvantage.
10 seconds
remaining. That is pretty powerful.
Still need to figure out what that Sumail hero is going to be. We already know the emphasis on how important he is to EG and being able to succeed, and with him continuing to be targeted with all these respect bans, his options become a bit more limited on what can really be fruitful here.
I think you want a physical damage dealer with the Dazzle.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe like TA is also pretty decent for them.
TA is doable here. It's not terrible, and they have good auras. Like, that plays in a big part, I think, in this game for EG. They need something that can work with the Weave and the attack speed bonus from Beastmaster.
Yeah. DC say no Huskar, by the way. They had banned it out.
Yeah, you should just do that against Dazzle. It's really sad when you see a team see the Dazzle come out as a 3rd pick and then not last phase ban Huskar when they have a bad lineup against it. So just good respect here.
I think they had an okay lineup against it, and I don't think it would be the type of hero that Sumail wants to play. Like, you're in the deciding game right now. You might just get knocked out. I think you give him the best possible odds of giving him something like a mobile core that allows him to continue to scale. I think that's the Sumail's playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, to the benefit of EG, if it was their intention the whole time to not even go for the Huskar, to their benefit, they at least forced DC into a ban of it. So they hold that advantage.
And Dazzle is extremely good without having to pair up with the Huskar. He doesn't need him, you know. He's strong in this lineup. Also gives him all the sustainability they need to keep pushing. If they win a team fight, they don't have to back off to heal up or anything.
Long thought process here.
It's kind of hard to read what DC want as their last pick here, actually. So many heroes available that Weeha could play. I feel he's very versatile as a mid laner as well, but this is where they can kind of put them in an interesting spot, because they can ban out some mid hero, and they also have their mid hero as their pick coming up.
Yeah, there's still an Invoker, I believe, on both sides.
Invoker's banned.
Yeah, ban in the second phase by EG. They have limited mid a little bit here with the Storm, Invoker, Alchemist, and Timber, all of them removed. Even Huskar, of course. Okay, Magnus gone.
EG's
That's
turn to pick.
Yeah, they ran the huge Wombo combo versus TNC.
Yeah, the Bloodlust and the Empower would also just make Slark insanely fast at farming up. Resolution doesn't even need it normally. He farms so fast without it, but give him all that.
So what is for Sumail?
one of the...
5 seconds.
I guess this isn't the best position for EG to be in. They have to reveal their mid matchup first.
They could tinker. They could tinker this. Elder Titan and Beast.
That's true. Lots of options there for Tinker to get around the map, but they actually opt to go for the Medusa.
Turn to pick.
Yeah, I think it's just very similar to Wings' draft. The E team, the Beastmaster, they have the physical damage now with the Sven and the Medusa, and it's also a hero that they won with, which I also think lends more credibility to it.
Yeah, and a good thing for them with the Elder Titan, as you mentioned, Slark stacks up so much agility. All that armor he gets is just negated if Elder Titan plays correctly, so Medusa can actually kill the Slark.
Jakiro comes out! He finally comes out!
Look at that smile on Misery. He's like,
laughing so hard at this.
Oh my god.
They ran this a few months ago, but it's been a very long time. They were trying to find substitutes for mid laner. They tried Lina, they tried Leshrac, they tried Jakiro. I'm so glad that they pulled it out here.
Let's see the solo mid Jakiro.
You happy now, Black? He's the one that's been whispering the whole frickin' time. Let's send it over to our casters right now. It's LD and Mott. Jakiro.
But is there anything more North American than a Jakiro mid? This is an absolute staple for the region. It just feels right. DCEG, they've got them on the ropes. Now they're going to try to knock them out of the event with something that, frankly, no other region really runs. Most other regions don't even believe in. Do you think the mid Jakiro is going to work?
It certainly has the chance. This was popular during Manila, during the group stages. It won many games there, and I'm looking forward to seeing how DC and Weehaw can play. It's certainly going to be an exciting matchup as we jump into the game. It is game number 2. Like you said, it is that Weehaw Jakiro, and for EG, they do pick out the Dusa, but this is one of the most exciting picks so far of the tournament. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, Jakiro gives you a massive amount of AoE damage, and when you have Chronosphere to set it up, Weehaw could take over team fights, but this is not like your traditional carry type hero. Jakiro definitely someone who needs to get things done in the first like 10 to 15 minutes, whether it's Liquid Fire sieging, setting up team fights with the Chrono and providing the damage. If you're just sitting back trading farm going late game against DC, while they do have other heroes that scale, the Jakiro's not the one who's going to take them there on his own. So excited to see what Weehaw can get done in the mid lane. Interested to see what the build will be. Yeah. It's a very annoying harassment hero in general, though. Between Liquid Fire, lots of AoE damage. They may even want to bring the Dazzler Elder Titan in to help the Dusa out early on.
You know, and this was the problem for DC. I felt like they didn't have enough damage, magical damage, to deal with EG's draft. You have a lot of, obviously, armor with the Weave, with the Warcry coming out as well. And for the build for the Jakiro, I think beforehand we saw the Veil being picked up, and we might see it again. Right now he is the 1 null talisman. We'll wait and see. We will go for that Veil later on down the road. Good thing about this hero is that with Liquid Fire, it can be so annoying to lane against, even with Mana Shield for Sumail. So we'll see how they decide to lane this up.
They may want to give him help early. I think Jakiro is one of the most irritating heroes in the game to lane against. Right up there with a Viper, Razor, if you're not a hero who naturally can keep their distance effectively. But we will see what DC look to get done. Not to mention, it's actually the forehead strat, because they also have the Ogre Magi, another equally annoying hero in his own right in the laning stage. It does feel like they just really want to pressure Sumail.
Yeah, they're going to, like you said, with the Ogre, they can come in with Ignite, and maybe get an Orb of Venom. If not, just hit him with the club and go from there. Obviously, stack the Liquid Fire up and...
Oh, this could be devastating.
Courier, is he close enough? He's going to get this. He needs 2. Oh, they juked it to the north. That might be enough. It's going to get to the high ground. It looks like it might get away. Wow.
He's still going for one. I don't think he's going to be able to catch up. But he does find Universe, who has abandoned the offlane straight to the jungle, whereas Moo top lane, although he takes some heavy harassment here, is trying to lane against the EG defensive tri-lane. So with nobody in the offlane, the DC supports, they're free to pressure mid. They're free to go and contest the Beastmaster. Universe going to try and dodge this as he heads down towards bottom, and Zai will now take over the lane as it's pushed in quite a bit.
So I can still die here if he's not careful. Gets pounced up, and they can rotate the supports. But all of the supports from DC are mid right now. Look how low Sumail is.
He is going to be so tilted. This lane is just unwinnable between Misery and Weehaw, constantly harassing him. It is the early point in Liquid Fire for Weehaw. Often we do see it maxed on core Jakiro. Doesn't cost him any mana, so it's a nice spell to just constantly be able to spam. Overall, we'll see more and more of a clubbing. Yeah. I mean, Dusa is okay at catching up. The hero's not very mobile, can clear stacks, but the hate continues, Mott, unabated. EG have to get a lot out of these other lanes, and especially the jungle Beastmaster to justify how hard the Dusa is being bullied. Only 3 CS so far.
Feels like we're back a month ago when Jungle Beastmaster was the thing, and Universe now going with the Iron Talon. Should have plenty of farm. We see that early level 6 coming up, but now mid again. The dual breath, the liquid fire, it's on cooldown. The mana shield will come up though. That should keep him safe. Sumail was holding on to it for a long time. But doesn't want to waste any excess mana and try to stay alive as best as possible. And he ferried another salve out. Sumail just has to chew through 2 salves at this point already in this game.
He is not even getting to see creeps at this point. Sumail already like almost a full level behind Weeha here, at least 3/4 of one, and the pressure continues. PPD forced to rotate. This will free up the Void top though.
Boy, now getting up to 7, last hit 6, last hits coming out. PPD healing up Sumail. Mystic Snake coming through, annoying Weeha, taking some mana back as well. So Misery, not quite that free pressure that he was getting earlier, but Sumail will finally get a creep wave under his tower and should be able to CS this at the very least. But again, like you talked about, Universe.
Even then, Weeha still denied him. Oh man, this is brutal stuff in the mid lane. Constantly playing aggressive. The nice thing about running mid Jakiro, he's very difficult to gank, so you can play aggressively like this. Him and the Ogre, like look at their collective HP. They've got almost 1,600 between the two of them. There's really no threat of dying unless they tower dive, which they are trying for now, but DPD was ready.
He has a double damage rune as well. They're chasing Misery. That dual breath might deter them. Misery might stay alive. Weeha has liquid fire as well. Looks like they'll both get away. They weren't expecting the DD Dazzle coming out from PPD, and Misery will deny himself as well.
If that's not an Ogre and Jakiro, I think they give up 2 kills there. My god, these heroes are tanky. So with the rotation of the Dazzle towards the mid lane, Moo, he's freed up a lot top. The good news is Sven is quite difficult to lane against for any melee hero because the cleave damage constantly harasses you a bit in lane. But the key thing for Moo is just getting experience, which currently he is. So he does a lot, and now that the creep wave's dead, he goes in on Fear, but has to time walk back. Nothing for Fear to cleave to at the current moment, but still, the Sven farming well. Sven not the strongest laning hero, but in this matchup, and once he's had a little help, he doesn't really need that much support in the lane, but Sumail mid.
He's running low on mana, and Weeha had another liquid fire. He could have gone for that, but still a long cooldown at level 2. 2 points into dual breath, 2 points into liquid fire at this point. And then with the bloodlust on top of it too, it's even more harassed. They're putting so much focus on this hero. And he finds a regen rune to top it all off.
Quite literally, he is now ready to go for round number 2. Sumail, even in the dual lane, still struggling a lot to farm, 13 CS. And Dusa is an incredibly farm-intensive hero, and you've already got a Sven on the team. So again, for EG, they're just trying to buy time for Universe. Once he hits level 6, he will be the space creator for the squad. They can't really get a whole lot out of Dazzle in that regard. The hero doesn't rotate that effectively for offensive maneuvers. Zai getting his levels in the offlane, he can maybe follow up the Roar. So I think EG do have potential to salvage this terrible start for the Dusa. And keep in mind, Sven free farming right now. They're getting a lot out of the offlane. Zai already level 4, so all is not lost. It's more, does Sumail tilt off of this and does it get inside his head?
I don't think so. I mean, Sumail's such a good comeback player. If they can get some camps up, maybe stacked when he gets with split shot, but he's already just taking down so low again without using that mana shield. Misery top lane. He's setting up for Fear right now. There's only 2 up here. I don't think they can bring Fear down. He's so tanky.
They have an Observer Ward. They just got a glimpse of Misery.
Yeah, they're going to see him now. He's going to have to try to get away. They have Stomp ready to go, I believe, but the Stormhammer first. Stomp's about to come out. There's going to be a lot of damage. Share between the Spirit as well as the physical Stomp coming through, and he will fall. No, the Chronosphere, but PPD comes to finish the job. That is first blood. Now Fear, cast up. I don't think they can bring him down, though.
That was not the ideal Chrono. Traps his ally in position for PPD to finish the job. No Radiant Vision towards the top side of the map, so they didn't know that PPD was rotating. He has been primarily parked mid to support Sumail. Not only does EG get the first blood, but DC wastes the Chrono, so now EG will feel a lot more confident elsewhere on the map. They don't have to be worried about his rotation. And here comes the bailout crew. Zai and PPD both coming mid as the DC tri-lane on the Dusa continues. They really want to help him out, but it's Misery they see first. They're going to stop him.
He's going to get caught as well. Yeah, they should have enough damage here. Maybe not. He's very tanky. He's got 8 armor. You get the Maledict off on Zai. He's in the tree line. Dual Breath will hit him as well, but here comes Universe. Doesn't have Roar yet, but he's getting close. The Liquid Fire coming out, and we getting chased down now.
Even Sumail getting involved. Just a casual 7-hero clump up in the mid lane. All the while, Resolution says, I'm just going to hit Creep's bottom. He's now the leader in CS. He was down about 10 to Fear earlier, so he's done a good job at catching up. Fear having to rotate to find that kill in the jungle earlier. And he brings the tower low, but EG not going to give it up just yet. No roar available. They just don't want to give this up for free. Looking for the tower deny. Will they get it?
Poison touch to push him back. And the dark pack, they will get it.
That's big for Resolution now. They are chasing Soxa. The boar almost can, if they can just get a stomp and the boar gets in range.
Oh, they got the boar hit, the stomp coming through, but they are pretty far away. I think Sox is fine. We'll just leave him for a little bit.
I mean, all things considered, Sumail basically getting tri-laned at times here mid. I think he's doing okay, 23 CS, but Dusa takes a while to come online. The Stone Gaze does have a lot of natural synergy with their team. Already, they have the Dazzle, whose weave will help amplify the physical damage that EG bring to team fights. On top of that, the Sven, who's an incredibly hard hitter. So it's not like it's a one-core lineup where, oh, you shut down the enemy carry, they're just going to lose late game. Also, Elder Tightening here that scales very hard, so... EG, I think they're handling this early pressure from DC well. The real question is going to be, can DC find that big team fight where they combine the Jakiro with the Faceless Void? A kill or two, you will take towers rapidly. Witch Doctor here to sustain the push. Liquid Fire to muscle the towers down, and tanky frontliners that can soak up tower hits in the Ogre and the Jakiro. So that is going to be the next maneuver for DC. Ideally a Chrono, but then you really want to push. You pick Twin-Headed is not just to sit back and farm all game. As Moo gets caught by the roar. Oh, this could be bad. He does have a time walk with a stomp, perfectly timed. As he's mid-cast animation, he falls.
Very close for him to get out there with that time walk away. Dead for 25. Soxa on top of an Observer Ward right now. It's a big thing about DC's draft is they're really losing out on the experience for these supports right now. The levels, it's not looking so good for them at this point. Level 3 for the Ogre is spending too much time in this mid lane and roaming around. Zai and Sumail on the tree line to try to deny or at least help out this tower. Soxa gonna run on through. The stomp, Zai cast up. The stomp canceled immediately.
Oh, that was really well played. If he just tries to run, he will get stomped. He quite likely dies there with the boar slow, plus the Medusa hitting him with the Mystic Snake. Soxa has, his individual play has been stellar throughout the event, whether it's on defensive supports like the Oracle, someone who likes to roam a little bit, has more laning presence like the Witch Doctor. And here comes the push, as Jakiro will be the siege engine.
They are just not afraid. They're pushing right past that tower. Everybody from EG backs up, and that's the tier 1 mid gone again early on in this game. They get the tier 1 mid, they get the tier 1 bottom, similar to how they played last game, just taking down those early towers. Resolution on that Razor. Now Resolution's on the Slark, top in net worth. In fact, almost up 1,000 on the Sven at this point. Very close. And he's also got the Shadow Amulet for the Shadow Blade, the standard build for Slark in this game.
Yeah, Resolution feeling pretty confident about his ability to move around the map. And the Slark, this game isn't really that easy to deal with for EG as far as killing him goes. They have Stone Gaze to zone him away. The stomp is quite difficult for Slark to fight into, but as far as like reliable catcher on the map, they don't really have that much. Just Beastmaster Roar, which a well-timed Dark Pack can deal with quite easily. So I think he can split push a lot, farm a lot this game. Team fighting, though, against EG will be difficult unless the Chrono's ready as EG move in, but the scan is going to scout at Mott.
They had the ward there as well. They smoked underneath the ward, so EG, they're walking in. They still might find a kill anyways. Resolution's going to come through. There's going to be the roar. The stomp might come out next, and Soxa stopped up. More than likely dead sticks up, but it's the Shadow Wave that gets the kill. But Resolution looking to turn this around, and here comes Weehan Moo. They've got Chrono, PPD, and Universe in trouble. Good grave, but the Chrono on to 3. Moo still gets turned to stone at this point. Sumail's trying to help out, and now Fear is rotated and pops the God Strength, but now they time walk away and avoid the death on that Void.
Resolution, no Shadow Blade yet. Tough for him to go in when he's this low HP. Wants to heal up in the tree line. Looks to re-engage, but Sumail at full HP. Now the Air Splitter. Weeha gonna juke away from that one. Didn't see the Jakiro able to combo very effectively with Moo in that fight, and now they move forward onto Fear. Cast is gonna bounce. It's a beauty. Catches out Fear, then onto Sumail. The maximum range on that bounce pretty much as they chase forward. Braiding Fear down, the Jakiro effect out in force. Now Sumail on the run. They slay the Sven after all that. Both teams very good at disengaging, but still in the end, getting the kill there, not losing any cores. It looked like a good Stone Gaze to cancel the Chrono, or to counter the Chrono, I should say, but EG also got caught or was zoned away, and this is the issue running the Sven against Void, is it's very difficult at this stage without a Blink Dagger to get into the fights.
He was just kited down, essentially, which happens so often to Sven early on in the game, especially, too. And like you said, the Liquid Fire constantly being put up onto Sven. There was also the Ignite to come out, the cast, they have the Fire Blast. They have plenty of ways to slow down and stun the Sven and make sure he doesn't escape. It'll be a little bit tougher for Sumail with that mana pool, but still, Fear dying there is absolutely critical. He's gone for the farming ability as the Helm of the Dominator right now. He's trying to get the cleave up and stack up these Ancients as much as possible and go from there. That's a huge fight, though. Resolution continues to gain more and more net worth right now. He's going to have a Shadow Blade done here within about 100 gold or so.
Yeah, he will be looking to move around a lot. Finds a DD rune. Once the Shadow Blade's complete. Even if it's not to kill, it will be to put pressure on the map in general, and that's where the Jakiro, having that hero that can knock down towers, makes a big difference as you open up the map, create more safe spaces where you can aggressively roam with minimal fear of ganks. Unless there's a Blink Dagger on the Beastmaster or the Sven. Still a ways off if either wants to go for it. Very little chance that they can kill a Slark when he's choosing to split push.
For EG, looks like they will just try to trade right now, and I think they'll be successful. DC will take the tower. They could TP in bottom, but I think it's too late. They have the glyph, but this tower's already low enough. You can see that everyone else with DC is backing away. They don't want to take this engagement. Here we'll grab the last hit on that tower. He is going to be going for what I think to be an Echo Saber. He's going to grab that early on, so he has the extra damage to go with as well.
Yeah, Echo, great pickup on Sven. I would like to see DC look to contest the Ancient stacks, as this is where Sven's economy excels. We saw Wings yesterday did a really good job of that throughout their series. Something Fnatic also very effective with. You don't want to just let a Sven free farm, but it's tough to fight up the high ground into the Hawk. EG, it doesn't look like whenever you see a Void, you're like, oh man, that team's team fight is ridiculous. But EG's team fight is also ridiculous in its own right. Elder Titan, Dusa, the combination of the Dusa and the Sven, and walking up high ground without vision. Against that lineup, you get caught by a Stomp, you could very quickly lose 2-3 heroes. So now that the Shadow Blade's out, Resolution gets more active, but the Hawk Sentry combo, I think they might see him here. He does run by the Sentry, so now they know Rezo has a Shadow Blade. EG can look to punish this. Potentially an early gem pickup for them.
They're going to play together for now, knowing that Shadow Blade is probably up. Universe has picked up Vlad's, and look at some of the other heroes as well for EG. They're starting to come online. Sumail's gotten a little bit more time, but there is the mech up now for the Jakiro, so if they want to continue the pressure, they certainly can. There's not many towers left at tier 2s, or all that stands in their way for DC to take down. Those tier 2 towers with a lot of gold, and we'll see if they can push into them soon. See how much the Jakiro can actually do. This Weeha Jakiro, they pulled it out at the last second, and so far he's done a great job. Third in net worth, 1-0-1. He's got the mech ready to go. Bloodlust on top of that.
Yeah, but Dusa's catching up. Considering how much emphasis they put on shutting her down, she's only 500 behind the Jakiro. I think EG are fine with this, and to me, DC need to be going for the next round of towers. They've gone for a mech on Weeha. He's not going for more of a damage or farming-oriented build, not an early Veil pickup. This is a 5-man item for DC. Make no mistake about it. This is, for the most part, a 4-protect 1 lineup. The Void, mostly just a setup hero. Jakiro a pusher, and only the Slark who really will scale hard in the late game. The way DC are itemizing, they do want to take fights, and they look for one with this smoke.
They're just going to get PPD. They don't want to use the Chronosphere for this. He is going to back away. He was underneath the tower. Yeah, they'll drop a ward down, though.
A Chrono on a single support is okay if you get a tower off of it, but they're looking for more.
TP in. They're going to time walk at the Chrono. The TP is canceled at the last second. It was Sumail, and he would have gotten caught there. They only get the single kill on the support. Maybe the tower. They'll start stacking up the Liquid Fire to go with it. But
man, that would have been huge if they had killed Sumail there. He canceled that at the last possible second. Clearly had his camera right over the tower as he was TPing in. Sometimes players are checking elsewhere on the map. They're busy spending their gold, but he was on point. Fear gets the last hit on the tower on the back of that. So EG only losing a support here. More importantly, it's worth mentioning, it's very difficult to push into Elder Titan. Like the overall EG lineup, they have Mystic Snake, they have Axes, they have Elder Titan. That hero especially shuts down pushes. If you don't catch him when you go in, then it takes a while to bring the creep wave to the tower. It's quickly destroyed. DC overall, they can't really be happy only getting a support, not taking a tower, and they're going to back off the farm. But all the while, Dusa continues to keep the pace here. They have not shut down the Ancient farming, although that Observer Ward was planted. We've yet to see them make use of it.
They do get a scan. They know where at least one of these heroes is for EG. They have the Medusa with the Dragonlance as well, so extra tankiness. It doesn't give you the stats for the mana shield, but still, it gives you that HP that you're going to need. against this lineup.
Universe making a move on the top lane. He finds Weehaw, gets off the roar. There's no backup here for the Jakiro, who seems horribly out of position.
Still has that mech. The rest of the team, it looked like they were coming for a moment, but they're going to leave him. And Weehaw's just going to go down as they try to push mid, but they're not really doing that much damage mid at this point. The stomp just narrowly avoided by Moo. He will be able to time walk away.
I mean, Jakiro, this is not a Meepo. This is not an Invoker. The hero can kill buildings quickly, yes, but he's extremely immobile, especially with the build that Weeha's gone for. Needs to be with the team. Not sure if DC, if he was calling for the team to push there, or whose fault it was as far as the communication goes. But if you just leave that hero alone, EG will punish. Buys them more time to farm. Things are shaping up. Like, this pace of the game to me is favors EG overall. Not to say DC's lineup can't scale, but I just feel like DC were expecting to get more done at this point.
Yeah, I mean, with the build they won on the Jakiro, they should have been pushing a lot more with that mech, but they just haven't found the kills they were looking for. Sure, they got PPD, but that's it. And you have the Medusa, as you've talked about, farming fine.
I'm Resolution with a Shadowblade build. He hasn't found any kills either,
right,
so
exactly.
Sure, he keeps up his farm, but the lineup wants to either find kills with Slark and keep the carries down that way, or it wants to push towers, ideally both. So far, they've done neither.
It's still a very close game. If you look at the cores right now for both teams, it's like all three of the cores for both sides are pretty even at this point. 6,000 roughly for the Jakiro as well as the Void, and for the Medusa and the Universe Beastmaster on top of that. So the Sven and as well as the Slark, they're going to be the go-getters in this game and see if they can get anything done with their items.
Now, there is a plan B for DC. Resolution Slark. We've seen him on a variety of carries this tournament, whether it's Naga, Morphling, Slark, one of the other big ones. He can take over games, but I just feel like it's a tough Slark game for him to fight directly into EG. Like, you're walking into Stone Gaze, that instantly forces Slark to turn and run away. The Elder Titan has a lot of zone control, so at that point he really counts on Moo to find good Chronos. Really their only reliable teamfight setup is the Chronosphere. If he doesn't, he'll have to resort to split push primarily. A lot riding on Moo's shoulders. Also, the Void, probably the main hero that can deal well with Dusa late game. Chrono, with the Diffusal Blade Manta build, eventually can shut the Dusa down in team fights, but he's got a ways to go if he wants to farm that.
Like, get caught. He has no mana. He's going to be able to at least get the Mystic Snake, but now he's out of the Earth Splitter. They have to avoid the stop hits and the Earth Splitter. Now Resolution has to Shadow Dance away. Moo was just not there for the Chronosphere. And again, a little bit too quick on the draw, I think, for DC. They needed to wait for the rest of their team. And Sumail was able to get out just fine. And that would have been a huge pickup. Sorely missed.
Yeah, they at least get in position to chip at the tower. Liquid Fire, roasting it, but it's just tough to kill EG's heroes. They're all extremely tanky. You've Mana Shield, Sven, who's a strength hero that has Warcry, so builds extremely tanky. Beastmaster, relatively high HP. They have the Dazzle to keep heroes alive longer. Not to mention the Weave as the game goes on to deal with physical damage and amplify theirs.
They have the Blink Dagger now on Fear, and he's going to rotate down bottom and try to find take down that ward, but now DC need to be careful. Stormhammer onto two. Fear pops the God Strength. Roar coming out into Moo, and they bring them both down to Cleave, as well as the follow-up from the rest of EG.
Well, they might. I wonder if they even consider moving towards the Roche Pit here. There is split push from Resolution that PPD will feel like he has to go deal with, but yeah, they have Beastmaster. They do have God Strength for about a third of the duration remaining. They can try for this.
Take this. Resolution's still staying around. Maybe he's going to go for... He's just going to, I think, just be a pesky nuisance and try to pick off a support on the back line.
Courier, maybe?
Or the Courier would be nice, too. Now.
So far, nothing, though, and the Roshan is getting low mon. I almost certainly DC want to contest this, but with no Void, they just don't have a great pathway into the pit. They get the Courier snipe. It's the consolation prize for DC, but the big win goes the way of the boys in blue.
This is huge. I mean, it's right when that Blink Dagger comes out for Fear. They smoke up. They set up a great two-man stun. Cleave comes through, but DC, they still want this tier 2 tower mid, and they're putting a lot of effort into it. Liquid Fire should bring it down into deny range, and they should be able to get it done. It goes to Weehaw. They missed time. The right click from Sumail.
Liquid Fire, what a spell.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good at killing towers.
They're looking to team fight, though. They have the high ground position. EG are walking up into a chokehold here, but the Void isn't quite ready.
What a death ward. PPD getting caught. Universe will fall. Here comes Fear to turn it around, but a great chrono coming out from Moo.
Nice death ward, the follow-up damage, but Stone Gaze disengages a bit for EG. They try to back away, but they found the old man. They isolate him. They brain him down. Sumail has the regen room, has the Aegis, not gonna matter. DC, they came, they saw, and they will conquer EG with an Aegis. They say, we don't care. A triple for Rezo. The Jakiro coming up big there with the 2-hero Ice Patch. An incredible cast from Soxa. A very late chrono, but late was good in that situation. It meant that DC had done enough damage that EG wanted to run, and then they were prevented from doing so.
Well, watch this counter initiation. Zai gets off the stop. The Earth Splitter was coming through, and Fear was doing the work, but he gets a beautiful chrono, not just on Fear, but on Sumail as well. Sure, he did get caught out with the Stone Gaze, but he did his job in Fear, and everybody from EG fell. What a fight from DC.
What confidence from this team. They see EG's team fight, and they say, you know what? If we have the positional advantage, we can still take a fight. EG are a bit weak when it comes to dealing with magic damage at this stage of the game. Haven't built BKBs yet, don't have a pipe picked up. They're extremely resilient against physical damage, but that's where the Jakiro pick comes in. And this is before a potential Veil. I would love to see one from him as the game moves along.
That damage would be even more significant, but the BKB is being built for Fear. At least he has the Ogre Club. On no one else, I don't believe, for EG at this point, so he's going to be the only one that can deal with the magic damage that is bursted out. Still, Resolution also did a lot of work that team fight. The Echo Saber, he's up to 4.4k gold, and he's already built that Orb of Venom, so it's going to be a Scotty for Resolution coming out next.
Oh man, Misery, the Veil Bearer now. This is a big pickup. And I mean, it talked a lot about the Jakiro's magical burst. Ogre brings a lot to the table too. Still only a level 2 Fire Blast, so he's gone, of course, for the Bloodlust Ignite build, but offers quite a bit nonetheless. As DC muscle down another tower. I have Scotty is done for Resolution, I believe.
He's got enough for it, and he's going to buy it right now.
God, he's going to be so difficult to kill.
And it's the kiting too also. The Scotty slow on this Fen, or even on the Deuce, is nice to have.
And he doesn't, like, Resolution doesn't feel that pressure this game. There's no Disruptor where you have to build into a BKB potentially to deal with him. They don't have an instant silence. All the initiation that EG has, even a Blink Stormbolt, you can see that coming. Just Dark Pact or Shadow Dance generally will be able to get out of there. Beastmaster Blink Roar has a windup, and he doesn't have a Blink anyway. So there's no great catch. Resolution can play for the late game with the Slark build, can play a big reader with the items, and it's unlikely he dies unless he dives super aggressively into the EG lineup. So the matchup is good for Slark at this, with this build up and with the items EG have gone for.
They got strength, I think, to clear out another Ancient stack here for Fear and get him closer and closer to that BKB. What point for DC do you decide to fight again? They now have the Scotty, they have the Veil, as you talked about. I don't think they want to let EG continue to farm that much further. Again, we talked about EG's late game. It is significant. So where at this stage do you go for DC?
It's just tough to push because of the Elder Titan pick more than anything. Right. So I don't think DC want to force it too much. I would really like to see them get a gem at this point. With no outer towers for EG aside from that one tier 2 bottom, you have a 3-tower advantage. You're Radiant. You know the next Roshan's coming up in the next couple minutes, and ideally want to be in position to contest it. So I think for DC, this is the point in the game where they look to establish map control. They don't need to end the game now. It's very tough to go high ground. But if you can starve EG, you're looking to be in great shape heading late.
The thing is that DC doesn't have the gem. It's actually on Universe for EG, and they have the map control. Look at a couple of the dire jungle wards as well as one towards that Roche pit, and it looks like EG might know this is coming.
Well, they've shown the Sven mid. There is a Dazzle behind him. Patient positioning from Moo here. He does have the Blink Dagger now on the Void. Will they find that pick?
DC wants to go for too much here. They still have the Shadow Blade for Resolution. It's the Spirits that is going to come through and scout this out for...
So much scouting potential from EG, whether it's the Spirit, the Hawk. They're doing a really good job at anticipating these DC movements, and there was only that one time in their jungle where they slipped up, and man, they got mega punished, so they know they need to stay disciplined and play cautiously, but in doing so, they are somewhat limiting their team's farm. Fear now going to go back to the jungle, but DC looking for the more important objective here, trying to take that last outer tower mod. They get up a nice high ground ward on the right side of the map. There's nobody here. They will get the tower. And next Roche gets a lot harder with this falling for EG.
It's just that the map control that you have now for DC, taking that tower away, can't TP in, contesting is a lot harder. You can't get to that Roshan as quickly. When Roshan is back up, expect to see a pick coming out from either team. There is some pressure mid for PPD, but he's going to go up to the Ancients. He might get caught by Moo.
Oh, yeah. PPD in trouble. Just wanted to ward. Now he's going to die for it.
And the ward's going to get countered as well. Resolution painted out. He's like, they have vision of me over here. So they should have either a gem coming out or some sentries for DC to be able to take this down.
That's the one of the big things that Slark brings to the table is that dewarding potential where you can generally establish where the enemy wards are just because your Shadow Dance will be deactivated. So one of the few carries that brings a lot of vision prowess to the game, and DC able to take advantage of that as the game moves along.
I mean, you need that because, like you said, you're against the Hawk, you're against the Astral. You have to have that vision advantage. Like, the Hawk obviously turning invisible, you'll know that either there's a Hawk or a ward there. Just counter it in some way, shape, or form. Maybe even pick up a gem for DC as well, something that they needed. I think they should have done a couple minutes ago. They have plenty of gold on some of these heroes.
Looks like Misery might want a Yules or a Force here. Soxa has already completed his own Force step. Nice items to kite a Sven. Even a Medusa. Sure, Medusa's a ranged hero, but she's an immobile ranged hero. She has no mobility spells of any kind. Generally doesn't build mobility items, just wants to build tank and damage items. So Force stabs allow you to kite, but DC, they see an opening top. They're moving it on Sumail. This is a big pick. Rezo starts it off. He gets off the Stone Gaze. Cast comes through. They turn. Ice Path blocks the retreat. Great play by Weeha. Now they can go in with the Chrono. They're going to find Sumail, and they roast him inside the bubble.
And the Death Ward comes out, but Fear looking for the cleave. He's found one. He's found two. And Resolution barely lives. And Sumail somehow I think he's alive?
He does end up surviving a beautiful grave from PPD. Time walk out for Moo. They thought they had him, but they're gonna lose a fourth. EG, they spring the trap. It's so hard to find kills when you have Grave to worry about, Deuce's Stone Gaze to fight through. I really love that Jakiro play, dropping the Ice Path to zone him and prevent him from retreating to the base, but he's just so damn tanky at this point. DC, no Diffusal Blade yet on the Void, no Manta. They don't have a Necro Bull carrier, or at least nobody's chosen to build one, so they lack reliable ways to get through the Spell Shield. If they could have stunned her before she Stone Gazed, that's an easy kill, but once she gets it off, they get punished.
They will have a Basher for Resolution next. He's chosen to purchase that. It's flying out on the courier as we speak. You have some lockdown now, but there is that Scotty for Sumail, so he's even tankier now with this item. Gets not only the HP, but the mana as well. The slow, which is, of course, you talked about kiting, not only the Sven, but the Dusa. Sure, you have 4 staffs, but you will still get slowed if you get right-clicked down by Scotty coming out from Sumail. And they'll look to pressure for what seems to be the first time in a while for EG. They're going to go for the tier 1 tower mid. Let's group up together as a team. This mid lane.
But they haven't been out this far on a map in a long time. EG are rediscovering what it feels like to get outside their base. And I think they're liking it.
Another ward scouted by Resolution. Pinged out. I'll drop down a sentry and clear it immediately. Although Fear looks like he wants to go in on this, but he chose not to for a moment there.
Going on the Slark is very difficult. Even if you catch him, reliably locking him down, tough to do. So they will contest. They don't actually claim the tower, but they buy themselves some farming time. Now Fear will go back to the stack. I think what this last fight really shows is that EG understand how to play against Faceless Void. They have a fantastic Void player of their own in Universe, and you want a defensive support. Almost always, that's where things will go right. Whether it's a Naga Siren, a bit unconventional, something more standard like a Shadow Demon, a Dazzle in this case. You need that hero that can save someone when the Chrono gets committed, so that way they have to find a multiple hero Chrono, and catching a Dazzle when you're trying to go high ground or when you're near their base is always going to be extremely tough. You don't have vision up on the high ground. You're unlikely to... Most likely the Beastmaster even sees you with the Hawk when you try to make that move, so as long as PPD sits back, they will have answers for the single hero Chronosphere. Moo's going to have to find a better one.
Looked like they were about to try again for Sumail, but he backs away the perfect times. They were looking for that Smoke of Deceit gank with DC. The Hawk has scouted out the fact that Roshan is up in EG. They want to try to make something happen here.
Rezo, he was in position to break that smoke, but he actually backs away. Maybe Misery the one to tank it. He kills the Hawk on his way out. He's sitting on the high ground. PPD marching down to the river, gets a ward.
So
like you said, Mod, it's all about this next Roche.
Everyone is so split up from DC. There's like 3 heroes bottom, then 2 mid. They're going to find who it looks like. The stop, no, it's the Stormhammer. And look at that damage from Fear.
Oh, Radiant
shots him.
Radiant just scanned and had just seen someone from EG in the neighborhood, but a split second late as the Void gets caught. Again, EG vision has been massive for them this game. The Hawk setting up another crucial kill. The Spirit scouting, purchasing the early gem. DC, sure they have Slark who can eventually figure out where enemy wards are, but EG have that instant vision in the middle of fights that's making the difference, and it's tough to deal with. The gem, I think, is sorely needed to deal with the Hawk, to deal with the aggressive wards. PPD is now getting down. You can't let EG consistently get the jump.
Can we talk about what impact Weeha's had the past couple of minutes? That one team fight, had the Great Ice Path, of course, the ultimate coming out the Macro Pyre. Weeha's done a lot of work there, but the last couple of minutes he's not been pushing. They haven't been pressuring. He had the Ice Path to stop Sumail from getting back into the base, but they still lost that fight. Feels like Weeha's starting to fall a little bit behind in his impact later on in the game.
I mean, Jakiro does amazing magic damage in theory, but you have to be able to hold them in place. So unless you get a great Chronosphere, an amazing cask, which we have seen once this game, you can't count on the Jakiro to dish out damage. It's not a hero that has reliable scaling the way a Dusa or Sven does, where they can just go and be frontline tankers that hit buildings. You kind of rely on your team to allow you to make plays, and that's normally not the role we see Weeha in. More often than not, Weeha is on the playmaking hero for the team, the Invoker, the Meepo, but mid lane it's the old man who jumps in again. The Force Staff allows them to disengage. Ice Path will catch Fear, but good positioning. Look how far back EG's supporting line is. Universe, Zai, very far away, PPD as well. But Moo is coming from behind. He tries to sweep in, but there's a ward to scout this out. Slark, Invis, out of vision. They really need a chrono on these backline heroes, Mod.
And everyone's back. That's a great chrono if you can find it. They're so low. The roar instead of resolution. There's the chrono, but it misses on Sumail. The Earth Splitter coming out. PPD getting low, but not low enough. He can grab himself if need be. And now it's everyone DC. They need to run. They need to leave.
Misery stunned. The chase continues. The old man moving in, hacking at Weeha, but he's very tanky with the plate mail. Not the easiest kill. Force Staff brings it back. This could be where Resolution turns the fight. No Stone Gaze to worry about. God's Strength is worn off. He hops up to the high ground. He's a bit scared. The Jakiro lives. The Twin Head stands. So damn tanky. And now the Death Ward. They do have a grave cooling down in 1 second. Will they get it off? Sumail about to die. Aegis. Round 2, but they do crack it. DC hold, and now EG will be very discouraged. They're going for a high ground push. They lay in the second time. Can they save him here? They really want to back off, waiting on the God Strength. It's been so long, it's almost cooled down.
5 seconds. That God Strength is back up. Another great Ice Path coming through. They still have that stop. And that's going to deter DC from coming through. Everyone low on man from DC. They have to back up.
It's a goddamn Herculean effort just to kill the Aegis here. DC having to pull out all the stops, all the plays, just to kill the Dusa once. That was without the Grave as well.
He even has the Talisman of Evasion, which is insane. Like, that's even more mitigation that you have going the way of Sumail. So, like you said, it's
super tanky. Not to mention, they also have Warcry. There's a Glimmer Cape on Zai, Vlad's, tons of ways to keep Lady Dusa in fighting shape. You do see, though, like, EG really struggled to lock down Resolution. They roared him at the start of the fight, but there was Chrono there to prevent EG from following it up, and he was at full HP for the majority of the fight, so keeping the Slark locked down continues to be a problem for EG, and maybe lend some hope that late-game Resolution can bait out those cooldowns and then look to take over. Also, in good news for DC, Moo working towards the Diffusal Blade, but the big thorn in DC's side has been that Weeha just hasn't been able to make huge plays here down the stretch, and generally when they've won, it's much like EG, where Sumail tends to step up. We'll have to see if Weeha can do it as the game progresses.
I mean, he's getting close to what I imagine to be that Shiva's Guard. That might be the item that changes everything. It's really good against some of these heroes for EG, but we'll see what he can do in these next couple of fights.
It's another kiting item for the Sven. Like, Fear is gonna be very irritated, but if anyone can have patience, it's probably the old man.
And Fear, all he really needs to do is get that God Strength, jump in, and just get a couple of cleaves off, and then Sumail can maybe do the rest once he gets a bit more damage going his way. And he's getting there with that Butterfly being completed soon. In fact, he just needs the Eagle Song right now as he has the Quarterstaff picked up on top of it. And they'll move together down to the bottom jungle, bottom lane. They'll move in to try to push the Tier 2 tower for the first times here in this game. They tried pushing that Tier 2 mid. It got low enough, but it didn't actually go down, so...
You can see EG are getting more confident in their 5-man as the Butterfly, as you mentioned, nearly complete. The items being picked up by Fear. This is where their lineup excels. Elder Titan is a fantastic 5-man hero. So too the Beastmaster. Even Sven is in his own way because of the Warcry and his ability to siege buildings effectively. So EG, they knock down another Mott. It's a dead even game as far as gold goes. Experience only a minimal advantage for EG. But momentum-wise, it does feel like EG currently in the driver's seat. They're the team invading the enemy jungle. DC, they just want to farm. They want the Manta on Mu. They want Resolution to pick up his next item. He is the leader net worth. This is not really the time where they want to be fighting.
When it comes to late game, DC still have at least some good heroes to deal with the Deuce. You talked about it, obviously. The Diffusal Blade and the Manta coming out for Mu. The Faceless Void getting good Chronosphere. He has the Blink Dagger. It's not even level 3 yet. He's almost 16, so he will have it soon. And Resolution can still grow a little bit. He just picked up the Abyssal Blade not too long ago.
They also have Bloodlust. Don't forget about that. With a Slark stealing a bunch of damage, and currently has a DD rune, speaking of damage, could be extremely impactful. So even a Witch Doctor. We've seen some really good death wards from Sox, so the tricky part for him is Warcry and AC is a pretty hard counter, but if somehow Fear isn't there for the fight or they kill him off prematurely, then Death Ward could be a difference maker.
Even Weave, they have plenty of armor strategies here for EG. It's so
they have armor
so
for days.
hard to get through any of these heroes, let alone Sumail or Fear on those two carries. It's so tough at this point.
EG going to group up mid. The bottom lane has been pushed in. They dropped an aggressive Observer Ward here, so they've ascertained that DC likely on the northern side of the map. They stick behind Sumail. Butterfly now complete. While DC, more the team that wants to split push, the team that wants to defend high ground. A bit less confident in their ability to force the issue right now.
We might be waiting until Roche before the next point of contention, although EG are very close to this tier 2 tower. I don't know if you defend this if you're DC. If they go high ground, then you have to TP back, but already at high ground is Weehaw and the rest of DC.
They want to force TPs. Already, though, EG have knocked down the tier 2 mid, even further limiting DC's Roshan access. You can see how long Resolution stays here. If there's something like a disruptor this game, he gets the hell out way sooner, but he has a lot of confidence in the matchup and knows that he can get those last couple of pokes in on the tower.
He's going to go back in. I've seen this movie before, I feel like, and he's like, maybe not this time.
Yeah, just potentially looking to force an EGTP or ultimate reaction of some kind, but not actually going to commit there. Oh, they do see him, though. The Hawk comes in. Rezo needs to get out.
Fear coming in from the side. He's in Viz with that nice rune. He's got the Blink Stormhammer. Resolution doesn't know this. They don't have the gem. It's not up front. Yeah, they don't have the gem, so.
Oh, he's actually going to pounce forward. Oh, Abyssal Blade is available. If you can force out a Grave early on Universe, could be a difference maker, but now Sumail moving in. He's chunking down the Ogre bit by bit. Pounce away as Fear leaps forward onto Misery. Wants to connect, but a nice Abyssal Blade by Resolution allows the disengage. Then the bubble connects on 2. Found Sumail in Universe. No Stone Gaze for this one, but they're so damn tanky, Mont.
Even the magic damage isn't doing anything. Universe finally getting low, but a 2-man stun from Fear, and he immediately chops both those supports down. And Weehaw getting right click. The Roar even expended to get that kill. 3 dead for DC, and Mu has to time walk and TP away. Resolution was long gone at that point, and EG are turning this around bit by bit, LD.
They got the combo there. It just didn't matter. Dusa is so tanky at this point. Yeah, Resolution's not dying, Mod, but he's also not killing. He is really struggling to burst the Dusa down. I feel like we're seeing that without a super farm Void, they really don't have great tools. They got her without Stone Gaze even getting off. That looks like the perfect initiation for DC. The follow-up damage simply isn't there.
I think he almost got Fear in the Chronosphere as well, and maybe they could at least divert some of their attention to the rest of the heroes. But Fear was on the back lines, just going to work on the supports on some of those heroes. And now they're pushing with the Necro 3 up into the high ground. Weehaw is not there for 16. Resolution caught. It's now getting low. Of course, the Scotty coming out, slowing him down. Stormhammer will hit as well. And this melee racks might fall.
They know there's no chrono for 30. EG, good time to punish, but only the tower so far. DC hanging onto the racks for the time being. EG now almost losing their courier as it charged down mid. Very anxious to deliver PPD's Force Staff. But for EG, they find Misery. They blink, Roar, initiation. Not sure they want to commit on this. Fear's thinking about it. Has the blink available, and he nails 2! Catching out Mu! Void down before he can even time walk, and now Rezo on an island up against the world. He's been the hero before, but against this EG draft, it just doesn't seem like Slark can do it 1v5. He's not isolating anyone. Even PPD chasing after him. He says, get the hell away from here, you little Slark. And they move in. They want the melee racks, Mont. EG trying to force that game 3. Ice Path, it's a swing and a miss. They force out the buyback. Mu has Chrono, but Stone Gaze says no. He's got to back away. He might die back.
There's the Stormhammer. He's got to use his time walk, and he does get it off in time. Earth Split under Resolution doing some damage. Now time to back away. The Chronosphere, they found Fear. Can they do the damage? He's so taken. They want PPD instead. Might have to use the Grave on himself.
Only one with the Chrono. I don't think it's good enough. Now Fear re-engaging on the Weeha. DC about to lose the Jakiro again, and Rezo likely to be next. They brought down 3. A dieback potentially here from Moo. He barely manages to blink away. For now, still being chased. EG resilient on the big stage, still keeping the 2-time TI championship dream alive. Sumail, he doesn't care. He's going to try for the TP out, but Rezo can stop this one. He forces Sumail to walk it off, and now he's out of this mana shield. He may have overstayed his welcome. Stone Gaze potentially enough here. Resolution getting slept, still backing off. They will bring down Sumail. Dead for 80. Does have the buyback, almost losing the Ogre here to the nuke damage. But when the dust settles, EG have dealt pretty critical damage to the DC base. Slark forced to buy back, Void forced to buy back. A massive net worth advantage now, with EG still yet to take Roshan.
That net worth advantage just swings down so heavily. 15,000 in favor of EG. I mean, they got the kill on Sumail, but that's pretty much it. And if DC maybe can get Roshan, they have some room to work with. But right now, they need to get more. And the Astral Spirit will scout it out. The stop will come through. Dark Path was used in case he did get stopped, but they're going to go back to work. There's the Bloodlust. EG might look to contest this 4 versus 5. We'll see.
Unless Dusa wants to buy back, they will have the power play here. There's no tower to TP to, so it's going to take Dusa a bit longer. And Misery's in position to stop EG's easy initiation, though Fear could potentially go for the blink in, and they're getting nervous, Mott. They know they need to get the Aegis after using all those buybacks, losing a melee Rax, but EG are threatening. At any moment, Fear could bounce.
This is taking a little too long, and Sumail will be up in 10 seconds. There's going to be a stomp again, but it's just Dark Packed it off once more.
Oh, these stalling tactics from EG. Fear's already dropped his helm. He's looking to leap. He's going to try to snatch the Aegis. Can DC prevent this? Stomp will set it up. There's the weave. They're prepping, and in he goes. He gets the Aegis!
And they're going to get Resolution. No, he actually has the Shadow Blade and the Shadow Dance out as well.
Oh, DC, the Roshan gold, it hardly matters. They needed that extra life. This could be it though, Mud. Beautiful combination. Chrono as well as the Macro Pyre, nuking them down, but still EG outlasting them. They have round 2 now with the Chrono expended. Top lane pushing in. DC could be their last gasp in this game. A dieback for Moo. Out for 80. EG in full control of game 2 as they march down the bottom lane.
That's a huge play from Fear. Jumping into the pit, 3 swipes, Roche is down, he gets the Aegis. Even with that great Chronosphere, Fear doesn't care, he just survives, gets that second life, and now they're ready to go again. And I don't know what you could do without that Chronosphere up for the Faceless Void. No Faceless Void for 56. Now Fear has a heart.
Oh dear.
He's even tankier than before.
He's going to be closing in on 4,000 HP with 50 plus armor, and that's not counting the weave, the medallion. And he's not even the main damage dealer necessarily. Sumail is an MKB in his own right. They quad laned this guy at point. Smart, it doesn't feel that way anymore. He has shown resilience here again. He did it at DAC when he first burst onto the scene. Gave up 3-4 kills, now gonna find Misery, and still came back in that Grand Finals versus VG, and it's again EG delivering the killing blow now. This props the GG, and we will go to a deciding game 3. It's not over yet.
What play from Fear on that spin, and the resiliency from Sumail. You can just hear this crowd going crazy. EG are not out of it yet. And game 3 is coming, and I gotta say, for Fear and for Sumail to come back in that fashion, I mean, DC had a clear game plan. It felt like they wanted to push down towers, they wanted to get kills. They killed Sumail a couple of times. They make sure they would try to bring him down and just get him out of the lane as much as possible. Stop him from farming, and they did so, but he's still got too much room to work with, and eventually he becomes this monster raid boss at the end of the game.
There were 2 things that game. One was the really bad team fight top, where it looked like they were gonna be able to kill off the Dusa, and then after all was said and done, gets Grave, gets away. Even if they get that Dusa kill, it's still a terrible fight for DC. And they were running Weeha on a Jakiro. He went for an early mech. Because of how they chose to set up Weehaw that game, he couldn't carry the game, and it just wasn't the 1v5 Slark matchup. Like, lineup-wise, Slark can split push very effectively, but going high ground or entering team fights was always going to be tough given the heroes, and as a result, they end up dropping it. So with that, for some additional analysis, Paul.
Thank you very much. Yes, our dear Mort. Great game 2. We'll be back, of course, for game 3. It's finally poised right now. Finally poised.
Paul.
Yeah, I thought you might bring that up straight away. I thought you might bring that one out. Yeah,
it was a good pick.
Pleased to have it in the tournament. Obviously, pick number 105, my personal favourite, as everyone knows. But early game, you'd say that was all right. It was good harassment. He kept Samal out of the lane. He kept him from farming. He did everything you'd want from him, really, but it still didn't work out.
No, and the end result doesn't, I wouldn't say it speaks to the hero being weak by any means.
Yeah.
It falls off is the big thing there. That's where DC, they got momentum. They had to keep riding it. They won that huge team fight when they're on the high ground at the choke point. And then the subsequent team fight when they were trying to push top lane was the disaster. So
yeah, Shiva, do you feel like they could have gone on? Because there was a moment, wasn't there, around about 19 minutes where they were like, okay, if we win this team fight, we can go and crush these guys. Do you feel
we
like
actually ran back down?
Yeah, because
in case.
why didn't they push? Because they had the momentum, they had the mech on the Jakiro, everything was working for them. Why didn't they go for it?
Well, there is a lot of high ground defense coming out from Evil Geniuses that is still very scary, and we talked about it before the game. I mean, Zai on his Elder Titan is a big factor there. Shane, I mean, instantly was first pick, and it worked out so well.
That was Shane's pick, by the way, we should point out.
No, it was a team effort.
Was it a team effort?
Yeah, we all did it together.
Right.
For me, it was Fear of Darkness. Oh my God, his Sven in that game. When they were behind, when they smoked up, he got a 2-man stun on Saxa and Mu in the jungle. Then they got Roshan. That gave them the breathing room that they needed because they really, really shut down Samuel mid.
No, I mean, you said to me, like, Fear is having an absolutely epic game, and that was before he stole the Ages as well.
Exactly,
and then that happens. And then you, MVP then. That's
I
easy.
don't know if they have an MVP, but like it better be a Sven.
Well, look at that. It's Fear.
It is
No,
Fear.
it's MVP. It's Fear. Right, let's catch up with our draft panel right now and see what they made of Game 2. I'm sure Black's very happy about the Jakiro pick, but what about our draft panel?
Thanks, Paul. Here, of course, with Blitz, Merlini, and Waga. Gentlemen, it's going to go to a game 3. DC pulled out the pieces in hopes, I imagine, of being able to have a strong laning phase and be able to come together with the back of that Jakiro mech and just kind of push on forward, but EG didn't allow it. Waga, if you could touch a bit more maybe about why DC went into the Jakiro and what they were hoping to achieve.
I mean, it's obvious they want to push early, break high ground early, and just keep rolling, get the map controls to Slark and get solo kills. But they didn't really manage to kill that many people of EG. They held together really well. When they had their levels, they just played towards the auras that they had stacked up. And I think this is not really a draft win, but a full strategy win. Because PPD had a very good plan coming into this game. They just couldn't bring down anyone. We saw how tanky the Medusa became. It's just a combination. The levels on all their heroes, then the solo quest, the Vladimirs, the AC, everything, weave on top. And then if you bring her down, there's a grave. It was just near impossible to kill anyone.
I think the itemization from DC was far too defensive. They had the Shiva's Guard, the 4-staff on the Jakiro. I really advocate for like a Veil build that game because they that fight when they killed the Dusa, it took like 20 seconds to get her Aegis down, and then they spent like another 10 seconds damaging her. She was still at like 80% HP. I also think maybe like the early Vlad's pick. I know Wings did it, but it's not the same type of game where maybe a Diffuser Rush would have worked out a little bit better.
I think for DC to win that game, they just had to snowball the lane so hard. And the other problem is they didn't have the best follow-up damage into that Chronosphere. After a while, that combination kind of fell off. The Witch Doctor was never really able to get going in that kind of game, which is why we were really surprised that he was picked 3rd. I remember your reaction to it, you're a Witch Doctor, and that's exactly why, because sometimes the hero, if you're not playing aggressively with it, you just feel like a walking 20 HP regen per second.
Well, to me, it feels like supports. They either need to have the impact that they can save everyone on the team consistently and keep you in the fight, or they need to bring a lot of damage very quickly. And while Witch Doctor ulti brings some damage, it's all physical. It's very easy to mitigate when you have a Sven in your team. I feel that was one of the big reasons it didn't work for them.
Yeah, all the plus armor was really the finishing touch.
Yeah.
EG was quite the fortress there, and got to give props again to Fear. He was MVP. He was like huddled, parked on top of that Roche pit, just waiting for the Aegis, salivating for it. He jumps in, he gets it, and EG take it home. Looking forward to how the draft is going to be set up for game number 3. But in the meantime, we'll throw it back up to the desk and to Purge himself to break down exactly how that Jakiro matchup went.
I like Jakiro a lot, and I just want to talk about the numbers because that stuff, I mean, he just fit the lineup so well. His biggest benefit is the fact that both Dual Breath and Liquid Fire reduce attack speed. Very useful against heroes like Sven and Medusa. They did have Beastmaster Aura, of course, to offset some of that, but it's a lot of advantage, especially in the laning stage. And that's what you do with Jakiro. You can play him support, but if you do play him mid, you get 2 points in Dual Breath, and you get 2 points in Liquid Fire as well. Dual Breath doing 100 magic damage per skill point, so it's a very high damage skill, and Liquid Fire doing between 60 and 120 depending on how many skill points you have. So at this point, if he just harasses Medusa, it does a massive amount of damage. And because he has really high base strength and strength gain, as well as base int and int gain, he can just spam dual breaths all day and generally survive as long as he has some offset of his weaknesses, which is very low armor and low movement speed. So he can offset that with Bloodlust and Mech as well. So, and that's really what happened at this point of the game. Now I want to talk about the way that DC sieged this. The team that I first saw do this was actually Alliance, in that they would grab a Dragonlance on Drow and they would stand right here and they would attack the tier 2 tower from safety. And then the rest of their heroes were positioned on the left side towards the jungle. That way, when they needed to run away, they could very easily. And the other important thing is if you look at what EG is doing on the map here, they're actually swinging around because they're anticipating a typical push, which is a team coming up from this angle. But if they play to the left instead, then what they can do is they can exploit this little window where their opponents might run into it. So Jakiro pops back and forth using Liquid Fire to do a lot of damage to towers. It does affect towers, by the way. Very effective skill for that. And as they retreated to the left, it forces EG into this little bit of a clumped zone. And they do eventually chase because they think, oh, we're in position, we can collapse on this. But as soon as they get to this position, it was really dangerous for them. It's just perfect for Jakiro. This is what this hero is good at. It's doing damage in a line like this. So they have Soxa in a great position. They throw a Cask, Macro Pyre for lots of damage. And then the OP-ness of Dual Breath comes in. I really do think that's his best ability. 400 damage. It's on a 10-second cooldown, and it lasts for 5 seconds. You're reducing movement speed by 40% for 5 out of 10 seconds. No blink daggers, no bottle regen, nothing like that. He just keeps the attack speed low. The last point I want to make is I really agree with Ben. After the mech that they picked up on Wii, he had to get a Veil because it amplifies his damage and pretty much everybody's damage on his team. And I think if they would have done that, they would have won team fights a little bit better in the mid game and possibly just closed it out before they got out farmed.
Very good. Thank you very much, Kevin, as usual. Great breakdown of why Jakiro is best hero.
Well, I wouldn't actually say that was the conclusion.
Sure. Wait, it wasn't?
No, I'll give it to you. That was pretty good.
I thought Kevin was basically agreeing. Jakiro best hero.
Much like the Ogre Jakiro mid lane, forehead.
It is the 7-head strat. Yeah, it's also the first time that Wee's lost a pro game, by the way, using Jakiro.
The first time he's played Jakiro?
No, he's played 4 times before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was his 5th game on it, pro game.
I don't think
first time he's ever lost with it.
I don't think Jakiro was the actual issue. Like,
no, it wasn't. I mean, we're joking.
The draft was good. It was really, really good. It was just they missed their timing.
Yeah.
That was it. Like I don't think DC can go into that like the next game thinking, oh god, we shouldn't draft like out of the box stuff again. Just stick to what you're doing. Like it wasn't so much. It was just EG held on. Like after that fight, we all ran down. We were like, oh my god, the game could end now.
They could have legitimately ended the game.
Exactly. And then we were like, okay, what?
Yeah, it's going to calm down a little bit. Let EG come back into the game.
They just kind of had breathing room.
EG is back though. With the Sven.
I mean, never count them out, right? They've been here before. They know what it's like to play in this lower bracket game. They know how to bounce back from defeat, and they've shown it time and time again. We shouldn't really be surprised, gods.
No, not at all. EG's the team who is incredibly resilient in these longer-term tournament formats. The lower bracket is the scariest time to face EG. And it's funny, I think it was Fly from OG, one of the summits he was at when he talked about, normally you got 1-0 against a team, you feel confident going into game 2. The one player he said that's not the case is PPD. He says, anytime you're up 1-0 against EG and PPD's team, you get more scared in game number 2. He's like the one exception to feeling confident being up 1-0. And well, we saw it there. DC, they fell short in game number 2.
Yeah. What did EG do right in that game, Shiva?
Well, first of all, they had the Elder Titan, which is it's a game breaker with the Earth Splitter, just breaking up the team fight, making sure that death ball doesn't come from Digital Chaos. So that was a big factor already.
It just slows down the game enough because they're grouping up with the mechanism. You have the Elder Titan to slow it down. They also did their smoke timings were amazing when they went into Roshan. They got the pick off in the jungle. Got Roshan that was like on point, allowing them breathing space. Then the defense high ground. When they got the grave off on the, oh my god, everything. Like there was the small plays that just completely changed the game, especially when you have this one core, and you have a grave to defend whoever he's going on. Like it creates chaos, and it's like, oh, okay, I have to back off now. So.
And never panic.
Yeah, exactly.
Always calm and collected. Make the Medusa fat and just wait out, not in being impatient. They just waited it out, and it worked out.
I'm really, I don't know, not being in the EG booth, but I imagine there was a little bit of panic because after they got team wiped, that was one of those fights where if you weren't playing at TI, a lot of teams would just be like, "Up, GG, we lost," and would have just snowballed out of control from there. But it definitely, EG can't feel that confident going to game number 3. This was very close to their elimination. So, but at the same time, DC, they fumbled what was a not significant, but a decent early game lead.
Yeah, yeah. In terms of the way, I don't put too much on this or downplay what the other players did, but I mean, Fear's the carry in the team, and he literally put him on his back in that game.
Yes, somewhat. And he's the guy you turn to. That's the thing. He is PPD, the brains, the captain for the team. Fear is the heart and soul. He's talked to as he's like the guy next to the captain, and he's the guy you turn to when times are going tough. And that's what EG's been for the last couple of days. They got 2-0 stomped by Wings. Yesterday, you lose game 1 against DC. It's great to see Fear stepping up. I mean, looking forward to game 3 and even a potential grand finals. It can't just be Fear, though. You need the whole team to come together.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like having 2 captains in the team, isn't it?
Definitely, like the confidence to do that Roshan play, to blink in and go for the edge of steal, like it takes a lot. You know, your elimination game.
You see him on the edge, because we can see full vision, right?
He was planning
and you can see it, and you're just like, it's coming. And we kind of knew it was coming. And as soon as it happened, I was like, see, I told you they were going to do that. It was obvious to us, obviously, because we've got full vision.
Exactly.
But yeah, surprised the hell out of DC, I guess.
But having the balls to do that in an elimination match with a chance, what Shane's saying, that's just showing that pressure is not getting to Fear. He can, or maybe even he performs better on the pressure. Even.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Let's look ahead to game 2. Gods, in the way of game 3, I should say. It's the one we all wanted in the lower bracket. We love these best of 3s. We finally get one. Haven't had many, actually. When I was looking through the bracket, I was thinking, wow, we've had a lot of 2-0s. Some exciting 2-0s, probably the most exciting 2-0s we've had all year. But we like the best of 3s, and we get one finally in the lower bracket.
It feels great, yeah, being in the final day as well. You've got the 2 North American teams going head-to-head in Key Arena. It's absolutely impossible to predict kind of how things are going to go down now that you're in that game 3 environment. You look at those last 2 games, what to take away from them, and to me, it's less about the draft strategic advantage. It's more about who's going to crack under pressure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, one man that doesn't crack under pressure is down with the crowd right now. Sir Action Slacks is with our fans.
Oh, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to game 3 for NA Dota, baby, and this crowd is hype, right, boys? Oh, they're not that hype. Woo! There's a little bit. Now, I gathered some crowd members here. What was your name?
My name's Jillian.
And what team are you hoping takes this game 3?
Oh, Digital Chaos.
What? Yeah, right there. One more time.
Digital Chaos!
Yeah! All right, sir. Think very clearly. What team do you hope takes it here?
EG.
There we go, EG. Now we got to build some hype here, so I thought I would get these 2 together. So, this crowd needs your help. We need more screaming, we need more yelling. I need those players to know that they're gonna win. I need you to say some encouraging words to all the DC fans in the crowd, watching at home, and the boys playing. Hit me.
I mean, we all know that we was just having some fun, but...
Whoa! Yeah, we're going.
Woo, DC!
All right, there we go. Oh, God. All right. We need some words for EG. Those boys in the booth, they've won internationals, but they're looking at you, into these eyes at that booth, and you need to tell them why they're going to win. Hit it. Give me some hype.
USA! USA! USA!
Wait. That doesn't work. They're both from USA. That doesn't work.
Not when Trump's president.
What? Political agendas. All right. Last one. Now, these guys are everybody's all pissed off now. We need some fighting words. That's NA spirit. I want you to look at this scum and his little, I'm going to pretend to lose the winner's bracket, blah, blah, blah. Talk some smack, dude.
At least Moo can land his Chronos.
Oh! Whoa! EG, your retort.
Slark pickers always deserve.
Oh, jeez. Sorry, Slark pickers. All right, well, no matter what, it's going to be a good game, though, right? Game 3? Yeah! The hype is here, and it's going to get electric. Thanks a lot, and back to you, Red Eye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Slacks, with a couple of very hypey people in the crowd, obviously. All the crowd getting hyped up for our game 3 as we look forward to.
Yeah.
You all right, Shane?
Oh, that was just pretty funny. The trumpet got me.
No political agendas on here.
So, both teams from North America. What are you going to cheer?
Yeah, that's the problem the crowd have got right now. Because
'Cause
USA doesn't really work when you have two North American organizations.
I heard after the second game, it was USA chant. But you can't really chant EG or DC because it kind of is similar, right? So what do you do?
Yeah.
I don't have a solution.
Dota.
Yeah.
That's good. I like that, Shane. Yeah, we should just cheer for Dota from now on. EG.
That's lame, Shane. That's lame.
Entering the arena.
What the hell, Shane?
No, I like that. I'm with Shane. Shane, that's a good idea. I like that. I think everyone should cheer for Dota.
The girls' corner can cheer for Dota.
Hey, excuse me. Can we not make that a gender thing?
Where are you going with this?
Well,
I didn't say that.
You gotta pick a team. You can't do this. Dota's great.
Great.
We got game 3.
Yes, we do have game 3. Let's head back because DC are entering the arena as well. EG already on their way to the booth. And, of course, both teams getting ready for their third and final game of the lower bracket. A lower bracket match which no one would have dreamed of producing these two in the lower bracket. I don't care what people say. I had a couple of people on Twitter like, oh, I got the lower bracket almost completed. No, you didn't. Show proof, pictures, or it didn't happen. It has been the most incredible tournament for upsets. If DC now beat EG in this final game and go to the grand final, is that the ultimate upset we've ever seen?
I wouldn't call it the ultimate upset, but definitely...
In tournament structure, not just in DC beating EG, but in terms of a tournament run.
In terms of how far DC has come, rather than them beating EG.
Yeah.
In that case, I'm very close to it, at least, yes.
I'm struggling to think of anything else, really.
I think the way DC started off at the main event against Wings, they struggled a bit. Everyone's like, oh, maybe DC in the group stage just got lucky. Look at them now.
Well,
you know what I mean?
CDEC getting to second place last year was a pretty big surprise as well. So.
Yeah.
They made the road through the winner bracket, and that's where, like you say, DC fell down. A lot of people are like, okay, they fell down now. Their moment's over.
Yeah.
But hey, they're here. They're in the top 3.
The only team to have won all of their matches in the lower bracket, by the way, and carry on. The only team to have dropped down from the upper and carry on winning. All the others dropped down, lost immediately, left the tournament.
It's a rough road.
That's some leadership, actually, because like each game is a new task. Like,
yeah. You've got to almost shut off and forget about whatever you did yesterday.
And the last game doesn't matter at all. The next game is like huge opponents like eHome. There was some crazy games like in all throughout this tournament. Like DC, I'm going to go back to Pika again. I think the coach really has a big part to play in it. I think it's having experience,
coach,
like Pika.
Captain.
Exactly.
Drafts been on point.
They really have. And their drafts are kind of interesting in the way that they have 2 star players. They have Resolution and they have Wii. And they, like in the Wii Invoker game, they kind of allowed him to snowball because they had like a Shadow Demon, like a Beastmaster, all these ways to make Wii shine. And then the next game they go for they put Wii on the Space Creator and they let Resolution shine. You know, like they definitely have their angles in each game. And
yeah, they're not too worried who steps up. They're just as long as someone does or they step up collectively. With going into the game 3 now, obviously DC have had this fantastic run. They've gone along incredibly well. Is this just a hurdle too far, do you feel? Or do you feel like actually that was such a close game? They're not even going to get worried about that.
I think they'll be worried, but they were so close. Yeah, I definitely agree. It was a close game, so I don't think it's going to throw them completely off, but there will be some concerns how, like, man, we should have had that game. It sucks to lose a game where you have the early game advantage.
Yeah.
They lost before in the lower bracket, one game, not the series, of course, otherwise they wouldn't be here, but against TNC, and it was the first game of the series, and they came back and they beat TNC 2 games in a row. So in terms of mindset and the ability to be able to just continue on after a loss and to reset and refocus and actually win the game after, they definitely can do it.
Okay, strong mental wheels on both sides, that's for sure, as they go head-to-head. I think we're not too far away from our third and final draft of this one. Wings, of course, we'll give a mention to them. We're going to see them in the grand final. They await right now. What are they thinking sitting here watching this? Are they learning anything, Gods?
Easy game.
They're probably happy.
Probably, if they're really confident, then they are.
I mean, they're happy to see it go to a game 3 because it means these 2 teams. Yeah, it's more emotionally taxing. It's more physically taxing on these teams. So. And it's more times for Wings to kind of it's more footage they can use to prepare for their grand finals match. So I think Wings are happy that it wasn't like a 2-0 stomp because you're not going to learn as much from that.
Yeah, sure. Shiva, coach-wise, we're going to put Coach Shiva in right now for EG.
Who am I coaching?
You're coaching EG. Shane's coaching DC because he's been DC fanboy for the whole event. So you go down right now. They've just come out. They've headed back to their booth. What have you told them as they head back in?
Don't get cocky. But other than that, I'm just going to let Fear and PPD do their thing because it's worked so far, and why not let them continue doing that?
Yeah, they don't need any motivation tools.
I don't think so. I mean, I think they obviously is less hungry than they were last year, perhaps, as Parker called earlier, but I think they definitely want it again. We heard it actually, we heard a video from Fear this morning where he basically said, you know, I just want that one chance after his arm injury to prove that I can do the championship and still have the chance to play there, and he's getting a second chance right now, which is pretty impressive, and he wants it.
Yeah.
Like Coach Shane.
Coach Shane.
Red Eye, don't listen to him. Jakiro's not the hero. But stick to what you've been doing all tournament. Don't be phased by it. Your drafts have been phenomenal. The last game we drafted well. We just missed our timing by a little window, and EG played extremely well. So we just need maybe more of a balanced draft that can, in all stages of the game, meet EG, and just stick to what you're doing because it's working.
I like that. I actually want to go out and play now. I feel like I could.
You can
Jakiro mid, and I could carry the team through. God, final words before we head into the draft.
I think the team that's going to play the most fearlessly is going to be the one that comes out on top. You can't play too scared, can't play too cautious.
All right, sounds like good advice to me. Coaches all around here. Let's head back downstairs for the draft for Game 3.
Welcome back inside, everybody. We're getting ready for game number 3 of Digital Chaos versus EG. Only one of these teams can move on to meet up against Wings in the grand final. I'm back at my drafting station here with Blitz, Merlini, and Waga. Gentlemen, let the draft begin. It looks like EG are going to be having the first pick, and they quickly snag up the Elder Titan. DC go right for the Beastmaster and accompany it with the Shadow Demon already.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's curious to see. In the previous series, both teams ignored Shadow Demon fully, actually. So it wasn't prioritized. It was not banned either. And here we see it coming back again with the Beastmaster combo. Wow.
Already what could be our first somewhat peculiar pick. What does that say to us right now, Will? Early Tidehunter grab, when you're passing over some of the more notorious known universe options.
I think the biggest thing is they want to be able to counterpick the Digital Chaos mid hero with one of the supports. So they're waiting to pick one of those. You can wait to pick your carry and your mid laner, especially. We saw how well it worked out when EG were able to last pick that Dusa. So I think for EG, they simply take the Tidehunter. It's a good matchup against the Beastmaster if they want to go one-on-one or go for an aggro. It works out quite well, as we saw in the last game. Adds a lot of flavor to the team fight, and especially on Dire side, you can just stick that guy into the Ancients. He can get his prerequisite farm.
I think Moo's the hero on the player on Digital Chaos that you need a break if you're Evil Geniuses. I think picking the Tidehunter is going to make it very difficult for him on the Beastmaster. We've seen a couple of games where Moo has had really terrible performances. His Beastmaster game versus TNC's Batrider, that was especially critical for them. And then last game on his Faceless Void, they were forced to push high ground because Evil Geniuses had the late game advantage. They needed to go, they weren't quite ready, and then he hits a Chrono on a solo Medusa outside the base, which was the beginning of the end for Digital Chaos.
Do you think any part of that at all is also because, like, maybe they also want to make sure they get Weehaw on something that he can also thrive in the later game? Let's say if Moo does fall short, they'll have at least Weehaw there to kind of be able to step up. You can only step up so much when you have a Jakiro, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think that was one of those pocket picks that they decided to try out for that game. Push the pace, give EG a little bit something different. But at the same time, what's been standard for DC is they give Weehaw one of those heroes similar to what Samil plays, something that can scale later into the game, that can carry if things go wrong, and I feel like they shouldn't get away from that concept.
That's the interesting thing. They play fairly similar mid heroes. Apart from Sumail maybe not playing as much Invoker, and DC really being the only team that has had great success with Invoker this TI. I feel they have sort of the same heroes that they go towards. So second phase here, we see EG banning out the Invoker. Pretty expected. The Storm gets removed with respect to Sumail, and I think there's a lot of focus on the mid hero right now. You pretty much have to consider getting it in Lex 2.
That ban, though, on Wyvern leads me to believe that DC do want to get something to do a bit of a split push game, I'd imagine. That's been a go-to counter pick for a lot of teams to prevent a lot of the heavy illusion, pressure.
It's just a great hero against Beastmaster in general, and then Shadow Demon works as well, because if you time it to the illusions. But it's mainly about the attack speed of our own Beastmaster. You make everyone just kill their teammates so fast. We've seen some amazing Winter Wyvern situational picks here at TI.
Now, do you think DC would consider just going right for one of the luxurious cores that you can pair with this Shadow Demon right now, or is that a bit too soon to begin to show your hand?
I think the problem with that is that Elder Titan's on the side of Evil Geniuses. Like Terrorblade, Morphling, really good with Shadow Demon, however very terrible with Elder Titan. We saw a lot of Terrorblade and Morphling throughout the group stage because Elder Titan was often banned out. But now that he's in, I don't know, those look a lot less attractive. I think Luna is probably a little bit better, especially versus Titan.
Whoa, right to Fuzzy Wuzzy here, the third pick for DC.
I actually think that's most likely going to be a Wii hero, just because Resolution, it just doesn't pair with the Shadow Demon whatsoever.
Wii plays Ursa almost every single time that I've seen them pick it. I believe it's been Wii. And they also just... Wii is... When you play Ursa on mid, the thing is he's very hard to shut down, in fact. And they can still put it solo against Tidehunter if they want to, but most likely it's going to be a mid hero for them.
We'll have to see if EG can read that situation and be prepared for it appropriately. Like you mentioned, either putting the Tidehunter there in an audible call, or, I don't know, maybe you get something like a Timber, Sand King that we've been seeing do favor a lot of these melee one-on-one matchups.
The Ursa's gonna have trouble having uptime though. They don't have like the best team fight, just Beastmaster, single target roar. Not great versus Tidehunter. Like Elder Titan I think is gonna be a huge problem this game in terms of limiting Digital Chaos's team fight.
Yeah, I don't know if EG really could afford going for a Sand King as well here. It feels a little bit like they commit too much to the heroes that get close and personal. You could risk getting kited a lot. They can still just swap it over and have a different elusive hero such as Puck, who goes well with the Ursa. So I'm not sure about the Sand King coming in.
I think Sand King as well, going for the 3 melee, none of them tower pushers, none of them really able to siege. It's almost too much of an overcommitment in team fight. The downside of having 2 major team fight heroes like that is if neither of them are BKB breakers, they just overlap in what they want to do. It's not like hitting the Ravage into the epicenter or something that you can always expect.
I think EG might be considering going for like a Venge Terrorblade kind of thing here, actually. By the looks of things, when you have Tide Ulti and Elder Titan, 2 really strong things for securing the team fights. If you have a Terrorblade early on as well, you can push so hard, and at minute 10, 11 mark, Terrorblade clear Ancients really, really fast, and he matches up fairly well against Ursula, I feel.
I think they could just use more team fight, because as usual versus an Ursa, you're concerned about the Roshan. They already have the Elder Titan to scout him out, but like right now, Digital Chaos, they can't really go into the pit versus the Elder Titan and the Tidehunter, and I think you want to keep going in that direction. Force Ursa to not get that first Rosh, and then just slowly peek off until your cores get enough farm.
EG do go right for the PPD grab and picking up the Dazzle. This is normally where I say, well, watch out for Huskar, but with DC picking up the Ursa, that's not very likely, it seems.
Nah, it's just a comfort hero for PPD, and I also think they demonstrated in the last game how important Weave can be. I think that was one of the games that I've seen ever where Weave has the biggest impact. It was insane.
Yeah, I think they could actually just go for Dusa again. With Dusa, Tidehunter, Elder Titan, like their team fight is extraordinarily good. They have no way to stop the Medusa from dealing damage, no good defusal carriers. Ursa's like mediocre because he doesn't build Manta.
Yeah, it's probably to a point that Digital Chaos, if the mid hero is not picked before the last pick, they should probably ban out Dusa over Huskar, even against the Dazzle.
Agreed. After we saw the first 2 openers, I think Dusa makes the most sense for EG, but Digital Chaos, I think they've kind of thought about that. They have not the best heroes against it, but at the same time, you still have 2 hero picks remaining. You can pick something as a support that can deal with her, at least in the early game. Just because I feel like you can pressure her pretty heavily in lane. That's the one thing about Dusa. You just want to gank her once or twice, slow down her farm progression, then get active around the map, because she's not going to rotate early on to help the other lanes.
I wonder if DC could, get something for themselves with that maybe extra support spot that would be good against the Medusa in preparation. Coddle Mana League is not too bad, I heard. Nyx Assassin,
Big fan of Coddle?
Yeah, maybe.
We kind of need a Misery hero though, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
He's been going to the Kunkka a lot, but...
Oh, snap.
And he goes again, Will. Wonderful job. They're going to pair the Kunkka Shadow Demon once again.
It's hard in the 5v5 scenario, though, when you're against Dazzle, because when you play the Shadow Demon Kunkka, you're kind of trying to eliminate one guy really quick. Same for a Beastmaster, and actually Ursa does the same thing. They need to go on several different targets now.
Oh, good call on the Terrorblade earlier.
Yeah, thanks, boy.
I think, imagine if they went like Ogre or Bounty Hunter or Riki instead of the Kunkka, though. They would just like get crushed in the team fight. They'd have good roam and okay lanes, but overall, though, the team fights would just really go EG's way. Terrorblade, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it's just a very natural pairing with the Tide Ulti. Like, you push so early, and Terrorblade hits that peak. When he gets the Dragonlance threats early on in laning phase, there's not much that can fight against him during the Metamorphosis. You kind of just have to forfeit the towers.
Yeah. Also, if you look at DC's lineup, they have very few ways to deal with them when it comes to the later parts of the game. He can kite around the Ursa. He's going to go for something like the Scotty. There's a lot of single target focus on him. There's a Dazzle, like you said, on the other side.
Exactly. And Terrorblade is one of those illusion heroes that does stack up his illusions close to each other and then fight. And the only AoE they have is really, well, Kunkka. He brings most of it, the ship, if he lands it. Whereas some other illusion heroes like Naga, you don't care about having AoE damage because they're going to split push anyway.
I think DC also have an armor problem, similar to last game. They have ET and Dazzle again on the side of EG, and there's no Warcry, no anything. I think last game they had to buy so many armor items that they couldn't do any damage in the fights. This game is something I would like to see some armor hero. Maybe Sven, I suppose?
Sven's pretty okay, but at the same time, I think he's going to just get kited out.
Okay. And he's going to be taken out altogether, and EG go right for the Brewmaster here.
That's so good against Ursa. I like it. It's very brave to go for a Brewmaster here, but just the Cyclone on the Ursa, chain Cycloning him in the team fights, and then the Drunken Haze impact as well. You can mess so much with DC's lineup. It's kind of heavy committal though, but you do have the Terrorblade to fall back on.
I mean, there's no way they can burst him down before his ulti in any fight. Like, even without the Grave, I think it's really difficult.
Yeah, I feel DC are going to struggle since they don't really have any silence or anything like that. I would love to see a puck for them, honestly, but they're going to go for Resolution Slark.
Trusty Slark. I mean, you got one draft left, potentially, in your tournament life. And I guess they go for a comfort pick here, gentlemen. Now that we do see the spread before us, what do you think is going to happen here for game number 3?
I think EG have probably the more well-rounded lineup. I just think that the team fight is going to be a little bit too hard. You have a Terrorblade who I think is going to scale very well in a game like this. I'm going to go with EG for game number 3.
I also go with EG. I think they have heavy physical damage, not really countered by anything on Digital Chaos, and I think DC are going to really struggle to get Roshan.
I think DC are doing pretty much the same as they've done in previous series. They have their own unique style, but looks like EG has figured it out. They have adapted a lot in the series, and DC have not. I think EG got this.
Sounds good. Let's do it, folks. It's the last game, game number 3. Evil Geniuses versus Digital Chaos. Let's send it over to our courtside casters now. It's LD and Mott.
Mott, wings are waiting. Comfortable in the grand finals. EG, they've been here before. They got knocked down to the lower bracket last year. They bounced back in a tough 3-game series, and they made it to the grand finals. The analysts have little faith in the DC draft. You and I were talking, is this a Meepo game? Could this be a tanker game, potentially, with the heavy 5-man push from EG? DC go more to the comfort pick here in the Slark. Who do you got for this one?
You know, I kind of agree with the panel with EG and the picks they have, but I feel like there is still ways for DC to win. Resolution can still get farmed up, even as farmed as he was last game. He did struggle, but he can still absolutely take over this game. He has plenty of damage later on down the road. And some early roams from these DC supports as well could actually have a huge impact. But it is game 3, and this is it's all or nothing right now for both of these teams with this draft. By far the most interesting pick is Sumail on that Brewmaster and how much he can get done.
This is like a taste of TI4 where we would see the super heavy 5-man lineups, the old EG style where they'd get like the Enigma Tidehunter, the Void Enigma, the Brewmaster, the big 5-man Deathball type strategy. It's a different engine for the push though. The Terrorblade, something that wasn't seen nearly as much back then, but is equally fearsome in the 5-man in its own right.
Even now, I think the Terrorblade is still falling off in comparison to where he was at Manila and before TI as well, even in the group stages. I feel like Terrorblade It's not seen the light of day for a period of time.
It's a decent Terrorblade game, though. Like the thing I liked about a potential Tinker pick is it gives them a really good way to do with the Illusion Swarm and just the general early 5-man, but they don't have the best Illusion clear. Like for DC to do well in this, sure, Kunkka can potentially if he gets super farm, but realistically, it's a 4-position Kunkka. You can't expect him to deal with the Illusions on his own. They have very little wave clear aside from that. Shadow Poison takes a while to stack up, isn't going to deal with the main TB. He's protected by a Dazzle. There's no counter for Grave this game, so I think it's like you said, that DC really do need to get something out of the Shadow Demon Kunkka. If not in the first couple minutes, then definitely with that first smoke rotation, those early movements. And already see Saksa is starting with one here. As the Battle of the Bruisers rages in mid. Sumail skills the clap early. Generally is the first ability you pick up, but it means there's no evasion chance here, so Mihawk can go in.
They got it on Zai, and he's low already. The pounce will come through, leashing him up. Is this going to be first blood? Zai's low, not dead yet, and he will go down.
That's huge.
Last right click from Saksa that gets it done.
Sumail grabbing the point now, Drunken Brawler. So this is where he can equalize things. With the Ursa, you have the attack speed slow of the Thunderclap. You have evasion from Drunken Brawler. Almost certainly expect to see at least 1 point Drunken Haze. And at that point, that early damage, the pressure that Weehaw was putting out, not going to be as easy to do. So important for DC to get kills in the other lanes. Really nice start here. Zai going for the early point in Astral Spirit. It's nice when there's 3 heroes to run it through, but the early point in Echo Stomp is the more defensive build, and it has allowed a lot of teams to get out of situations like that.
So this bottom lane, again, they're kind of leashed here because there's an aggressive dual lane. Sumail, right click's a bit more. Earth Shock, it does hit, I think, a little bit. They have the...
He's going for this. Is there going to be evasion? No, sir. Weeha gets it done.
Level 2 Fury swipes. That's all that it takes, and like you said, no misses. And you're good.
I mean, it's a 10% dodge. You cannot rely on the dodge at this stage. It's when you combine it with the Drunken Haze, but Sumail not level 3 yet. That's where the miss chance becomes very high. 45% chance to miss on top of the 10% evasion. He is going to skill up the level 2 clap. So still Weeha can find openings here, especially if he gets a good rune.
Well, bounty's
but
up
the good rune goes to Zai as he does grab an invis.
Yeah, Zai will be down bottom, ferreting up and looking for maybe more trouble. You can see that how far Soxa is shadow poisoning zoning out Universe, but he might be able to make a go on Soxa. He's a little too far up. The stomp, there it is. They've caught him. They bring him down in time. I don't think so. 2 stacks of shadow poison.
This could go poorly for them. Torrent coming out, then the pounce forward onto Universe as Resolution engages, dropping him low, gets off the anchor smash, is going to lock him in place now. The follow-up damage isn't enough, though. A great 2-hero stomp, and Misery needs this Torrent to connect. Universe going to juke it. There's no pounce to go through, and Misery trapped in the trees. No regen. Death to the club of the Elder Titan, and they're doing it 2v3. They don't have a point in Soul Catcher, and it's only a level 2 Shadow Demon, so they don't really have the burst damage. I think you really want to be going on the Elder Titan there rather than the Tidehunter, who already has 2 points in Kraken Shell, but until they get more levels on these supports, kills on the Tide are going to be hard to come by.
It's just too tanky at this point, like you said, with the Kraken Shell, and even just with base HP as well. But
they got him so low because the Anchor Smash hadn't gotten off, but once they got off, it was very difficult to continue damaging him.
I like the rotation, though, to mid as they're setting up for maybe a Torrent kill here onto Sumail, and another kill would be huge. They've stopped him from farming before when he was playing that Dusa, bringing him down a second time, especially when the first time was a solo kill.
But look at how well Zai is reading the map, already pinning out the likelihood that Misery has left the lane. They have a good observer ward in the enemy jungle. They don't actually see the Elder Titan, but they also don't see him pulling or in the area, so they get suspicious about his position. Instead, Misery will move all the way top here. Moo's not level 6. Difficult to set up a kill. Possible to run down the Terrorblade, but it's a Dazzle lane. There's still a skill point about to be available. He can grab the level 1 Grave if he'd like.
He already torrented the creep wave, so it looks like they're not going for a kill.
Meanwhile, bottom, Resolution, he's been left alone, and if you leave a Slark alone against Tidehunter, he is going to get bullied by Anchor Smash. He can get his level 6 and then at least can always heal up under the cover of Shadow Dance, but you can already see Rezo has to back away. If they're not getting kills elsewhere, Mod, this is not an effective move at all for DC. Like if that was an Ursa bottom or something, he would be fine, but given this matchup, he's really going to struggle. And the lane stabilized for EG, a free farming Terrorblade after the early pressure and success mid. Weeha now even, or close to even on CS with Sumail here as far as last hits go, but can he find a kill?
Drunken Haze did come out, so that's the evasion that you were talking about. So Weeha will have a tougher time getting right clicks, but he's going again with the Earth Shock, and he's got the Fury Swipes on. See if he can actually bring him low. I don't think he'll be able to get the kill even with another Earth Shock. Overpower, and he gets it! The Shadow Wave, Poison Touch, Weeha enrages. The stop will come through, though.
Another Shadow Wave will put him in a lot of trouble. He heads to the north, PPD. He gets juked. Ursa has high base move speed. He can turn this,
He's
baby.
sounding up. He wants Zai as well. Now the Shadow Wave coming out, and he is about to fall. The Great comes out just in time.
He's playing this fight so well, Mon. On the high ground, he might be able to make a move on PPD. Misery's coming in. Torrent to save him. Potentially doesn't actually cast it. He gets away. Weeha is just playing out of his mind this game.
That was an incredible series of events. If he had gotten that second kill as well, oh my god, that would have been something. Zai barely limping away, going back to the base.
He just played it perfectly there, using the Enrage right as EG was trying to finish the job, forcing them back by getting enough damage on the Elder Titan. If he just tries to run, he probably dies, but instead the Elder Titan has to back, then it's only the Dazzle trying to focus him down. Good adjustment by Misery to come and assist him as he has managed to collect level 4. I think the slight worry here for DC is that Slark is getting pretty heavily out-farmed, and he's not a great hero against 5-man anyway, so you really don't want to be behind. But Sumail mid, barely getting off the split. They force it out. Nicely done by DC, as long as they can disengage. But Misery being hounded here. There's another boulder toss, likely to drop.
He will go down. It looks like the last right click's coming in. They lose the Kunkka support. They force out that ultimate, but EG, very happy with how that went.
They almost had him. He was so low.
Yeah, he really was.
Meanwhile, bottom though, Rezo getting chased down. He pounces, but Universe blocks it. Good disruption here, so we can't get that follow-up anchor smash. And Soxa will save his carry. But the thing to note here isn't that he lives, but rather that he's being pressured out of the lane so heavily. Not a free farm Slark game.
5 stacks of the Shadow Poison, bringing that side hunter who's very tanky down pretty low, but Universe is still being aggressive. Resolution still doesn't have 6, so he doesn't have that Shadow Dance passive. He can't stay in lane. When you have that, you could maybe at least get a little bit more farm and be a bit more aggressive, but that's just not the case at this point. And again, you talked about it, the Terrorblade continues to free farm. A very good timing. Whatever item he goes for here, at this point he's got Shreds and Aquila, and he's TPing down bottom as well. His Metamorphosis is up, ready to go, and he's got enough mana to use it.
They're just going to death ball like behind the Terrorblade. I don't think EG cares all that much about getting kills. It's a bonus if they do. They might find one on Misery. Doesn't have the boat yet, only a level 2 Shadow Poison. DC's tools for D-pushing are very minimal, and EG recognized that. With Ravage online, DC cannot defend their towers right now. They will have to trade. The Beastmaster can't find pickoffs when the enemy team is 5-manning, and they do catch Misery here. This doesn't look great for the Kunkka. Anchor smash, poison touch, and he's dead. EG are gaining steam, Mott. They have a weakness they can exploit here. It needs to be Weehaw stepping up big. He looks for the kill on mid. There is no brew split.
Yeah, no split, and there's the overpowered Fury swipes. They just need one more, and they will find it. The big problem for EG right now is that Brewmaster. Even so, he's still doing okay in net worth, at least ahead of Resolution, who's looking for anything, and this tower would be super helpful. We need something to go their way, and a tier 1 trade is actually not that bad when you consider how this game's been going for this Slark.
Yeah, DC getting enough out of the lanes to not lose hope just yet. They are split pushing effectively. Like, if Weehaw wasn't finding all these kills mid, I would say they're in a ton of trouble. With the start he's had, they do have a chance. He's got a haste through now, and he can run onto Zai, but diving the tower against a Tide is very risky, so Weehaw will back away. Now the brew split also functional. EG have 2 ultimates ready to defend this tower. Still no Kunkka boat. Misery knows he really has to get his ultimate if they want to take fight. Slark cannot stop the push. Shadow Demon can only slow it down. Ursa can't run in against 5. Instead, he's going to try to isolate Fear. He does find the Terrorblade, but can he burst him down? Fear has 17 armor.
Everyone is coming right now, but Weehaw, there's the Sunder, perfectly timed. And Rage is not able to do enough. He'll try to TP.
Still a really nice play by Weehaw, though. By isolating Fear, he drags EG away from the tower mid. He forces out the Sunder. He slows them down while DC continue to split push. Now the Kunkka boat about to come out. They may lose the tower, but the overall maneuver still very sound. Moo coming in mid. Oh, he may get caught, though. He doesn't have mana for a roar. Clap, but no follow-up. They are slowing this thing down a bit. EG just don't want to commit their ultimates until they have guaranteed kills, and with Terrorblade Metamorphosis still cooling down, he's not going to join the fight, which means EG, I think, trying to push too soon. They should be pushing around the Metamorphosis timings, but they're not doing so. This is giving DC a lot of time to farm, and all of a sudden, with barely any kills happening the past couple minutes, DC are back on top.
I mean, it just is, they want to fight with those ultimates, it seems like, but they just can't find the pickoffs. And even when they find Weehaw, he's already too fast. He's chasing after that Terrorblade. Yeah, he gets the Sunder off. He could have gotten the kill there. Instead, again, that's also what you talked about. It slows the push down even further because they all rotate over to help him. So that tier 1 tower stays alive in the mid lane. You can see right now, the Terrorblade is top of the net worth, but it's still, again, Sumail has to find a way to catch back up into this game. Maybe get a Blink Dagger here at some point in time.
And Brew is not a great comeback hero by any stretch as far as farming goes. He can fight his way back into the game sometimes, but if he wants to farm his way back in, he's going to get completely outclassed by Beastmaster. Moo going for the Necro Book. Mana burn is a big concern for some of these EG heroes, especially Brewmaster, who's had a bad start. There's no Arcane Boots on him. PPD's nowhere near them. Zai has 1 set, but the mana burn could pose problems for him. Actually, another pair on Universe, especially if the Brew gets caught away from his team or the cooldowns have been used. So has to be careful he has enough mana for that split. But now Metamorphosis is up and EG are going to push again.
Weehaw is getting ever so close to that Blink Dagger. That'd be a great time to go. And he has a double damage rune, but I just don't think they can defend this. With all the Shadow Poison, it will still go down. EG get that tier 1 mid. Getting some extra gold to go their way along with it, but
it took them a while though, and all the ways DC splitting the map up, Slark farming, Kunkka farming, EG 5-manning. Normally, this team is known for doing a really good job at distributing farm and not falling behind as far as economy goes. That's how they're able to take the eHome series into the ultra late game and still come out on top. They're just not used to having Sumail this far behind. So I still think EG's 5-man is extremely strong, but honestly, this is about as good as you can expect for DC, especially with that bottom lane not going that smoothly after the first blood. They struggled to farm the Slark, but he's caught up. DC are still in good shape here.
It feels like almost DC are spreading the map a little bit better, and far better actually than EG, and that's what you were talking about. That's where their strengths lie, and DC are taking over now, and looks like they're going to maybe...
They have Blink on Ursa now. He also has a DD rune mod.
Tower solo as well. He could pop the DD, he will, and they're going to go for this tier 1 tower.
No glyph available, one more hit. He's
out.
Very nicely played by Weehaw. Takes the tower from right under the nose of EG. Universe going for the mech build, so they don't really have the best catch. Brewmaster Blink still not available against the Slark and an Ursa with a Blink. These are mobile heroes. You also have X to allow them to play more aggressively and still be pulled back to safety. They can really get away with some deep, bold movements against EG, and EG very much committed to 5-man Dota.
Sumail is sitting at 1900 though, so his Blink Dagger is almost done, but here comes Resolution. Almost wants to force out that Brew Split as well. If they have that down, they can feel a little bit more comfortable. Universe is on his way towards his mech as well.
This man has been an absolute godsend for the team. And now he's looking to make another play. His DD rune has worn off, but he's got an Invis mod. Fear very far behind the tower. Even Zai super far back, but somehow Weehaw still finds him. Instant stop. He blinks out, almost dodging it. Does end up getting caught, but now the Purge onto Fear. They're going to keep him out of the fight and try to get their Ursa out safely. He has been caught by the clap. He's got the ultimate. Earth Splitter coming through. This one's going to hurt. Weehaw will end up going down. A very deep dive. Can they counter this anywhere? Looks like they maybe try to set up on Universe, but Tide is just too tanky of a target. That was a huge kill. Insane reactions there from Zai. Seemed like they may have known that the Invis had been popped. So he was very quick to react.
I have to say, though, while that was happening, they still do get that tower down bottom. Mu was split pushing, and he has his book 1 now as well. So they're getting items on other heroes. It's not just Weehaw. Shuri goes down there, and it was a deep dive. I think she almost was able to blink away from that split, that stomp.
That would have been so sick, because he has the move speed to run back in and kill him at that point with phase boots. Here's the smoke from Misery. And from Mu, they do see PPD. They have the Necro Book. They can quickly kill him with the Roar, but the stop is there. Again, it's Zai in position to save the day. The boat's going to hit, but PPD able to withstand this offense. And now they have to back. There's a Ravage ready. The Brew Blink, I don't think it's been scouted. He goes in for the initiation. He finds Soxa with the clap, but that's not the worst kill to give up. They even commit a split just for a Shadow Demon. Not terrible, all things considered for DC, but can they find more? They're chasing after Mu. A follow-up clap is there. Zai stomps him. Rezo on to Fear. Weehaw retreating rapidly. He's far out of position to assist Mu. Fear wants to bring him down, but Wee tries to save him. The boulder toss not enough.
The raindrop keeps him alive. Mu's still getting chased down by Illusions in Universe. Now bottling up on the north. There's going to be more fighting happening. And finally, Resolution about to fall. Looks like he will go down. 1 or 2
has
more
the
right
pounce,
clicks.
has the Shadow Blade, but he leaps into certain death. The prediction blink there by Sumail. I think he dies to the tower anyway, but DC overplaying their hand a bit. Ravage wasn't even used there. Mu will disconnect. Gives DC a chance to collect their thoughts. They were actually up by 2,500 gold prior to that fight. With EG holding the kill lead, they have done a very good job, and as far as the overall game plan goes, I think that's the important thing to highlight here is DC know their 5-man is just not as good. Even if you hit like a perfect boat torrent, you probably still don't take the fight at this stage of the game. They have spread EG out, but they're pushing it just a little bit too far. They have to be patient, continue to let the Slark farm. At some point, maybe the Ursa, the Beastmaster, can try to sneak towards the Roshan pit. With that tier 1 down bottom, and already you can see EG, they have their own ambitions.
EG at this point, I mean, they're down a couple thousand, I think 2,000 in terms of net worth right now, but it's not that much, and especially with the terribly farming as he is. He has the Dragonlance. You can see already that kind of setting up, there is a lot of vision here in the jungle for the Radiant team. DC have some very good vision as well. So moving forward right now, I don't think you want to fight as DC until you maybe get a BKB on Ursa or the Necro 3 coming out for a Beastmaster. It's probably the most important item to have that mana drain to make sure you can actually, and the damage that it deals also is pretty insane as well. So, and the 5-man that you have from EG is just, there's too many ultimates. You have the Earth Splitter, you have the Ravage, Sunder, obviously Metamorphosis, and the Brew Split. There's just too much to deal with for DC at this point.
Yeah, but they can play around the cooldowns, which so far they've done quite a good job of. I wonder what Weeha's going for here. Does grab the belt of Giant Strength. Normally this would be a basher on Ursa, but generally you don't see that as the first item. I suppose a possible Sanj pickup. It's a bit unusual. More often it is the Ags build, BKB. Diffusal Blade is an occasional pickup. I know CTY really popularized that build as EG now need their own moment here.
I'm just getting some
It wouldn't be an Dota without a smiley face, Mont. I'm just waiting on
or
question
pauses.
marks.
One of those two things.
We haven't gotten enough question marks for my taste, though, I have to tell you.
This has been a very mannered international so far.
The team's trying to keep things loose for themselves, but there is so much pressure. If DC were relaxed going into game 2, they have to be a little more nervous now. The tournament lives on the line. So too for EG. Sumail, another game where he's had a rough start. Almost always when EG have won this tournament, it has been with Sumail just taking over. But this game, it's a totally different strategic approach from EG, and he won't win the game solo. It's going to be a team effort for them.
Sumail, he's picked up the gloves of haste, and I don't think he has the belt of strength, so he may very well go for a Midas. It might be a little bit of time, but we've seen that when Brewmasters have struggled in the past. Yeah. Midas is always a good choice to get back into the game. It's one of those heroes that works really well with it.
And his ultimate scales very well. The duration increases, and the cooldown goes down substantially. So just getting levels on Brewmaster alone is quite important, so there's less downtime for your ultimate. You already have a lot of downtime just with Ravage alone, and it's going to be a very long time before Universe gets a refresher. Whereas DC, they're the lineup that can pretty much always fight. The boat has a 1-minute cooldown, even at level 1. Slark has very frequent uptime on all of his spells. Obviously, Ursa, Beastmaster. Basically every minute, DC have their full complement of spells. EG, the ones who need to fight around cooldown, so the levels do matter quite a bit here for Brewmaster. But DC, they'll take the tier 2 top. They probably realize that EG are in the Roche Pit, especially now that we just see Zai and Sumail confidently roaming around the river. They already saw a couple DC heroes top. They know DC is not coming to contest, but DC's still getting significant trades as Misery looks to slow things down with the Torrent. Sumail trying to get on him. Doesn't want to commit a split just for him. There might be a boat. We could see a Aegis snipe potentially as Weeha moves in.
Misery is getting caught by Sumail, though, and he's going to get stunned up with a stomp. And Sumail's TPing home, it looks like, in fear.
The Axe, though, he prevents the TP back. Sumail can't come to defend. Already this tier 3 top has almost fallen, Mont. DC are ratting this one out.
Sunder comes through. Weeha was looking for the engagement there. Now it looks like he's about to fall with the Enraged. Ravage was used top, and they actually will break down the Tidehunter. Now they're going for the Range Racks. DC are about to get a Range Racks at 16 minutes in.
They lose Weeha, they lose their Conka, they give up an Aegis, but the Ravage committed. The Brewmaster split down. The top lane caved in. This buys a lot of time. Earthsplitter not going to connect. Resolution sneaking away. What a brilliant maneuver by DC. Misery with the X there on the Brewmaster, preventing Sumail from defending home. Universe ravaging too late. They might even lose Moo. That would be a third hero dying.
He has bought out. Moo will end up going down, but I think he bought maybe 2 recipes coming out.
Yes, he has the Necro 3 now. So he doesn't really lose any gold. It's a very even trade, I want to say, overall. Like, a Range Rex is not that catastrophic for EG. They still have the Aegis on the Terrorblade, but they had to use their ultimates. And even though they got 3 kills, Beastmaster doesn't lose any gold. It's a pretty back and forth exchange there. I think neither team, like, oh my god, we just crushed them in that fight. That's the killing blow by it. It's still up in the air, Mott, but this next round of action could determine a lot. Metamorphosis ready in 20 minutes, and now what the analyst talked about is going to come to pass. EG will sit behind the Terrorblade, ready with the Grave, and just constantly siege towers. But can DC hold?
This time there's, again, like you said, no more ultimates. The Brewmaster should still be on cooldown for a period of time. 54 seconds for that, 66 for Ravage, so they still have some time before those ultimates are up. You don't really want to fight into Aegis, but you can definitely defend this tower, I think.
He's saving Metamorphosis here. EG perhaps signaling they want to go for more than even just a tier 2. Potentially, we'll think about a tier 3, but the defenses are being mustered by Digital Chaos. They're sweeping around the river, Mott.
They're trying to wrap around and get this gank off with the smoke at the seat. Tier 1 tower will be taken down, but they're going to go even further and look for a tier 2.
There's a Sentry Ward planted down, though. They are ready for that Slark to move in.
This is very dangerous.
And the Spirit scouts all, so there won't be an easy ambush, but the Courier does get sniped. Big pickoff there. Still, Terrorblade begins to mount his siege.
Still waiting to go in from the backside. DC, they finally say, I don't think we can do anything about this.
That's a key high ground item. Not having Manta for Fear is a big deal. This may have saved DC from a potential high ground siege. Wonder if EG's going to wait. They do still have, it looks like, about 3 minutes on the Aegis, but that's about how long it'll take the Courier to come back too, 2.5. And now they move in. Rezo doesn't have any way to cancel TP, so he won't find a pickoff. Weeha also poking in mid. DC just trying to spread this map out.
Ursa's the one with the Basher. Resolution went for the Echo Saber and the Shadow Blade. Typical build, but for now, Fear's Metamorphosis is going to cool down here pretty soon. And yeah, I think they maybe could have gone tier 3s with the Ravage as well as the Bruce split available. They were trying, DC were trying to split push while that was happening, but they took the tier 2 tower so fast they were able to TP back in and defend that tier 2 mid. So for now, it's just going to be splitting up and farming again. And DC are going to have to find a way to fight around those team fight abilities.
Yeah, spreading the map is the best way, so if you get ravaged, as we saw top, it's 1 or 2 heroes. There might not be any follow-up damage, same for the Bruce split. Killing those heroes, very difficult. It's 2 completely different styles. Either can work here. It really does just come down to execution, which is what you want out of a Game 3. Outdraft, not necessarily the most exciting, but this really feels like both teams have their own game plan, and either can absolutely work.
It feels like we're waiting for that one big fight for EG. For DC, they're just going to try to split up the map as best as possible, as you talked about. The tier 2 towers, though, are still up and available. And DC want to take those down so they have access to the other tier 3s. Not to mention that melee Rex top lane. And Zai about to get picked off. There it is.
Stop. Is it going to come through? Doesn't matter. Mood jams it in. There is, however, a blink on Tide. Universe is coming in.
Uh-oh, Fear. That is just the Aegis, though. Universe, he blinked in. Now looking for maybe a Ravage. The Gush is on Resolution, but he can't find any follow-up.
Oh, that's so big for DC. Universe reveals the blink. They pop the Aegis. And now EG, even afraid to move forward despite having their ultimates. They want to wait for the Elder Titan to respawn. God, that takes a lot of momentum out of this EG 5-man push.
Resolution continues to just Shadow Blade up on the sidelines and going to go again, looking to try to find another hero here. But
these hit and run tactics, Mott, very impressive. It's difficult to execute this against a team as coordinated as EG.
It's like guerrilla warfare from the tree line coming out from the Slark in almost every situation, but EG will move together again. It's that 5-man movement, or at least 4-man movement, as they will have the Zai Elder Titan respawn, and they're going to push out the top lane
and
together.
the Hawk is just so good against this style of play from EG. Like, you always see when they're coming. Mood doing a good job at keeping vision. You can see another Hawk closer to the EG base. This is what enables their aggressive split push and aggressive spreading of the map, is the vision game. Moo, he was very quiet early. Iron Talent, AFK Jungle Beastmaster. That's where all the other lanes aside from mid seem to struggle a bit, but now that he's gotten his levels, has the Necro Book, he starts to have a bigger impact on the stretch.
I'm wondering what he's going to go for next. The Blink Dagger, I don't believe they have a Blight, so he could also go down that route as well. The Blink Dagger might be crucial to finding that initiation on someone like Sumail. X marks Torrent's going to come in, no Ghost Ship to follow up, just showing that they have some spells to use, although does do minimal damage for Misery, and he'll back up.
But poking away bottom lane, the irritant Resolution, a thorn in the side of EG, and they have to come defend again, and as they're doing that, well, Universe blinks in. Does he dare go in Rezo? There's a disruption by Soxa, and meanwhile, top lane, Beastmaster split push again. EG have to be careful not to get pushed in too hard in this lane. Fear isn't with them either. They're getting pulled around quite a bit.
This is tough.
And even if they get that Slark kill, it's obviously bad for DC. It's not a disaster by any means. Weeha's still farming, Beastmaster's still farming. Not to mention even the Kunkka of Misery keeping his own economy up. He's got 2,500 gold, Mod. We saw that Crystallis Bloodthorn from Misery yesterday. We might see it again, but top lane, it's Moo's been caught out here. Does Universe want to Ravage? Yeah. He says, hell yeah.
That is one ultimate down. They still have plenty more to use, and that is a pretty big kill. Moo was split pushing like crazy, so I don't think DC should feel like there's an opening. Even with Ravage down, it's still something that you have to consider. The Bruce split is up. All those other abilities for EG are ready to go.
Oh, they're definitely more confident with Ravage down. You can see the way they're moving in, even though it's 4v5. Deep, aggressive plays by Resolution. Gets that quick little bash on Sumail. Hey, buddy, how you doing? And backs away. They're getting in the heads of EG, though. Like, EG is constantly reacting. Notice, like, they're not executing their game plan, which is sit behind Terrorblade, 5-man, have the Dazzle Grave ready. If DC dare contest, you just jump in with the big ultimates. They're the reactive team. This is not how EG want to be playing.
EG, they would like to be, again, they have such a good 5-man push and team fight lineup, but they just can't find a way to split up and push these waves out, you know? You don't have that Naga Siren that can constantly use the Radiance Burn and the illusions. The Ghost Ship is coming in mid. It will hit Fear, but that's it. just trying to clear out the creep wave. And again, it's guerrilla tactics from DC to just clear out every wave they can.
And Soxa's ratting it out bottom. This feels like the old Cloud9 almost. AOI 2000 not here at TI, but his spirit living on.
I'm going to try to push mid finally. This tier 2 is about to get assaulted. They have popped the Metamorphosis. That's the difference makers. They have this fast push coming out, whereas DC, it's slow and steady. And here comes Resolution to the top lane again. And already TPs are coming through from EG.
Anybody home? Anybody home? And he just leaps away. Still, tier 2 does fall. But also, tier 2 exchange for DC. They will take the bottom tower.
It's not bad again. Like
Rezo going in top again. He wants eye. He does get the bash here. Can he get the kill? He will do so. Beautiful pick from the Slark, and now they're chasing after PPD. Moo hot on his tail, but PPD able to force staff away. That's what happens when you spread out this much. Is it's much easier for a hero like Slark to find pickoffs.
Especially with that Ravage still down. Universe could have helped if he had that, but there's no way he could do anything. All he could do is sit there and mech at that point in time, just try to keep Zai alive. Unfortunately, he goes down. He's down for 15 seconds, and again, the waves are barely pushed out in this top lane. Even with just a range Rax down, it's still significant tower melee Rax damage if they're not careful. They need to be careful with how this lane is pushed in.
TC are kind of far forward here with the Ravage almost up, and Sumail wants to punish, blinks in, claps, he gets X. They might be able to force out a Brew Split.
Necro's doing some nice mana burn. He still has plenty of mana and 16 charges as well. They're chasing forward though, it looks like. They want to find something.
They're kiting so well. EG have to be incredibly frustrated right now.
Universe was looking to go in, but yeah, like you said, I mean, they push forward together and they can't find anybody. They're all sitting in the trees.
And now Misery has a blink, as well as 1,500 gold picked it up a couple of minutes ago, so he can X himself, blink in, smack the creep wave back away. Moo can just throw out the Necro Book, safely split push. Shadow Demon blink, he's able to rat. DC just pulling out something unexpected. Like, you did not look at this draft, I think, for most people, like, oh, this is a rat lineup. It was more like, oh, Shadow Demon Kunk are going to roam, Slark and Ursa need to snowball for kills. They've turned it into something completely different that EG weren't ready for.
It feels like Fear almost has to do all of this on his own. I mean, there is still that, like, Ravage. There are all these abilities. But
he is still farming really well.
That's the one thing. Oh, he has a double damage rune. See you later, Zai.
That was easy.
It's very easy.
You do make a good point, Mod. Fear does continue to farm exceptionally well, and they don't have the best solutions at this stage. Oh, Renzo going for the Universe TP cancel!
I can't believe he got it and still chasing. He's got Pounce up at 2. I'm not sure that he needs it. The Anchor Smash, the Dark Back, the Pounce, see you later.
He has no buyback. He just bought the Guardian Greaves. He's out for 40. DC probably not going to go high ground off of that, but potentially a tier 2 mid is theirs for the taking now.
It's just these little pickoffs coming out from Resolution every so often, and it's provided them so much space.
First it was Weeha, now Rezo, with the space he was granted earlier, is taking over. And speaking of taking over, Weeha occupying the Roshan pit now while they push mid.
He's just going to get this. He's an Ursa. He should be able to take this down rather quickly, assuming the bashes don't go. The split's mid there. They really want to defend that tier 2 tower, but the split now
and we're
will be down, and he doesn't find anything with it at all.
Oh, jeez. And they take Roshan on top of it. Another window opens up for DC. Tidehunter now alive again, but Brewmaster split down. Sumail almost got bashed there, too. He barely even got off the split. Now Slark has a BKB. And BKB is a great item to have against Brewmaster. You can ignore the boulder toss. You don't have to worry about the Cyclone. The Drunken Haze no longer an issue. This item is a pretty hard counter to the hero.
Weeha also has an Aghanim Scepter, by the way. So that's pretty absurd. They're going to look for a fight. X marks onto PPD just to make sure he stays right where they want him to. And again, split pushing bottom this time.
I think EG are going to go for this one, Mod. Even though they don't have the Brew split, the Ravage is more important, and they are aggressively pushing down mid. At the same time, Beastmaster shoving in the top wave. It might see a trade here. Terrorblade will outpush the Beastmaster.
Yeah, absolutely. The Metamorphosis is already up. They're ready to go. They need to find a fight. Even without Brew Split, they're ready to go.
Misery's going to go in and try to slow this thing down. Does a decent amount to clear out the wave, but the illusions are stacking up.
This falls so quickly. Disruption's going to give them at least some illusions on the DC side. Smart's coming in again. They'll lose the tower, and here comes Resolution on the backside with a BKB. And Weeha, Sumail in trouble. Doesn't have the split. Not yet anyway, but Weeha getting kited. Resolution finishes offside. Here comes Universe. He's got
Nice Thunder by Fear, but Rezo just pops the ultimate. Oh, the heal bomb! PPD! What a play!
And the Ravage comes out. Weehaw does enrage at this point, but another grave, and he gets kited. The Aegis is down.
There is Rat, though. Bottom lane, it's Moo. He draws the Terrorblade back, and now they're going to look to chase Weehaw. Can he cancel a TP? Doesn't get the bash auto attack off. Still, the top lane was ratted in while that was happening. Moo takes the melee. DC seizing the advantage here. More gold into their coffers. And that was with EG getting off the Sunder, having a sick heal bomb by PPD and a Grave to salvage the fight. And now they double down on that split push mod. BOTs for Moo.
They're getting everything they need to be able to wrap this out if need be. Split push, again, guerrilla warfare tactics. That's all it takes.
You can really see how strong the Slark is in the fight when he has BKB. Like, they could not do anything to him. Could have actually killed the Terrorblade potentially if he had realized how low the Shadow Demon would bring him. And that's the other thing is they have Shadow Demon versus Terrorblade. This is a great hero to limit his damage and even to create your own army that can mess him up with the Disruption, the Soul Catcher Purge. A lot of pure damage, ignores all that armor on the TB. DC not out of the woods yet, but they are really testing EG here, who are going to barrel down mid again.
Moo's already begun his assault in the bottom lane, but instead of going mid, they're going to actually smoke up and set up a trap here. Moo seems to know something's up, and as well, Soxa might be the one to catch them. In fact, he breaks the smoke and blinks away in time. TP out, can he make it?
And he glimmers to ensure the retreat. Soxa, the gentle giant, has a killer instinct here.
It's a great high.
Weehaw's looking for a jump. He finds Fear. He gets off that first bash. He can force out the Sunder. He's got the ultimate available. Now, moving in. Rezo can pop ultimate, prevent it from being a Sunder target. Fear, not going to get it up. Locked down. Has to Sunder his teammate, and then DC look to walk away. Universe doesn't. No, it doesn't have Ravage. 30 seconds to go. And meanwhile, Moo bottom.
He's going in again. He's got the Necros up. He's going. Sumail doesn't have enough mana for a split, and his wand only has one charge.
And Rezo goes back in on top on Desai. Another great force down. EG being pushed to the limit here. He does have to BKB on the way out. That lane of Rack's advantage is even further enabling the spreading of the map. Constantly shoving in a wave. EG, decent wave clear. They don't have an Ember, a Tinker, like that amazing mobile hero that can constantly push out waves with ease.
You're EG, you think you should be pushing out the waves yourself. You don't expect to be back in your base against this type of lineup. It's just too much. With Misery getting involved.
Misery almost has that Bloodthorn or Daedalus at this point.
It's crazy the amount of damage he's going to be able to pump out too, and look at that.
And True Strike is really good against Brewmaster, mind you. So he can silence Sumail, and then there's no evasion. Sumail will be food in the next fight with that, or you can silence the Dazzle, prevent him from getting off a grave. Bloodthorn is actually really good this game for Misery.
Still a ways away, but disruption on Moo bottom. Send some illusions in any way to make this easier for DC to try to get into the base and take that next set of racks, or even just a tier 3 tower.
I mean, for EG, it only takes DC making one really big wrong move, not having buybacks. Terrorblade pushes that fast. But keeping an eye on buybacks, we can see 4 Radiant Heroes currently have it, and I imagine they will look to maintain it. It's the insurance policy in case they do screw up. It also is the counter to the big team fight ultimates. EG have to force 2 rounds of mistakes if they're going to easily walk towards high ground.
It's just DC know that they're 5-man, just not yet. Still, even at this point, more than likely they can't stand up to EG, so DC splitting the map again. And EG, I think they've wanted to push and fight for the longest time. They've just not found the ability to do so. It's kind of been crazy.
I mean, PPD buys a smoke, but just look at this Radiant Vision. They see everything. They see all of EG roaming around. All the lanes are pushing. As soon as you go for a smoke, maybe you get one hero. DC will just push the other 2 lanes, and possibly they just completely scout it out and dodge. Even a clever ward has been up on the right side of the map for some time. The vision game has been increasingly impressive by DC as this game moves along. And that is the biggest thing limiting EG, more so than even the split push. The split push is fueled by that vision, and EG unable to deny it.
So Roshan was a long duration respawn, I believe. It's not going to be up for a little bit. So what do you do as EG until then? I guess you just have to keep the lanes pushed out, because that's all they're doing right now at this point. Like you said, because of the vision, they can't really get out of their base.
You're banking on one big screw up by DC, and you definitely want the Aegis before you go high ground. You can't count on the Grave save for the Terrorblade necessarily, with a potential silence coming out, the roar, all the bashes they now have. Misery's still saving that gold. Curious what he ends up going for. I imagine it will be the Bloodthorn.
EG are wrapping on mid, but there's nobody here yet for DC. Well, Resolution can come through. Everyone's back at the base, though, it looks like, for DC.
But top lane's already shoved all the way in. One Terrorblade Illusion is not going to fully stop this wave, and Misery, the man out in front, has the X just for the safe return. He hits the wave once, then he jumps away, but they have caught him.
That armlet looks like it might not save him this time. With the weave up on top, they will get the kill. He immediately buys back, and they know that this might be their best bet to take not only Rax, but the game. And here we go.
There is a glam.
Pushing in.
Misery trying to slow things down here, keep DC going while the top lane pushes in, courtesy of the Slark, but Fear, he gets the first lane. Soxa blinking in for the disruption, then Glimmers himself will purge Fear, keeps the old man at bay, while the creeps still going, they X him back, Boat comes through, good Sunder, but Weed's on the case, Grave is there, can they save the old man?
Fear is so low, and he barely survives. The Cyclone coming out from the Brewmaster split, Fear getting chased out, he will fall.
DC, they've won more, they've got the disruption on Universe, he blinks away, Rezo, can he find him in the trees? Meanwhile, it's Moo to the rescue for DC, pushing that bottom lane in, forcing EG to buy back on the Terrorblade. They scout him with the stomp, he walks away from this, but Fear corners him, corrals him, will bring him down. In the end, EG get only a ranged Rex. They lose their tier 3 bottom. They are forced to buy back on Terrorblade, trading that only for a Kunkka buyback.
And they used all of their abilities. EG, Universe, no Ravage, no Brewmaster split. They used the Earth Splitter as well. Sunder just coming off cooldown. Pretty short cooldown for the Terrorblade. Metamorphosis is the longer one. And they'll be back up in 62 seconds. So DC's go time, I think it's right now, even with the heroes down. And those 35 seconds are going to be crucial. Resolution getting gushed up, as well as the Spirit following him. He needs to get away, and looks like he will be successful in doing so.
And the Shadow Demon is just giving Fear absolute fits this game. Now even as a butterfly, but that only makes his own illusion scarier to deal with as well. And Soxa doing such a good job at initiating. When he goes in, he Glimmer Capes himself first so that EG, who have a gem on Universe, but he isn't always in front, can more safely get that disruption off. You see the pressure mounting on Resolution, though. Reflection forcing him back. The lanes are in a decent position for EG right now. No Roshan respawn just yet, but Soxa going to scout out this latest movement. Top lane always going to be a thorn in their side.
Until they gets to tier 4s, it's still going to be okay. It's done a little bit of damage to the tier 4 back at the base, but it's really minimal at this point. So
now a Slark Butterfly. Going to start to run into slot issues here for Terrorblade. Fear has farmed very well this entire game, but he'll need an MKB at this point. Ideally, you would love a Satanic, potentially a BKB when that Bloodthorn's out, as you only have the Manta to remove the silence, and you really need to make sure you get off Sunder. We've seen even when he gets it off, DC can nuke him down pretty quickly.
Well, the problem with Misery and that Bloodthorn is that he did have to buy back. And
yeah.
Remember, Bloodthorn being the most expensive item in the game is kind of, or second most expensive item in the game is kind of troublesome at this point.
Yeah, it may delay the item. We'll see if he even ends up going for it. Buyback always going to be paramount. But the game will settle down now, and the next clash, the next likely tension point is going to be when the Roshan respawns. Just under a minute, it looks like, before EG potentially have a crack at that. Both teams can kill him very quickly.
Looks like they really want this tier 2 tower for DC. I'm surprised they haven't gone for it.
They've
gone for it numerous times, and EG have defended it with their life, almost more so than they did that top lane of Rax. Sumail is sitting around it right now with split ready to go. So Resolution, he sees that, and he doesn't want to go for it. They have the creep wave coming in, but Sumail will take care of it.
He can always BKB if he really wants the tower. He is going to get stomped, forces out the glyph, leaps away.
It's in deny range now. I think they might just deny it at this point.
It's still map control loss for EG, which means Roshan gets a bit more difficult, and that's why they're kind of hesitant to deny it. Eventually they will. Maybe worried about the Slark coming back in for the last hit, but as that tower falls, you can see DC right into the Roche pit mod.
He's heading over there as well. They have Weave ready to go. They have the Astral in there for vision, and DC are spread out this time. Again, it's the problem with the split push is that if you're spread out, you can't be in Roche together taking down this Aegis or right now.
Trying to corral Misery, but he backs away to a safe distance. Meanwhile, Moo shoving in bottom. He's going to be the next target. The creep wave was cut top by Resolution. DC with the spread offense, but they're close to getting caught. Universe is on the case. Blink, Ravage on 3. He got Soxa and Moo. Locks them down, focuses on them, and will get them 2 crucial kills. Rezo is trying to push in mid, but there are Terrorblade illusions slowing this shove down.
This is a great timing for EG. Not only they get those kills, they can maybe force out buyback. Take the Aegis at the very least.
They actually have vision on Weeha right now. They have a deep ward. I don't know if they can go for him, and Rezo is sneaking around.
Oh, Rezo is going to find PPD, who's graved up. Universe is there as well. Sumail blinks to the north instead of dealing with Weehaw. It's Fear's job at this point.
12 Essence Shift stacks, though. He has evasion. If he can heal up in this fight, it would be trouble, but Fear just clotheslines Weehaw, crushes the Ursa. They're not split pushing Mod. EG are starting to get the momentum they need to take that Roche. That's 3 kills for them. DC, no objectives this time. This is very tense.
There's nobody split pushing in like you talked about. They're not really getting those objectives, and they were trying to just...
Rezo, what you doing?
I don't know if that's the play. He should have Shadow Dance and BKB. He's being very aggressive here. No Ravage.
They do not want Fear getting an Aegis here, Maud. But I think they may have to accept it's going to be his. Soxa, perhaps they'll risk a support life to try and steal this. Scouty with the poison, but the pain's aplenty from PPD. And they will grab the Aegis here. The cheese as well. Something they can pass to Fear after the Aegis, so potentially he's got the extra life from the Aegis, the extra life from the cheese, the extra life from the Sunder, and the Grave. Not to mention buyback, up to 5 extra lives if you really want to count them that way.
I mean, those were some critical kills. He's not going for the Bloodthorn. Misery has picked up the Daedalus. It's that one Tidebringer proc that might be able to swing things their way.
Somewhere Sing Sing is smiling.
It's been a while since I've seen a Daedalus.
Or perhaps attacker nowadays.
Well, they're looking for a move. The Astral heads the wrong direction. His Boots of Travel were cooling down. We'll be able to TP out now, though. And Resolution, again, continues to just hunt. They're trying to find these pickoffs, but EG are being, I think, a bit more diligent about getting caught out of the base. They want to push together. They want to find another kill before I think they head anywhere else.
So as for EG, next round of items, what's it going to be here? BOTs for Fear, very important pickup, so that he can deal with the waves and also push a lane out, come join his team, or get a lane of Rex, TP home to defend. Kunkka's X could be very big to cancel TPs, and on that note, DC R-Smoke, the Courier, completes an Aghanim Scepter for Brew, but Moo might be able to snipe it.
Yeah, they got it. That's a full Axe down the drain and more, but here we go. Sumail jumps in, he wants Misery. And Torrent's gonna be there, Ravage comes out as well. The Universe is looking for more, but here comes Weehaw. Universe is getting chopped down, but so too is Misery. PPD graves himself, they're looking for more. Resolution about to find Universe, he gets forced away.
He's got the pounce, he gets the angle, he gets the kill. Do they split push or do they dare fight? The Metamorph committed. They are gonna reassemble here. Universe, a rare whiff from him. They do Cyclone the little Slark. They try to surround him, but he BKBs. He now looks to run.
Oh, look at that
Just
damage.
gets chunked down. He has the Shadow Blade. Is there detection right now? It doesn't look like it. Nothing on EG. He will make it out.
This wave's not pushed up enough bottom. I think they'll be able to take care of this, and the Necro units are going to go down soon as well. Resolution able to heal back up with the Shadow Dance after getting assaulted by Fear. It's a 2-for-2 engagement.
Man, that Brewmaster not having his Aghanim Scepter, Sumail actually didn't even have close to buyback when the Courier died, and he just went in. I don't think DC realized there had a chance to click on the Courier, see whose item it was necessarily, but Sumail at this point is very close to it. So EG dodges a bit of a bullet, potential bullet there. Now a Hurricane Pike for Fear, so a nice kiting item to have against the Slark, against the Ursa. You want to keep your distance against the 2 Bash Lords, and this is an item that will let you do it.
Game number 3, MKB picked up for the Slark, and Wings is waiting with bated breath at this point to determine who they're going to play up against. Right now, 1 lane of Rax down on one side, a half lane on the other, and here comes Misery with the X marks, clearing out some of the creep wave, and Resolution shadow blading up, looking for a target.
He's walking by a sentry. He does have BKB. As long as the BKB is up, I don't know if they can kill him, even if they know he's there, but they can definitely force it out.
Oh, I think Moo's been spotted. I think he might be able to get out. No, Fear gets to the force
There's
reflection.
no Ravage, though, and here comes the flank.
This could be huge.
They do find Sumail. They lock onto him. They bash him. They blow him up. He can't get off the split. Dead for 80. No buyback for 60 gold, and PPD now trapped in the trees. They get the disruption, too. And all the while, it's Misery hitting on the tier 3 mid.
They're going to be able to find more. Not just that, they will get the kill onto PPD, but maybe not. Resolution taking the Earth Splitter, has the Shadow Dance. Fear blocking him in with the illusions. On the other side, Universe does take Soxa down, and Weehaw gets stomped up. But like you said, that mid lane, Misery still going to work.
He canceled his ITP. He can't come home, but the Terrorblade army is angry, and it does manage to bring down Fuzzy Wuzzy. Universe committing the Ravage, but the Dark Pact from Rezo, he gets out scot-free. Tier 3 down, Catapult just playing picking away slowly but surely at the ranged racks. Now 2 exposed lanes for EG, and perhaps more importantly, DC have stalled through almost the entire duration of the Aegis Maw, and if EG want to push, they're going to have to wait about 20 seconds here, and they do so without the Ravage.
And they use the cheese on Universe as well, so both of those Roche items now down, or at least down soon for that Aegis coming out for EG. They do lose 3 heroes for DC, one of them being a support. Mu going down, obviously. The biggest pick is Weehaw, down for 29 seconds. I thought they could have gotten more done. Sumail, he did end up actually having buyback at the tail end of his respawn timer.
Just doesn't feel like Universe has been able to have his customary impact in the offlane. Ravage, so difficult to use reliably against double BKB carries, one of whom can Dark Pact it off, the other of whom can just enrage and walk away. You look back and you wonder, would a Void have done anything different here? And not the best 5-man high ground hero, as he doesn't generally build into a mech or those types of items, but they would sure love to have a Chrono now. Not something EG can look back on, but normally when this team does well at TI, it is with Universe. See Resolution just creeping.
It's backdoor protected, so if he goes in it...
He wants a kill. He wants a kill.
He might get killed. Resolution, BKB, he wants Universe. Gets 1, 2 bashes, but now he's caught by everyone. He has to Shadow Dance and get away. The Ghost Ship's coming in. It will miss, it looks like, for the most part. X marks Misery. Now he's caught. The Glimmer Cape not going to save him this time. He will fall.
He does a buyback, and instantly Saksa, he wants to cut the wave mid. So too does Resolution. But Zai scouted this with the ward. He knows where the Slark is, and Rezo knows he's spotted as the Shadow Dance is currently deactivated. This is a big opening for EG. Fear has Metamorphosis. Ravage is up in 30. Split already at the ready. Buyback from the Kunkka. I'm almost starting to wonder, will EG consider trying to throw it at some point rather than just taking racks? But they work on the melee here with Illusions.
Blip is now down after this. How far do they want to go?
Misery just cleaves out the wave.
Wow.
Oh, dearie me.
And the disruption as well. They might get the mid racks, but that's gonna be all they get, I think, at this point. They're backing up together.
X, bottom lane pushing in the meanwhile, Mu wants this rat opportunity. Bruce Blake committed. Huge stop from Zai.
They're going for more, and they blow up Saksa. He's got buyback. Misery's low as well. There's the Ravage, and Misery will fall. Doesn't have buyback. Weehaw getting kited. BKB not saving him.
Fear is thinking about the throne now. He's hitting tier 4s. Meanwhile, Beastmaster going for Megas. Who's going to take it? EG on the offense. DC just want to stall it out. Can they do it? Weehaw going in.
Universe is down. They hold the line. They have to deal with Fear. These Illusions, and Resolution is doing his best to kill the backlines. Sure, the tier 4s are gone.
He's got no more Metamorphosis. Rezo lives. Fear getting locked down. Roared up. He's forced away. He's got to survive. EG all in now. Best though.
Sunder was up, and now here comes Resolution one more time. In range from Weehaw. He stays on the Royal Sumail. They'll take him down. The stop saves him.
He's going for the throne, Mon. He's all in now. The old man wants it. Gets pushed away. He's back. He's dead.
He immediately buys back, and they're trying to get in. They defend the Ancient. They get Megas.
Who's got buyback? Mon Slark has it. Beastmaster has it. No buybacks for EG. No Ravage for 80.
That gold change. It's 6,000 negative gold going the way of EG. They've lost 6,000 after that fight.
I think DC can just walk right down mid. They've got Mega Crit.
Spear from Fear.
Fear is going all in. Can he pull out in the clutch? There's no Ravage here. There is an Earth Splitter to stall. The stomp could be huge. Already Zai slowing things down. But I don't think Fear can really just go for the throne. There's nothing to TP to right now. He's going to have to win a fight.
The lanes are too pushed out as well. He has to go through buyback if he's going to TP in or try to get into the base.
He will have Metamorphosis, though. They've bought that much time. Slark Rapier purchased. He still has buyback.
Here come the Megas straight down mid, and Resolution as well joining them. And EG are sitting behind their tier 4 towers. They know that's the last bastion of hope they have. Sumail is up in 32 seconds. Still no buyback. Saksa, he's found an illusion. He's won. He wants more. But
they're building an army, Mott. These Illusions turned against EG.
They don't have cleave. They can't clear this, I don't think.
They do have Ravage soon. 15 seconds, but so many ways to deal with it. And meanwhile,
tier 4s, they're falling.
Weehaw sneaking around. Tier 4's down. Digital Chaos pulling it out. Can EG
EG answer? It's all on Uni now.
The glyph is down. Universe, Ravage, BKB perfectly from Resolution.
And Weeha straight for the jugular, onto the throw, but they stop Rezo. They hold for now. Fierce coming out with the vengeance. Thrown low, not dead. It's gonna do it. It's DC. They take game 3. Oh my God. They have completed their journey. A team that had a captain that didn't even want a captain. Players who are booted after winning Shanghai. Misery and Weeha have proved the haters wrong. This team has done it. They go now to face Wings, and there will not be a 2-time repeat champion at TI6.
That was an unbelievable performance. Split pushing with that lineup. Absolutely outstanding decision making all around.
After EG took that E-home game against Mega Creeps in game 1 and still won, I don't think many people thought they could lose at this stage, but Misery captains his team. He's all smiles, all celebration, and that is not a boo, Mott. That is a moo.
This crowd loves Moo, this young player, this off-lane player who did so much for them in that last game. That Beastmaster split push in as a whole. Oh my God, what a performance.
All smiles here, Paul. Digital Chaos. Can you feel it?
Oh Lord, man.
Absolutely incredible. What a game from DC. I think we lived every moment with them through that one, Gods.
Bloody hell, I'm like jumping on my seat.
Right?
Oh, jeez.
How do you cope with that? I have no idea what they're going through right now backstage, but gee whiz, what a game.
I just wanted to keep going on and never end, you know. I'm just more, give us more.
I was pretty happy it ended, to be honest. I was...
We were all like standing up in our seats. We didn't really know what to expect. The rapier was bought. Moo with the patience to TP home. Like, he waited for the very last second while they were taking the throne to TP home.
That entire game, it was, they knew they couldn't 5-man, so they went for the rat, which in itself is like, okay, you know, they're doing this. They're getting racks at like 19 minutes. What's happening? And they played it so well, so calm, so collected, so cool. Discipline.
Misery with the X on Sumail at the Roshan fight opened up that game completely.
Yeah, that juking that Misery did around the Roche when they took top racks at the same time was kind of like, whoa, what's going on? There was so much in there.
They played around the dire side Roche advantage so well. Anytime EG would go for Roche, DC were always shoving all the lanes, getting something in return, putting EG under pressure. They didn't give EG any breathing room at any point in this game.
Yeah, Shiva, let's just have a word for EG in the mix, because it's very easy to get carried away with just what an incredible performance DC have given us. But EG really stepped it up at this international.
They really did, and they looked really solid. We all thought, or at least a lot of people thought, like, okay, they're going to go again. Here we go, lower bracket EG. We know they can do it. And they did, in that third game, look very solid. But it was just, they just got played with, it feels. Yeah. But they have had a very solid run, and getting third is nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, they should be proud of themselves, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've given us one of the games in history. No one will forget the game one against E-home.
No one, ever.
The buzz in the stadium during that game, like, it was something I've never witnessed in my life. Like, everyone was just cheering. There was no, you know, E-home fans, EG fans. They were all just cheering for Dota, you know.
Yeah, I think there was a weird cheer at the end. I can't remember what they were actually cheering, but it was nothing to do with either of the teams because they were just crazy, like, hyped by the game itself that they'd just seen. So yeah, great stuff from EG. DC obviously moving on. Gods, you've come around to the thinking now. Are you a true DC believer now?
Are you asking me to make a prediction on the grand finals, or are you asking if I think they're a legit team? Because I mean, they're the real deal. These guys have become absolute beasts in the course of like a week, and they're getting harder and harder to beat every match they play.
All right, let's hear now from one of our victors in the lower bracket final. I believe Misery is with Casey.
That is correct. Misery, congratulations. How does it feel to take down the TI5 champs?
Holy shit, dude. That was a crazy-ass game. Like, it feels good, but oh my god, that was way too close.
It was very close. Yet you were still able to maintain control for most of that last game that we saw. How were you able to do that up against them?
I mean, we realized slowly that, early in the game that their heroes were really slow, like Tidehunter and Dazzle and stuff. They can't really catch us, so we just kept ratting. But you know, the game becomes really weird when Roshan spawns and stuff, and we start getting caught. So yeah, I don't know. It was really intense. I'm exhausted from screaming actually right now. So it was crazy.
when you I'm nervous for you because I know I can't, like, as fans, I'm sure you saw, especially when you left the pods, you could see how excited everybody was.
Yeah, of course.
Talk about what the fans mean with their support of you, a newer team here at TI. You've been to every single TI, and here you are going into the grand finals, getting that support and hearing that support from the fans. What does that mean?
Oh, it means so much to me, actually. Like, I've had so many people telling me that I deserve it and congratulations and doing a great job and stuff like that. It means so much to me. My Twitter is like always getting spammed by nice people, and yeah, of course, it means everything. Like, you get so hyped up here, being here, playing these games is amazing. So yeah.
Being at every TI, it feels like the level of play changes every year as far as what works and what doesn't. What is working so well for you now that has been a little bit more elusive to you in the past?
I don't know. I think I just have a team that that does not have internal issues. People like each other, actually, and people like playing with each other. Everybody is kind of, there's no bullshit, you know. People want to win. People want to win together. In my past teams, there's always been a lot of drama going on and stuff, and you felt like the team was kind of already broken before going into the tournament. But with this team, it's different. So I think that's the main thing.
How are you able to refocus when it's like, oh, okay, we got to take this to 3 games? I mean, this is the end of a very long week.
Well, I mean, I was still really confident just because the second game was, like, I think still very much in our favor. We just made a big mistake on top lane and died 4 heroes chasing a Dusa. And that one mistake kind of cost us the game. It was also kind of a risky pick going for the Jakiro, but we were very confident at that time, so we went with it. And also, Jakiro hasn't been picked yet.
Did you hear the crowd freak out?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. That was partly why we picked it.
We kind of wondered about that.
Yeah, I mean, there was some reason to it. I think it was also a legit pick, though.
Yeah. Wings is next. I hate asking you about it because I know you just got done and we're like going to push you back out to play again. They're the team that sent you to the lower bracket to begin with. So what do you need to change in order to take TI6?
I mean, when we played them the first time, we were not this team now. Like, we're way stronger than we were when we lost to them. However, Wings are something else. So, I don't know, we just have to keep playing solid. And yeah, it's going to be intense. It's going to be sick.
It's going to be pretty insane, I think.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Take a breather. We'll see you in a little bit, Misery.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Paul?
Fantastic. Brilliant scenes. Congratulations to Misery and to DC. And they move on to the International 2016 Dota 2 Grand Final. Just saying it slowly so that Misery can just take that in and appreciate it and understand what he's done already here. It's going to be a crazy final. DC versus Wings. Plenty more to come and plenty to discuss, of course, with our panel and also our draft panel. So let's bring in Dakota and the guys downstairs.
Thanks, Paul, man. Stunning stuff. We're still recovering from the hype right now. Fun fact, that game was supposed to end 2 minutes later, according to the script. Who writes this stuff, guys? It's ridiculous. Suns fan, probably, I imagine. But let's take it all the way back to the draft. How about the matchup? You know, the Brewmaster pick, Waga, go into it a bit. We all felt confident EG had the better draft, but it just didn't develop that way.
I think mid lane should have gone better for EG for sure. Not getting Drunken Haze on level 1 confused me a bit. I'm just very taken away right now by that game, though. The finish is so insane. It was a pretty slow game in the beginning, and then we saw what happened towards the end. The entire stage, like, we were jumping, everyone was just going nuts. It's insane.
It wasn't supposed to happen like that. Not from the draft, but
that's what I'm saying. I'm
really happy for Misery. I remember him tweeting like 2 months ago. He's like, Pokemon Go this, Pokemon that. Get this shit out of my feed. And then now, you know, he's happy again.
No, he's happy.
I mean, DC, at one point owning a DC jersey, it was kind of embarrassing to look at. But now, if you own one, you're just a cool guy because this is one of the more intense, likable teams that I've ever seen. And, you know, he talked about how in the pre-interview with Casey, they'd be happy with the top 8 finish. I mean, the guy agreed to go to our Mafia land. Like, TI was like, oh, well, maybe we'll do okay. But he was already like, it's whatever. And now 3 games away, 3 wins away from being a TI champion, that is absurd to me.
I really don't know what to make of it, guys. It's ridiculous.
It's just insane, and I want to say again as well, many people have said it before, Mystery has grown so much as a player. It's insane to see, and as a person, as I said too, to see him here just going into a grand finals, it feels really amazing.
This could have been a loser bracket round 1 match.
Right?
Like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Jeez. They have to go up against Wings next, guys. So before we throw it back out, early impressions about that matchup.
I mean, I thought at one point that Wings, going into this day, I thought Wings, no matter who they played, they were going to win this TI. But after seeing something like that, I mean, this team just makes clutch, resilient plays. Despite the fact that they get out-drafted in some scenarios, they still keep up. I actually think DC is going to take this.
Yeah, despite, I think, having a worse draft last game, I think DC and Wings are the two best drafters in this tournament.
I also think DC, they made so much happen. You said they played good when they got out-drafted. In that previous game, they just got their composure back, understood what to do to bring a lost game back and win it. That was so insane to watch. So I'm really hyped for the finals now.
That was an absolute pleasure, and I can only hope the grand finals are a fraction as good. Like, this is going to be amazing stuff. So with that, we'll send things back out and up and above to where Purge is.
Hey guys, going to talk about those 1v1 mid kills. They did mention, yes, that matchup was really important. They did draft Brewmaster against Ursa. They knew it was coming, but it still didn't go very well for Sumail. The first kill is pretty important because it comes down to the fact that Ursa has this really strong ability called Earth Shock, I think. I always mess the two up. It has a 5-second cooldown. It lasts for 4 seconds, and it only slows movement speed. So it's almost 100% uptime that Ursa can keep him not moving. He also has Fury Swipes. Every hit that he throws on him, it does more and more damage. And that's why Ben advocated for the Drunken Haze. Because in this situation, Sumail's able to use Thunderclap, and it slows Weehaw, but his skill is up far earlier since Sumail's Thunderclap is a 13-second cooldown. Chases him down. That's exactly how he got first blood. And that wasn't the only one. There actually was another one here. This is a good example of Drunken Haze. You're going to be missing about half of your attacks against the passive plus the Drunken Haze of Sumail. But slight out of position from Sumail, we just reading his ranges perfectly, and again does the same thing. Couple hits, chases, and when he's almost got his cooldown again, he slows again, finishes him off. There were some nice support rotations that did catch Weehaw, but due to the kill, he gets his 6, which stops damage taken, and he ends up surviving in this clip. Now, it wasn't all good. They did have a really good initiation here with Misery, with the Torrent, but we made a mistake. He popped his enrage a little bit late, and his first hit after Overpower didn't have the extra enrage bonus. They could have killed Sumail for the 3rd time there, and instead it led to Misery dying, which is part of the reason that this game started getting so hard, is these turnaround kills. That also wasn't the last mistake he made. The Invis gank on Zai, up here on the top lane, was a little bit poorly done. He almost gets the kill, has to blink out to dodge the stomp, but the stomp barely catching him on the edge, and that led to EG having time to surround and ultimately kill him here. And he's the highest net worth on his team. That means a lot of experience and even more gold going to Sumail. So some moderate mistakes here that made the game harder, and that got even worse at this position of the game. They were split pushing top. Weehaw jumped into the Roche pit to try to create some space, but at this point, you know, he's not going to be able to kill somebody that's Sunder. Luckily for him, he did get a lot of distance between himself and the Roche pit, so it did buy them time to force Sumail to try to get him, as well as PPD, so they do get a range barracks out of this. But despite Wee's amazing laning performance, it did eventually turn into some iffy choices, and that's the kind of boomer bust play that we expect out of Weehaw.
It absolutely is, yes. Thanks, Bernd. We having a good game. Having potentially an even better game was Resolution, and voted MVP in that last game as well, Gods.
Yeah, Resolution was solid. I still give so many props to Wee, and even I think Moo as well.
Yeah.
I maybe put my MVP on Moo. I think his split push was what really put DC in the advantageous position. He was the one, for the most part, keeping the lane shoved out. He was also the one who got the mega creeps at the end, TP'd back, bought a refresher, roared 2 different heroes to kill 2 of them. I think Moo's play at the end, to me, like that itself is MVP worthy.
So clutch.
Yeah. And Saxa had a great game. Misery had a great game. They could have all been MVP.
They're all MVP.
They've changed the name.
Exactly. MVP DC.
To be in the finals of an international, you can't have a bad day. And maybe that mid matchup would have been a little bit better for Weehaw if he had a bit of a better day. But you can have an off day on the finals day of TI, and that is what DC does not have. They do not have an off day.
I really like the way the draft panel talked about it. They were like, they kind of got out drafted, but what makes TI champions is these clutch plays, like the Misery play at the Roshan pit, Moose split pushing, control of the Hawk.
Yep.
Like that's what really makes a team.
Yeah, it's no different to last year, was it? We saw some of that Storm Spirit magic from Sumail last year. It didn't quite shine as much as this year, but we've seen some great plays out of Wee in the mid. Yeah, it's all good. God's final thoughts on this particular game?
Absolutely stellar stuff from DC. And for EG, they should be proud that they got top 3 at this tournament. I think they'll still be disappointed regardless. Anyone who's not winning the grand finals is going to leave disappointed if you make it that far in the tournament. But I mean, can't wait to see DC take on Wings.
Okay, let's find out from Casey right now how hyped our crowd are, because our grand final is just around the corner. We do have some time between it, of course, and we're going to give you plenty of information and bring you right up to speed on all 6 days here at the International. But let's check in with Casey.
Honestly, I think the crowd is a little bit shocked. When I first came down here, I was like, hey, anyone excited? And they were like, but I did find a couple people. What did you think of that last game?
It's awesome.
All right, I talked to you earlier. I asked who you thought was going to go on to win the grand final, and you said?
DC.
Why is that?
I'm cheering for Resolution.
All right, cool. I know high fives aren't cool, but I can't help myself. What about you? Here, I'll sit down. Excuse me. Sorry.
It's fantastic.
Who are you rooting for?
Wings, for sure.
Wings for sure. I think. All right, so we've heard from anybody else in the stadium for Wings? Okay, all right, okay. All right. What about DC? I'm pretty convinced this is going to be one of the best grand finals we've ever seen. Who else thinks that's the case, huh? We're going to go to 5 maybe? Huh? All right, so we're going to go from shock and awe back to you guys. I'm seriously out of breath from watching that last game, so I need a second.
No problem, Casey. Thank you very much for catching up with the crowd. And yeah, I think we're out of breath, and we didn't even move anywhere, so I don't blame you for being out of breath on that one. Shiva, we're just going to wrap up on DC versus EG. Your final thoughts?
That series was absolutely hype, and I know EG versus eHome game 1 was very hype as well, but that third game is up there for me. It was amazing to watch.
Definitely in the top 3 of the tournament, Shane.
Yes.
I think the EG played amazing in game 2. The confidence to stay in the game, calm and collected. So I think they should definitely take a lot from this and be proud of it. But DC, they played amazing. The drafts have been great. The confidence to go for that Jakiro pick. And he's like, it was the crowd, it was the crowd. But he knew, he knew.
He said it was also something else. I'm never going to ask Wee to pick Jakiro ever again. That was a bad move.
Okay, that could have been a disaster.
Yeah, actually, Cap tweeted just before we went, before they went on air, and said, "If DC lose this game, it's all Red Eye's fault." I thought that was a little bit harsh.
Just a little.
Yeah, a little bit. But I did apologise to Wee on Twitter, so hopefully he forgives me.
Oh, well, they made it true, so they're not good.
They did almost win with that as well.
Yeah, no, they did. I mean, Misery said in the interview, just bar a small mistake that they made with some of the team fights that they put in top lane, they might have gone through and might have done it in 2-0. So, just reflect back on DC's road to the final. It's been an incredible roller coaster ride for them. A dominant display in the group stages, which no one expected actually, to then going out in the very first round of the upper bracket and having to come through the long road. We saw it before with OG in Frankfurt. We know it's possible, but it's such a tough road to come through with so many great teams to beat.
Yeah, they've had to go through series after series in lower bracket. They played almost twice as many matches as Wings at this point, and that, if anything, works in their favor going into the grand final. The fact they've had these, for the most part, tough series, but they've been often tough 2-0s. Up until that series there, one of their few 3-game series, I mean, DC have just outdrafted their opponents. They've outplayed them. They've looked like a complete unit as a team. And that's where I think in this series especially it was highlighted. EG, you can tell they're TI champions. Individually, they play like it, but DC play much more like a TI championship team, not individuals.
Okay, thank you to all 3 of you. We'll be back in a moment with more thoughts from our panel, of course, as we lead you to the grand final. And that road to the grand final, as we've already said for DC, has been treacherous. It's no different for many of the teams down the years, including some of the greats. Let's take a look back.
I think for any team that is in the finals, that's just 100% focus. You know that you're the 2 best teams in the world. Either of you could win. It's a very weird feeling. It feels like you need to win this with all your soul and body and mind. You know, like everything that you've achieved in Dota and that you've done in Dota has built up until this moment.
Some people maybe feel pressured. Crowd was always very friendly to us. The crowd would help us a lot. Big scene is good for us, but for someone else, I don't know, it's different.
50,000, 500,000, 2 million people are watching, like, okay, that's great. It's a lot of pressure.
Playing with thousands of spectators watching you, you're more prone to make mistakes because you're thinking about it more. Just keep your cool and not let any distractions such as the crowd or the pressure get to you. Guarantee you someone else on the other team will let it get to them, so if you're able to keep your cool, you're probably going to win.
Dota is a sick mental game. It brings out the best and worst in you. Who ended up winning the mental warfare always won the series. That's how you're going to win tournaments. That's how you win the tournament. And, if you break the other mind, it gets really easy. Some minds are really hard to beat, though.
Well, at TI5, I had no anxiety. Like, I was totally comfortable in my own skin, and I think that I played really well, and everything was great. But then I go to the Summit 4, it's $100,000 tournament versus this $18 million tournament. I'm sitting there in the finals, down 0-2 against VP, and I'm just like having trouble breathing. It's weird like that, and you don't know when anxiety is going to hit you. If you're freaking out, somebody else is probably freaking out too.
Just a screw up in the game, you made a mistake in the game, and that's why you lost. Those things can happen, but those things should not eat you. Sadly, a lot of people end up thinking about their loss a lot because they could have done better.
To lose in finals, just one step before winning, it's hit you much harder.
输了以后，第一个感觉就是我很对不起所有的粉丝，因为他们一直以来都很支持我，尤其是在场所有的观众也是在呼喊着我的名字，所以我觉得很对不起他们。然后过后我很伤心，然后我就出去。躲在厕所啊，出去啊，一直流眼泪，就很久，才能平复下我的心情。
It doesn't matter if we lose or not. Just those words reminds us of what we've done and that we don't need to be afraid of losing. It sounds like maybe not a winning mentality, but I think it's opposite. You remove the fear of losing, so you would not be afraid to do risks, which can be very necessary in these games.
I hadn't won a lot in my career up until pre-TI4, but then after we started winning, it was a different kind of scene for me. You got more fans, you got more prestige. Everything changes when you start winning.
Things just worked out for us, and TI5 was our tournament to win. That was one of 2 tournaments we won throughout that entire year, and it was the big one.
觉得自己这是真的吗？就是我当时拿完冠军第一时间就问自己这是真的吗？也没有一些很高兴的一些反应，然后觉得后面确定自己不是在做梦，然后就非常的兴奋吧。
就是如果我会给一个没有打过 TI 决赛的人的意见的话，就是当你打 TI 决赛的时候，就那几个小时，希望可以好好的珍惜，因为时间过得很快，一下子就会过去，然后你会很后悔当时没有好好的享受。
The strongest players doesn't win, it's the strongest team that wins. And it's almost always like that. If you don't perform every second of your games, you might lose to a team that's actually not better than you, but they're just hungrier.
I don't think any Dota player will go into these games and crumble under pressure. This is when you get your strongest. This is when it's going to be the hardest to break you. I strongly believe that if I woke up a morning and I had to play the TI final, I would play the best Dota of my life. And that's all that would matter to me. If I played my very best, nothing else would matter.
I guess they are prophetic words from a man that knows what he's talking about. No Tail says he would play the game of his life, the best Dota in his life, gods. And I think we've just seen that from DC, but they need to do it once more.
They woke up today, they are playing some incredible Dota. They have been day after day, but today has been their best performance by far.
Shiva?
Yeah,
Looking back on that video and seeing all the, it's very nostalgic, but it just reminds us of how hard it is to get there.
It is definitely a very tough journey, and all the teams, we talked about this before, they worked for this their entire year, and then not even that, but I mean, for example, Misery coming from years and years and years of TI after TI after TI after TI, and even before that in Dota 1, fighting to continue his passion and to then be here in the grand finals. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Shane, he said in his interview yesterday he wasn't even sure whether he would actually want to carry on playing at the end of TI last year, and here he is in the final.
If you heard him in the last interview, though, he was like, okay, we've evolved since we played Wings the first time, and we can go on and use what we've learned. Like I think them going through the lower bracket actually benefits them.
Helps them, yeah.
Yeah, because they have played so many more games. They understand their team now. They're confident.
A different team than 4 days ago. That's
exactly,
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you see that interview with Casey at the very beginning before TI, because he's a completely different player, let alone a different team.
It's incredible that can change so fast in 4 days.
Yeah, I mean, he made the point, Gods, as well, that they're a different team from the one that played Wings, and that's going to be important when they go up against them in the final.
Yes, they need to just keep playing the same high momentum Dota that we're seeing from them today, even yesterday. They can't be playing scared. That was the big thing that S4 was talking about. Don't be afraid of losing. That's be willing to take risks. We saw it there. I mean, Misery was like 0-10-4 in Kunkka, but it's one of the best Kunkkas I've ever seen. Like, we need more 0-10-4 Kunkkas like that.
We definitely do. Shane, your final thoughts on the DC run? We've seen the Champions run, of course, through that particular video, but also it sort of mirrors, in a way, how DC have got to the final.
The thing about DC on the run is, I wonder if this Wings game is always in the back of their mind. The first game on the main stage, like how much that'll affect them coming in. Misery seems pretty confident in his interview, but like that could be just the face, you know, like because it's always there. Like they outdrafted them very heavily in that series. They had the Centaur against the Ricky. They even like Wings were confident enough to pick up the Techies Pudge, which led to their demise. But
there's one startling fact that I'd like to share with you three.
Okay.
Which is that if DC win this championship, Sir Action Slacks' name goes on the Aegis.
Oh no! Okay, no. Did you confirm that? Did you confirm that?
He's the official sub for the team, and as far as I'm aware, his name goes on the Aegis.
I don't even know.
The end is near, guys. The end of Dota is this is the apocalypse.
The end of days.
Can we change the rules?
What?
Can we change the rules?
No, I'm not sure we can at this late stage, no.
Do you know in your fountain, when you have the Aegis, and you see Sir Action Slacks' name on top of it? Oh my god, every time I'm about to play a solo queue game, I'll click on that and I'll just cry a little bit.
Shane, do you want me to hold you? Do you want me to hold you, Shane?
Okay.
Come closer, Shane. Let me hold you.
Get away! Get away!
Get
away from me!
Let me hold you, Shane. I'll hug you, Shane. It's fine. You can cope with this. You can cope. It's okay, Shane. Sir Action Slacks' name on the Aegis. It's just a dream. It's just a nightmare. You can wake up now. Okay, time probably to check in with the man himself. Sir Action Slacks, are you busy messing around? Where are you, sir?
Hello. Oh! Where am I? Whew. I'm in the best place in the world. I'm down here with the fans right before the finals. How you guys doing up there? You having a good time? Paul, come on. You guys hype for what?
Oh, yeah.
Woo! All right. You guys are looking good. Paul, you're looking better than usual, man. You finally lost the bow tie. It's embarrassing stuff. So,
wow, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought I'd change it up a little bit for that segment, that's all.
You know, I got to say, though, I have these problems tying my tie. Could you show me how to, you got any pro tips for that? Or?
No, I mean, it's just magic.
Yeah, again, you don't want to tie. Oh, there. Oh, wow, that's pretty good.
No, I mean,
you
just fit it and tie it, and then it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, come on, follow. You don't even sound excited. What do you got? A hand up your ass? Come on, we're having a good time. But anyway, so guys, can we do something here? Can we just show the guys at home? Now, I know you're watching from home. You're wondering what it's like being in a stadium, right? Can we just do this? This is the power of a stadium. Here we go. Let's watch a TI live, baby. But now, I know you guys, who's going to win, right? Anybody know? No. Jesus. Okay. Bring it back. It seems like nobody knows who's going to win at this TI. But I got a surprise for you. You know, I found one person that actually does know exactly who's going to win, and I interviewed him yesterday. Pretty cool stuff, right? So why don't we show that off? I already know who's taking this champion home. Check it out. Ladies and gentlemen, the Oracle!
Not the outcome I had hoped for.
Well, I do appreciate you being here. I only have one question, but it is the most important one, buddy.
Choose wisely.
Oh, I plan to. Oracle, can you tell us who is gonna win TI6?
And what if I do?
Well, you'll have a lot of happy Dota fans with correct predictions. It'll be very good.
And what if I don't?
And that will not happen, so...
And what if I do?
What? Listen, can you just look into your little...
You can't have it both ways.
I don't want it both ways. Can you just look into your little ball and tell me who's going to win TI6? What are you doing? What is that? Is that... Are you... Do you see something? Is that good? Jesus, what the hell was that? So...
Trust in the Oracle.
I will. Go ahead. Whatever.
Enter.
What the hell are you doing, dude? Are you... Do you have something? What? Jesus. Okay. Can you... Anything. Just give me anything. What do you got?
The Oracle sees all.
Yes, give me anything. Literally anything. What's up? Yeah?
Whose fortune is this?
Okay, what do we got in here? Yeah. Something! Say something,
I see.
dude! What?
You will die in a house fire.
That has nothing to do with the international.
Don't say I never gave you anything.
Okay, look, if I wanted shitty predictions, I could have asked the panel, okay? I'm looking for good
burn.
I guess. Anyway, I'm looking for good stuff, all right? Maybe this was too hard for you. I guess I should have just asked you about my love life or something.
Yes.
No, please don't look.
Yes.
Hey, no, do not look into my love life, dude. That is not necessary, okay?
It's too late. I've seen everything.
Listen, bro, that Hellbear Smasher came on to me. That was a one-night stand, and we don't have to talk about that, all right?
I want to die.
Okay, this interview needs to stop. We're good. Okay, cut, please. Cut. Thank you. Thank you, Orc.
To die.
Thank you. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so that about wraps it up. Hey, look at Zeus! Look at Zeus! Hey, look at go! So yeah, I have no idea who's gonna win. Ti, Paul, any ideas? Any ideas here?
No ideas up here either. We're just the panel. We're just the panel.
We're about to find out, right, buddy?
Well, we're going to find out one way or another today because we've got a best of 5 grand final. Get hyped.
All right, let's do it. Yeah, that's the power. All right, back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Sir Action Slacks, down on the floor with all the fans. Great fun with all of you joining in with all of the different pieces that Casey and Sir Action Slacks do throughout the day. In terms of oracles, have we got any oracles on the panel? Can we prove Sir Action Slacks wrong?
I predicted 2-1 for DC.
Oh, so did
okay,
I.
but that would be tough because we've got to play 5 games.
No, but we did.
Oh, you mean the
previous
EG
series.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
So for this series,
yeah,
wants me to predict
because he was trying to get out of the Oracle, he was trying to get a winner for TI6, right?
Okay, so
and all he got was that his house was going to burn down.
I think you have to really. It's going to be a
Shane,
tough
this
game.
isn't hard.
Okay, DC going to win. 3-2. 3-2.
All right, well, we're going to get predictions as we go along anyway. One of the other things that's been going on over the last couple of months, since the Compendium came out, since the Battle Pass came out, is there have been many votes. I know you're waiting for this one, so let's take a look at the Arcana Vote Final. Who wins?
Okay.
Jug or Wisp? Which way's
No!
it going?
Thank God!
Oh.
No, we had Jug up.
What?
Go back. What?
What's happening?
Is it done?
Hey,
Okay,
there we
Jug's
go.
back.
So, Juggernaut is the winner of the Arcana by 52 to 48.
Yes, death to the memes.
Death to the memes.
I'm actually.
This is sadder than when teams got eliminated from TI guys.
I took out my Invoker. I wanted to do
IO
this.
took out basically
minute,
the
guys.
line of IO, took out Morana and Wind Ranger.
Yep.
We
Death
just
to
hate.
IO.
It's not that we like Juggernaut.
But I don't play Juggernaut.
I do.
Nope, not me.
Don't play IO either. So.
Nope, not me. I'm surprised. Are you surprised?
By the Jug?
By the result? I genuinely thought the
win.
Wisp was going to win that.
Yeah, me too.
hands down. Really did.
I wouldn't have been too disappointed.
Gods is not a happy man right now.
They need a moment.
They need a moment.
Do you play IO? Or are you just...
I have played the
like
IO
one
before.
game?
How many?
How many games? I'll check right now.
Quick, Dota buff, quick,
I'll
do
check
it.
right now if you need me to.
Just go on.
Let's see.
It's sad
Do we
times.
get to see the Arcana? Or is that still
I
under
probably have to make
construction?
it, Shiver. They just finished the
it's
vote.
just
Yeah, but
Give
maybe
them
they
time.
have. Maybe they have both ready. You know.
Just the vote.
You're saying the
Just the
IO
vote for
kind
now.
of dream
I
is
am
still
just-
alive, Shiver?
I'm just slightly
There's a
impatient.
chance.
Can you blame me?
This is like Shane yesterday with our new hero. It's like, I think that's why he was up all night, actually. Right, okay. We are going to change over panels very shortly, so thank you very much to Shane, Shiva, and God. It's been fantastic working with you all week. And, of course, today for our lower bracket final. We'll switch up the panels in just a moment. But time to check in now with a man and a team that have had an amazing run through the lower bracket. It has been an absolutely wonderful run. Let's take a look back at their way to the final.
everybody, as the International 2016 game number 1 of our first series, Wings versus EG.
Samel life breaks forward, picked up control by Innocence, and then skewered back. A perfect synergy again under the tier 4 towers. He got him! Pulled him out at the last moment, and Samel is bathing in the fountain. Samel dropping low, Zai as well, they can't reach him. Yes, they can. The Yules will drop him back down again. Zai will go down. 4 heroes lost for EG, but it's already too late. The creeps were beating into the fountain, and GG, our first series between EG and Wings, will end in a draw, 1-1.
Our Na'Vi going to be able to intercept here and stop EG from going for this win. Ditya tries to focus Fear. Fear says, don't even bother, slaps them down, gets rid of the Aegis. A triple kill for Fear. This guy is beyond godlike.
EG versus LGD, a lot at stake here.
Zhao Wei, it's the triple sentry now.
You did not learn your lesson.
Oh. Zhao Wei's like, I want to get in there, but no, Universe bullies him away, and it's a GG cold 23 minutes in.
Dude, EG averaged more than a kill a minute. That is absurd.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International. It's day 2 of the main event.
We have TI4 champions taking on TI5 champions in newbie versus EG.
And a long jump from Smale. Finds Tuan, a perfect pickoff with that Orchid. Makes it look too damn easy for Evil Geniuses. Oh, they're gonna go man on Smale. He just keeps on running in. Move, desperate to be able to get out of here, but not the case. An ultra kill for Smale as he falls out of control. Nubia overextended their welcome, and they lose 5.
It's time for what some may consider the main event of day 3. It's EG taking on eHome. Gentlemen, this is going to be awesome.
A lot of people are calling it the single best Dota game they've ever seen.
It was a crazy experience. It just felt like we were losing most of the game.
Old Chicken spins off the damage from Samel. He's now caught by the Primal Roars, and he's down. 4 dead from Evil Geniuses. Zai's next gets Yules for another Yule Scepter. Evil Geniuses will drop 2 and maybe a 3rd. eHome thought that has to be it. That they had to have broken EG, and it still wasn't enough.
I feel like this is EG's time to just go for it.
He's EG, what are they looking for? The initiation comes out on a Fear. Refresher activated by Old 11, not going to get the chance for a second Primal Roar. He's going to get blown up inside the chronosphere. He's down and out. Evil Geniuses still 5 up, but here comes Dead on these Slash. Bouncing around, they're shattered even, hoping to be able to go on his eye, but an arrow! Oh my god! Samel just nailed it, but he still managed to get himself way in the back. They can't end this game yet. They're going to try though. They're going to try for the boost of travel, and a Divine Rapier. The tier 4 is being beaten on and begins the jump forward. Samel already going on the Fenrir. No chaotic offering and Unspot to take it through. He'll take him out. eHome. Fenrir finds back with the tier 4. The throw's going down. The throw down to half HP. eHome hits him back. Game 1. It's over. Evil Geniuses. Game number 1 of this series featured probably the best Dota and the hypest match that we've seen all year long.
Now, that game was out of control. That's a game that just makes you love Dota 2. That is crazy.
Here we go. It's game number 2. Old Chicken gonna start trying to lay out the damage, but they can't delay for long.
They take these buildings so fast.
Dead. A double stun and a double silence, but they managed to get the Chronosphere lucky in 3. Vana and Fenrir again. The support's down, leaving Ice alone, and that's it. GG is the call from eHome as game 2 is cut short. Evil Geniuses executing very cleanly here in game number 2 and proving that game 1 was not a fluke.
They've lost PPD, but 3 jumps forward. Black hole. Up to 3. No, Samel with the epicenter return fire. There's a buyback from Zai. Ice backing off. G, they've lost Fear as well. He does not have buyback available because of the BKB investment. Game 2, Wings versus EG. EG, they need to do something big here, looking to the Shadow Demon, but Innocent, he's not going to fall. Play on to Fear. EG are crumbling on this top lane. Samel from PPD. They tap interested to see how EG pick themselves up after that one.
The International has yet to be won twice by any team or any player. Surely things are about to amp up.
We got us heating up on the big stage, and now boom! He offloads on EG, catches out 3. Zai in trouble, he drops the torrent, but they give chase. Resolution sucking up his damage, he's got a lot of move speed, while Weeha cleaning up on the backside. He breaks down PPD, the boat comes through just to protect Zai himself, and he still can't get away! DC Grand 4. Oh my. Live, he gets on the ball promise. They turn on Sumail. Resolution hitting for almost 350 a pop here. Lashing down Fear. He'll drop the Luna. 3 have fallen. EG has been denied again by Misery. And on to Zai they go. A triple for Rezo. And GG! EG get shut down by DC.
Back with a brand new panel, and a congratulations to Evil Geniuses for 3rd place. That won't matter to them too much, I guess, Charlie, but always the search for this second Aegis, it seems to be impossible.
And it gets harder and harder every year, right? You see teams that you just don't expect at all to do well, players that you thought who had, you know, fallen by the wayside, just do incredible things. I honestly, after that game, after this tournament, I'm speechless.
Yeah, it's crazy, Cap.
I truly think this is the most beautiful storyline that we've seen in esports in general. That I think that the concept of us having 6 of these internationals and all of them being the biggest tournament that esports has had, and all of these teams, all of these players individually wanting it with everything that they have, and none of them had managed to take it twice, is just insane. It's absolutely mind-boggling, the level of talent and dedication that we have from our players, just due to the prestige of what this event is and what it means to everyone here.
Ted, by the laws of averages, it has to happen eventually, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, if we have the International 100, then you'd hope that eventually someone would have figured it out. But, I mean, that last series was exhausting.
Yes.
I have no idea how you group up after that and kick on. But, I mean, holy cow, the crowd out there, everyone when we were walking around after the game was just sweating, just their throats were raw. It was incredible. And that's only the first series.
Yep, absolutely. We've got the grand final, of course, coming up. The rest of us are going to recap and bring you up to speed as to how we got to that grand final. Before we do that, let's talk about the 4 teams that went out first day. Day 1 was the day of the lower bracket, VG Reborn, Team Secret, Escape, and Na'Vi. I guess the prominent one in there was probably Na'Vi having to face off against Liquid, Charlie. That was disappointing for them to start the first round.
Yeah, I mean, PO1s are brutal.
Yeah.
You mess up one time, and you're just out.
Yeah. Cap, out of those 4, did you expect any of them to go a bit further, other than what we've already discussed with Na'Vi?
No, I think our predictions were all on point. But once you're at that point where you've already seen the teams, you have some idea of what's going to be happening. But before the tournament, I certainly expected, like Na'Vi, for example, not to end up in a best-of-1 against Liquid in the first. Like that storyline by itself was something that caught me completely off guard, because I thought Na'Vi was a good enough team to potentially make upper bracket, and I thought Liquid very clearly would. So I had no idea that those 2 teams would match up against each other. So once you saw that best-of-1, you could say, okay, I think Liquid's going to take that. But before the tournament even started, there was no way I would have guessed anything like that could happen, and I expected Na'Vi potentially top 8, but instead they go out last.
Yeah, let's give a word to Escape Gaming. Our friend Cinderin involved, of course, decides to take the bold step of coming back from casting and going back into full-time pro gaming.
Yeah.
Gets his team into the qualifiers, gets through the wild cards, and actually makes it here. But then they went a disappointing 2-12 in the groups. Didn't really leave themselves a good shot of getting through the lower bracket.
Yeah, well, I mean, Fnatic also had a tough time in the groups, and they did a lot better than people expected once they got into the main event. I think Escape Gaming deserve a lot of credit for what they did. If you can make it to the main event, anyone who's saying, they were no good, you're completely wrong. They're better than most teams in the world. So they did well, a credit to them. They would have loved to go further, but unfortunately, it wasn't to be.
Okay. Well, if you weren't with us and you have not seen all of the games that we have, we can't show you all of them, of course, because you can go and visit youtube.com/Dota2, but we can recap the very first day of the main event of the International 2016.
Welcome to the International.
We are so ready to go. OG up against MVP. What a terrific series to also kick off the International 2016. There's 4 players grouped up. Notal wants to fight, make more copies, make more kills, and this really is OG's home. It used to belong to MVP. OG will force this best of 3 into a decider. Now the pitcher he wants forever, the Culling Blade again! They go through the ball! MVP! It is a slaughter! Jump in, slice and dice! It is over! MVP have trashed the 2-time major winners!
Are these your fries?
Yeah, it is.
Not anymore. Here's slacks.
Holy moly! That's incredible.
Yeah.
Brew zones back. Weehaw keeps him out of the fight. They pop the Aegis quickly. DC choking here, and Wings with the punish. DC losing here in the late game, getting massacred.
TNC just ripping the base, the hopes and dreams of VGR to shreds. Jimmy and the boys have done it!
And now the fight turns with the Ravage, holding on to 2. Yaps are going to be slowed down by Mushi as he's just going one by one through the supports in the background, and a second lane of Rags will go to Fnatic.
Let's go, Kuroki Mutamba!
Liquid are just pushing through the right-hand side. Na'Vi getting quickly surrounded. Good ult from Denny from the side, but it's just not quite enough. General, the only one to escape, but he too will fall as Na'Vi call it. As you can see how excited Liquid are.
LGD versus Team Secret. To think that we're having them here at this stage, first round, lower bracket, it's absolutely insane. Maybe moving in aggressively and Artur. Oh, the crit! It's got a Hex, ball was gone! I mean, this whole game at the moment is just a highlight clip for Maybe. Banana, he's in trouble as well. Zartizi surrounded with the illusions. They're going to lose the Kunkka. Secret, they are defending. But the boat comes in. Artizi's down. And Secret are crumbling after holding up a great defense. It's all too much for them. Secret are going home. Coming all this way to this point and just not being able to pull it off on the main stage. It's got to hurt to go down at this point.
The Na'Vi magic, it was coming back, but they falter and will be one of our first teams out.
And that was just the first day. There were already 4 teams eliminated. You look back, Ted, it sort of reminds you just what a crazy first day we had.
Yeah, and it was only, what, 6 days ago, something like that?
Yeah.
It feels like a very long time. A lot of games played in the meantime, of course. But, yeah, this tournament has had a lot of upsets. And there have been some common themes that we'll come to later on when we've run through more of the days. But it was Expect the Unexpected was definitely the story of TI, and it started on day 1.
Day 2 cap was eHome and EG crushing the upper bracket, and the biggest, perhaps, story of all was the story of OG falling down. And then going out.
OG getting knocked out of the tournament, the absolute favorite. Absolute, right? They won 2 majors, very first team to do something like that, to be able to win 2 Valve-sponsored events, and then to go into this event looking like the best team. Like, it wasn't even close. They were just very clearly in the lead. And to get knocked out by MVP Phoenix, who were a bit of a dark horse, you know, everyone kind of looked at them as a potential team that would upset the big dogs. But to do it immediately, taking out OG, and then to have literally one of the biggest underdogs you could possibly have in the tournament, TNC, to finish off OG, that is just mind-blowing.
Yeah. Big odds for TNC, but that's exactly what happened on day 2. Day 3, however, was the story of champions being eliminated and teams rising that we didn't expect. Let's take a look. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the International 2016. be another one of those fantastic roller coaster rides with more than $20 million on the line.
There's your starfall damage. Alliance back to Fountain, but no points are safe on this map. Fnatic, they own your home. They will start off our day with a 2-0 victory over Alliance, eliminating them from the International 2016.
Anti-Mage.
Black just lights up like a light bulb.
Going to potentially lose moves while he's trying to timber chain away, but Timberland chases him down, finishes him off. It's a triple kill for Fada. Joe jumps in, how? Oh, he's lost his man, lost his life. No buyback available. And indeed they have. Liquid will send Newbie home.
I am expecting nothing but blood, Mutt.
And the chrono on to 2. Earth Splitter to follow up. MP Static Storm. He will fall. QO goes down as well. MVP about to lose everything.
It's a massacre, Mutt. They can't stand against Wings.
Now we get to go on further here, gentlemen. You know, talking a bit more about what to expect.
Who are you hoping is going to win this event?
Na'Vi.
Na'Vi! Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Did they make me a donkey because I'm an ass?
USA! 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 EG, baby! Woo!
eHome versus Evil Geniuses.
I can't even keep my hands straight right now. That game was out of control.
A lot of people are calling it the single best Dota game they've ever seen.
It was a crazy experience. I don't know, like it just felt like we were losing most of the game.
Old Chicken spins off the damage from Samel. He's now caught by the Primal Roars, and he's down. 4 dead from Evil Geniuses. Zai's next,
Got
gets
the
caught
Yule
by
Spray.
another Yule Scepter. Evil Geniuses will drop 2 and maybe a 3rd.
I think in a game like that, it was the Dagons in the late game that made the biggest difference for them.
Yeah. They're playing that Dagon! Zai gets him! Ethereal
Got
Blade
Dagon.
again, low enough, and the Dagon finishes him off. Dagons, oh, he goes down! Triple Dagons! 2, they're going on the universe, he's dead! 2 minutes on the clock,
Samel,
they need to escape with Samel! He can't make it though! Mega Creeps incoming, but Evil Geniuses will stand strong for now. eHome thought that has to be it. That they had to have broken EG, and it still wasn't enough.
One last hurrah as they march down this mid lane. The rest of the heroes will meet them there.
No chaotic offering, an ice blast, and Dagon first. He'll take him out. Oh, the throat's going down. The throat down to half HP. eHome gets him back. Evil Geniuses have done it. Game 1. Brilliant looking back. Cap, you commentated on the game of the century, as they're calling it. A couple of days on now from it, you've had a chance to sit down and reflect on it. What comes to your mind when you see those images back?
A lot of it comes down to, like, for lack of a better platitude, it comes down to heart, right? Like, to be able to be that down, like that early on in the game, with like the people who didn't watch that game, and maybe they're just, you know, just now watching the tournament, what they don't understand about that game from the clips is the fact that eHome had a very dominant lead, like extremely dominant. Like, it was one of those games you thought was going to be like, by 20 minutes, it's like, it's over, right? If all eHome had to do was just control the game. But what they may not know is that Dota is an incredibly intricate game, and such intricacy leads to mistakes, right? It's just natural. Every single one of the teams does it. That's what makes Dota such a beautiful game. So when those mistakes happen, Evil Geniuses, they kept that heart, right, the whole entire time, and they said, we can still come back. We can still do this despite against all the odds. And it started from the 20-minute marker, and it went all the way until they had Mega Creeps. What is commonly known in Dota is like the GG moment. Like Mega Creeps, you can't beat that. Like, you can't push against that. There are so few games. There's such a small percentage of teams that have managed to make a comeback against Mega Creeps that it's commonly referred to as just like a GG. It's like, oh, Mega Creeps, it's all over. But they kept that heart.
Yeah.
They decided, we're not going down like this. Yeah, we could go down, right? It's only game one, but they're not going to let themselves go down like that. They push out and they find victory.
Yeah. The first team to ever do that, by the way, in the international, win against Mega Creeps as well. Charlie, you saw Peter's reaction. It was almost like he couldn't believe what they'd done in the booth afterwards. I haven't seen him that animated even when he won last year.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little different context because last year when it came down to the end, they already kind of felt like they had already won. But this, you didn't know until the end. They were down like almost the entire time. It was insane.
Yeah, one of those games that, I mean, for me, it's going to define my memory of the tournament, or it did up to this point. And now I'm actually thinking that semi-final and then leading into the final, that it's actually going to get even better. And if it does, this place is just going to erupt.
Yeah, that's okay by us. We're okay with it getting even better.
Yeah, please.
If Day 3 belonged to Evil Geniuses, Day 4 belonged to the other North American organization, sometimes called Europeans, DC. Day 4 ahead of us with plenty of action to look forward to.
It's cosplay, baby! It's time for the cosplay competition!
Welcome back inside Key Arena. We have a battle of the underdogs.
He just walks up, killing off Jimmy. The Burrow strike to Kuku. They're losing too many. TNC are falling apart.
There is just no fight left in TNC.
Again, Moo causing chaos in these fights. It looks like it's over. TNC have lost too many.
Liquid, they did manage to get up to a 20k lead, but it's pretty much all but gone. They know there's going to be a quad boxing in a higher. Epi, Burrow strike onto two. Just on away, but took them out. Falling low, falling down. Jack's down as well. They've done it. They've absolutely done it.
Ice tries to go for a tricky TP out, but no. Mo says no way in hell. All 5 dead from eHome.
DC could just be one push away from securing themselves a top 4 berth.
Ice battling up against 5.
He's not going to do it.
eHome. They lose. The Digital Chaos have done it. 2-0.
I am so proud of him. He has living his dreams, and couldn't be any prouder.
eHome sent home in the round of 6. TNC, this will be the end of their long road.
We should probably say hi to Purge this morning. So, Purge.
Yeah, as you can see, just really good weather patterns all the way across the U.S. It's going to be a really good week for sun.
You're an anchor, right? Oh, breaking news. I'm sorry, Casey. You're garbage. Actually. Excuse me? Sorry.
Welcome to the All-Star match.
Team Slacks, first pick. The guy in the back on the far right with the weird arm movements. That's the one I want.
That's you, dude.
Bring him down.
Guy with the shirt off. If you put it back on, you can be on my team.
You know what we're missing? Show me the pros. Woo! So I want you to pick one partner each out of all the pros, and I want you to tell me who you want to play with, pal. No tail, you're number 1, baby. Come on down.
Bulldog, teach me your ways. It's going to be a little too easy for our team.
Can
there be anyone else? Going to go Denny.
Dondo the Gondo! How are we going to win, buddy? Come on, we got to take her down.
We have a secret weapon.
All right, this is from the old days, boys.
We've got ourselves no tail on pit lawn. Dandy with the echo slam.
Make your team. Oh, no. Do better.
Oh, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Guys, back to base. Get back to the base.
No, baby. Come on, baby.
And that was day 4 of the International. Just looking back, Cap, very quickly, TNC stood out as one of the teams that overachieved here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think, what was that, the little clip that Ben said, you know, this is the end of TNC's very long journey. You think about, like, some of these teams were made it through the lower bracket. For TNC, this was a longer journey than most, right? They barely made it through the open qualifier. They had to go through the day 2 of the open qualifier, and they went through the regular qualifier, won their group stage, went all the way through the lower bracket up until that point, and they slayed giants on their way through.
They absolutely did. Yeah, we're going to get to day 5 of our review of the International 2016 very shortly. But one of the other features that you may have seen over the course of the last 6 days is the fabulous AR, and we sent Casey along to find out more about the behind the scenes on how to produce it all.
We are back underneath the stadium where we've shown you before. This is how the show happens. And there are a lot of behind the scenes stuff that actually make the visual cues happen, the graphics. I've kind of deemed this the graphics guts of the entire stream for TI6. And Matt is the man. Walk us through what this is and what this does for the show.
We have a lot of machines here that are controlling the visuals that you'd see on the stage, from what's on the LED screens to the lighting in the arena and the heroes, the AR heroes.
Talk about this particular computer behind you.
This one is showing what you would see on the front of the pods, as well as some of the overlays that would be on the floor during pick ban. And in the top left, it's feeding data to the AR machines, which are rendering the heroes. Nice. Yeah.
All right, and these guys over here, you were telling me earlier, what is it that they're doing while the game is in action?
Scriff is controlling the main view, so he's picking what you see. He's making all the decisions about what the best view of the game is going to be. And Knoxville has stats, so he's going to put stats in the side and keep you up to date on it.
So they're working so quickly.
They are. They work nonstop, and they're really good at it.
And then this computer over here, you said this was automated, so you put in a lot of work for this before we even started TI.
We try and automate as much as we can, knowing which seats the players are in, which sides of the stage they're on, and catching all the things that happen in game in real time. So usually we just set it up, fire and forget, and everything goes right.
What specifically is this computer firing?
So it's keeping track of what abilities are on the screen, and it's whether it's day or night, who's won the game, and it fires all that information to other machines, lighting in the stadium, Pandora's box, which controls movies on the stage.
All right, so we're going to take a little field trip over there, is that right?
Yeah, let's go check out Pandora's box.
This is Pandora's box?
Pandora's box, we found it.
What does it do?
It does all kinds of things. Mostly it plays videos on the game. Sam does a lot of the stage performances that you saw during the Monkey King reveal, during the All-Stars, all the intro performances. He hand performs a lot of those things too.
All right, Matt, where are we?
We are here at the AR rendering station.
AR rendering station.
Made that up. Yeah.
We're just calling all kinds of things today.
Phrases.
So what specifically is happening here, and where does it go in the show?
This particular one goes to the English analyst desk. All our analyst desks have one. On the right is a custom game, a Dota custom game that we wrote. It gets data from the camera tracking system, and it can overlay it over the shots that you'd have of the desk.
Introduce us to this young man, and what is he doing specifically?
Ricardo. Ricardo is picking which heroes would appear on the stage, and he's also doing a little performing. He makes them dance and clap and things.
You're the one that makes them dance? Wait, when we see the heroes going nuts when they're in front of the players, that's you?
Yeah, that's me.
Is that ever you like back here just going, all right, let's just see if anybody notices?
Yeah, kind of actually. I'm trying to figure out to see, just add some nuance to them to see if anybody notices, anybody picks up on the fun that they do.
I think we all do. We appreciate it.
Good. I'm glad. Yeah, I've been having fun doing it.
Great job, guys. Thank you so much. It's really important that we kind of showcase how important every person is to what we do here. And so that's why we want to do those behind the scenes stuff. So thank you once again to everybody for making it happen.
Yeah, it's because of them that we have such an amazing show, right? I mean, we're just here.
We're just here.
Yeah, we're just there.
Here's a microphone. Start talking. Okay.
Hey.
We do want to take it down a notch just for a second because we have a lot of fun, and you see Slacks and I kind of freaking out and making complete asses out of ourselves, which we enjoy. We're fine with that.
I love it.
But Slacks, seriously, I'm really impressed with what you've brought to TI this year.
Stop.
I really am.
Thank you. Casey, if we're doing this, if we're going to get real,
your growth in this community has been amazing. And when you came to us, you were an awkward, frightening woman, and now I feel like you're one of us.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
I feel like we're on the therapist couch, but I really have to say I can't underscore enough. When I first started, I was so terrified, and you guys have all been so welcoming. And every time I get to come back to TI, it's like coming back to summer camp with all these people I recognize. And I'm fans of all of yours, so I see a lot of you in the hallways, and I'm like, oh my God, it's you! Remember me? And they're like, you're the weird chick, right? I'm like, yeah! So just thank you so much, and I really enjoy spending the rest of the year telling everybody what an amazing group of people you all are, and so many of them have now come to check it out and say that they're really impressed with all of you. So thank you for being so kind to me. I really appreciate it.
All right. Well, they told me to be real on this one and to come from a real place, so I'm going to do it. Don't be weirded out. But to me, TI means a lot. I mean, it's where I started. It's where, you know, I think it means a lot to all of us, because it's not just about the games. It's a celebration of who we are. I mean, the players, the viewers, the guys that watch, the workshop artists, everyone. It's not about what we do and you know, the games. It's about coming together and showing that we are a family. We're together, and it's a celebration of us. So I just want to thank you guys for the celebration of us.
We love you, Slacks.
I don't have emotions. It was all a joke.
This is where we start to feel really awkward because we're not used to being so heartwarming. So we're going to make funny faces now. In all seriousness, we've had a lot of fun. It's been a heartwarming week, but also a lot of energy. Who's taking it in the grand final?
Oh, that's a hard question, Casey. This is really rough for me. Back when nobody knew who Team Wings was, I love you, Team Wings. I mean, it was before Shanghai, and I said, I love this Chinese Team Wings. And then I became a sub on Team Digital Chaos, their official sub, so I don't know. I love them both, but I want to be on that Aegis. So DC's going to be taking it.
All right, Paul, a lot of tears down here. We're very excited, though. It's going to be a great grand finale.
It is going to be great, and you two have been absolutely brilliant. You've given us so much joy and fun this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Casey and Slacks, they are absolute stars. Wouldn't have them any other way. It's been brilliant all week long, all the content and all the interaction with the fans. Time to move on now. Time to move on now as we move our way towards the grand final. We do have a few things to wrap up, of course, one of which is how the devil did Wings do this? Let's find out. Their journey to the grand final.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day one of the International 2016 group stage.
Wings going up against TNC. I don't know if these guys are really going to get that far. They're in the bottom 4 predictions. Struggling here on day one. Say goodbye. This game is over. Wings has lost it. 2-0 going the way of TNC.
Day 2 of the group stage.
We've got Alliance versus Wings.
We'll see how Wings will go after what was a little bit of an unsettling game 2.
The Xbox bringing S4 back. He's looking to finish off Blake. 3 stacks for the arm that toggles too much. And Alliance. The GG is called a Wings Gaming. It's all too much for Alliance this series. 2-0 and both games finishing absolutely beautifully.
We've got Wings against Navis.
Every single game counts now.
Oh my god, Navi just totally destroying Wings here.
There could be another track kill. Innocent's going to get netted up by the Chen. Looks like he might get away for now. Dityarad going to get slowed. Meanwhile, oh, General with the epicenter going to connect onto 2. They're looking for the kill onto the TA. And you got Dityarad just sprinting after that Night Stalker. Another track kill going the way of Navi.
Just a well-executed game by Navi.
Inconsistent is just Wings in a nutshell, right?
Yeah, worried for him a little bit.
Wings has to win this. They have to make a move.
They're going to go in. They will get the call. The adaptive strike there. They go in. Shen may up losing his life. Oh, 4-man Chrono coming back in, but there's just no damage to follow up. Zhao Ei's the one going down here, gonna get slapped around. They've got the Juggernaut running away like a kid on Christmas. He's just going, and whatever he wants is his. It's gonna be 4 dead on LGD. And Wings just looked triumphant in that fight. The chrono connected onto like everyone. LGD are just demoralized after that return from Wings.
We are so ready to kick off the International 2016.
Digital Chaos versus Wings Gaming.
Wings Gaming, this team can win a tournament, they can finish at the bottom. DC losing here in the late game, getting massacred.
That's it. GG is called. We hot that for 110. Wings will take it. Game number 1 goes to them here in the upper bracket.
One more win in this series, they're top 6. If anyone was going to pick Techies at the main event, it was always going to be Wings. If anyone was going to pick Pudge, it was definitely going to be them.
What's going on?
This pocket strategy has completely backfired. It's just a lack of vision here that's really hurting Wings. It's over, Mod. GG. Wings get stomped. I wouldn't give up on them just yet.
This team, you don't know what's going to be coming at you. There doesn't seem to be a limit to their pool of strategies or their pool of heroes.
But now Wings, power play, 5v3.
Gonna go for the lasso, ice wall there to separate the 2 squads, but Faith Beyond still so tanky with that point booster.
Digital Chaos, they have faced nothing but chaotic Dota from Wings, and it continues now. Another takedown for Wings as they crush through.
This time a very important victory because it takes them through to the semi-finals of the upper bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the International 2016.
We are here trying to determine who is going to be top 3 at TI6.
It is MVP versus Wings.
Someone described this to me as deathmatch versus all random.
What is going on? What is going on?
Wings have completely shut down MVP's aggressions.
And the chrono on to 2. Earth Splitter to follow up. MP Static Storm. He will fall. QO goes down as well. MVP about to lose everything.
It's a massacre, Mod. They can't stand against Wings. And they beat MVP at their own game.
Wings looking for some kind of action. Moving it on Smash, got him! They'll get themselves the first kill, Wings.
You're going to kill Faith Beyond. Wings just taking the racks.
Can't kill the Rubik though, has to get himself out now. Past the BKB run by Wings. They'll take him down. Universal Battle to go as well.
GG.
Absolutely impeccable play, and they did it. Wings they knew exactly how to work with their job. Arguably just looking like the best team we've got here at the moment, TI. He's there with the Stone Gate so that IEG can't jump in onto Shadow. The Earth Splitter coming through is going to land onto PPD. The corner breaks is going to keep it alive for the time being, but Shadow will just start to stack up the burning spears, so PPD will go down. Side take it down, and EG, they're turning this one. Fear does still fall, so Mail needs to kill the company card. The Huskar looks to be too strong at this stage for the remaining members of EG to deal with on this top lane.
Good game.
They tap out 23 minutes in. EG call it, and Wings are your first grand finalists here at TI6, taking down EG in the upper bracket finals 2-0 in absolutely incredible fashion.
A terrific run through the upper bracket after a scratchy group stage was erased by Wings. They were our first finalist. Our second finalist, however, had a much more treacherous road. They came through the lower bracket, and my golly, it was good.
Welcome everybody to the games of the International 2016.
Gonna be a best of 2 between Fnatic and DC. DC looked really strong all day. The GG comes out. DC able to take a 2-0 series. DC and Newbie.
It is all DC the first time in it.
DC are walking all over Newbie winner. What the hell is happening? The GG does call out in favor of DC.
Team Liquid going up against Digital Chaos. It won't happen. Liquid have lost too many. It is GG. Get 2-0'd out by DC. Digital Chaos take your top 4 position. Winners bracket in the playoffs.
Hello everybody and welcome back inside Key Arena. We are ready. Digital Chaos versus Wings Gaming.
Wings goes for that TC throat.
That's it. GG is called. Wings will take it. Game number 1 goes to them here in the upper bracket.
A lot has to be on the minds of DC as they're one game away from the lower bracket. Digital Chaos, they had faced nothing but chaotic Dota from Wings, and it continues now. A big jump on the Weehaw. Another takedown for Wings. DC's last gasp in the upper bracket. They will drop down, Mod. They will drop down.
DC, they had a great start, but just couldn't get it done.
We are live here on the floor of Key Arena, getting ready for our final elimination match.
DC, after that loss yesterday, they need something to go their way.
LGD have lost 2. They're about to lose 3.
DC, they had the answers here.
Moon's been on fire.
This game has become DC's to lose.
Jumps in, Weehaw starts storm on just about everybody.
LGD will lose 3, and that's it. GG is called.
DC move on, LGD out.
We have a battle of the underdogs.
He just walks up, killing off Jimmy. The bar is right to Kuku. They're losing too many. TNC are falling apart.
There is just no fight left in TNC.
Again, they're causing chaos in these fights. It looks like it's over. TNC have lost too many. DC will take the series 2-1. Mama Bear can be happy.
How does DC continue to do this? We always feel like they gotta be the underdogs, right?
Digital Chaos facing up against some veterans in eHome.
DC going for the throw right now. A very quick win by DC. What is happening to this team? They just keep on getting better and better. Here comes the Proto. He jumps forward onto 3. Move with the shock on the 2. Chicken. Oh no! eHome. They're just getting obliterated. Not even waiting for the exit system. They start immediately focusing down on Old Chicken. They got it. 79 seconds down. Ice battling up again. 5. He's not gonna do it. Digital Chaos have done it. 2-0. And the Cinderella story continues. Unbelievable. You call them misfits. You call them the rejects. You call them the players that couldn't make it at the Tier 1 teams. But here they are. They look like champions to me, Blitz.
Which team will be heading to the final day? Digital Chaos, or will it be Fnatic?
DC looking to make a strong start already.
Fnatic will be left to a 3 versus 5 as their last lane of ranks is being beaten on. They never say die, but they finally will give up. Digital Chaos seem to be building up so much momentum in this tournament. And DC, objectives full in mind, their race to top 3 is finished. They've done it 48 minutes in, and they 2-0 Fnatic. Unbelievable. Digital Chaos, they've made it into the top 3 teams here at the International 2016.
5 days of intense action, and it all ends today. EG, they'll play DC in our first game of the day.
Weehaw getting up to the start. They're blows up Sumail.
He's got an arrow.
Kill. They have the Riptide as well coming through. They want the arrow. Almost hits Universe. Zai, he's able to TP away. No, he gets caught. The Starstorm gets Weehaw. Triple kill.
A 4-for-1 exchange. EG has been denied again by Misery. A triple for Rezo and GG.
EG just wasn't there during the team fights, and DC, some great team pledges and all coming together.
Jump kill! Comes out! He finally comes out! Look at that smell.
EG are walking up into a chokehold here, but the Void isn't quite ready.
Yes. What a death for PPD getting caught. Universe will fall as well. Here comes Fear turning around. What a great photo coming out from Moon.
Nice step forward, the follow-up damage, but Stone Gaze disengages a bit for EG. They try to back away, but they found the old man. They isolate him. They brain him down. Sumail has the regen room, has the Aegis. Not gonna matter. DC, they came, they saw, and they will conquer EG. They're building an army, Mon. These illusions turned against EG.
They can't clear this, I don't think.
They do have Ravage soon. 15 seconds, but so many ways to deal with it. Meanwhile,
they're falling.
Weehaw sneaking around. Tier boys down. Digital Chaos pulling it out. And Weehaw straight for the jugular. Onto the throne. They stop Rezo. They hold for now. Fear's coming out with the vengeance. Thrown low. Not dead. It's gonna be dead. It's gonna be dead. They take it 3. Oh my God. They have completed their journey. A team that had a captain that didn't even want a captain. Players who are booted after winning Shanghai.
Fabulous. Those are some of the most magical moments we've had in the tournament, and they're nearly always with DC, all the way through. Ted, it's been an incredible run for them.
This is the only team who could handle the lower bracket. And I don't know how they did it. I don't know how you're able to get dropped down, and all these big names get dropped down, and you think they're going to bump into one of them and they're going to trip over, but they just didn't. They just kept doing it, and they deserve so much credit. And I think they've just got to do it now. You can't have this journey and not win. You've got to round it out.
Yeah, it's been incredible. We're just 30 seconds away now from the start of something magical for both two teams, DC and Wings. Very quickly, Charlie, we're going to get back into it after we come back, but DC or Wings?
I just feel it, DC.
Okay. Cap?
Wings have made a long run. I respect Digital Chaos. I respect the hell out of them, but I think Wings take this.
Okay, we're going to get more from them. But it's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the International 2016 Grand Final. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our grand final. Your first team, a team formed almost a year ago to the day, have dominated the upper bracket. Please welcome Wings Gaming. And their opponents, a team of rejects, they said. A team who didn't deserve to play Tier 1 teams, they said. No more do they speak these words. Ladies and gentlemen, playing in their first ever International Grand Final, Digital Chaos!
Remain, and the aegis of champions hangs in the balance. The International 2016 Grand Finals begin.
Okay, here we go. The International 2016 comes up with its final game of the year. It's a big one. Ted, how hyped are you right now?
It's a big one. I mean, I had adrenaline after the first series. I'm glad DC had a bit of time to calm down, to recompose themselves, because they've got a hell of a task ahead of them. Wings, I've spoken to a bunch of people, and every single person I ask, unless they're speaking with their heart, they think Wings are going to do it. Yeah. I think DC definitely have a shot. Look at all the big names they've knocked out. Look at their journey through this tournament. You cannot write them off. But Wings are crazy good. And they're not crazy. People say they're crazy, but they're not. It's a mind game.
It's a mind game.
I'm serious.
Okay.
I'm serious.
It's a mind game, Cap. They've played almost every style imaginable through this upper bracket. We've seen a bit of run at you. We've seen a bit of rap. We've seen a bit of standard. Let's just play simple. We've seen everything. What are they going to come up with in the final?
I don't think anybody can really guess. You know what you know what the meme in China right now is the fact that, you know why Wings always give up first blood, Paul?
Why?
It's because they want to be able to offset the advantage they get from all randoming their heroes. That goes to show, like, they have some insane versatility. And the thing is, all of these young players, they're innovative. They're experimental. They're pushing the game to the limits. They're always thinking about it. If you look them up, like, they're always thinking about how to play the next big carry, how to play that next big hero to fit it into the draft, right? And this team, it's just this magic that they have that I think they can take on any team in the world, and that includes Digital Chaos. No matter how indomitable that spirit has been of theirs, I think Wings is just simply one step better.
Okay. Charlie, you've been in this position with the team last year. You were here with Evil Geniuses.
Everything in my head tells me that Wings is going to win. They have a deeper hero pool. They play everything. They've won more tournaments. They have a better track record. But for the first time in maybe my life, I feel something weird.
Oh, no. Is this hope? Oh, no. What's going on?
I can't help but but say DC wins. I don't know why.
Charlie, we're proud of you, brother.
I don't know why. We were in the talent suite and we were all sitting there saying, we think that Wings beats either of these two teams, whoever wins. But after that game, I don't really know anymore.
Charlie's using his heart, Ted.
Let me take you back to the Summit 5, all right? The grand finals there when they beat OG 3-1. They didn't pick the same heroes twice. Completely different lineups, 20 different heroes. What do you ban against them? What's your first ban apart from Elder Titan for Ice Ice Ice?
Are you trying to argue against your own prediction now just because Charlie agreed with you?
I'm saying with my heart DC, but my head says Wings.
I mean, I'm saying the exact same thing.
No, you said funny, you couldn't help it. You were feeling emotion, Charlie.
Look at our outfits right now. You realize that? We're both wearing a red shirt. We're both wearing a black tie. This is not intended, by the way. This is absolutely just coincidence.
Yeah.
True.
Charlie has switched over to the light. That's the difference between us.
He has seen the light.
That white suit.
He has.
Take it off. Take it off. Take it off, Charles.
This off.
It's making you too good.
Charlie, you've softened up as the weeks have gone on.
I mean, can you? We've seen so many amazing things that you never would have thought possible in this tournament.
Yeah.
I can't rationalize any of it. Everything that I know about these teams coming in and like how they prepared before, it doesn't make any sense. Misery said their Star Ladder and the Sun, it was all awful for them. Like they were on the verge of if they had another reshuffle period, they would have disbanded 100%.
How did he do it? The reluctant captain comes in. He even said, I didn't want to be captain. Someone had to do it. And it's like Jon Snow or something, you know what I mean? He's like reluctantly taking the commander. I don't know how he's done it, but he's motivated these guys.
I mean, let's not forget that the story starts here at the International for Digital Chaos. It starts in the American Open qualifier, the American qualifier, right?
And they finished third in that. In the group. And they went to the finals, and Complexity pushed them to a 2-2 and managed to have a highly contested game number 5.
Yep.
I think this is why Digital Chaos are here right now. They've got that indomitable spirit because they have something special that doesn't let them say die, even when the game is in game 5 and it's going to the bitter end. They don't say die. All right, very quickly, Ted, you're going to stick with Wings.
My heart genuinely says DC. I will be cheering for them because of what they've achieved, but it's got to be Wings.
All right, okay. Charlie, very quickly.
I just feel like some crazy shit's going to happen and DC is going to win. It's just my gut right now.
Okay. All right. It's time to get into the draft for Game 1 of the Grand Finals.
Wings Gaming versus Digital Chaos. Grand Finals, Game 1.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time. We are here in Key Arena, and we are ready for our Grand Finals. Wings versus Digital Chaos. Your Grand Final drafting panel will be Winter, Black, and Draskell. Gentlemen, where the hell do we begin? Winner? How do you figure out a team like Wings, and how do you stop a team like Digital Chaos on their path?
You can't figure out a team like Wings. You just need to go with your heart. Get the feeling.
Go full Charlie. That's what you want, right? I mean, I think that the Wings opening, they banned the Elder Titan themselves. They had first pick. They took the Wisp. I think this opening just shows that they're not scared, Winter and I were talking earlier. He said that maybe the earliest part of the game is Wings' biggest weakness, but as soon as mid-game rolls around, they're just hyper-aggressive. They know exactly what they need to do. And DC's response with the Timber Saw, I mean, it's a comfort zone pick for them, but both teams looking to come strong out of the game.
Oh, that is his best hero, I think, for Mo.
Yeah.
Like, in this matchup, you don't know what your opponent is doing. You want to pick your heroes that your players are most comfortable with. That's very, very important for DC.
Oh, it's the greatest hero in the game. DC, Game 1.
Like on top of the Timber Saw just being a comfort zone pick, usually you pair the IO up with like a CK, like a Tiny, like another Strength core, and it's like really, really hard for them to play against the Timber Saw because he has so much burst damage against them. And obviously, Coddle, one of DC's stable picks.
It's also, I feel, a bit of a denial here on the side of Wings. I mean, maybe they don't pick it now, but going into the second phase, it's possible that it could have been banned. Obviously, very good against Timber Saw. Second pick.
This is something I was saying that EG maybe could have considered was securing that Sumail pick in the first phase. Wings say, we have the guff. We'll do it in game number 1.
I mean, like they already have a Cuddle, which is pretty good against the Storm, and now they have 3 more heroes to counter that.
It's like both ways, you know. Like Storm is good against Counter.
Of course.
You jump him, you kill him, and it's an Orchid hero, so it's very good versus Timber as well.
Yeah, whoever gets like the initiation on is probably gonna like go out and get like a hand in the fight.
And in the laning phase, it's really nice to have an IO when you're playing Storm. Obviously, its mana cost got increased quite a bit with the Remnant, so being able to abuse bottom and whatnot with the IO is very useful.
Yeah, for Wings right now, initiation, like you said, it's going to be key. So DC in the second phase takes out the Bat Rider, one of the heroes that are very good at dealing with the Kotal as well.
I mean, we spoke about it before. Storm's like weakness is the laning phase. If he survives the laning phase unscathed, then he's like...
I mean, that's why you have the IO for that.
Yeah, exactly. But DC need to make sure that like they destroy the lane. You do not want to have a Storm free farming against those 2 heroes already. Like he will just cause havoc and he will just like destroy the game for them.
Yeah, you want to have Disable as well on top of those 2 heroes. Those 2 heroes has a lot of damage, but you need heroes to disable them.
I mean, what is DC looking for here? Like they could go middle Invoker still, which is pretty good.
I wouldn't mind like seeing an Invoker. I wouldn't even mind seeing like, if we're talking about cores.
Even Lion would be good.
Well.
Lion would be good.
Lion Cuddle is pretty good together too. I mean, DC is a team that picked Anti-Mage a lot in the past too, perfect against those 2 heroes as well. Really good with Cuddle, you get like a double blink, you get the recall split push. There's so many things that you can do. And like picking the Storm that early, we spoke about it, why it's so vulnerable. You have so many heroes that actually hard counter it. Like Brave, like Wings is really, really brave.
I feel like for DC, it sounds like a bad pairing of supports on paper, but when you look at Wisp and Storm Spirit, Disruptor seems to scream out to me. Is that just a bit too far-fetched with the commitment to the Coddle?
I think it makes their lanes very weak, I feel. I mean, sure, you can have the Coddle and the safe lane spamming Blast One, and it's fine, but I think that Wings would be able to punish that already, because they've only shown really what their middle lane is going to be, and I think that IO pairing with the Storm is still fine for them.
I mean, we've also seen Storm safe lane a couple of times. It's not like as good, not as popular. It's definitely possible though, and definitely Wings can run it. Like if any team,
if anybody would, yeah, it would definitely be Wings.
Yeah, so like, you will never know what Wings does until you see the last pick.
I mean, Night Stalker could also be good for either team. Like Vision game, like Night Stalker is good on the Storm's team. You want to see the enemy.
But DC less likely, right? I think it's probably
more on Wings. Yeah.
You never want to pick a Night Stalker when you have a Cuddle. It's like completely counteractive each other.
Really good ban here from DC, taking out the Nyx. Obviously, it's very hard for them to run it themselves. It counters Timbersaw and Coddle to a certain degree.
Oh yeah.
So it just destroys both of them. Very good.
I mean, I'm sure Wings is also happy that Heroes out of pool.
Yeah, but they kind of had to ban it, right? Yeah. Because I think Wings would actually have been able to pick it, whereas DC can't.
Yeah, and with DC could, but Weeha really doesn't like playing Timbersaw at all. It's always Moo's hero pretty much. You know when they pick Timber, it's going to be Moo playing it. Whether it's safe lane or off lane though, DC really likes going aggressive tri lane. So you never know whether they actually want to play it safe or off lane. You'll have to take that into account as the draft goes on. They definitely wouldn't have picked Nyx.
So you don't think support Nyx would be possible if they wanted it?
I mean, Nyx Coddle is kind of like weak. You don't really have like roaming. You have like no aggressive potential at all. I feel.
Like some games I saw, like especially the EG game where they ran Zai on the Nyx, he was pretty successful when he was roaming. I mean, it's not reliable, but it could be done.
I mean, it definitely can be done. It's just I feel the laning is gonna be a bit weaker, and we spoke about how you kind of need to dismantle Wings during the laning phase because once they get together as 5, the team play is just like amazing, and it's really hard to tear them apart.
And then you're going all in on a mid-game timing, which I think Wings are more than comfortable with. So I feel it would be very difficult.
Banning out the Naga Siren, obviously both run as core and a support. Very strong hero in DC's repertoire. I'm still really curious what they're looking for.
You need some disable now, right, for the Storm. You need something to be able to lock him down.
Like either disables or like hard bursts that they can like, ruin the laning phase.
Yeah, Lion seems to be a really good candidate for that. I know I mentioned it before. Like it's one of Misery's like very comfort heroes as well. He loves playing that hero.
There's that. There's Bane. Bane can like dual lane middle pretty comfortably. Like 1 plus Bane is really good against Storm plus IO.
Man, Bane, what happened to him?
Man, he's gone, man.
He's long gone.
He's not scary anymore.
There's too many ogres and elder titans walking around, I think, for Bane.
But like as DC, you could probably still pick ogre, but you don't really want to. Because it's not like a reliable.
Are you sure you don't really want to black?
I mean, now they have like a pretty slow target stun, right? Like,
yeah, but still, you need to win the early game. Like against Wings, you don't want to just let them play their early game and just snowball you in the mid game.
Everybody clapping along with the ogre right there. He's feeling it. This second phase is so precious. They're just beginning to dump right into that reserve time.
No, if you're DC, you definitely need to pick counter cores though to store. to Storm. You don't want to let that guy have a good game, like at all.
I think they're just waiting a little bit later for stuff like the anti-mage that you were talking about, Black, just to make sure they know what the laning phase is going to look like and if there's going to be time for him to be able to get online.
I mean, they could still go aggressive try-in, right? Like Ogre, Caudle +1, very strong.
Slardar comes out.
Yeah, initiation, and they're on dire side. A very, very good pick for their lineup.
Yep. Secures Roshan very easily as well.
And it addresses one of Storm's weaknesses too, which is like really poor physical damage. With the Slaughter, obviously every core deals a lot of physical damage. And they can run it both as safe and offlane. That goes so hard disable against Storm, as well as IO. It's like it's super good against both heroes. Really good against Slaughter too. He wants to jump in. You time dilation him and he's going to be useless for a long time.
Whoa.
Quick to the silencer is Wings, which is that instant combo breaker to someone like a Faceless Void.
The other thing you can do is you can global on the relocate. So instead of it like going in and potentially having some counterplay, you can just get the kill and get out.
Look at that initiation from Wings. The Storm, the relocate, the Slaughter. I mean, DC has to be grouping up together pretty early this game. They don't want to be split up against Slaughter and Storm and the Silencer.
Yeah, like they can jump anyone, just global silence, and then get out. Like the heroes are really mobile, really fast. The only hero that's not mobile so far is Silencer, but he will be on the back lines waiting to cast global silence.
I mean, you can see that base, come on. You just need to take your ultimate once the fight starts.
That's literally what you do as a hero. You farm your Midas and whatever, then you stay at base and press silence.
Refresher.
Yeah, and maybe Aghanim's not as good anymore, but you never know with Wings.
They'll need to get like Lotus or Greaves, BKB. Like they're gonna need a lot of all those items on DC this game.
I really like the Nake's ban, even though Nake's is not that good against Timber and Void.
It's the Storm.
The Storm as well as the Silencer. Like if they jump anyone, they're just gonna die because they can't do anything. They can't help anyone, and they'll just die.
Yeah, it's like Nake's plus Slaughter. We've seen this combo before, like maybe 2 months ago. It was really popular. You don't have time to react to that. You just die instantly.
This drumming is pretty hype, man.
There's actually also one more thing about the Silencer too, is in lane, if they're assuming that it's going to be Mood Timber, Silencer is actually extremely good against the Timber. You just get wrecked.
But you want to skip Glaives or one, just harass him out of the lane, right?
Yeah.
And then last word, obviously really good against him.
All his abilities are just going to ruin Timber in the game. From the laning phase to the mid game to the late game.
You know, as soon as...
Oh, shit! Game number 1 from Wings says we're going to go for the punt.
They love doing this against Void. They always do it for the save.
This is the chrono counter.
Yeah.
You chrono my teammates, I'm going to hook my teammates out.
And it's going to be a core Silencer too. Offlane, Slaughter, core Silencer, Storm mid.
Yeah, because Punch is definitely support. Eyesight plays the hero.
You do not want to have a carry Punch against the Timber. No way.
They have so much protection for the core Silencer in this game as well with their heroes. Like Punch Hook for saves, Slardar can go in, Storm can go in, you relocates. They can protect this hero so well, and it destroys DC's lineup.
And they have so many setups too. If Punch ever gets a blink, he jumps in, dismembers, you just global silence on top, you will burst anyone. And then, I mean, Skyroth is obviously like very good with Void.
Something is wrong.
Core Ogre, core Skywrath.
Core Skyroth, it looks
Something's happening here. This is
we
crazy.
Skyroth for sure.
We Skyrath.
Man, I can't believe what we are seeing here in the first game, Wings versus DC. We have a core Skyroth, we have Pudge.
I can't believe it. But I can also believe it at the same time. Gentlemen, this is going to be a hype grand final, I can already tell. It's game number 1. Let's throw it over. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your grand final casters. It's Toby One and Merlini.
Greetings, everybody. This is the greatest game in the Dota 2 year, the International Grand Final. I'm Toby One here with Merlini. Not only have we got 2 amazing teams, we've also got one kick-ass draft to kick us off.
Yeah, they're not afraid to go outside the box. Pudge, core Skywrath, we haven't seen any of this throughout the main stage.
All of it got thrown to the wayside, but we're expecting random. Like everyone's been describing Wings as this all-random team. You never know how to play against them because you never know what they're going to pick. But Digital Chaos, also one of these teams, heavily respected for their drafting throughout the tournament.
Let's hop into the game, see what's going on there.
That's right. This is the place where we ask the questions. How does it all unfold? The Weeha on the Skywrath, the Moo moving to the Timbersaw. It is going to be classics in some ways, but also the curveballs in the other. You saw that grin on Misery. He seems to be very, very confident coming into this tournament.
I know they have to be riding that high after taking down EG, and I haven't seen a core Sky in ages. I've seen him play it on stream a couple times, though. He really likes that hero. I think it's one of his favorite heroes.
Is this when you actually go to what something like EG, like PPD said about the old TI5 final? You pick up heroes which are just the comfort zones, where you know you're going to have a really good game because it's just your style of hero.
I guess we believes this is it. He had other options. He had a lot of options.
I also think you need to take Wings out of their comfort zone. They always seem to be able to know exactly what you're going to do, what lanes you're going to throw at them. And
Weeha won't stop it. He is clucking like a hen at the moment as that Skywrath Mage. The battle will begin in 15 seconds when the runes will spawn. Digital Chaos, they're grouping up heavily to contest this top rune, but so are Wings.
it looks like they're actually going to try and aggro over here.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Here they come. They're coming down into the river. Who's going to get that first rune? It does go. Both go the way of Wings. Weeha taking a lot of damage early on, but the Illuminate, it hits on 4. Blink is so low. DC's almost got first blood. Resolution. Time looking into the first blood, but it's Weeha on the Skywrath throwing the orbs from range. That will bring down Blink.
Man, this early Observer Ward set up by DC too. They had vision of all those heroes, and Wings, they did not see that Illuminate coming. The Wisp came in, got chucked by that Illuminate. Early first blood goes the way of Wii.
And again, we see DC turn to this Misery Ogre mid lane zoner, trying to keep the Storm Spirit out, while Weeha taunts the Storm Spirit back to his tier 1 tower. But the top lane's going to be a bit of a rough run here for Resolution, as Ice, he has leveled up Rot level 1, he'll have Innocence to back him up, but they're trying to create a little bit of space here for Shadow. Resolution is not alone. Saxa is up here to help him as that Keeper of the Light.
Early salve already coming out on the Skywrath Mage, but he's doing very well in terms of CS, limiting the Storm to 0-0 with the aid of Misery.
And Misery is just making life an absolute living hell. A Storm Spirit with no progression. That's got to be a dangerous thing. How can Wings change this up? How do you change the balance of these lanes? You do have one of the best rotating surprises of the game, and that's in the Pudge of Wings. But you can't need level 2 on him until he's got a hook.
It's also the Wisp. The Wisp comes in when you overcommit to a lane. But they have really good vision inside.
Well, now that Io's arrived in mid, Misery has rotated to the top lane. Ice is still not level 2 yet, but okay, with the Observer Ward behind the tower from Saxa, he's able to see Ice moving around. So now the Pudge rotations. The second he leaves that top lane, DC's going to know about it.
And that Sentry Ward is a little bit out of range. And Wings have a lot of trouble in this early game. They want to get stacks up with a Wisp, especially when you have a Storm Spirit. They need some levels on the Pudge so he can actually hook this Keeper of the Light.
Well, that's why Misery's moved over. Shadow going to cut through the tree line. Ice needs to get in range to make that Rot work, but that's also an Ogre, an insanely tanky style hero. Not even the core is able to zone this out in this one position. Silencer not really having any love, even with that pull. Same time, DC do the same and keep the equilibrium that way.
Even if the early game's going poorly for Wings, they can still make it up in the team fight. It's going to be a long time until they can build Greaves, Lotuses, BKBs, the counters to Global Silence. So come 15-20 minutes, I think Wings can start flexing their lineup.
Bottom lane Faith dropping very, very low. We haven't even really had a close talk about this bottom lane, the Slaughter versus the Timber. Right now, things seem to be pretty even on the CS board, but how is this lane meant to progress?
We actually see Timbersaw not going for a Quelling Blade here. This is why Slardar is able to actually overcome him in CS. It's very low on regen on the Slardar, but you expect it to go slightly Timbersaw favored.
Well, if Moo can have that, he's going to have a really great transition into that mid game. Maybe be online by the time Wings are ready to fight.
One of the best runes for a Skywrath Mage, the Regeneration. That's definitely going to win the lane for him.
Yeah, that's just going to spam out the Storm Spirit, and he needs a second option. At least Storm, I don't know if he really wants to start farming up inside of his own jungle. There's actually a couple of stacks prepared, so maybe that's his catch-up, use the Remnants.
Yeah, they also need to get levels on the Wisp. Wisp might need to help him out with like a bottle refill to deal with this constant spam from Skywrath Mage.
Well, the lanes are settled down after that first blood in the river. We've had 3.5 minutes of peace. But on bottom lane, the first big rotation, it's actually going to be, well, I say big, as Innocence coming down to help. To gank up Moo, he's got 1 point up in Timber Chain, so he's got a way to get away from this, but then the movement speed, Crush off cooldown in 2 seconds time. No support coming in from DC. The Crush will connect, but Moo, 10 reactive armor charges. He's so tanky, the body block is not enough. Where's your bash there? Almost! The chain away! They're under the tower! There's no mana on Moo, but Faith, he might be in a little bit too deep here. He needs a way out. Crush is available. Where's that tether? It's off cooldown, but the Crush is going to miss. In comes your tether. Moo's looking for an opening. Remember, he's got no mana, no mango, and that means he can't find the kill. Faith dives deep, but does not kill the Moo.
I really like how Moo baited out that Crush there, just ran right outside of the range of Wings trying to make something happen in the other lane, and no TPs even from the supports, so they're comfortable in Moo being sacrificed down there.
I'm wondering if he asked for anything, and DC's just like, I'm sorry, man. We got to hold this top tower. You survived that gank, and DC gets so much more. The top 3 CS is on the board. The lanes are looking fantastic for DC to start with. They have a small advantage, as now they might find a bigger one. Ice caught out. Rot denial, not possible. Misery gets the last club and in.
One bright side for Wings there is that they did drop 2 sentry wards on the top lane at the same time. A little bit of miscommunication from them, and they won't be able to get that D ward on that Ops.
So Wings, is this repair zone now for them, or are they still comfortable with the progression in the first 5 minutes?
You don't want to lose the lanes this badly. Look at Sky's CS compared to the Storms. 29 versus 11. They were neck and neck at one point.
This looks to be the reason why they're rotating up. So Faith Beyond as well as Innocence. Looking towards Weehaw. Weehaw has been very cocky in this mid lane, going over the river, and this is that kind of moment they were waiting for. Faith runs in, they'll get an easy crush, Innocence to help out with the Wisp Spirits, Blink the Storm Spirit! The Mystic Fire! Weehaw! He burnt the retina out of Blink! And now it's a 1-1 trade-off, but that was a heavy rotation from Wings, the time committed for that, and it's still a 1-1, the mid for mid.
And the Ogre staying there in the middle lane, really taking its toll on the Storm Spirit. He's not even close to level 6 at this point. Really like that before they make that rotation. At least they finally get a kill.
Innocence is back on the stacks. And you're already seeing the TP coming over, and Blink, yeah, he doesn't want to go anywhere near that mid lane for now. They have to clean up these stacks inside the Dire jungle in a bit.
But as we say that, DC is already moving into that area, although it will be under the eyes of the observer.
Ice is pinging out. He feels like he's got an opening here. While Resolution was farming the camp, the Dire Observer Ward still sees quite nicely. Radiant Obs and Sentry is too far away. Now Ice moves over. Oh, wafts the hook. Actually threads the DC needle, and they have to turn with a rod. Ice stunned up. He'll deny himself with the rod. Sasha, he's away. Back behind the T1 tower. Still a couple of stick charges up his sleeve. Resolution also with Time Walk and stick charges. They'll back up as far as they can. But Resolution, the ball slap under the tree line. And the glaive is not enough damage. But it is! The last word was had by Wings. Misery's coming up for some deep revenge. He needs to find him in the tree lines. Shadow starts his TP out. Innocence does not have the man to do so. Misery gonna loop around the tree line, try and lock him in, but then the tether away the creep wave, avoiding the Luminate as well. He gets out at the same time. Weehaw went for a crazy dive behind the tier 1 tower and lost his life.
Wow, with that outplay from the Wisps too, they're having a lot of trouble keeping track of him. He doesn't even have boots at the moment, opting for the raindrops instead. Might have even lived from that short charge Illuminate. And now TP on the top, auto refill on Io, and they're doing well in this early game now. Yeah. Off the back of the rotation of the Wisp, they really need some more hooks from Ice. However.
You know, it's that same thing we saw from the Wings part just previously. Never really felt his big influence inside the game. He normally was just that fear which allowed his other supports to have space, but this silencer can't really make the most out of that.
Yeah, DC have to make sure not to overstay their welcome in the safe lane, in Wings' safe lane, that is. A lot of times you'll see the 3 heroes just stay there way too long. They get cleaned up by heavy rotation from the mid laner. But Storm did not have a good time. He's also not gotten any kill runes. Last 2 runes with haste, double damage, going to their way to the Skywrath Mage. 8-minute rune will be a bounty for Storm.
So again, no joy on the rune. There is a lot of joy to be had in that bottom lane. DC, Moo is just having a great time as he comes in close over on the Slider. 2 points up in Timber Chain is available, but he's not going to play that game as on top lane. Oh, Keeper of the Light gets caught out. Finally one of those hooks.
Yeah, it's about to be that time where they need to maybe ditch this or reinforce it with the help of the Moo Timber. Sora forced to help out the other lanes, and that's why you see the Timber out of control on CS.
Well, they had to find a way to completely shut him down at some point, or else Moo's going to do what Moo's done before. Huge win rate on that Timbersaw.
Man, that 8-minute rune was there for quite a long time. Haste for Sky.
Nice thing for Weehaw if he wants to get aggressive. Also, nice way to chase a Storm Spirit who's only got maybe 1/4 of his mana. The Seal. Weehaw going to miss the Mystic Flare. So some decent damage to the Storm Spirit. Wow, okay, doing more than decent. It was amplified by the Seal to start with. But Blink, this is just not his game.
Yeah, they got rid of a lot of the raindrop charges. Moo going in deep on bottom.
Yeah, face so low, but confident enough to stand next to his own tier 2 tower. Doesn't want to back up completely. Wants to make Mu a little bit more fearful of being between a tier 1 and a tier 2 tower before even the 10-minute marker. Because he's doing this with a creep skip, it guarantees the early tier 1. And the help comes in from Coddle.
As we say that, Blink and Io.
Well, can they jump this? Mu still with the amplification. Faith comes in. There's your first jump. The crush to start with. No vortex with a damage output. It may be enough for the back, but then the Timbersaw chains up the shark from damage. It's almost going to kill Inzip. He's not careful. But they find the kill before he pulls it in.
Wow, Soxa just ditched him right there. I think with an Illuminate, they might have been able to get a triple kill right there. But Mu, dead to rights, tried to do what he could.
He almost managed to get himself, as he said, a triple kill. He just needed more time. But it wasn't available. Resolution, walking right next to Shadow in the tree lines. He doesn't know. He came so close, you could probably smell him. Unless he goes around the corner of that tree, he still doesn't know. Shadow, cloak and dagger stuff, but he'll need help if they want to defend this. Innocent still doesn't have level 6, so there's no help coming there, and there it is. They just back out. Get TP of the Shadow back to base.
All that time wasted actually could have been done to the damage done to the tower. It's at 300 HP and need a little bit of help from Faceless Void. Also Shadow going for a little bit of a different build. Arcane Curse would have been potentially pretty good versus spammy heroes like the Faceless Void, the Sky, and the Timber, but opting to prioritize the last word so that Timber can't run away, Faceless Void can't cast Chrono, and just overall a little bit better synergy for their team fight.
Little extra control also arriving for Wings as Dismember arrives, the first tome being used on the Pudge. Really trying to make up for those levels he couldn't achieve on the top because he just had to hug the Silencer so close.
But DC have had so much control over Wings' jungle with another deep Observer Ward as they finish the T1 on top. Wisp just closing in on level 6, should get it after this camp. And starting to eye where those relocate ganks will happen as Ice perches in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's wanting to prepare on Mu. With the amplification, he knows he's going to get the hit, the chain up. Ice still waits his time out.
They're hooking up the storm.
There's a creep in the way. Oh, no.
And not enough mana for a Hook Dismember, especially with a level 3 chain on the Timbersaw. But Y and Blink are ready, waiting for the opportunity. It could be on top if he uses the defensive Global Silence.
That's where DC is headed at the moment with a 3-man smoke maneuver. As we'll have ourselves, just a quick pause. Nice start as far as DC you feel like it was a good start for them. Overall, it's been moving between 1,500 net worth going the way of DC. But Wings, they've repaired a 2K deficit in experience, dragging it back their way after what was a bit of a harsh start in the first part of the laning. Can't believe that guy got in my camera.
Who'd you vote for, Toby?
Io, who else? He's the man. Well, we can go again as the pause is over. And Shadow has to be prepared for this. The Chrono Spear out with a Mystic Flare. It's the old school combo and the Illuminate. The damage is not enough for the one charges. He will still die. We hired an extra Arcane Orb up his sleeve.
Wow, Skywrath's actually so fast with the Bloodlust. He's moving like 412 move speed. Bloodlust just ran off him, but he's very farm close again on the Atos, and one of your main concerns about running a Core Sky is that he's going to fall off similar to perhaps the Core Jakiro that they ran earlier. But when he's this far ahead of the Storm Spirit, looks to be a pretty good game for him, but it's a slippery slope.
It is, but Wings still finding space while that gank was going on, so Silencer not the happiest time of all. Still gonna be happy, that's his first death in 12.5 minutes.
Do you believe in the taunt curse, Toby?
I believe in the cockiness curse, yeah. Yeah, don't go too deep. I think Weehar already got that a little bit when he died behind the tier 1 tower.
Needs to do the dirty bird a few more times.
Top lane, Mu's gonna come over, Resolution waiting in the trees, no Chronosphere available for DC.
They're just baiting it out at the moment, just waiting.
I'm surprised Faith comes to... Okay, that's the reason, yeah. He's already got that early Blink Dagger. With Tranquils, it's a little bit raw. No early stat items over on Faith Beyond.
And that Observer Ward will not catch wind of the Slardar nor the Io, so they are still blind. Although, you know, Silencer farming out alone with threat of relocate.
The ping actually came out. They think there's something going up here. DC's rotating supports, but it might be too late. Misery taking heavy damage. The multicast not enough to save his life. And now Resolution has a time walk back to the tier 1 tower.
Wings did such a good job of evading vision of that Observer Ward, but without Chronosphere up, not sure if DC can fight here.
They're forcing it.
up.
Leap in, time dilation. Global Silence comes out from Shadow, making this very difficult. Faith Beyond, blink forward. Stuns over on Resolution with the Timber Chain over. They need more damage. Resolution's going to go down. The Illuminate barely nicks the back of Faith, but with the Timber Chain forward, Moves bringing the damage, but it's still not enough. Faith Beyond into the tree line. Blink, he's got it. He's into the trees, starting a CP. The Hawk away, keeping it going all the way home. It's Fountain Hawking TI6 style. You're still brought back with the relocate, so Innocence will have to give up his life here.
He lost a whopping 4 gold from that, already purchasing his earn right before, and I don't know how Wings managed to make it out of that one, but that was a very fast global silence from Shadow right as Moo went in. As we can see, like, DC can't do anything during the global silence, not as of yet. Faces Void going for an early Vlads, it seems. The Diffusal Blade is normally the build, maybe a little bit later on for the Faces Void if you want to counter the global silence. Timbersaw still has a long way to go until his Bloodstone, then maybe a Yules or a Lotus to deal with it.
We see now how DC love to push. Second global silence goes down. They know they've got the advantage. They've got Chronosphere up as well, so they attack into the tier 1 tower. They can keep going unless Wings wants to try and fight them.
Not there.
Maybe at the tier 2. DC, are they going to keep going?
They need to take it easy during the Chronosphere, and Pudge has to be really quick with his hook during the Chronosphere because Skywrath ult does insane amounts of damage, especially with how high level Wii is. He doesn't have level 2 ulti quite yet, but the response time has to come within half a second.
Nice deep ward down by Zuxa. Looking deeper in, Shadow. Well, easy TP out of the top lane too. Moo can't cancel that, no stuns. No Yule Scepters for this Timbersaw.
They use a dire scan near the top rune, so they know that everyone's down here.
Well, that's one way to... No, he even missed the denial. It's one way to deny a catapult.
But look at where they're setting up. Global silence coming off cooldown in just 10 seconds time. We in very, very deep.
Faith doesn't have vision of him. Now he will. Blink Crush. Storm Spirit jumps forward. Skywrath Mage. No real defensive abilities. Resolution. He time walked in like he was about to go for the Chronosphere and then pulled out.
I have to applaud Wings again for taking all these fights outside of DC's vision. They do have a ward in this mid lane.
Coming over. That Observer was sees Faith. Ice still on the back lines, ready to be that saving grace. Blink, Crush, Misery now hooked down. Does he have enough damage? Resolution, no mana for a Chrono, and the global silence. They can't respond now, DC. Literally, mute button's been pressed. Wings, they will be forced out. As Moo is on the front lines, they go back up to the hillside of the Radiant jungle. But they're still surrounding that mid-tier 1 town, but not for long.
Such a tricky place for DC. They want to fight because they're right outside their T1 and they have vision, but their Skywrath has been down, and as soon as we respawn, Wings are out of there.
Notice too where Wee's TPing, he goes straight down to bot lane. He'll walk up and find the Storm Spirit with that Rod of Atos. The hook out again. The Rod of Atos slow. It cannot hold people inside that Mystic Flare, and it's still a level 1. It wasn't enough damage to get through Blink anyway.
They really want to take a fight with the Chronosphere up here. No global silence on Wings, and they know they have to get out of here right now.
Yeah, no global, no relocate, so you don't even have that saving grace when one of your cores gets caught in the Chrono.
But the battle of the cooldown of the ultimates are going to Wings at the moment. Global silence, 130 seconds, Chronosphere, same 130, but they haven't been able to use it. And if this keeps going like this, Wings are just gonna continue to get a lot of farm on the Storm Spirit, who had a terrible early game. He was maybe 1500 below the Skywrath, but now they're caught up. DC with an aggressive maneuver, smoking down near Roche.
You wonder if it's one of those lanes again. Like, Jakiro's really great up against Medusa, but what happens after you hit the 15-minute mark? Like, how does this Skywrath Mage keep doing work?
They want kills. Like, ideally, it's just with the Ogre, so you don't have to blow the Chronosphere, but Shadow, he, I believe, was scouted out as he headed into there, but if the smoke pops, they're going to think it's because of the tower, so they can't head over there. Radiant has used Scan, thinking that Shadow's in the trees. It will light up green, and we will have to find another person to kill.
Yeah, they missed their target. They can go down to bottom lane, but there's 3 dire Observer wards all through the Radiant jungle. So vision superiority, at least in the jungle itself, will go to Wings, but around the tower fight, it will be in favor of DC.
DC have also missed their D wards on the bottom lane, and Wings still have 3 up there. Smoke again, right as Global Silence is about to come off cooldown.
They want to defend bottom. The recall already came in. Weeha was brought in. Blink in the neighborhood. There's your first crush. Is there help with the blinding light? Yeah, there is. Double TPs, but global silence again causing problems. Misery will arrive at Faith. He's in way too deep. The double crush, but Seal, Mystic Flare will find the kill. Ice Ice, he's trapped. The creep is locking him in the tree lines. He can't escape. The Illuminate will help get the kill. But it goes to Weeha. As Wings force the issue a little too hard under the tier 1.
They expected a relocate coming right there. Faith went in. You got a very important hero in a Skywrath Mage, but Storm seemed a little bit too far behind. Even with level 2 Electric Vortex, it would have been a kill. And don't know where the Wisp and his partner was, but they don't even have to blow Chronosphere for that. Early Vlads, they can threaten Roche, but they don't really have good heroes to take it out at all. That's a very overwhelming concern for DC.
At least when that Diffusal Blade is up, there's going to be less concerns for DC. But for now, Wings, Bloodstones are up for both sides. Blink gets his fresh one, now with 12 Bloodstone charges, and the same for Moo. So these guys are very happy with their mana regen pulls.
And the itemization from Wings looks like a Force Staff is coming out from Slardar, counter the Skywrath ulti, and then some magic resistance coming out from Ice Ice with a casual cloak. Shadow, early damage item in the drums, and working towards that Atos. Atos is, yeah, pretty decent if they want to focus people down that are having trouble locking people down because the Pudge does not have a blink dagger. And Slaughter has to start off the fight.
You could say, yeah, Ice Ice. Well, here they go. He walks straight up the hillside, mana leak, and he goes for the Dismember. No lucky rot death there. So DC get a free kill.
3 unanswered kills by them, but Misery looks to be a little bit vulnerable in the mid lane. And instantly reinforced by Wii.
Well, that's a nice rune for Shadow to have if he can force a fight while it's still up. That Arcane rune lowering the cooldown, or maybe no, they're actually going to give it over to Blink.
They have that Observer Ward. DC know exactly what's going on.
Well, that's why they've already moved to the Dire side of the river.
They need to set up wards over here. And this T2 tower is going to go down unless Wings come over there, but no one's in sight.
Well, they still have a relocate, but Io is probably the closest of any of these heroes. Like, he can drag Shadow up. And that's all. Chronosphere now on Faith. TPs begin. Global Silence once again making this difficult for DC to get the instant kill. But now the Timber Chain forward. Faith just explodes. They're going to have more damage once Weeha can get that ulti down, but he can't. Now he can, but it's all being chained up. Wings together, holding hands. But they may die together just as they fought. Nu is low once he's the tower. Chains away. Wings, they buy back on Faith. They need a good crush out from him. Blink is off cooldown. He'll find Sasuke over in the tree line, so he'll take a fall too. I will grab that with a denial of the tower. Still a costly fight for Wings.
If they lose a tower, they have to buy it back on the Slardar, and it's going to be really slow on his progression for that Force Staff.
Faith, Blink, Crush. Mid-lane, it's Resolution though. Time walks off cooldown in a second. So he'll time dilate and then run away. It's like Faith trying to force an issue, or at least make it so DC doesn't feel comfortable to move across the map.
They had a lot of trouble bursting down Wii, and it's going to be even more troublesome as he picks up his Yule Scepter. He managed to get his Mystic Flare off very early on into the fight. And he doesn't have any armor. He should be taken down a little bit more easily, but they don't really have too much physical damage to complement the Amplify.
What is any kind of armor item that Skywrath Mage will want to pick up?
We see Veil pretty commonly on Skywrath, probably the best of the worlds, but Yule's is likely much, much better to help him out against the Storm Spirit in an instant cast so he can get out of a Pudge Hook potentially.
Oh, the smoke. Wings had Knobs Ward up. Ice will break it. Do they want to go on him? Roshan's not dead yet. They put the Timber Saw on the front lines. Digital Chaos trying to find that quick opening. Shadow's nearby. There is no Global Silence and trouble. Blink is down. He'll commit suicide with that Bloodstone. He'll be back in 10 seconds, but 10 seconds may be too long. Shadow will go down. Innocent's attempted relocate will fail. He didn't get him out in time.
They can hook out the Wisp, though. They can hook out the Wisp. That's the only play that I think they have to perhaps save him.
Ice Ice is standing too far away. Now he's going to come down close enough to it. Innocence, the stun's there. Ice Ice holds the hook. Instead, they may try and contest Roshan. Storm Spirit, very easy to jump in, but the Observer Wards up for both Dire and Radiant on the cliff sides of Roshan. Here comes your first hook. They drag Moo up. They know the Grand Center. 3-man Clover! Resolution! He hit the money low right here. Chain forward. Wings, where's your extra damage? Resolution will keep chasing down after him. The Yule Center up, keeping Faith out of it. And Moo still wants Ice Ice. They're going to go on Faith first. He'll drop down, and they get them all. Wings, they had 5 feet. Time to buy 2, 10 in the grave.
What a godly chronosphere from Resolution. Wings thought they had that advantage with the high ground observer ward, but DC, they sneak an observer ward from inside the pit. Wings think they're safe over there. They think they're under the cover of fog, but I also really like the positioning of the melee heroes from DC. Resolution was standing to the north side of the wisp in case Pudge threw out the hook. He could just turn around with the chronosphere, and Moose positioning over there too, getting hooked instead so that Faceless Void can do what he does best.
Well, they give the Immortal over to Weeha. As they can look to the tier 2 tower. A lot going their way. Global Silence is back up for Wings, so they do have that strength in the team fight. 50 seconds for Resolution before Chrono is up. You have to remember still, DC want to fight around the timings of these big ultimates. And Wings, they want to make sure if that Chrono is down, they have Global Silence up there looking for kills too. Something which we haven't seen from Ice. This Pudge has been more like a get out of jail free card. If you can stay in the right position.
They've been 5-manning a lot. They haven't really been in a vulnerable position for Wings to gank them with the relocate.
Ice, he's found Moo, relocates on the way. They got extra help, but Moo's gonna pop. Could not deny himself. Wee's actually in the neighborhood. Might try and find a revenge kill. It was a relocate in, so he knows there's only gonna be one hero left. And it looks like Ice, the man without a single point up in Flesh Heap, will die to the magical damage of Wee. Inside the dire jungle, while on bottom lane, Global Silence helps kill a Void, so tit for tat between DC and Wings.
DC have to be careful not to give up too many kills. They actually gave the Aegis of the Immortal to the Skywrath instead. Maybe thinking that Faceless Void not terribly useful after his Chronosphere is done, Wee being the biggest damage dealer on their side.
They might still be really concerned that Wee could just pop way too easily. Don't have him there, so hey, give him a second life.
I think you're more worried about the Faceless Void dying first in the fights. Timbersaw has enough Bloodstone charges to be almost instantly recalled into the fight. Faceless Void, if you don't have Chronosphere, you're actually pretty likely to lose the fight.
No to his item build on the Faceless Void. He went for Manta style as opposed to finishing up a Diffusal Blade.
That's fine. Both of them get out of Global Silence one or the other. It's also really good to counter the Pudge Hook. As soon as you get Pudge Hook, you Manta style, and the cast time on the Time Walk is not instantaneous. So it's an easy way to get out without having to rely on your team to back you up.
Moo's also bringing some damage of his own, going for that Yule Scepter we're talking about.
And Storm also picks up a Yule Scepter, more likely than not to counter the Skywrath, Silence, and Ultimate.
Give him some way to jump in and out, some time to regenerate, some time to think about the fight. For now, DC, they're the ones holding advantage. They're coming in towards the mid lane, towards the tier 2 tower. Chrono is up. Basically, everything apart from Global Silence is up. That's 42 seconds still on cooldown for Wings. Faithfully has some momentum on the bottom lane. Might make DC think twice about going to the tier 3s. And that's exactly what happens. They're going to back out. New items from DC. We going for a very early game style build. Atos, Yules, and now a Blink Dagger on the Skywrath.
You can get on the back line and kill that Storm Spirit, or sorry, kill the Silencer. He doesn't have a way out of the Silence right now. He is the easiest target to kill. If he gets the Ancient Seal on him before he can pop his Global, I think Wings lose that fight tragically.
So you need Silencer to have some kind of way out.
Or just good positioning too. We initially thought it was going to be a support Silencer, but core Silencer, very vulnerable without BKB. Sometimes we see Shadowblade come out from him, but might be a Force Staff at the moment.
And everyone's getting Yule Scepters. Faith just finished his.
From DC.
Are they going to find anything with this, with a 4-man maneuver? And they're smoking at the same time as Global Silence is off cooldown.
And looks like they are going to show the Timbersaw in the mid lane, but they can easily recall him to the fight. Dyer's use scan, they know exactly where they are.
So smart from Wings. They see it coming, but how do they react?
They need an Observer Ward.
They actually can't TP out Blink. Blink is walking so far over that he can just jump, and yep, there she goes into the tree line. Number 1, but the seal is up. Yule Scepter will dispel it. Global Silence, but Resolution drops the Chronosphere. They wait for him to hit the ground and then burn him in the light.
They knew that smoke was coming, but he didn't jump that far. I'm surprised he actually went to the right side instead of the left where the rest of his team was.
It was just the TP being on cooldown. Maybe he felt like he had to jump all the way to the tier 3 tower, but he had to close the distance to do that.
Perhaps, but if you just go to the left side, you have the Observer Ward there. You can hide, pop the smoke.
Innocence. Oh, Weeha! Blink in, Yule Scepter, the crunch! Hits on 4! They hook out Resolution! Almost back to tier 4 towers! He'll time walk down after 4-star from Misery trying to save him. The Aegis Immortal will trigger, so Weeha back up again, and they're gonna burn down the Slaughter.
Ice can't keep the fight going for Wings. Unable to latch that hook, but it's still Shadow finding a double kill, repelling DC.
They wanted to go in that small window where the Storm Spirit was still dead. But haste breeds mistakes.
And it does. The tier 3 talent takes minimal damage. With every one of these kills as well, just a little bit more of that intelligence of DC gets stolen by Wings. Up to 16 now on Shadow, slowly buffing him up.
I'm not sure if Wings can take large-scale engagements at this point. Still need more items up.
They're pinging out for top. I think Ice wants to go for a hook. They have a relocate available from Innocence.
Trying to make use of the last couple of minutes of this Observer Ward, but DC are grouped up far too much. And things are going to get a lot easier once next daytime hits.
Oh, the Observer Ward. They see Blink. He's walking straight into Misery. The stuns, the Mystic Flares. You'll step her up. Is there a relocate save? Yeah. No! Innocence! It's like he grabbed onto him, but not strong enough to pull him through the void. And now he's coming back in 3, 2, 1, and goodbye, Innocence. He'll spend his money before death, both mech recipe as well as buckler recipe.
The Storm Spirit has died 7 times this game. Wee is just crushing him at every turn. Really
May actually be
on
on 1 Bloodstone charge soon. He's down to 3 Bloodstone charges on this Storm Spirit. Oof. And now he's building an item which you normally get when you have momentum. He's going back into the Orchid after Bloodstone and Yules. While top in the jungle, Ice and Mystic Flare doing some work. He'll survive. The Glimmer Cape keeps him invis. And Faith looking for the crush, but he missed it. Now Resolution. They already found one. Weeha is caught inside the Chronosphere, trying to kill the Slaughter. Shadow will move over. Can they find the kill? Yules up from Slaughter. He'll go again up and towards the air. Shadow still wants his kill over on Weeha. Faith will drop in the meantime, but the Rod of Atos, the curse, it should be enough, but the Yule Scepter, Dispel, Shadow's running out of mana, the blink out, Weeha keeps the kite going, Resolution for the time lock, a double kill for Moo, and Wings kited to the end of the earth in a stiff breeze.
Another phenomenal play coming out from Wee, and such an unlucky miss uphill as Silencer was going for the finishing blow with the amp damage still on Sky, but he is styling on them.
Now they look for more. Blink having a ball lighting himself away from Moo. DC are starting to roll with the punches. It's going to be even more difficult to try and repel them as these early game items with this really strong mid-game draft hitting a mark from DC. We've got Diffusal plus Manta up. They've got everything to deal with Global Silence, even almost a Lotus Orb up for the Timber.
Yeah, their items are coming out way too quickly. They really need maybe an Aegis on the Storm Spirit to get back in this game, but DC is showing no signs of halting. Skywrath almost has as many kills as Wings' entire team.
That is definitely an issue. If you had Wing in your fantasy team, you'd be smiling all the way through.
He's still suffering a little bit in terms of net worth over the Storm Spirit, but Storm Spirit could have been a way bigger threat had we not been playing this well.
But it's something too which Wings was probably expecting. Like we've seen it, like the panel was guessing. Black said maybe it wasn't the greatest time to pick up an Ogre, but DC have done it time and time again. They get that early balance their way when that Ogre rotates into mid, plus having an early game help, like the Skywrath Mage Orbs.
Yeah, it might be time to bring back the 2-1-2 mid lanes.
Maybe top lane, quick jump, Yule Scepter up, that's the Slaughter. Still got six, oh, okay, those charges don't mean anything. He didn't even have a chance to trigger it off as Moo finds the kill.
No chance.
Yeah, no chance, definitely chant though. It's not a boo you're hearing if you're listening back at home. That is all for the Moo, as now the Hawk. Ice, unable to hit that reactive armor.
Misery still needs to be recalled if they want to make this a 5-man push.
Where's your fight?
Oh, he has Scepter. This is going to be insanely difficult for Wings to hold.
Especially during the daytime. Extra heal, Blink gonna jump himself in. The time block holds him in. The Global Silence. They'll actually pull Blink away with the hook, but now DC, no Global Silence to fight up against. They know they got the advantage, they got Chrono, they got everything their heart desires. All they want is the racks. DC, everyone was pinging Wings to try and win this grand final. The favorites to do it, but DC, they will be the first to claim the full set of racks on top. Fortification from Wings is slowing this fight down. Ice still looking for a good angle. Blink jumps in. They don't have the opening just yet. The smoke, the hawk. It actually drags the Slaughter out of his crush. They still know they got more than multicast. Blink forced up down outside the chrono. Silencer caught inside of Innocence. He can't pull him out in time. He'll have to hold in. They have to back up under the tier 4 towers. DC, they're rampaging on. Remember objective-based gaming, but GG. Wings will call it. DC take game number 1 of the TI6 Grand Final against Wings. The boys that went all the way through the winner's bracket.
Jeez. We is insane on that Skywrath Mage. And again, the early game Ogre from Misery. You can still feel the effects of his first 5 minutes.
It's the confidence of DC to go for a left field pick like that. You're actually wondering, could anyone draft against Wings? Can anyone get the advantage? And Digital Chaos, they've done it. They're 1 game up in this best of 5.
It was so hard for Wings to execute their line with the Pudge. 1 and 8 didn't really connect on too many hooks. Just a couple here and there. A struggle in the early game as they try and deal with all these great solos.
And there's still such heavy support here in the crowd for both Wings as well as Digital Chaos. And
that's just game 1 of potentially 5 too.
That it is, that it is. Hey, for all those doubts out there, thought this could be a clean sweep. Wings looking so good. Digital Chaos, they're trying to send them the distance. Going for 5. Will it be possible? I hope it is.
Yeah, let's see. Let's throw it to other people.
Yeah, I want to hear Paul. Paul, do you think it will be 5? Will it be 5?
Well, I think that's what we're all hoping for, Toby. Whenever it's a best of 5, we want 5 games, of course, but I've got a feeling the crowd might want something slightly different here. Gents, in particular, Piran.
Yes.
If we wanted to have a grand final where it was competitive and we wanted to see both teams going head-to-head, we almost needed DC to win the first game.
I think we did. That gives them the hope, the confidence to go forward. I know the crowd are behind them in here mostly. Obviously, there's a lot of Wings fans too, but they've set it up now. If they can win the second game, then it's on. But
yeah,
it's going to be close.
Cap, 1-0 DC, take the first game. We all know how favored Wings are by pretty much everyone. We've said it's almost like heart DC, head Wings, and if you go by the head, Wings win every time. With the opening game in the bag, though, what does that do to them? Because we know they're very momentum-based as well.
I mean, this is going to be a long series, right? This is the first best of 5 that you're going to see in the international here. You have to understand that 1 game, right? This is where champions are truly made, right? And that 1 game that you've just lost, if you're Wings, it's only a step, right? And you just need to be able to figure out. I mean, we see already a meta is being determined here. Some crazy out of the, I don't even know what that draft was from both sides, right? So you have to know there are sort of almost endless possibilities available to you. You lost this game number 1 if you're Wings, but you have so many options going forward. I think you've just got to shake it off. DC, they took a game off of you last time, right? And you still managed to beat them.
Yeah, how much does that play into it at this point, Charlie? And how much does it change the mentality that it's now a best of 5, not a best of 3?
It's huge. Like this, I have a feeling that this is, I'm going with my heart all the way here, man. I have a feeling this is going to go all 5 games. This is going to be a really long series. If you're Wings, you shake off the first game, go into the next one, like take a hard look at your draft, and then, do what you do when you're Wings. You just draft crazy stuff and then go at them again.
See whether they can come back with their own flavor of Dota 2. We're going to head back upstairs to Dakota and the boys to break down game number 1.
Thank you so much, Paul, here, of course, at the drafting headquarters. We got the experts here. We got Winner, Black, and Draskell back in action. Gentlemen, game number 1, bit of a ridiculous draft from both sides. They both say, hey, we can both be a bit funky here, but it's actually DC who come out with the win. But we were a bit nervous because you're committing for a Skywrath Mage in the mid lane. You got to get the job done. It was a bit risky, wasn't it, Andy?
I mean, it's very risky, but if you look at the straight-up laning phase, Skywrath just demolishes Storm, like at every single stage. Like sometimes he can trade okay because he's got good base armor, but Sky just constant ruthless harassment more than anything else. So Blink, he even got killed the first time they ganked him. They went for a 3-man smoke wrapped around mid, and they still lost Blink. I think the even crazier part about this game for me, though, is even though he was under such a huge amount of pressure, Blink still managed to stay relatively consistent on farm. It wasn't until later in the game where he had 2 deaths back-to-back after just purchasing the Bloodstone at Roche where things really kind of got shaky for them.
Yeah, I mean, Black, also looking at like the Pudge, we love seeing a Pudge, don't get me wrong, but it did feel a little underwhelming at the end of the day.
I mean, it didn't really work out. He got like 1 or 2 saves, not really any hooks connected for him, and it's the first game of a best of 5, so you want to like bust out those strategies right from the start. I mean, they can pick it again, they're Wings, I don't know. But like, it didn't work this game. Maybe second game we should just go for something like very stable, you know? No like super risky hero like Pudge, and I think that's where they're best at too.
I mean, the Pudge, he was just way too defensive just now. I felt like if you're picking Pudge for his defensive capabilities into hooking out from the Chrono or the Rod of Atos, you're not using the hero 100%. You want a hero to get kills for your team. That's how you want to play the Pudge. And they were just way too defensive just now because they were forced into it. They were having a hard time in the lanes, and Storm was very far behind after the laning phase.
To help us provide a bit more information about game number 1, we'll go to Mr. Purge. He's going to take us to school.
So I really like the draft out of Wings. It was a good way to try to approach beating the Timbersaw. They did a similar thing against MVP Phoenix, trying to draft against the PA. And it caused a lot of problems in the early team fights for DC. When they initiate on people, land Chronospheres, the global silence prevented the Weehaw follow-up. So by the time he's finally able to get the kill on the first person they go on, it allows him to turn things around and possibly kill Skywrath Mage, a hero with very, very low armor. He has a big weakness there. So despite what looked like a really good early team fight for DC here, it ended up being a Wings turnaround where they picked up 3 total heroes. Really nice early fight here by Wings. The Roche fight was probably like Winter said, the crucial part in the game. They weren't able to grab Ice, not expecting him to be there. But a very crucial Observer Ward in this area completely won them the game right about here. Maybe not the game, but let's be real. Initiating on Storm and killing him right after he had spawned. Because of this Observer Ward, they saw him on the high ground. This is before we had his Blink Dagger. So he was able to get the disable there, kill him right at the start of the fight, and this bought them some time to chase after Wings coming up this way, and then also picking up the Silencer without the relocate coming through in time. It was just an immaculate 2 kills there. Gave them so many precious seconds. And eventually another ward on the high ground, which gave them vision of the Pudge, during which Moo was like, hey guys, can you want to land a hook on me here? And he was blocking, he gets the block off, he becomes the focus, and a beautiful Chronosphere on 3 by Resolution just absolutely killed Storm and won them that team fight. So really, really nice plays from DC to win that despite playing against the Silencer. It looked really tough.
Thank you so much for dissecting that for us. Purge, we're back at the desk here. You know, if we had to pick an MVP for this matchup, is it safe to say Weehaw pulling out the Skywrath Mage there did the job in game number 1 winner?
Yeah, pretty much. I think he did the most among his team. I mean, everyone did something in the game, but I felt like Weehaw's performance in the laning phase, where he absolutely demolished the Storm, made the biggest impact in the game.
Like everybody did their job right, but he did some like extra work.
Yeah.
It's not even like an easy Skywrath game either, because there were points where you saw like Faith Beyond still had a very early blink, so they wanted to initiate on the Skywrath, and they had a Storm as well with Global. That's after the laning phase breaks down. If you're not really far ahead at that point, you can struggle on Skywrath.
I mean, his items were really on point that game. He went for the blink and the use, and it allowed him to outplay the Global Silence, and he was able to run around and prevent the Slaughter from running him down in a few occasions. So I felt like his itemization in that game was also really, really good.
We will continue to hold high expectations now for game number 2 as we get hyped up and ready to wait for it. So in the meantime, let's go ahead and throw it right back outside to Paul in the game.
Thank you very much. Yes, with our panel once more. Charlie, you've been here. You've been here before. What do you say? Twice. Well, you were backstage. You were talking to the boys whenever they came out between a game. What do you say to them at this point when it's 1-0? Long way to go still.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, keep up your composure. Just take it one game at a time. Like the previous game, doesn't matter. Just, you know, don't lose composure, don't lose focus, and that's really what it comes down to in moments like this. If you lose focus for an instant, if you lose focus for an instant, you just lose everything.
Cap, performance-wise, who stood out for you?
Oh, I mean, it's got to be Weehaw, right? Like, that guy absolutely stepped up. That crazy play. Charlie and I were both, like, aghast at what he just did, where he blinked forward into that neutral camp against 2 heroes, used one, silenced the Pudge, and tried to blow him up. Pudge barely lived for a little bit, but he still ended up going down. Like, the guts that it takes to make that kind of play here on the main stage in a best-of-5 in the grand finals, that is exactly the kind of balls you need to be able to win a best-of-5 finals.
Absolutely. Ted, earlier on, S4 said, you need to be fearless when you get to this stage. You can have no nerves. When we looked across, you and I looked across in the booth.
There's Weehaw.
And when you looked at Wit, and he's chuckling away to himself in the middle of a team fight.
I honestly
he's just laughing.
He is, but think about this. In my opinion, and probably many other, he's been the player of the tournament. So he's having the time of his life, doing what he loves. If you can't enjoy that, what are you doing here? So I think he's smiling and laughing, and he's enjoying himself. All right, they won the game. That kind of helped. But he's enjoying himself, and you can see it in his play. He's attempting things that someone with low confidence who wasn't happy, they wouldn't even attempt.
Yeah, and they don't seem to be struck by the stress at all, Cap. Not affected by it at all.
You have to think about how much they've put into this, right? This was a team that was put together out of necessity because they were bound together by a similar goal. And I think Weehaw in particular, like his story of him, once upon a time telling everyone, I don't care what my haters or my critics say, let them be. I'm going to make it at a TI. They're going to see me there. And he put everything he had. He didn't make it into that TI, but that just hardened his resolve, right? And here he is on the main stage in the grand finals. All of those guys have a story like that, right? And that kind of resolve means that you can go into this best of 5 finals and go, I'm here. I'm playing the best game of my life. I'm happy.
Yeah, well, maybe that's the key to it. Stay happy. Let's bring in Casey now. Casey, what are you up to?
I'm having some fun over here in section 114. All right. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Team that you are here to cheer for, go. DC! What makes DC so exciting to watch for you?
They are the underdog store. They're the store going from the bottom to the top, baby!
Are you just gonna say everything like this?
Yeah!
We should get some chicken strips!
Yeah!
Right, all right. Wings, right?
Wings! Yeah, I'm going for wings.
Why are you pulling for wings?
Because they are the most diversity team I have seen. They play Pudge in finals, and I have seen they make beautiful plays. They're like the slash random team. Yes, go Wings, baby!
Oh, yeah! Oh, are you all looking at? Oh, that's beautiful. That's meta right there. We're on the big screen watching ourselves. So I saw us doing the wave earlier. Can we start that back up again? All right, this section, let's start it up. You ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Yeah! Go, 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 go. Yeah! Ready? Here it comes, here it comes. I'm gonna let this keep going, but I'm not gonna drown in it, so we're gonna send it back to you guys. But who's getting hyped?
Well, we certainly are. Thank you very much, Casey. Yeah, good job, everyone. Good job. That was nice. The waves can keep going round. And here come our teams, apparently. They're back to enter the Key Arena once more for the grand final. Game number 2 just around the corner as DC enter back into the arena. And Wings also on their way back to the booth. Fantastic to see all of the support here, Ted, as well, for both teams.
So much noise. I don't know how they keep their focus. It's a good thing the booths are soundproof.
As we said earlier, they're not boos, they're moos. Moves. You quite like that, Cap.
Yeah.
Moves.
Like he tweeted out, he's like, I've got to get used to that because it sounds like booing at first. The first time I heard it, I was like, what the hell's wrong with this crowd? What's going on? And I realized they're moos.
The moos.
Yeah.
I thought you said you'd rename the booths Moods.
Thank you. Right on cue, see?
Yeah.
They cue the moves.
They're good at that.
Very good. Right, let's get into game 2 and talk about game 2. Charlie, when you go into a best of 5 like this and you're 1-0 up, does that give you a bit more freedom to play around a little bit? Maybe throw out a couple of things that maybe make Wings think?
It definitely does. It gives you, if you can win. Thank you.
We've been teasing him about it all week.
If you can win with something a little off kilter, something that they're not expecting, then they have to think about it. Then they have to take that into account in their bans. You're like, oh crap, I didn't think about this before. Now we have to account for this in the pick ban stage. If you win with a hero that they're not expecting, maybe you make them waste a ban.
Yeah, and it's the same the other way around, but it's actually harder now for Wings to play because they've been the funky team.
Yeah, I think that's what is particularly interesting about this matchup in the finals is that every previous TI had a very set meta. And I think we had this discussion, right, about when we were seeing EG versus DC, we said, I'm not sure if either one of these teams can beat DC, and Wings rather. And one of the main reasons was EG, they beat CDC last time off of a very clear strategic advantage that they found in the draft. There's no opening there against Wings. We're going to go into game 2, and we're not going to see like the same band, same picks. Oh, here's going to be the slight change and deviation that managed to create this whole entire dynamic that gets a win. Like, there's nothing going to be like that. You could have 5 entirely different new heroes that come in, and that's going to be the beautiful thing. That means that Wings, there is nothing that DC have figured out against Wings, except for the fact that we can play hyper-aggressive and beat them at it.
I don't know necessarily if it's going to be 5 brand new heroes.
We'll see.
Don't give them hope.
Maybe this time they're going to pull out the techies without the Pudge. Who knows?
And then a Bloodseeker and a Leshrac, no doubt.
Hey, you got the Jakiro that you want.
I did get a Jakiro early.
Oh, yeah, I owe you.
Come on, Paul. Stop being greedy.
I know,
I forgot. $50. I don't have the money on me.
Have you not got it?
But I'll get it for you. I promise.
Yeah. That was a bad bet, by the way.
Can you lend me $50?
I cannot. Charlie, can you lend me $50?
Yeah, I'll lend you 50.
Thanks, Charlie. Give it up for Charlie.
Wow.
He said he would lend me 50.
What is going on with you two today?
Well, I feel
Have you made up?
I feel like I'm in a Disney movie or something, you know? It's like the underdog story. They get beaten in the upper bracket. They drop down to the lower bracket, make this incredible run. It's a team of rejects. Nobody ever believed in them, and now they're in the grand finals.
Did you not get the script today, or?
The mighty DCs.
Where am I? You know? It's like... I never expected this.
No, I don't think anyone did.
Team of rejects gets adopted by an eccentric memer. Like, I feel like I'm in a movie.
And on that note, let's talk about these two teams in terms of their chances right now. Wings, obviously one down. We've seen what they can do in the drafts in the previous upper brackets, Cap, but now what do they do? Because they've played different styles, they've played different drafts. What do they mix up?
Well, it's very clear that Digital Chaos are willing to stretch the bounds just equally as Wings stretch it when it comes to draft to be able to get themselves. Because I'm not sure if many other teams would see, like, okay, here's a Storm Spirit, let's pick up a Silencer. Or conversely, right, there's a Storm Spirit, let's pick up a Skywrath Mage mid, right? Both of these teams are willing to stretch the bounds a little bit. So I think one of the things is they can't have a hero that is potentially clearly countered by a matchup, even if that hero is out of the meta and hasn't been picked up too much. You have to consider all the possibilities. It's no longer a very set, determined picks and bans that go back and forth. That's not the way Dota's working right now.
No, absolutely. These have, Ted, been the best 2 drafters of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Wings' drafting style is that you don't know what they're going to do, and I do like that a lot. But there is a plan to this. There has to be. You don't get here by just picking random stuff and winning with it. They have a plan. And DC have to make sure that they focus on what they want to pick and how to make their team win. Otherwise, what are you going to do? You have no idea what they're going to do. They have no go-to hero other than Elder Titan on Ice. So it is very tricky for them. I just think they have to keep faith in what they want to do and just follow Misery.
Okay, Charlie, from Wings' point of view, as we've said, they've mixed it up, they've muddled it up. We've seen Pudge and Techies, we saw Pudge in the last game. That didn't really work out for them. Do they try something new now, or do they go back to something that has worked for them previously?
I think the key in these 2 drafts is going to be adapting and trying to out-mind game the other captain. I think both of these teams don't have any sort of clear thing that they're going with. It's not like TI5 where there were 3 or 4 dominant heroes that you had to pick or ban. There's so many heroes this patch, and this is all going to be about reacting to what they pick and then making sure that you have enough options at the end to be able to deal with whatever they're going to throw at you.
How important are the supports in this game right now against how they match up, Cap?
I'm not entirely sure, honestly.
Did you hear his question?
No.
He said, how important? I could tell right away.
Thank you, Ted.
Are the supports, do you think, in this matchup? It's all right, I can handle it, Paul. It's fine.
All right, okay.
So in this next match, Cap, how important do you think the supports on each side are going to be playing against each other?
Very important, Ted.
Thank you.
Very important.
Charlie, anything to add to that?
If you see in the past matchups, it's usually been the supports rotating around and creating space. So this is very much on Misery, Saxa versus Y and Ice to do their thing. I mean, for me, Misery's been not only just the captain, but very much the playmaker in these series.
Yeah, you still want to enable Ice, I think, as much as possible. That last game didn't really work out for him so much, but I think you still want to be able to enable a big playmaking support, actually out of both sides.
And in terms of their mids right now, how do you think they're faring up in the first game? And
I mean, Blink was pretty inconsistent that last game. Like, he was obviously countered in many ways. That was going to be a tough game for him no matter what, but it just seems like Weehaw has built up some momentum and is playing like beautiful Dota. Blink has to match that somehow. Otherwise, he's got to get help from his supports.
Okay, it's quick 10 seconds. Final thoughts?
I should listen to my heart. I believe in DC. I think they can do it. I'm going DC.
All right, okay. Let's get into it. Draft number 2.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2 of our grand final matchup, Wings versus Digital Chaos. We're in the drafting headquarters once again with Winter Black and, of course, Draskell. Gentlemen, game number 2 underway here. We really don't know what to expect. Winter, what did you just say to me before we came back on here? There is no
meta.
There is no meta.
I think it's fairly accurate at this point, right? And people change, like even the opening bans, like almost every single game. I mean, sure, we've seen the draw been taken out quite a bit, but
yeah, just look at Wings, what they're doing this game.
I mean, like, to correct it a bit, there's no meta for those 2 teams. Like,
there's no grand final meta.
All right, yeah, that
there
sounds
we
good.
go.
So there's no meta for the 2 greatest teams in the game right now.
Yeah,
okay.
Basically.
But I think that just
That's why they're
speaks,
great.
it speaks volumes about why Dota's in such a great spot right now.
The meta is self-belief and confidence. That's the meta.
The power of the heart. It's the meta.
Yeah, we've seen the same with Alliance. Their meta was the meta.
Wow. Very deep from Black. Thank you for that.
Wings, your meta is anti-mage invoker. Get the heck out of here.
Yeah.
You can win any game with the AM first pick, I'm just saying.
Yeah, in your dreams.
We'll have to see if they heed your advice or not. For now,
No,
their
they
first
won't.
picks will stay a bit more traditional, if you will. Oracle right into a Faceless Void there for Wings, while DC, for now, snag up Mirana, and then look for the secondary grab. We'll anticipate possibly a Naga. I was going to say maybe Shadow Demon, but no. straight to
Naga Siren counter. I mean, counters the Void. They've done it before.
Oh, yeah.
I expected a Shadow Demon too, to be honest, because it's just so good with the Mirana, but instead they just wanna go for the Naga Siren to completely counter the Void. And if you get a net on the mid laner, you can still arrow him pretty easily.
Both teams have their significant way of dealing with the Void. We saw from Wings last game, they picked the Pudge. This time DC, obviously in a few games we saw, they like to go for the Naga against the Chronosphere to deal with it. Be it a support, be it a core.
And they get opposite reactions from their spectators. Pudge, hype, Naga.
I mean, to be fair, though, it's such a solid opening for Wings as well, because you have the Oracle already against the Mirana. That hero can pretty much protect two different people on his team from the burst of the Mirana once the Aghanims is out. You know, you Fade CX one and then you just pop ulti on the other.
The game yesterday, you just reminded me of
That's why I'm saying it's like so good.
Yeah, it's a hard counter. Like literally a hard counter. Like the only thing you do with Mirana is you blink next to people and you Starfall, and then he's like...
He's like, what?
Fate's Edict.
Fate's Edict.
I know you don't know the name of that spell.
Yeah, he just said it, of course I know.
Fair enough.
Dude, to be fair, it took me like a year to learn what those things were called. I don't know why it was so hard for me to remember them, but...
Purifying Flames, dude.
Yeah, that's his E.
Do you know his Q? Let's go.
Fortunes and...
I didn't ask you. I know you know. I was testing the cores, but it's all right.
You're a core player?
I am.
Oh.
Yeah, so for Wings in the second ban phase, they choose to take out the Tide. Tide, a very good hero to deal with Chronosphere if you don't catch him in. It's very difficult for your teammates to run in. It's like, it works both ways. You want to chrono the Tide, but if you don't get the Tide will be able to blink behind the bubble and just ravage your teammates.
And on top of that, it's like super good with Naga Siren. It's like TI3, TI2 meta, Naga Sleep into Ravage. It's still very, very strong, and people just don't want to deal with it.
Right, don't you think like Disruptor is probably better in that sense where the setup is much easier than the Tide Ravage?
No, Disruptor is like way easier, and like the cooldown is way shorter as well.
Yeah.
But it also could be scared that they don't have a mech carrier as well, whereas Disruptor doesn't really fit into that slot.
Yeah, and that's a really good point about like Tide. Not many offlaners right now that offers that. Being the mech carrier in the current meta, only Tide and Darkseer does that.
Yeah.
Darkseer is actually a possibility for Wings too, right? I mean, now that we bring it up, because they have the Oracle themselves.
Yeah, super good with the Void as well. You can Chrono. I mean, you can like vacuum people into the Chrono. You Iron Shell the Void, make him like super strong early on.
Yeah, but the issue is like, it's not one of Moo's comfortable heroes. He plays best on Timber or Bat Rider.
No, we said for Wings, right?
Oh. Yeah, for Wings, not
Yeah,
for
Wings.
not for DC.
Okay.
The DC definitely wants their Bat Rider, the Timber Saw, his best heroes for sure. Like by far as well.
They'd also gotten rid of the Huskar, of course, on the side of DC.
Yeah.
An Oracle comes out, you got to make sure all bases are covered in the second phase. The second phase rather is really where you hit the other team with those respect bans, and then obviously any sort of cheese bans if they're necessary.
So basically, like we mentioned, Wings took out the 2 mech carriers for the offlane for DC in case push comes in.
Still in Walker.
setup. They have good setup for the Sunstrike, so it's a very solid pick overall.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit surprised that DC banned Timber and Wings banned Darkseer. Like,
I mean,
we said Darkseer might be good for them and Timber is good for the other team.
No, Timber is like still good for if you're gonna run a Naga core. You don't want to deal with Timber. You rather deal with Invoker.
They always want to keep their options open. They always want to, like, with the last pick, they want to determine whether Naga is carry or support.
Yeah, but at the same time, going back to the Darkseer ban, I felt like if DC's lineup have Darkseer and Naga and you're running a Naga core, the lanes are always going to be pushed. I mean, I get your point where the Oracle's going to like crush the Darkseer in the lane, but you just Iron Talon in jungle at the start if you can't go to the lane. And when it comes to mid-game, it's going to be so annoying with the Iron Shell spam plus the Naga.
That's a very good point.
I mean, that's all putting a lot on the fact that it's going to be a Naga core, right? I mean,
yeah, but they ban Timber. It's like it's like a good sign that Naga might be a core.
I mean, they also ban Huskar. Of course, Huskar is like a really good ban against like Oracle in general, but that can also lead to like a Naga core because the game can't be like you won't lose the game in like 20 minutes to a Huskar.
Yeah, that's also very true about the Huskar. Like Naga, you want to prolong the game, and Huskar is kind of those cores where you just run at the enemy when you have one or two like medium items, like armor plus one item, and you try to end the game at that point when Naga is not ready to deal with you.
Yeah. Like that being said, DC, they've changed it up. They can change it up again.
I mean, there's still Shadow Demon for them. Shadow Demon seems really good for the Mirana setup. Naga, make more illusions.
And on cue, Shadow Demon comes out for DC.
Super good.
Very stable pick.
Yeah, for Wings right now, they might have to consider getting heroes that can deal with the illusions because it's kind of obvious that DC are going to go for this core Naga with the Shadow Demon here.
But like, there's not that many heroes that can really do it. There's like a Lion, but there's way too many illusions for Lion to deal with it. Then we have like maybe like a Legion Commander off lane, but you don't really want to have that either.
Like a support Zeus or something. I only suggest because it's Wings. Who knows,
If it
right?
was Wings, maybe, yeah.
Dude, I like it. I like support Zeus.
If they didn't have Invoker, I would look back to something like Magnus just because of what we saw.
Yeah, maybe go for Cleave. Like I'm thinking. Yeah, I mean, there's still Sand King. I was like thinking there's something is still there in the pool that we are missing that deals with illusions.
They usually run Sand King off lane, right?
No, there was one game that I saw Isis, maybe two games that he played the Sand King like support on a position for.
Yeah, would be pretty good too here. Like they can go greedy if they want to, but usually DC with that draft they go like aggressive tri-lane, and they like want to make it really hard for the enemy team Scary to like farm up. And Void is a pretty like he's not a bad safe laner, but he doesn't offer like any damage.
Yeah, he doesn't pressure the off lane as much as like someone else like Luna.
Yeah. So like I do expect the Naga Siren to be most likely like in an aggressive tri-lane. Shadow Demon plus
How about
one.
mid? You don't think there's a chance that they might do it mid?
No, it's very possible too if you want to like avoid pressure.
Yeah, but have they ever actually, because I know Wii doesn't play the hero, have they ever switched lanes where Wii joins the tri-lane and Resolution is mid?
No, not so far.
I have not done that.
So probably based on that reason alone, that might not happen here.
Yeah. You think this is gonna go something like Kunkka again? One of their really favorite heroes? Kunkka, Shadow Demon,
I mean, it's
Naga
very
Siren?
good here. It's good for catching out Sand King, especially the boat buff is great.
So you think that they would run like an aggro tri-lane with Naga with Kunkka plus Shadow Demon?
I mean, they did that in the past. It's just to pressure the enemy off lane, and usually it works out really nicely, and then it just get like a huge lead.
No, dude.
We have not seen that baby boy for a long time.
Not in a long time.
They did it in the group game against OG. The game that they had Doom, they had a support Morphling. It was all against the anti-mage.
I mean, it's incredible against Invoker and Void.
But that's the off laner, right? Not position 4 support.
Yeah, off laner.
Yeah.
Okay, Doom off laner.
I mean, the nice thing about this hero is that you pretty much just go in, you get your spell off, and the damage is pretty much done. You know, one person's just out of the fight, and plus he can go. He's very versatile, can go anywhere.
But you don't want to have him against Sanking, right? Like if it's actually Sanking off lane, you get completely destroyed.
Just know you have to let Sand King deal with the tri-lane and not get a 1v1 matchup in this situation. You definitely do not want that to happen for you.
That's why I think DC will just like try to avoid going aggressive tri-lane, no matter what they pick.
Yeah, but if they go, say, defensive lanes, do you think it's better to have Mirana as a support, or you just go for something else and just let Mirana go for the mid lane and be a core position?
No, I think whether it's better or not is not even important for DC because we is just like so confident and comfortable in Mirana right now. He just makes plays happen like every game. Like we spoke about it before. Positions are like good and fine and all, but
I guess with that in mind, so Dazzle would probably be their best pick, right? Like Shadow Demon, Dazzle, and Naga, your lanes is super strong.
Dazzle is amazing with both their heroes and against the enemy heroes as well.
Yeah, when they're trying to focus you in the bubble or the Sand King Power Strike, you just have the Grave to bail your teammate out.
But that being said, might still be a support Naga. It's very unlikely, but you know, DC, you never know until the last pick.
Yeah, I guess so.
And support Naga does have its. So it is a support Naga again.
All right.
So aggressive
aggro trialing. Like I don't like this for the single reason that if it's offlane Sand King, Doom is gonna have a very, very hard time.
Yeah, but he's always good at recovery, right? Like you have Devour, you can Iron Talon, and plus you're pretty much. I think.
Do you think it's worth it though for that?
Yeah,
and to give Sand King a free lane though.
He can still be. He can be the mech carrier for the team as well. That's another thing.
Yeah, but do you want to give like the only real playmaker of Wings like a good lane? Like if that SK gets like a super fast blink, he can turn those fights around.
I mean, it's going to be a trade-off for sure. But I think for DC, they can still make it work.
Yeah, maybe they go defensive defensive lane as well. So I'm not sure. So there's going to be a Slaughter support Sand King.
Offlane Slaughter then.
I mean, in that 1v1, I think Doom's fine.
Now I like it way better.
Yeah.
Like if they go aggro now, I actually think they're favored.
Yeah, I'm going with DC.
Yeah, I'm going with DC too.
Same. We'll see if DC are going to be able to move ahead 2-0 in this best of 5, or if Wings are going to be able to match things up 1-1. Let's send it over to the sidelines right now where we got our casters. It's going to be Toby1 and Merlini.
Anti-mage.
DC versus Wings. First, these guys break the meta, then they make the meta, then they break it again just to give us a new thing, a new spectacle here on the main stage. The Doombringer pickup, now out for Digital Chaos. Ben, thoughts?
That's Moo's signature hero. That's when I first saw Moo. I was like, wow, this guy's really good on a hero that wasn't super popular at the time. I think it's one of his best heroes. Similarly, on the side of Wings, we have the Invoker for Blink, which is what they won ESL Manila with.
Well, can't wait to see it. It's time to get into the game as game number 2 of this TI6 Grand Final is underway. Digital Chaos 1 game up over the Chinese Wings as we will be bringing in an Iron Talon Sand King for the off lane and an Iron Talon Slaughter. They're doubling the talons on these two boys.
It's going to be tough for them to stay in lane. Yeah, double Iron Talon.
Yeah, they're actually
right off the bat.
They're actually doing this.
And DC have already placed them as a reward on the high ground to make sure there aren't any Iron Talon shenanigans.
You wonder, like, do they come over and contest this as well? You can send an SD over. For now, like, you'd also be concerned about the SD rotations. What happens when he moves into mid lane? Setting Weeha up for some really good arrow combinations is an old classic combo. The SD Mirana together, you've even got the Ensnare from Misery, so multiple ways to enable resolution as well, like with static link combos, other ways. It's like DC just have everything as far as combos go, but Wings have a superior team fight.
I think Invoker's also one of the few heroes in mid that can actually stand up to the SD Mirana. You want a hero with summons so that you can block the arrow without any of your supports having to rotate over there, but more so concerned about their Iron Talon.
Yeah, where do these guys go with that? Like, do you actually send one of them into the Radiant jungle? Like, is that the way you start this off? Like, you're running double R in town, so you've
You mean Dire jungle?
Sorry, yeah, well, you could. haven't seen a Radiant support invade the Dire jungle for farming in, well, since Ricky's, like, Enigma started to try and dodge Ricky's.
Can do that.
Yeah.
Maybe Doom too, actually.
Hey, you could always pick an Enigma. I don't think anyone here will be sad about that.
So Moo will start off in the off lane. They're just safe lane, try lane.
Yeah, so nothing unusual from them, and the dual off lane from Wings. So,
but they're starting off Wings. They see that 3 heroes are up there. They expected the aggro.
Look at the quick rotations too. Moo walks all the way over, gets hit by the crush. Ice Ice's Bone Strike. Shadow's on his way in, while the static link up on the top lane. They're battling there, and Innocence makes a break for the tree line. It's Moo who's trying to escape on the bottom. He actually devoured a Centaur, got a 3-man stomp, and trying to reach back to his own tier 1 tower. It won't happen, however.
How is Innocence still alive on this top lane?
I do not know. He's had so much damage, stolen Misery. He hasn't even leveled an ability. Now he'll level up the Ensnare, but what help is there? It's only that one range creep, and he actually... He stops him from attacking by putting the Fate's Edict on him.
Oh, they actually did not have enough damage and no vision inside those trees to finish off a solo Oracle after the Faceless Void have.
And I wish we could see that Moo player get on the bottom lane. That was superb from him. For now, though, the top lane, a little bit more difficult. Misery has leveled up in Snare early on, so we can't harass out with Riptide.
They just don't have enough damage to follow up. They need a lot of right clicks after the static link drains enough damage, but no oov, no way to really slow them down.
So make the best of what you got.
That's what the Sand King can do. Mr. Iron Talon go wherever the hell he wants. He does have a level 1 Burrow Strike, so it's also not great for him, but he has hit level 2, so the options are there. Faith deciding to go a little bit deeper into the Dire jungle. So, hey, you said it. Like, is this that time when you send a Radiant hero into the Dire jungle? Instead, Faith's actually going to loop all the way around. It's like he's here to pull the creep wave down to get some experience that way. But he won't find it. He doesn't have an Observer Ward either, so there's no way to establish vision inside the DC jungle to safely farm.
Yeah, he had to play especially carefully. He had to use 2 stomps on the bottom lane, or 2 crushes on the bottom lane, and a TP.
Move might be... Okay, he's fine. You got a Fortune's End to slow him down. It's a level 2 time lock up for Shadow. But he'll need some serious RNG to get through that Doombringer.
And the Doom is also an excellent pick versus the...
They're going top lane. Ice locked up to start with. It's the Ensnare. They're still stealing a lot of damage. Now also, Ice, the Sentry Wards, both of them being dropped at the same time. Disruption is up here, but the 3-man crush from Faith Beyond. Ice, one more attack. There it is. The Shadow Demon Poison will reach it and stare into the Slardar 2. They can make this a 2-for, and they do. Digital Chaos, they couldn't find the time to inflict the damage before, but this time they found it.
Maybe a little bit of nerfs getting to Wings. They missed the Burrow Strike on that Naga Siren, would have definitely helped him out a little bit there. And the Ensnare will take down 2. And Wings, they are not one to really give up on the off lane, and I'm a little surprised by that because they do have Iron Talons, but Iron Talons aren't terribly useful if you're sitting in the lane. You'd prefer to have Stouts, Salves, Mangoes, Fairy Fires, Sticks, pretty much anything else aside from that. I guess the armor helps him a decent bit, however.
Zuxa scouted out, moving over. He starts with the poison, still got disruption available. Weeha, hard to hit that arrow, so he leaps over to try and hit the arrow. Maybe just a Starfall, Burrow Strike from Ice, dropping that SD low with a cold snap. It's Weeha who finds the first kill. The Sand King will get revenge, however, into the SD. And we'll have to back away as Slardar rotates over. The crush to Wee, but Ice has no interest in being involved in this.
Still suffering on the mana front. They're not really getting too much value out of the Iron Talons that are under way too much stress from all of these lanes under heavy fire from DC.
I'll take your tribute.
Easy bottle refresh for Wee, so he can go back up to full health, full mana. He does miss the bottom rune, however. Innocence made his way over for that.
Wonder what build Shadow's going to go for. We see him get Linken's first a lot on the safe lane Void, and I think it's definitely warranted here versus the Doom.
At the same time, a lot of the Faces points we've been seeing on the main stage have just picked up Vlad's early on as well. Probably depends on when Wings feels like they can fight. We still need to create some more space for this Slardar. Like, yeah, he's got boots and Iron Talon, but the dream is getting that early Blink Dagger. Right now, DC don't want to give him any level of space as they force into the tier 1 tower. Ice. It's only a level 1 Burrow Strike. With the crush, they do get the distance. It's also only a level 1 static link, so Resolution not stealing that much damage. He's put more points into the AoE of that plasma field.
But now DC, they don't have any creeps to tank, so they're just gonna sit here. They have a very deep Observer Ward too, and Wings do look like they do not want to let this tower fall. Usually this tower is not that important, but this game a little bit more important because of the Iron Talon. They can't both utilize that south jungle. They need this large camp.
They're trying to go for a revenge on mid. That SK is wrapped all the way around the back lines. He has the Observe Ward on his hillside. It's going to time out in 8 seconds time, but it gave enough information that he's able to escape the gank as time logs move. Fortune's End again. Shadow needs another time lock to make this work. He'll get it. He may die in the tower, but Innocence, no, the heal is there. And Shadow barely survives. Also with a salve up his sleeve, can save Innocence the mana.
Oof, that was close. Nice phased edict coming out from Y. He definitely needed that tick of a heal to save him up there. And Wings, finally that Observer Ward is down on the side of DC, so Faith can safely jungle.
So this early on, haven't seen the Invoker really being tested that heavily. Like obviously he still got that 1 death early on, but like Wings, how's your timing looking? Are you gonna get your double Blink Daggers up when you're feeling comfortable?
The thing is with the Invoker, they don't actually need too many items. They can easily set up with a Burrow Strike during nighttime. He has the move speed built too with the Windlace or Chronosphere from the Faces Void, and just farm out with the Invoker. You typically don't see them getting involved too much. And it's not like you have a carry Naga on the opposite team, so they're okay. The main concern is the Mirana eggs.
Concern up on the top lane. Misery ready to wrap around the rear. He's got illusions available, so no problem diving the tower, but Faith, he understands something is wrong, but he can't see. Now you'll see the illusions arrive. But they just want this top tower. Support's on the way in the form of Innocence, heading to the top lane. T1 tower, there's no fortification, so Faith actually just running himself in. They've still got disruption as well as snares on cooldown for 2 more seconds. But TP, it's Faceless Void, Chrono is available. They're going to be careful in DC. The Chrono catching Sasha rolls on Resolution. The Sunstrike will help them. They take 1, they take 2, they move to Resolution. Time locking him up. The Crush still on cooldown. Actually, no matter. Resolution will steal the damage. This stops the Faceless Void from finding the kill. Resolution, he's walking out of here. And he gets away under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow.
At least Misery got the tower there. Expertly baited by the Slardar. He forced him to go on top of him and committed to that fight
Mid lane.
Void TP'd in.
Misery, oh, okay, again the Forge Spurs are blocking the angle. Sorry, we were sitting right on top of Blink. Like he was itching to go for the kill, but just didn't have the support for a bottom lane. They go for the kill, Sunstrike, Moo, gonna dodge it. Only barely, but turns on the 3 points up in Scorched Earth, and he's at life to survive. Ice dropping down. It was the Infernal Blade, which is still ticking him down to 38 HP. He'll make a break for the tree line and survive. As Moo just reminding us all why the Doombringer is difficult to kill in that off-lane position.
That was a really nice position by him, though. He expected a Sunstrike and actually ran towards the Radiant side, expecting it to go into his walking path. It actually shouldn't be. You shouldn't be able to dodge it at this point in the game if you place it just right on top of him. But, you know, it's normal to lead it a little bit. Lincoln really needed that Sunstrike kill. His Midas is going to come out a little bit slowly. He's doing very well in terms of CS from Wii. The tables have turned since last game.
They're going to try and create some space up on top. There's no level 6 for Ice. Faith does have the crush. They start with Burrow Strike Disruption. Zuxa right on top of it. They still need to get that crush with a sprint forward. They can move over the Shadow Demon with no defensive disruption. It's an easier setup for the Sunstrike, but the damage still not there. The Burrow Strike! Ice gets 3, catching Weehaw mid-lead. Tusker so low, but he doesn't die. Ice wants to be denied to the creeps. May not happen. Hiding inside the sandstorm, the arrow from Weehaw pulls him out. But where is the mana? Ice doesn't have it. The last attack from Wee will do the job.
Wow, that's static Link. He was just 1 hit away, but he had no damage. All of it was sucked away by that level 2 static Link, and they were just unable to chain their stuns, get a clean kill with the Sunstrike. That's what they're aiming for at this stage in the game. And falling a little bit behind in terms of XP as they search for kills around the map. And this is before Misery hits level 6.
Crazy thing to think when you don't have that Naga song to get you out safely. That level 6 you're talking about. But things can start to slow down a little too. DC holding the biggest gold advantage we've had the game so far, but it's not even 1,000. Shows you how close this is. Innocence currently being chased down by Misery. Fate's going to rotate over. They start with a Fortune's End. This will hold him in position. Sunstrike, Crush, and there she goes. Very simple combo for Wings to execute.
Gotta respect the Sunstrike. And now Moo probably calling for someone over. He is level 6, ready to kill this Faceless Void. Looks like he will be going Lincolns. See the start of the Perseverance. Perhaps Vanguard too, but I think with the Pullman Shield, it's pretty clear that he's going for Lincolns this game.
You can make Black weep by buying a Battle Fury on him. So that may make a lot of other people weep. There's that hand of Midas timing, so 10-16 is how long it took for Blink to finish it. But this will now give him really good progression. He's already the top net worth on the field.
Yeah, pretty decently far ahead of the Murano. See a smoke gank Moo.
Yeah, they have Doom up and available. One thing they may reach is the Courier. That's too far away. Instead, they're rotating over. They're searching for Invoker. They don't have to really search that far. He's still attacking the creep wave.
That's a really hard gank to hit. Maybe if we had a better rune, but they're going to have to do it the hard way.
Blink is up far enough. You just Scorched Earth, tank up the tower. You can start with Disruption and catch it. Blink may be far enough away with the Starfall. There's still Forge Spirits available with the Disruption. Moo didn't find the target. The Burrow Strike from outside into the epicenter. He has to back up. He cancelled it before he got doomed. And that is not the way to go. Resolution brings in the deeps, actually stealing the deeps away from the Slaughter. That Ice Epi was almost done. But Moo's timing right in the money. The SD is down. Ice coming back in for more. 3-stick charges. Not enough for that Burrow Strike just yet.
He's going to go in. Naga's not 6.
Oh, there it is. They look for a Burrow Strike up. Goes towards Wee. He gets Infernal Blade. Ice actually getting nuked. Moo let out the Hadouken from inside of his chest. Invoker will get away. Resolution Plaza Field in 3 seconds. Does he know? Does he know to go down? The Plaza Field, here she comes. Too far away. The heal is there from Innocence. We will look for the arrow as well. Blink! He's stunned. but invisible, so he will be okay. But an interesting time for DC to start that fight up before Fortune's End is available, before that saving grace is up.
Yeah, they did not have the Faceless Void available for that fight. And that shockwave coming out from Doom really caught Wings off guard, combined with the Starstorm.
So it brings the damage in. While Shadow not really involved, still got Chronosphere up. Ice. They don't. They have that one Observer Ward, which is now down freshly inside the Radiant jungle, which scattered out the movement of the SK. But DC's backing up a very long way.
They need to get 6 on Naga first. They're taking it up on this troll camp really quickly, and now they can deal with a Chronosphere. Even, it's pretty good to interrupt the Sand King ultimate too.
Weeha? Not certain exactly what his plan is here. Looking towards Faith, he hits the Starfall to begin, but no follow-up with Leap Arrow. Has to be careful going against the Slaughter, having leaped down.
Looks like Dire had used Scan. I'm actually surprised they used Scan there. They have pretty good wards inside the Radiant side, and Faceless Void was already showing on the bottom lane, but perhaps looking to protect their precious Mirana while she still tries to farm up that Ags. Now that she's level 6, smoke coming out.
Here comes DC. Doom is off cooldown in 8 seconds time. Faceless Void already time walking back towards the tier 1 tower. No mistakes to be made here by Shadow.
He just has to make sure they don't like drop behind and place some Observer Ward. That's the easiest way to lose your T1 tower, is a smoke gank from behind.
Well, the Naga illusions can look for them. Don't need the Observer Ward when you got the illusions up. Shadow's out. Wings is heavily grouped up in the mid, both Ice as well as Innocence together.
They still need more time. Faceless Void is still really weak with just Perseverance in inventory. Invoker hasn't had enough time for his Midas to kick in, and it looks like they will just sack that tower and look.
They're looking for Invoker. Top lane, there goes your Disruption out. Catcher as well. Resolution starts up with the ultimate with Purge 2. Blink, he's just trying to kill off Suxa before he dies. The Sunstrike will be off target. And now it's DC's turn to have an easy execution. It will come as a trade-off. The tier 1 tower in middle lane taking considerable damage.
Smart movement from DC. Wings expect their whole entire team to be down there for that push.
Oh, they're coming in. Ice, he's got a haste rune. He looks to come from behind. Burrow Strike into the epicenter. The Chronosphere, it cancels the epicenter. It does catch out 2 DC players, however, but Ice now has to haste himself away. Fortune's End out from Innocence, keeping that SK alive. He'll lose his own life in order to do such a thing. The Misery's right behind him too. Burrow Strike available, no TP scroll, so he goes down the hillside. Haste is off, arrow wrong way. You went west when the arrow went east.
And they will give up the chase. Yeah, not really coordinating too well in the Sand King. Ooh, we almost catching on Ice.
I think he's looking for another one. There's, like, as far as vision goes, he doesn't have an Observer Ward watching the movement. Have to be one hell of a guess from Weeha to hit it.
Faith fairly close to his Blink Dagger, but not quite yet. Still sleep down for just a second.
Yeah, that'll give time for the crush. Innocence is on his way. Hasn't actually started up the Fortune's End. He's too far away from the Mirana for that.
And always has to be wary of that Sunstrike. But now we already see the early BOTs coming out from Razor. He is the most farmed hero in the game. Dragonlance, very good at spacing herself, so you don't have to get caught in the Chronosphere by the Faceless Void or get jumped on by the Sand King, who's still a long way away from the Blink Dagger. I like his item choice.
They all are. Iron Talon's not paying off. This is how these guys break meta. Misery will have to fight, defend underneath the tier 1 tower. With Song of the Siren up, Wings have to be a little bit more cautious too.
The laning Iron Talon?
that's not a thing.
They expect you to go to the jungle though.
That they do. Maybe that's it. It's the next level mind game. Ice, he's getting really close to that Aghanim set, but then Wing's going to have a problem with the burst damage, which DC can provide.
At the same time, though, they'll hit their timing with maybe the first item up on Invoker and the Lincoln Sphere on the Faceless Void. Right now, they don't have to worry too much about the Roshan. No signs of a Vlad's Mu, usually the builder of it, but this game opting for the phase drums instead. He has converted his Satyr to an Alpha Wolf aura, however.
Double smokes, DC, they smoked and went through the bottom river looking down to the bottom lane where Ice is currently farming up. But it's the double smoke coming out from Wings. They're going to see Weeha actually invis thanks to the Sentry Ward. Very quick Chronosphere, the nuke, the Sunstrike. Suxa, perfect place to cancel that one off, and the Song of the Siren. They may realize that Sentry Ward was down, hence they went on him. And the Song of the Siren will allow them to back out. So no Chrono, no Song, but they keep looking for the fight. Ice, the Invoker can die in the meantime. Shadow caught out by the Purge, as well as the Mirana a little bit further up. And with the Ensnare to hold Shadow in position, he time walks away a little bit of the damage. Needs a little bit long with the Barrow Strike. Epicenter from Ice to the back lines. He may find damage. He may have enough with the help. The leap away. The Mirana, she's not out yet. The bash, it's the damage from Slaughter. He'll find it. Blinking over the crush. A double kill for Faith. You still have DC going in deep, looking for the other kills, but Ice, the Burrow Strike up, away from Resolution's ulti. Now the double crush. They don't want any more to do this, Wings. That Blink Dagger, well, put back on cooldown thanks to Plasterfield. They trigger the drum charge, but Wings back underneath their own tier 2 towers. Ice, what are you waiting for here? Razor's coming over. He'll hit him once. The Plasterfield will be enough to get the kill. Oh, why is he hanging around? The Burrow Strike was off cooldown as well, but he tried to save it. And Resolution gets a freebie.
Yeah, just more and more kills going the way of Razor. He is becoming incredibly difficult to deal with. All these melee heroes trying to go on him, but he just stands his ground, not really under any threat as Blink constantly gets picked off in the side lanes.
And he's going for a more of an early fighting build too. That Sun's just flying on the courier to him at the moment. So it's not an early BKB he's looking for. It looks to be an SMY to go along with that Dragon Lance. Plus the maneuverability, the speed he gets from the BTs. Like, he's already moving at 442. It's only going to get faster.
And that combined with the threat of the Mirana, it's going to be very difficult for Void to hit Chronos in these upcoming fights. And this is even before the Doom has come out onto him.
And Void's still trying to finish up. Like, he's not even thinking about a Blink Dagger at the moment. He's still trying to get that last bit of money in to finish up the Lincoln Sphere.
And I would like to see a Force Staff come out from one of Wings' heroes to deal with a static Link. They're getting a lot of damage from that.
They both need to get money. Oh, nice Sunstrike with the Cold Snap. Misery gets hit. The crush on a Weeha. Fortune then holds him in position. The attack. He leaves and disjoints. Ice held back thanks to the Purge from Zuxa, but it won't be enough to help him stay alive. Oracle purifying him with flames. And they'll take the tier 1 tower after the 2 kills.
And I like how they don't really... Like, normally when you're in this position of sinking, it's like, okay, I need a few more minutes for my Blink Dagger guy. Just let me stack up a camp or two. But no, they go the opposite route. They go for kills. They get the tower. They almost even get the Mirana with that. And not looking to lay off on the pressure here.
You don't farm creeps, you farm heroes. That's the way Wings want to approach this. They'll give him the top lane now.
They have to be careful to not get caught up by a Moonlight Shadow over here. They don't have any sentry wards in the area. No one's showing on the map, so they won't actually know if they Moonlight Shadow up. They're in position to do so.
And with a TP arriving from Suxa, comes in as that SD. Already Misery waiting in the trees, and that's that Moonlight Shadow you're talking about. Moo will walk forward. Ice is the one to go on, but where is your damage output? Fate's coming in. They just have to let him go down. He was so close to having his Blink Dagger, but is stripped away by DC with the kill.
At 2189, and that's what you get. You don't pay for sentries thinking that you can get away with it, but they were missing off the map for a very, very long time. That should always be a warning sign that Moonlight's about to come out.
Surprised he was still then underneath the tower so far. With the Observer Ward up from Wings, they do have good vision. They realize both Suxa as well as Misery are on the back line. Space looking for the perfect Blink Chronosphere. It hits on the SD. The crush, no Song of the Siren out. They already get the kill on the SD. Misery holding that ultimate while Resolution steals the damage. Faith away with a Fortune then. Resolution wants to keep fighting here. The Slaughter, there is a time lock. Song of the Siren, hold the fun, but wait for it. It will be released as the arrow flies in. Who's the connect on the Slaughter down instantly? Burrow Strike up into the epicenter. DC, the damage. They may have to bail out this one, but Ice, no Resolution. Kiting with the Plaza Field. Blink will finally arrive. With the Deafening Blast pushing DC back. Cold Snap moving a little bit too deep. Time Lock as well. They bring down Moo. As he is forced back almost up to the tier 1 towers. A Sunstrike looking for a target. A little too early, however. Misery and Weeha were still trying to run away from the lane.
That was almost an excellent chrono, but at least he caught the higher priority target. The Shadow Demon Suxa has been on point with
nice
Shadow.
Arrow, Weeha. You still have Blink here to deal with. The Force Spirits are up, but Shadow time walks off the damage, just barely.
Oof. That HP from the Lincolns coming to help him out right there.
It's funny they didn't even trigger the Lincolns for him.
still the Razor's such a huge problem. Sinking almost has his Blink Dagger, still 400 gold away as he perishes another time.
I'll let the guy have the mid lane, then he can catch up.
Yep.
Mid lane as well as the mid camps.
But they have Vlads now on Doom, so now they can look towards Roshan Pit maybe as the next Song of the Siren cools down, but he's only level 8 on the Naga Siren. They have to wait a whole 3 minutes in between songs.
Is this going to be like game number 1-2, where they play around Song, play around Faces Void Chrono? Obviously that cooldown, as you said, like there's a big difference between the two.
There's more teamfight ultimates this game, so they don't have to rely on just one big one for either team. The Moonlight Shadow can be used to initiate a fight like we saw on top. The Doom can go for solo picks with his very long cooldown ultimate, and on the other side we have Wings with the Epicenter, which they can easily combo with Slardar to get some easy kills.
Wing's going to finally make use of this timing with the Blink Dagger on ISIS. They smoke up. They are headed towards the pit. The question is, they go? Nope, they arc up a little bit further north.
They were hoping that DC would take it without Song, because then that's perfect opportunity for Jump them and get a really good lead on this game. But DC are not that careless. Rating has used Scan. They expect the smoke, not in the right direction, but they still kind of know what's up.
Well, they want to go in. Yep, they're going to slip inside the pit, but the TPs, they're arriving. DC. The scan was on bottom lane looking for the Naga Siren. Look how close they are. The Plaster Field from Resolution hits on Innocence, actually dropping him by half of his life. So they already start the heal. They get out of Roshan.
And with the Naga Siren illusions going to the pit and the Song coming out cooldown soon, there's no way that they can do this Roche. I don't even think if they like headed straight there and didn't go to the Ancients, I still don't think it would have been enough time. Not enough physical damage yet. Faces Void with a defensive build and Invoker with just not many items at this point.
Yeah, this game is still so close throughout this entire, like we've gone through 23.5 minutes at the moment, and no one's held advantage over 1,000 really in this entire game, both gold and net worth, just showing you how close these teams are.
It's all about the team fight. Can they combo Song with a static link before into like an arrow into a Doom, or is Wings going to get the jump on them with a finally blink on the Sand King into an Epicenter?
Yeah, that Epicenter always seems to come in just a little bit too late. You'd think it's going to have a big burst, but it doesn't. It is a level 2 Epi. So this is a difference which will be there for the Wings team fight.
It depends on how they start out the fight. Like he has a couple of ways of doing it. One combo with a Chrono, but you expect the Naga Siren ult to come out if you don't get the Naga Siren. If the Naga Siren's in there, then yeah, you channel the Epi. But if it doesn't come out, maybe you wait until after the Chronosphere, wait until they're about to jump after the Song, and then go in. So I don't know how Isis is going to play. He's been in the fight a lot early, but that's because he doesn't have his Blink Dagger.
Well, with it now, he does blink straight over the top of a Dire Observer Ward, so DC realized that Wings are doing an incursion towards the top lane.
Oh, there's the Ags on Invoker. I saw his item just a few minutes ago. It's like, he's on top of net worth, but he didn't look like he had that many items. But yeah, with a completed Ags, they have the damage.
He only bought it a minute ago, so.
Well,
bottom lane.
DC coming with the smoke on top.
Can they find their target? Wings are already bailing out. They bring both Innocence and Faith Beyond down the bottom lane, looking for resolution. The Observer Ward is giving them the information they want. As Digital Chaos, they see Ice onto their own Ops Ward. That's a long way to go. They don't have that easy jump in like you get from an SK. The SD and Naga have to close the distance the old-fashioned way.
Wonder what they're going to get on the Doombringer, because they ideally want him to initiate the fight. Like, starting with a Song is very risky, because then you leave yourself exposed to the Chronosphere. And Razor, like, he's strong, but once he gets BKB, maybe he could run in. So Razor and or Doom's going to be your main initiators, unless you get a straight arrow. So a lot of different ways, but maybe going something on the Doom like Blink or Shadowblade can open up a lot more options for Wings. Maybe not able to gank the Faces Void, but everyone else can be an option. You want to be able to deal with the Invoker as he's split pushing.
There's the 4-star you're asking for. It's over on the Slaughter. So he's got both Blink and 4-star, a highly maneuverable team from Wings, while the Blink deck, I guess, completed on Weeha. So that Blink into double Starfall and then leap away to safety. Will be problematic for Wings if they get hit by that before the fight begins. And Wings actually buying up a new item of their own. They instantly TP'd the mid lane. So once again, after the fresh Blink Dagger on Wings, this time it's on Shadow, they smoke up and they look for an opening on DC. The Observer Ward tells them everything they need to know. Burrow Strike down, Suxer gets popped by the Invoker Sunstrike, and then the Blink double cross, the Chrono, they'll catch out too, Misery! The Song comes out, the beautiful tones. At least beautiful for DC. The arrow will hit perfectly on Shadow, but Ice, they're trying to keep up. Where's that 4-star forward? They don't have it. They look down into the tree line. They find Misery.
What a perfect time for a smoke, and I think if you trade Song for Chrono, it's actually pretty good for Wings because now they can do Roche without fear of reprisal from the DC side. You can't really go in there with Razor and a Doom. Maybe if Murata hits an arrow, but that's a big maybe, and Roshan is dropping fast.
They let it go. Moonstade's up on top lane, farming up. We will push out the mid, so at least Wings, they can't just rotate down to the bottom lane and take out the tier 2 tower. They must come back and defend their top and mid lane.
Oh god, look at Blink's items now. He is so farmed.
It was the Shadowblade pickup from Rue. That was his item of choice.
Yeah, this is the best way to deal with Invoker. But now that he has an Aegis, it's like, you might have a lot of wasted time with your Shadowblade. You can't gank the Faceless Void with that.
Just kite him out, like let the Invoker sit in the back lines while you kill off everybody else, if that's possible.
Yeah, I think that's how it's going to go. Ideally, you maybe even kill the Slaughter at the start, but then again, you have the Oracle, able to just save anyone who gets doomed. It's difficult for them. I think Murata has to be in there to do a lot of damage and pressure the Oracle to use his cooldowns very early on into the fight. A lot of this rests on Wii.
Well, this man is used to pressure. He's had a terrific tournament so far.
They need more tomes on the Naga Siren too. Like, she is really far behind in level. She's doing well on items, but you really need level 2 Song. Like, they're forced to play so defensively because of this, and the windows for Wings to engage just really huge. Now, Naga Siren Ultimate is like way longer cooldown for Faceless Void. Faceless Void can find a fight perhaps in the next minute where DC can't respond.
Say hello to a fresh BKB over on Resolution. Avoid the Chrono, or maybe he can be a big influence in the fights.
He still has to be a little bit careful. Amplify damage with 4 spears beating on him and Sunstrike all can take him down during BKB.
I don't think careful is really in his vocabulary. He's running straight down into the lane. He'll actually Plaza Field, revealing the Slaughter. They're TPing out. The crush will happen. Slaughter has a TP scroll of his own. They have no stun on Resolution, but that was one man. DC were a mile behind him.
That's also a BKB reveal, however. Normally you want to bait it out. It's like, okay, Sand King's going to go in with a Burrow Epicenter, and then you turn around with the BKB. That's the ideal fight for them. But now that it's
Wings, face coming up, they don't realize that Shadowblade's on the Doom, but now, okay, yeah, they do. They caught a glimpse of him as he backed up. Wings also scanned a little bit further up. They'll try to see if DC was going to move through the river entrance. But
they already have a gem on Slardar. Yeah, I mean, they're not worried.
Shadows take us.
At Innocence cost, Moonlight Shadow forward. As he said though, with that gem, this may be a big trap in the tree lines. Ice is close. Do they get a glimpse? The Slaughter's not far enough forward. Now they see Resolution. He reveals the fact that Moonlight Shadow was used.
The mid lane just makes this too obvious. Look at mid lane, look at top lane. The creeps are just beating on the tower. This is just a clear sign that DC are away and up to something funky.
So Wings, they remain patient. They don't find any pickups as DC bailed out, but DC were also very, very, very deep as far as Wings look into their jungle.
And Mirana's falling pretty far behind in net worth, at least relative to the Invoker. The Midas, the Aegis, all these have added up to him being a huge leader in terms of net worth. I'd be much more scared of a farmed Invoker than a farmed Razor, because Razor can only do so much. He also had to commit to a BKB, which isn't that much damage.
Yeah, how does Resolution, in fact, build from here? Do you try and go for this? Like, do you continue for a very heavy mid-game build?
I like the Shiva's build. Gives you a lot of armor versus Amplify, and you need that AoE presence in a team fight, so you can run in there. Your biggest fear as like a BKB hero is running there, and your whole team dies around you because you can't pressure them enough, you can't do enough damage, you can't soak up enough spells, and I think the Shiva's is kind of the perfect medium for that. You're also self-sufficient with the static link. You can link heroes without relying on a disruption or a demonic purge or an ensnare. And also just limits a lot of damage output, especially from summons like Invoker, Faceless Void, who doesn't have that much attack speed. Although, as I say that, he has a Hyperstone.
Oh, you have the plate mail up, so it's fine. Where do they go? Down to bottom lane. Everyone's grouping up again, but in the trees, Ice stays there with an Observe Ward in the lane. He can make really good decisions.
Yeah, he can.
As far as not dying.
They can set up for an Epi Blink into Sunstrike, but it has to be on a weaker hero. Nagasaran actually has a gem. They will scout it out. They might kill him right now.
Oh, well, there goes your obs.
I thought he was going to go on him right there. That would have been the perfect kill for them.
I don't see him in the trees.
Yeah, Ice no longer has any vision. He has to get out of there.
Blink's almost finished up his Lincoln Sphere. He's got almost all of it. sitting inside of his stash. Actually, no, he's finished it. It's sitting on the courier.
It's the best build to deal with the Doombringer. And Doombringer, you'll usually see them go for the Sage creep, or sorry, the Purge creep to deal with the Lincoln Sphere, but at the same time, you really want to
be really
Garo.
careful. That gem is there from Faith. They understand the Doombringer's in the neighborhood. As the Observe Ward on the hillside gave Wings the good vision.
They're split pushing the sides though, and Aegis will expire. DC have to be happy about that one. But they're still looking to pressure this side of the map. Will they be able to take down their Observer Ward but before they have to defend the lanes? I don't know. This Observer Ward still sees them.
Yep, and here they come. Blink up, Slaughter, double crush. Amplify up with a double burst run from Ice Ice. The Song of the Siren. It cancels the epicenter. Move, Misery, we. It is bail, bail, bail. The TP away to safety.
Oof, what a save coming out from them. Sinking, yeah, the epicenter. He has to initiate. That's the problem right now. The Slaughter has to. He went in first, and they weren't really well coordinating that. They wanted to coordinate their stuns, but I have to applaud Misery with his positioning too. As a Naga Siren, especially a support one, you never want to get caught out. And with all these blink initiations and the 4 stabs and all these Yules and whatnot, it's extremely difficult to keep a low death count. This game he's already had 4, but not too troublesome. But now they have Chronosphere. If they want to take a fight with Chronosphere, there is no Song of the Siren. Shadow Demon now has to be the one to stay outside of the fight. Arrow almost connected Shadow.
Oh, that Burrow Strike forward, Ice Ice. Weeha actually committing the double Starfall to try and hit the SK. Not possible, and Wings just make the right decision. They're going for all the remaining outer towers. They take the mid, now they rotate top. They still have the advantage for another 115 seconds. That's until Song is back off cooldown.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
DC, they're trying not to get out-farmed at this point, especially with the Invoker getting out of control. But things are only 2,000 gold ahead, although that will spike up after these towers. And with the next Roshan, have to be very troublesome. Naga's still not 11.
Ice Ice cops a 5-second arrow, but he's got almost every member of Wings around him. So there is no follow-up to this.
And as of right now, there's only one Observer Ward left on the map with the Battle of the Gems. DC only have eyes in the Radiant jungle as both teams circle around Roche.
Invisibility.
Wings are starting to stretch ahead. As far as the Golden Experience goes, we're either over or at 4,000 in both the Golden Experience. So Wings slowly, bit by bit, they're getting a small advantage in this game. Even if their team fight and the way the heroes been moving, it kind of feel like they got a huge advantage.
They have better split push threat. Despite the Razor having the early BOTs, the Invoker is just much better at pushing out the lanes because he can solo kill anyone who's out alone. Whereas the Razor, you can force them to run away, but you can't actually kill them. So DC are having their lanes shoved in at the moment. Not what you want as you eye the Roshan.
So does Wings keep farming up until they're at like an immortal position against DC? Or do they need to focus on finding kills outside the base? Because I'm thinking like, how does Wings take the first lane of Rax? How do they work towards this objective?
It's a long process. Firstly, they have to push out the lanes so that DC split up. Ideally, you want to get the gem first. Once you limit the gem, then you can get Observer Wards, and then you can take Chronospheres when the Naga Siren's not there. You can get Epi Blinks when the Naga isn't there. You can get Slaughter to crush them with a Sunstrike when the Naga's not there. But it all depends on them having vision of DC. And DC, they do not want to split up as 5 and give Wings that opportunity. Once you do those, you can take down Roche and slowly make the siege. But you know, Dota's not a book. Dota's not a script. You can't just follow things like that. And you got to keep the Observer Wards up. So we see one Observer Ward up placed really.
It's such a smart ward too.
I barely see that.
It's in the trees at the very eastern part of the Dire jungle, and because Misery is sending illusions everywhere, because he got the gem on him, so they get True Sight out from all the illusions. They've never found this Observer Ward, so Wings, they can see where DC are moving.
Yeah, those are the wards that win you games, especially in the gem on gem ward. It's extremely difficult to keep them up, and I think that's the one that's going to stay up for a very long time. Roshan looks like it's going to be a 2.5-minute respawn.
Well, the AC is done in time for it. So not too far up before DC can move down. So they have some nice auras to work with here, DC. At the same time, Ice Ice is trying to finish up his Aghanim Scepter. He's rapidly approaching it. This is his primary choice of item after getting the Blink and the Yule Scepter.
Dire, as you scan, Ice Ice looks like he may run into it. No!
Oh, he TPs. He's going top lane. He wants the money, remember? Like, if he's going to reach this Aghanim Scepter, he needs to get this top lane farm. It's 100 gold away now.
The TP out super risky there. What if Roche were up or right after that Sunstrike? Then they could easily take it. If Wings try and go in there, then Naga Siren sleeps. I don't know if they know that Ice Ice TP'd up there, but it's very likely considering he doesn't have a TP in his inventory. Well, with this smoke up, it's going to expire. Maybe Wings can scout out with the ooh. Well, they don't need Force Spears when you have a scan. It will land red.
Perfectly done.
Think they're in vision.
Well, that's the beauty of having the Observe Ward over on the edge of the Dire jungle. They understand the DC are not in their jungle at the moment. And this allows Wings to use Shadow as bait. Ice Ice with a fresh axe, hoping to put it to use.
And a fresh Octarine on the Invoker. But that means very few buybacks on the side of Wings. They're throwing all their net worth on this impending Roche fight.
And DC are just hoping for an opening, but while this goes on and while they group up, they didn't achieve anything. Wings was getting the farm they wanted.
Wings going to show in mid. He could get jumped out right here if they're not careful.
Well, they're headed down for Roshan instead. The Naga Illusions are on their way as smoke-covered Wings moving up to the Ancients. Weeha comes in the middle of a Burrow Strike up. They find Resolution Crush as well. Can they kill off Weeha? No, the leap out. He'll get the Starfall. Oracle purifies him with the flames once again, and it's Resolution bashed up. The fight splits into two different parts. Ice Ice will down the backlines with the Chronosphere. Sunstrike's coming in. The damage isn't enough. Disruption. Zuxia tries to keep his core alive as Resolution runs away, but now with the time dilation, Tornado, it caught him! Thanks to the crush from Faith Beyond, Resolution won't die, the fall, the dive from the back from Shadow, who finds a secondary one into Naga. Zuxia, he needs to get out, the damage is not enough! Sunstrike, no! Oh! He was drawn to the light, but you do not walk towards the light!
Oh, man. The crowd goes wild as Wings take down 4. That was, man, I really like their positioning. They didn't go for the Mirana in mid because that was the only hero showing you. Expect them to go up there, but they go in, they find the back line, and the sleep comes out, but Razor and the rest of his brethren fall. Mood, the sole survivor, as Wings close in on this T3.
And I can't wait for Weatherman Person to tear that one apart. You thought DC had the high ground, but unlike Episode 3, it is Wings who take the advantage, and they will take the melee racks away from DC. Invoker, no disable, he'll get out safely.
The Slardar has been playing really well. Like, this entire game, he's just been finding these multiple men crushes. That was despite like a really terrible laning phase by them.
Well, Sunstrike, it's all about Wings hitting the damage, and before DC can respond, they don't have Song of the Siren. Misery's moving over. That's on cooldown for another half a minute. And they actually find Moo into the epicenter. He'll die in the bottom lane. The mech is not enough. The arrow will connect on Shadow. Weeha, he jumps in. He needs double damage right now, but it's not there. Shadow time walks all off, and he's actually in the perfect position with the Burrow Strike from my side. They catch out Weeha. Sentry is dying underneath the tower, so they can't keep the vision up. Moonlight Shadow helping him to escape, but Zuxia will not be so lucky. The arrow will connect again. The DC, they lose 3 heroes trying to contest Wings on Roshan.
DC are imploding at this point, and Wings just played so carefully around that Roshan respawn. The way that the timing of their smoke, the items coming out at the perfect time in DC, they were just not prepared. They needed to be grouped up as 5 behind their cores, but they were just far too spread out, unexpecting Wings from to come around from behind.
The Blade Chrono, Resolution caught, amplifying to Sunstrike. They need more damage. The Burrow Strike's gonna do it, combining it with a crush. There's no resolution. Moo will go down too. This will be it for DC. They've lost so much. They want to keep fighting. Misery, he'll go down as well. GG. Team Wings will do it.
They thought they had the Faceless Void counter with the first pick Naga Siren, but this insane amount of stuns from coming out from Wings, their excellent team play, the farm on, Blink. Oh my God, did it come together at the perfect moment.
Well, at least we get one of the dreams. There's a guaranteed 4 games here in the grand final. But Digital Chaos, there was a lot of smiles going into the end of the draft of game 1. And now, well, the smiles might disappear, but they've still got to keep the mentality up. They've managed to bring the second game off Wings
Wings only losing one game prior to this grand final up against DC. It was a techies game. You didn't know if it was really going to be the thing, but we leveled the series at 1 apiece.
The meta has further developed. Faceless Void, not an auto loss versus Naga Siren, and We Marana, not an auto win for DC. What's in store for the rest of this grand finals,
I
Toby?
can't wait to see it, man. I know there's a couple of other guys that got opinions on what's next in store. Paul, are you with us?
Absolutely, yeah, we're here and enjoying a grand final. All we really wanted was 5 games, Ted. We're on the road.
Yep, I mean, this TI, I don't think it could finish any other way. That's 1-1, so we'll see how it goes, but it feels like the story has to end on a game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. Cap, a great performance by Wings in that second game, really showing us the team play and Blink basically showing us that he can do whatever we can do.
Absolutely. I think Blink definitely stepped his game up. They had amazing team play on Wings. The combination of Faceless Void and the fact that they were able to make it work. Fabian and Ice, oh my God. They just went so far out there when it came to the playmaking and being able to, like, there was one situation that, like, the top lane where I watched the initiation come out from one player, and I was like, uh-oh, that's going to be a Naga Siren sleep. It's coming. And then, boom, Faith Beyond lands on that Song of Siren before it goes off, stops the Naga from being able to get off. Like, that kind of coordination is truly what makes Wings team fight work so impeccably.
Yeah, Charlie, impressive performance from Wings, especially bouncing back from 1 down in the grand final, because DC came into this with so much momentum that it almost felt inevitable that they would win game 1.
Yeah, this one was so important just because they were able to beat the Naga Siren with Faceless Void. If they had lost this game because of the Naga Siren sleeps and encounters are set up, they feel like, oh, every time we play Void, we have to ban the Naga Siren. So it frees up their draft. This was like beyond just the, getting 1 on the scoreboard. This was a huge win for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
And think of what the Faceless Void gives you in the draft. Like, there's so many combination of heroes that it works with. You saw the Faceless Void picked up, and the 3-4 ban, you see heroes like, Timbersaw banned away to keep it out of the hands of Wings because it works so well with the Faceless Void, and also can't really be picked up very agreeably against that time dilation. Same thing applies to Invoker, right? Like, it's one of those heroes that sets up so many other heroes and denies others that it becomes, I think, in some ways a power pick, perhaps, in this specific matchup.
Yeah, okay, we're going to get more thoughts from you in just a moment, but let's head upstairs to our draft panel. They've got plenty to analyze from that one.
We certainly do, Paul. I'm here back at the desk, of course. Got Winter Black and Draskell by my side here. Winter, Wings are able to do it, man. They put together what looks like somewhat more of a conventional draft, but they managed to stop the hype and momentum of DC, and we're going to be going into, well, championship rounds, it looks like. Game 4 at least in store for us.
Yeah, I mean we didn't really like the Sand King was pushed to a support position, so all 3 of us went with DC. But in this game, like, the Doom didn't really do so much. Like, he needed to help his team initiate. We were always seeing the song, yeah, you great, you counter the chrono, but where's your initiation? Where's your Doom starting the fight for your team?
Yeah, I think it had a lot to do with the item builds. It's just like the Shadowblade choice after the drums and the Vlads. Like, obviously you get the Alpha Wolf Aura, you want a 5-man with your team. It's a very powerful combination, but you need something to be able to get in, Doom any target really. It doesn't even matter. You just need to be able to take somebody out of the fight. That's the whole purpose of picking the hero in the 5 versus 5.
And like there was only really one time when he was on the front line, and there was when he just like ran into a tower alone and died. After that,
yeah, top lane.
After that, he was never really on the front line anymore. He was like scared of dying or something, so he was always running around the like Naga Siren. And whenever they slept, they just all TP'd out every time. They never counter-initiated. They never wanted to fight. Every time they picked off a hero, they suddenly like got turned around on, and they would just like run away. It was like a really weird game.
To help us go over a bit about when things were looking brighter for DC, and particularly in the laning stage and some possible setups, we go over to school once again with Mr. Purge.
Hey guys, yeah, DC was way ahead in the early game, and I think it was really all about Sox's play on the Shadow Demon. I kind of like Shadow Demon a little bit, so I thought I'd look at this anyways, but just constant right-clicking between his attacks, really good decision-making here, and just as Ice is about to escape here, getting the disruption off right before he gets away. Buys him that kill despite the Slardar stun, and then they're able to follow up on Faith Beyond here as well using the Entangle. Pretty nice play there. Immediately after this, though, he does rotate to the mid lane. There's a couple of really crucial things that he does that really shows his skill level. First of all, he Shadow Poisons, attacks, waits, and then Disrupt. This buys him enough time to get another Shadow Poison off, and we just missed something very briefly that's absolutely amazing here. He could see the Sand King coming in, so what he actually did was, instead of standing here, he actually ran to the left a little bit, and by doing this, it forced Sand King's Burrow Strike to be angled in this direction instead of being angled in this direction, preventing a double stun onto Weehaw. And because he did this, That would have been Mirana stunned. She wouldn't have gotten the double the Starfall off on the Invoker, and then Saxo would have died before Invoker did, and then the gank would have completely failed. So just that small movement made a giant difference there in that little gank. Another clip here. This is something I've done many times to lose pro games. Normally, when you have 2 stuns coming up, you expect to disrupt the guy that's stunned. In this case, it's actually better to get the follow-up stun disrupted, because then you know that he isn't going to be able to follow up on his stun. So a really nice disruption there. And then he also kept getting right-clicks in, throwing shadow poisons, and then he juked away from the low HP hero. That way they're forced to go on him instead. Really nice arrow here from Weehaw, and he just kind of lucked out with a bare, just 20 HP there. Very, very close, but ends up not dying there, but really just showing his skill once again. Nice reaction there. And then the final really cool play that he did here, he got burrowed. Okay, he just died in this one. That one wasn't good, but he mostly played amazing in the early game. Had some mistakes later on, but he was really the reason that DC got so ahead.
Fabulous, Purge. Thank you so much. Unfortunately for DC, though, that momentum stopped pretty fast, and they ended up being taken out of at least game number 2. Winter, any closing thoughts for that game, and anything you're looking forward to for game number 3?
No, just +1 to what Kevin mentioned. I think Saksa is really underrated on this team. Like, he does so many small things that actually help his team so much. In the game previously, he made so many saves for his carries. The carries were going to die in the Chronosphere. He was just right at the right place at the right time to save them. Just excellent support play overall from him.
Yeah, he is a silent killer, that's for sure. So with that, that's our wrap-up, and, well, that's our thought on game number 2. Let's throw it back down to the Aegis right now with Paul and company.
Thanks very much. Yes, great point by Winter. Charlie, you agree? Saxa, very underrated?
Very underrated. His play throughout the tournament, especially on Winter Wyvern, has been the reason why DC is able to turn around so many of their fights. I expect great things from him in the future as well.
Yeah. He's an incredibly good reactive support. He's the kind of support that you want to see on those defensive style heroes, because he always is able to read positioning really well and is able to get the fast enough reaction to see this hero is being gone on. This is the right opportunity for me to be able to use that saving grace.
Ted, absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Brilliant support. You see what he does for his teammates by enabling the cause heroes. People like Weehaw need that help, because it is a team game, and people like Saxa are the guys who come out there and help them out, rescue them, secure them kills, and throw themselves in the line to take the bullet instead of the president.
Do you feel, Charlie, that over the last 8 or 9 months or so, we've given supports much more credit? I think looking back a year ago, I think there was a lot of talk about supports don't really get the credit they deserve. We miss a lot of little things that they do for their team. Do you feel like after the performance by Pylai Dai in particular at Shanghai and Saxa here and many other supports, do you feel like finally we're giving them the credit they deserve?
God, I hope so, because for the most part, the early game is all controlled by the supports. For the small, minute plays, the movements all around the map that secure your cores, that early game farm, that's all supports. That's all supports.
It also helps that the recent patches have managed to allow supports a lot more freedom in their roles. They're able to get a lot more creative, not just with their item choices, but with the extra gold that's available to them to be able to figure out what exactly they can do, that extra step. I mean, we talk about the defensive style supports, but what about some of the supports like we've seen from Lunham, for example, running a Kunkka that turns into a core. That is still a support position, and you have to be malleable enough to be able to go from being able to read when I continue to support my core, and when do I continue to try and buff up his laning phase and make sure he does okay there, and when do I start making my own transition into real damage.
Yeah. Ted, what do you make of the supports? You played a bit of support play?
I do. I would not
Despite
compare
not voting
myself
for
to
Wisp?
these guys for a second. I don't want Wisp Arcana. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I wanted the Jug Arcana. I was happy I got picked. Anyway, I think the thing with supports is it is a thankless task a lot of the time, and it's great that people are highlighting the plays that these support players make, because they do help win games. And yeah, I hope people are watching it. I watch them and I try to learn from them as much as I can. I'm glad they're getting that recognition.
Okay, speaking of supports, we couldn't do this without the ability and the enthusiasm and the fun that this man provides. Sir Action Slacks, where are you?
Oh, hey. Oh, man, the stadium is so loud and hot, so there's other places to be. What about outside with all these nice, calm people? Say hello, guys, we're outside. They don't yell, they just wave. Oh. Yeah, we're calm out here. It's a different atmosphere. Why are you outside, bro?
Cool summer breezes and sweet Dota 2 action.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Over here, what brings you outside?
Oh, it's just beautiful weather for DC to win at CI.
The weather memes every time. Well, I gotta say, you can watch it in a stadium, you can watch it outside, but nerds do go outside to watch Dota. So back to you, Paul. Thanks, man. No. Paul, help! Paul! No!
Sorry, buddy. You're on your own out there. You made your choices. Lay in your own bed. Yes, Sir Actions Lakes. Enjoying it out on the green. We've been out there today. It's been lovely out there as well.
They look especially relaxed.
I did look quite chilled.
I mean, it is Washington after all, you know.
Moving swiftly on. Capitalists, we're going to head into game 3 momentarily. The teams are just getting ready to come back out. So what do we expect to see in game 3?
I was looking at the draft in game number 1, right? I said that, after game 2, I thought that Faceless Void might be one of those power picks. And part of it was that game number 1, Faceless Void wasn't actually heavily prioritized. It was actually only picked up, but I think in the 3rd or 4th area. Now that Wings have shown themselves capable of being able to counter that Naga Siren, that one of the big advantages that Digital Chaos brought to this tournament was them being able to pick up the Naga Siren early. It serves as a counter to the Faceless Void, and it also, in a very clutch series, managed to fool the enemy into going, that's a core Naga, and putting it into the support. They have that versatility, but I think now that Wings have proven them being able to do that, I think this hero may become more important as the series moves forward. And because of that, we're going to see a heavy focus on team fight. And one of these teams, I'm not sure which, maybe Digital Chaos, will adjust, I think, and maybe we'll see less team fight. Maybe we'll see a little bit less all-in aggressive action that we're going to see, and one of these teams will try and change up the pace on the other.
Yeah, Charlie, I want to talk about momentum because we talked about Digital Chaos before. I think the teams are just about ready to come back out into the key arena, so we'll watch them come out. In terms of the way that a best of 5 is set up, let's just enjoy this. There we go, DC back in the house. Wings back in the house as well. They'll get set up in their booths. In the way that best of 5 is set up, Charlie, it has its own meta. We spoke about this last year at the TI5 Grand Finals. We speak about the meta changing throughout the year and throughout patches, and then through tournaments. But actually, best of 5 seem to have their own little meta of their own. This is no different, is it?
No, not at all, especially between two really, really high-tier teams that you come to learn to expect what do they like, what do we like, what do we value, what are they going to value. But, I think this one is probably going to be more interesting than the ones that we've seen in the past because these are incredibly versatile teams. These guys play, their hero pool is so deep and they play so many different things and they can win with so many different things. I think the meta here is going to be a lot more deep than in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you're already seeing Digital Chaos. Part of the way they try to address the Wings style of play, right, is it used to be that they would draft these, what would you call it, very pretty drafts. We were talking about how they had multiple win conditions, that their lineup was oftentimes very well rounded. I think that they had multiple avenues to be able to, win the laning phase. They shored that up quite a bit, and then they had opportunities to win mid-game team fights, and they still had late-game prowess, right? So we're seeing them, especially in that game number 1, right, adopt a much more aggressive stance that would try to combat Wings on their own battlefield, I would say. And we're still seeing some of that going into game number 2. But I'm wondering if Digital Chaos are thinking about maybe going back to adapting a little bit more late game, seeing what they can do against Wings. And that, because I feel Digital Chaos, that's their biggest strength. They've gone through so many clutch matches at this point, I would love to see what they can do against Wings past the 45-minute marker.
Ted?
Please don't woo. Please. Anyway, the draft, I think, like the guys are saying, it has its own meta. It does. And, over the best of 5 series, God damn it, people!
You did it all the wrong way, Ted.
You asked nicely.
No, yes, exactly. I bargained with them. That's what I did.
Cap dabbed for them.
I dabbed for them.
Did you?
Yeah, I gave up my dignity in order to save the broadcast, Ted. You can't yell at them. That's not how it works.
All right, I'll just ignore it. Okay.
Or you could dab too.
Well,
I don't know how to do the dab.
Another wave.
No, it's
are we
easy.
going to get this wave going properly, people? Because that's quite important. I think you could do much better than that. Are we going to start here?
That person made a very noble effort.
I like that. That's good. Okay, let's see it go.
We can start on the panel.
We could still. Do you want to do it? Are you ready?
You want to start on?
Yeah, go on.
3, 2, 1. Ready?
Weak. Oh.
No, that's
oh,
good.
There we go.
That's good. That's very good.
Good work, crowd.
That's good. Look at that.
You all made Ted very happy.
Perfect waves. Perfect wave. Keep it going. Keep it going. We'll head into game 3 very shortly. The players are just getting themselves set up. So the draft is momentarily away. Charlie, change of pace perhaps for Wings here, do you feel? Now they've got an even kill, they can be a bit more funky if they want.
I mean, they're always going to be a little more funky,
They're
right?
funky from the start, right?
Yeah. I don't think we'll see too much of a change of pace. It's just going to be reacting to what the other team wants to do. That's it.
Okay.
After all, I mean, both of these teams, they're just happy to be in the finals, right? Like, I'm not sure if either one of them expected, they're like, it's win or nothing. I think they were just like, let's get top 8, let's get top 4, let's get top 3, So they're not going to change up their game just based on the pressure,
Yeah, sure. Ted, I want to ask you about this. This is a really pivotal game, isn't it, to win in a best of 5, because you want to have that advantage.
You don't want to be down to one game
exactly.
and you're out.
Yeah.
That's huge. I mean, the mental advantage you get from having 2 in the pocket, you're a game up in this series. If you lose the next one, you're out. You don't want to face that. I mean, the tension there must be unbelievable. Wings are young guys and a new team, so we haven't seen them under that kind of pressure, but neither have we seen DC.
All right, let's get into it. Draft number 3.
Welcome back upstairs. We're here at the drafting station getting ready for game 3 of Digital Chaos versus Wings. We're here to talk drafts, not dabs. That right, Winner?
Yes, Dakota.
Let's do it then. Wings Gaming, they opened up with an Oracle. Digital Chaos, they got the Mirana once more, gentlemen. And we await Wings Gaming next pick. So far, things seem stagnant.
Yeah, I just want to mention really quickly that I wasn't actually sold that Wings actually beat the counter to the Void in the last game. I feel it was more just like the Doom not quite piecing it together with the rest of the lineup more than anything else.
What I'm really surprised of, nobody's banned the Void. Like, both teams tried to counter the Void, but both teams lost against the Void.
Oh.
Like, why would you not prioritize banning it?
Speak of the faceless.
I mean, if you're Digital Chaos right now, you have to believe in the counter pick, right?
No, you need to pick Naga again. You need to force it down the throats.
What do you think, Winter?
Do they believe?
I mean, in my opinion, something like Tide is easier to deal with. Like Void, I mean, I'm okay with the Naga, like the way they ran it. You use the song to counter the Chronosphere, but they need something else much more solid to counter initiate. You can't just be defensive all the time. We saw in the first game, Wings, they picked the Pudge. Oh yeah, you save your teammate, but you're not killing out the enemy team.
So they don't go with the counter, they go with the comfort zone pick instead.
But I think this is good because, it's a move comfort zone pick. And I think in the last game, obviously not much Doom has been played. So giving him a hero that he's going to be able to perform on, especially in the high.
But isn't that one of the heroes that he played a lot in the past?
I mean, it was like what he became known for, but at the same time, he hasn't played it in a while. And I also feel like it's a very different change of pace compared to what he's used to playing.
But it's also a bit difficult for Timber to play against the Void in general. Like, the time dilation really makes the life hard for you. Like, you need Bloodstone, and then you need Lotus Orb, and as offlaner, it's really hard to farm.
But if you get a good lane, then it's easy.
Yeah, of course, if you get a good lane. I just literally think one of the teams should, just ban on Void. Like, both teams always try to counter it, and they just can't.
But I don't really think it's that difficult to deal with Void, though, honestly.
No, I don't think so either, but, we'll see what they have in store for us, I guess. We saw the Shadow Demon ban.
Yeah, so we don't have to see Purge talk about it anymore, so that's nice.
Yeah. Game 4. You will talk about it in Game 4.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
What's wrong with you, Dakota?
What?
Hate her.
I love Shadow Demon.
Hate her.
We won't get to see him in
You
this
love
game,
Koto.
Yeah, he's just mad because it's not Keeper.
Yeah.
No, neither team probably.
You will never see Keeper anymore in this series because every game is going to be banned, Dakota. No more. Sorry.
Bold call coming out from Winner here.
But what do we notice? For the first time in a long time, the first 2 picks are the same for Wings. What happened there?
Great
Maybe they started
observation.
taking it seriously.
Great observation skills, Scotty.
Taking it seriously?
Yeah, I mean maybe more so than obviously they like throwing curveballs, but at the same time, I think they want to do that in a position where they're a game up. They don't want to do it in a position where they're tied.
I think it's a reaction to the Mirana. I noticed that they picked Oracle specifically against Mirana.
Of course, like it's hard counter, we spoke about it before. Yeah. And Void is just like their comfort
good hero,
zone.
like a good hero for them.
Yeah.
They could run him off lane, they could run him safe lane. Like we spoke of this time and time again. You want to have an opening where you can change your lanes if you feel you have to. Like you don't want to go into the draft like, okay, this hero, we pick a hero that can only go to one position. Then it will be difficult to outdraft you and outmaneuver your opponents.
Yeah, I really like the Invoker ban from DC here. Obviously, they would have picked it up again if they could, and they have to pick after the ban, so really solid ban there. Banning out the Morphling after that. I guess Void and Oracle, they do have a lot of problems with Morphling.
In general, it's like you can never really focus the hero, and it's really a nuisance later on, especially when you get like E-Blade and stuff. Like, yeah, the Oracle kind of counters it with Fate's Edict, but it's more like you get bursted down too quick to be able to save somebody.
And it actually counters Void pretty hard too, because like, Morph is pretty much the only hero that can, like, obviously because of Morph, he can just like survive the Chrono.
Ice Blast.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if you couple it up with Ice Blast, but you know what I mean, right? Like, your Chrono, you usually just die, but Morphling can morph up, and he's like the only hero who can really do that.
How do we feel about maybe Wings Gaming going for Skywrath Mage or something here? Good against the Timber, good with Faceless Void, and it's good for their name.
It's super good,
I would like it. Together with Oracle as well, your Ancient Seal, your nuke deals like 400 damage.
Just perfect, it's their mascot. But no, they say,
Sorry,
screw
dude.
that, we're going to get a Kunkka.
I mean, Kunkka's also good for like catching these two heroes. Like DC's opening is very mobile, like Temper Chain and Leap Away. You want something that's going to be able to start a fight outside of just Chrono. You don't want to play on such a long cooldown, I think, if you're Wings during the
Come on, let's be real. Kunkka is just a great hero now.
I mean, yeah, he's just overall really good.
I mean, he is, and they have two setups for him too. Like the Fortune's End can like disable someone or like freeze someone for 2 seconds, and then you have like the Chronosphere, where it's like really easy to get a boat and a torrent in. On top of the like mobility restrictions.
Yeah, they have 2 really good saves now for the cause. Like both the supports can keep their cause alive in team fights very well. So for DC, do they go for more bursts, or do they go for like, I guess you might want to consider going for heroes that can kill the supports behind, like run past the front lines, go behind, kill the Oracle first.
I mean, Potom and Timbersaw should be able to do that usually. It's just gonna be like really hard regardless to get there. They have X-Mark, they have time dilation.
You need stuns, right?
Yeah.
Right now, these 2 heroes are, I mean, Arrow is not so reliable. So you need someone else to initiate for you so you can go in and kill them.
And you don't want to jump in the back at the bottom because, okay, you kill one support, but then you're dead after.
That's a really interesting choice.
That was great.
That was a fast DP pick.
It was a really fast DP pick. But DP Void, one of the most old school combos, as well as DP Oracle, super good, strong
so
together.
good because of that ult and the Soul
How are they
suck.
actually going to kill the DP with their heroes? Their last 2 picks have to have
No,
like...
their picks are not meant to kill the DP. Because as soon as they saw the Kunkka, they had Void, Kunkka, and Oracle. Maybe DC feels like we're not going to take team fights. Right now we have Mirana with like going for the Axe, so you have a lot of deep push. Then we have Timber.
Just
wave
split
clear.
push, you mean?
Yeah, then you pick the Wyvern where you have also split push. So you're never going to be able to take a team fight in the early game.
They just have to make sure then.
dangerous though, right? Like, if you can't take a team fight against Wings, you're just going to take your towers.
Yeah, like DP is just going to high ground you if you don't want to fight against them.
Depends how you play around it though, because they are cooldown based. You can always cut the creep wave if you're allowed to, like the AM game where Fear, like he bought his team so much time by cutting the wave. Like something like that would be useful against a 5-man lineup.
I would really like
Wings
to
dealt with that super well. Sorry, go ahead.
No, like I would really like to see like a split push style too, but they need to pick a hero that can actually kill objectives too, because right now they don't have any. Timbersaw, Potom, Sand King, they're all really good at clearing waves, but they can't actually hit buildings.
Yeah.
Is this a support Sand King?
DC showing that they have flexibility now.
Yeah, Weeha doesn't want to play it for sure, like the Timber, I mean.
Do we see Moo play Sand King very often? Not
really,
right?
I think it's a Misery Sand King.
Yep.
Yeah, that would make a lot more sense.
Saxa, Wyvern, Misery,
Yeah.
Sand King, and Moo on the Timber, so that sounds more likely for DC.
Saxa's Wyvern is out of control good. So.
Is AM too greedy for DC?
AM would be pretty greedy, but they need something like it. They need some split pusher that can also burst like heroes down later on.
No, but if you think about greed, since they're never going to be able to fight anyway, so you just pick a hero that's going to allow you to siege later. I mean, it's greedy in a way, but that's your game plan. Like, you're not going to be able to fight early.
But with that being said, like, Kunkka is a pretty hard counter to like heroes like AM.
The setup, yeah.
Yeah, like you X-mark him, and you're pretty much dead. Until you have like Manta Style or BKB.
Does Slark fit that similar profile?
Slark would definitely fit their
Yeah, but
heroes a lot more.
It's the same thing. Like
Yeah,
X-Monk.
that's what I was saying. Same as AM, like he falls in that same problem.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, just in general, Kunkka is like always a mobile hero counter. He has always been, like even more now with the like 8-second X mark.
Yeah, but you're a carry player. Look at their heroes. Like, they have Chronosphere, they have X-Mark. It's very difficult to play a carry around
Yeah,
them.
it's really difficult, and what you need to do is, you need to get a hero out there. Probably, if you really want to split push, you can pick an AM because he can get out of control really easily if they're focused like on pushing all the time.
But they have a lot of team fight now, though, don't you? Is it possible that they pick a team fight called Just Fight?
I mean, it's definitely possible. It's just like, how do they kill the DP on top of the Kunkka boat and the Oracle ult? It's like really hard to kill her.
you Barrow Strike epicenter her and
You could
curse the heroes behind.
You could just go full spread damage and just pick Gyro, right?
But Gyro would be beast too. And they ran it before too.
I've seen people go Sven against DP for the burst.
Yeah,
and
the armor.
The armor helps a lot too.
Those are pretty good options.
Yeah, if you want to really team fight them.
You're a lot of melee cores then, I guess. But, oh no, sorry, Mirana's there fine. We'll have to see though.
I just always feel like Sven against Void is kind of iffy to play. Because you get chronoed and suddenly you're
but
all the armor's gone.
All the carries are, pretty difficult to handle.
Yeah, of course, but like when you're more likely to get chronoed than like let's say Slark or AM.
That's why you got that Wyvern and that SK behind you though, just in case.
Yeah, you need a tank. You basically just need a tank for those two heroes to do their job.
There you do. I mean, Timbersaw could kind of like fill in that role, I guess. It's like a difficult choice for DC. Whether they go in like team fight direction or split push direction.
Or somewhere totally different. We have not seen this little guy on the main stage, that's for sure. The Bone Fletcher comes out.
But that's kind of what Winder and I spoke about before. It's like they want to have the split push hero that can also kill objectives really fast, and Klings definitely fits the category.
The other thing too is Oracle is not particularly good against that kind of hard carry.
Yep,
He
Ghost Scepter.
deals insane damage.
You need Ghost Scepter as the Oracle, so you don't have to use your ultimate to save yourself, and you're able to survive against the Klings.
He pretty much solves all their problems. Like
Yep.
he can get to the back line as well.
Yeah, it's like a super good pick. Like how would the Wings respond now? They need another core mid that is good against bottom. And like lineup as a whole. Oh no, they have DP. What am I talking about? They need an offlane or carry.
Probably
Yeah.
offlane. Yeah, probably offlane. Probably.
Yeah, they usually run carry Void on Shadow.
5 seconds remaining.
Nyx
Assassin
Assassin.
offlane, it's good.
Good against Timber, obviously.
Good against Wyvern too.
I feel like that lane's incredibly hard for him though.
Oh yeah, like Klings against any offlaner is like terrible.
All right, final thoughts on the draft?
My heart is with Wings.
Their heart is with Wings.
My heart is with Wings.
I'm gonna go against. I'm gonna say DC.
And Draskell has no heart. So let's go ahead and throw it down to the casters right now. We got Toby Wan and Merlini.
Thanks. We got a lot of heart down here. It's a heart that loves Dota 2 and has drawn up series 1-1 apiece, Merlini.
Who's your heart rooting for?
My heart roots for great Dota 2. It always
That's
has.
a cop-out.
It always
Get out of
will.
here, Toby.
I don't care about a cop-out as long as I have terrific Dota. I don't care. And an Enigma.
Maybe one of these games, Toby.
One of them. Just one. Just like one. That'll be fine. All right, let's get into it, man. DC, they're bringing in the Klinks. He's a man, the draft panel where they were asking for someone that's able to fight, but someone also that can push towers down. Klinks, he sort of ticks those boxes.
Yeah, and he's much more resilient than the mobile carries like the AM, those split pushers that you think of that Kunkka's really good against. I really like the draft.
How long do you keep resolution farming on the Klinks? Do you want him to early rotate? Do we look for the early Orchid build into like hero kill rotations?
It all depends on how much they can keep the Nyx Assassin down. Nyx Assassin, they did not go the Iron Talon laning strat this game on Wings.
Yay! They still won with it.
Just the mind game.
I'm just going to throw that one out there, that even though we're sitting there going, we don't understand why this isn't working. Actually, no, we understand why it isn't working, but they still take the game. Yeah, I'm interested to see the timing of resolution.
I also like the Klinks a lot because it gives them Roshan potential. I think they had a lot of issues with that in the prior game.
Are you still concerned about what the Oracle can bring? We've seen Oracle working beautifully with Death Prophet in the past. Now you've also got potential saving from Kunkka, from Void Chronos. That's an interesting timing for a smoke too.
It's just really great versus the Mirana because it's really difficult to stop her Ag's timing, and this way you don't really have to worry about it so much. A double Starstorm, if you get the Fate's Edict out on time, it's not going to do any damage.
This movement from Wings, they smoked up underneath the tower as the Foghorn was going. They're going to make a break for the side shop. Now, a lot of the time, actually, Misery, he's walking over towards this. He's going to reveal the smoke. So they start with the Fortune's End. Eyesight is there. He's waiting for the Fortune's End to connect. Now they go into the torrent. Misery up into the air. Pyro strikes available. Goes up into the tree line. There's a small path to get out, and Fate's trying to block it. He's actually got himself a stun available. Resolution turns on the damage. Misery will escape. Saskia does actually have his defensive Cold Embrace. Another torrent will fly in. Resolution. Fortune's End will connect. Misery lining up for another Pyro strike. Double stun on that one. Faith dropping down very, very low. Misery Misery doesn't have the damage, and he also doesn't have the life to stay on the front lines. They look for another torrent. Nope, Ice Ice just started the animation, but he didn't follow through. So Wings trying to get aggressive and contest this safe lane until they TP their support quickly down to bottom lane.
This is something that we see out of the teams a lot. Just don't give them an easy lane up top, and Soxa and Resolution are having a very difficult time dealing with
Oh, that helps.
double melee lane.
Moo just got time locked on the bottom lane. Combine that with the Fortune's End. Moo's going to go down. First blood, it goes to Wings.
And on the top lane.
Yeah, Misery's rotating around. Faith so low. Resolution lower. Cold Embrace is still available. Now Misery will arrive. Ice Ice. Burrow Strike is just going for the last swing, trying to find Resolution, but these searing arrows doing the early damage the DC required. That arrow fly down. There she is. Resolution will find himself a kill.
And all three of these heroes are very, very low. They're going to have to come in a lot of resources unless they want a suicide. Misery will spill blood to the Centaur.
That he will, and he looks for movement speed. Windlace and TP scroll. He'll come straight back out to the lane. Look for another rotation to fight.
Wings like doing this. They like it looks bad because they both die, but they have to expend so many resources, so much HP.
Moo's going to be careful. They're going to go again on him. He walks over. Such a simple combo. Fortune's End into Torrent. We saw it on the top lane. Now bottom lane, he has reactive armor this time around, but still no Timber Chain available. So Moo, poor man's shield will not save you from that.
He thought he was in a one-on-one situation, and then he skilled up for this one-on-one build with the level 1 Whirling Death, the level 1 Reactive Armor. In a very defensive situation, you want to max your Timber Chain, but with that, might be time to think about that Iron Talon.
And this has been a heavy rotation early game, only 2 minutes into it. We've seen multiple lane switches. The one lane which hasn't really had anything happen in it is that mid lane. It's the Weehaw versus Blink lane. The Mirana on Death Prophet.
Misery smoked up behind, looking for a stun into an arrow. It's only a level 1 stun though, but Blink's so far out with no Spirit Siphon.
And you still got the Starfall available too, so Weehaw connects on this. Now into that Starfall, the Torrent! The secondary star! It connected on Blink, so he does fall down.
And he does have his bottle, but he needs someone to pull him a TP scroll if he wants to get back to the mid lane. He also had to waste a Fairy Fire for that.
And Misery is not giving up on this mid. It's a little bit different though when he runs an Ogre. Ogre is a lot tankier than the SK, so I'll give some extra respect as Ice Ice comes into mid. Nice Torrent, Weehaw. He's got Leap available, pounces himself away. Will bottle and salve up quickly as Misery's rotated to the top looking for Faith Beyond.
And in the meanwhile, Timbersaw finally gets the space in the bottom lane, going for 2 reactives. Screw the Timber Chain, he says. I can just tank up.
I'm wondering if this is one of the other reasons why you're seeing rotations heavily into mid. They're trying to pull the attention of Wings off that bottom lane to give Moo the space he needs.
And Moo still has a lot of regen. I don't know if they're going to be able to harass him down. No clarities on the Oracle, and he's only level 2.
They got to help though. Ice Ice looks to come in from the rear.
I still don't think they have enough damage.
Do you like this build coming out from the Conquer, going the early point up in Tidebringer as opposed to X marks the spot?
We see this a fair amount when the Kunkkas want to go armlet first and farm up. It's just a good way to keep up your farm so that you're not heavily reliant on the X-Torn combo to get kills and accelerate your farm. But I think they have enough setup. I really dislike it if you don't have any setup, but with Nyx stun, Chronosphere, Oracle, Fortune's End, should be pretty easy for him to land with the Torrent.
Misery's coming back down to the mid. There's still no Observe Wars this season, but Ice Ice sitting on the high ground. He'll definitely see Misery. Now he puts down his own ops. It's not something he needs to see Misery anymore. He'll hit him with a Torrent. Over they come. Spirit Siphon, Burrow Strike available. He'll actually get a double stun thanks to the arrow also connecting on Blink. With a combined up Starfall, Misery will back out, trigger his salve. So just a trade-off of damage, no kills coming from that.
You have to be careful. He still has the Arcane Rune on him. Getting a lot of value out of that.
I didn't realize he already had the arrow leap and everything else back up, not to mention the low cost.
Moo's been stacking at this large camp. Shadow's going to pull it, but we could see a small contest for it in the bottom lane. It's a 3-stack now.
Well, it will be easy for Moo to deal with that if he was level 6, but doesn't have the Chakram available yet. Another heavy rotation to top 3 from either side. They stun on Resolution, Torrent as well. Saxa, he needs to get that Cold Embrace off, but Oracle has more than enough magical damage. Misery with a Burrow Strike forward, wants the Nyx Assassin, doesn't have the damage output, but maybe with the help of the Wyvern, he will have it. Misery to the tree line. The salve is actually going to get cancelled off. It was a Caustic Finale that did it, and now Faith, 28 life. Will it be enough? Is he going to pop? Faith barely survives, dropping down to 8 at one point. And Wings, the rotation works from them.
Wow, that was so close. Man, that salve tick really saved him there.
Resolution wants a kill on top lane, however. Ice doesn't have anything to play with. No mana, Resolution, Searing Arrows, and Strafe will take one more, and there she is. Resolution, a good answer back, and an overstaying of welcome from Ice.
One thing about DC's draft too is they picked the Winter Wyvern perhaps maybe a little bit too early, expecting a lot of physical damage out coming from Wings, but their mid-court especially doesn't really do that much.
Moving for Wii, don't know how this kill is really meant to work. You can easily leap away from Crypt Swarm and as well as the Spirit Siphon. No point up in silence yet for the Death Prophet. And I said focusing more on laning as Innocence actually roams around the back line. Now, it is nighttime, so DC had no idea that he moved that way. And Weeha right next to him, starting with the Stun Fortunes End as well. The Torrent, if it wasn't that, it's going to connect. It was the Purifying Flames from Innocence. And that's what found the kill.
And that Observer Ward just scouting him out the whole time. Saksa in there, but he can't really do anything. He has level 2 Splinter Blast, but that's going to do little in the way to stop their push. Drops an Observer Ward behind. Doesn't look like it was scouted out by Wings' own Observer Ward.
And they need TP support, but from who? You don't have any real big ultimates up yet. You don't even have the Chakram, so Mu will walk in. Now, Ice can wrap around the back of him. As he's just trying to go for the kill on the Death Prophet. They can't hold her in position. The arrow will fly out from Wii, but easily dodged because you can see it coming from a mile away.
No level 6 yet on Mood. There's no chance of them getting that kill. Not really that much damage on the tower, though, so Wings not really getting that much out of their first Exorcism. Radiant has used Scan, expecting a smoke, perhaps.
I think they were expecting a rotation from Resolution, and they are right, but he walks out of the Obs and Sentry in mid lane. That was after the Dust and the Scan was used. Well,
there is a Dust on the Oracle in case they want to... Oh,
the arrow off target. If that hit, Resolution still can't find the kill. He doesn't have enough damage to kill off the Death Prophet in time.
They don't actually have the Fate's Edict on the Oracle, so you can't disarm the...
Oh, top lane, Misery. Nice Sandstorm dodge. They put down their own sentry. Ward Cold Embrace to pull him out. The Sandstorm is Faith Beyond. Burrow Strike cancels the TP out. Digital Chaos. They're looking for that kill. Misery dropping down low. Faith doesn't have much to work with. He's got stick charges in 1 second. He's got that up now, and he's actually holding on to them. He won't pop, however. Not while Shadow chases down the Winter Wyvern, but support comes in. It's Resolution. He's running down, looking for the kill over on Faith, leaving Suska by himself underneath his own tier 1 tower. Shadow commits the Chronosphere, so that won't be available, but Resolution shows himself. Time Walk on cooldown, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, over the tree line and far, far away from DC's line. They run down, but Resolution's not giving up. The arrow will force Shadow a little bit closer towards the tree line, but Innocence is in the neighborhood.
Simple yet effective. What a juke.
While on bottom lane, Mu can finally take out that stack. Ice is leeching a little bit off him. Well, the Torrent, okay, Ice just TPs away.
I'm surprised he didn't go for an X, especially considering the heroes that he's up against. Mirana, a Timbersaw, I usually see like 1 or 2 levels, but not 3 like he's committed. But it's nice damage. Maybe they just want to be able to burst people down during Chronosphere combo with that Torrent boat later.
What do you think about the build on the Faceless Void? Is Lincoln Sphere really
Dude, he
viable?
always goes Lincoln's.
Like, even in this game, is it really that viable?
They usually go pretty strange items, but that's the only thing that I've seen that's consistent amongst their items. Faceless Void carry Lincoln's first almost every game. Good versus Winter's Curse? I guess. Last game is definitely good versus the Doom. This game, yeah, I don't agree with it so much, but they like it a lot.
Nice detection from Resolution. He was just hovering around the tree line, and Nyx Assassin walks through a sentry ward while Resolution still had vision. And this is the reason now why Misery hiding behind his own tier 1 tower. But Nyx has moved into the mid lane instead, looking towards Weeha. Not going to find an opening. The Vendetta Rush is going to wear out in a second.
They saw him with the Observer Ward, though. He thinks he's in the fog, but he actually was not. And perhaps they might spring a trap for Faith. And the Clinks isn't actually going for the Oracle because he assumes he has the Disarm. But little does he know, he doesn't have Disarm, and he's probably not going to pick it up until level 8. So he's kind of been walking around with a get-out-of-jail-free card, even though he shouldn't be.
Resolution steals the regeneration rune right in front of Blink, and Blink is just like, wait, I didn't pick that up. It's not inside my bottle. What the hell's going on? It's the Skeleton Warped Clinks. With that casual Blightstone early on. Trying to find the extra damage. Clink's very, very good at bringing down tier 1 towers.
He's been running around a lot, though, and hasn't really been able to find that much. He was really doing really well in terms of the CS, but now he's falling behind in net worth as he struggles to...
Nice scan.
Builds up.
They reveal the Nyx Assassin sitting in the tree line.
But they have the ward behind the tower. Wings does. They don't see Winter Wyvern just yet, but now they'll know there's only 2.
Nyx is on the edge of the vision. He's going to walk in range of the tower. Faith will reveal himself, bottom lane, Chronosphere over on Mu, very tanky, Resolution bringing in the damage, Mu chains up, the Torrent well off the mark as Resolution. Skeleton Walk will come off cooldown so he can run himself away. They are out, while Faith going to find Weeha back behind the tower, dropping down that Ring of Aquila to use one charges, and now the commit. It is the Exorcism going to work. Range, the Radiant Sentry wards up, so they see Wee. He has to leap up to the tree line. Takes Spirit Siphon, know exactly where he is. He can't get out this one. The stun will connect. An Icicle one from Faith. Finding Wee in the trees.
Wow, look at Wee's farm. He is so underfarmed. Normally he has point booster and then some at this point, but he's about to lose his T1. He's died 2 times at this point. Each Mirana game coming from them getting worse and worse. Resolution coming around from behind as a TP comes in.
Yeah, they look for that damage. Resolution stunned up, and Misery brings the extra help. Barrow striking forward towards Blink, but the damage is enough. Misery, the Sentry one was still down, so the Exorcism finishes him off.
Wow, they try to kill him right before the Exorcism returned all that health back to him. And this Winter Wyvern hasn't really been able to do that much. It's great against mass summons and a lot of units that are pushing, but Splinter Blast doesn't really do that much versus a Death Prophet +1.
Yeah, it hasn't stopped the Wings pickoffs and the push.
Yeah, they're not pushing with units. They're just pushing with a couple heroes in their ultimate, and maybe wishing he had gone for max Arctic Burn at this point. Still, they're unable to get those combos. Once Winter Curse come out, easy setup for an Epicenter Burrow Strike follow-up. Mu in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, again, they're going for this combination with no X-Marks. They're not going to drag him back, but now the ship, the Ram is on the way, and Mu gets his fill. Weeha.
Who needs time dilation when you have Bash?
Faith is looking at Resolution too. Invis up around the tree line. You'll need to hit him first with the Vendetta, then follow up on the stun. Either that or he waits for the Death Prophet, who's rotating up to find this kill. Vendetta will last long enough. That is a level 1 Vendetta.
Blink is Invis. They have him reserve reward scouting any TPs on top lane, but he thinks he's safe. He thinks he's alone.
Here they go. Resolution. Pop him up. And Resolution, he goes Invis, but not in time. They trigger the dust just in case.
Man, that invisibility rune, he might have been a little bit scared. It's like, oh, okay, Nyx +1 can kill me, but if you don't see any heroes, there's no way you can predict that gank coming.
Saxa, Shadow jumping in, double Chrono, Misery. He can prep the Epicenter. The question is, can he get in range? Wyvern's already down, and now they're running closer. Misery will just walk over. Shadow's still got Time Walk available, so we can repair all the damage that's done to him. And DC, again, getting picked off with no rebuttal.
Very patient Chronosphere from Shadow. However, they are lacking a lot of mana on the Kunkka, not enough for that boat. He's going for more of the damage bill with the Max Tidebringer with the phase boots. And another tower.
Yeah, without the committal of Exorcism, this is a troubling sight when you can't even hold your tier 1s.
Misery looking for a kill, Epicenter.
With a Timber Chain into Chakram, they commit the Epi too. Innocence will walk into the side of it, but now we can just use Fortune's End. Slow down Misery. It will connect the follow-up stun with the Mana Burn by Carapace. The curse is out. It holds Oracle in, and Mu comes in with a Chakram, but false promise. It will keep Innocence alive as he TPs himself away to safety. Mu's still looking for something. Actually, he's just looking to get the hell out of here. Exorcism is triggered, but the stun is on Mu, and it's going to be Wings holding the Timbersaw in position. No, the chain up. The last attack from the Death Prophet will find the kill. The supporters arrive for DC. They arrive in with a big searing arrow damage. Faith makes a break for the tree line. Still alive. Triggering does too. So no extra invis for Resolution. Time lock. Not going to be enough from Shadow as Weeha. Cold embrace. Resolution. The torrent is going to connect the double stun. Faith the end. He walks himself out. He walks over. He wants the last finishing move. He won't get it. Ice will finish him. The torrent. It may not be done yet. Saxa set up in towards the air. X marks the spot. You ain't going nowhere apart from down to the briny deeps. Faith doesn't have enough for the stun. Spy Carapace up unless she connect over on Misery. He tries to create space. No time up from Shadow. Time will forward. Now he finds the kill. More TP support arriving from DC. Another connected torrent from Ice on the Misery. Stuns. Chakra forward. Mooney to turn the tide of this fire. Misery. The one charge will keep him back into it. He can go for another Burrow Strike as Mu. Time lock for a century. He wants to walk out to the T1 towers. No stuns available from Nyx Assassin, but these ones really playing dividends.
Oh my goodness, what ungodly teamwork coming out from Wings next to that side shot.
It's not over yet. Innocence is coming over. The Chrono is on Weeha. Innocence brings the damage. Weeha, he is gonna pop like a top. They look for more. Ice. Where is it? No, the Ice X mark's not gonna hit. They turn around, look to the tier 1 tower. DC. Do they still try and defend this?
Ice's looking for an X from the back.
He hasn't got it. Instead, he was actually starting the animation for the torrent. But this tier 1 tower is gone. DC, no more fight. They push the Clinks to the top lane. They need that Desolator done. They need the damage. They need the Blink Dagger on Misery.
There were so many small things in the last fight. The dust triggering on the Clink so that he can't get around and kill the Nyx.
Has he really done this? The Torrent. If it connected on Misery, he would have had it. He's actually chasing him down. X marks the spot is available, and support is on the way. Misery back to the tier 1 tower. Now the X mark right on top of the tower pulls him into the torrent. Innocence with the damage. The arrows are flying forward. No one's going to get caught by it. The curse is on Faith, but it's too late from Zuxa. Weehaw wants to do something. Resolution's on the hillside, just watching his teammate die.
This is without Faceless Void. He's just up there happily farming top while DC have all 5 mid. Just keep farming to thwart this aggression. There is no downtime for Wings.
You don't need downtime. They just keep getting advantage after advantage with every minute that passes.
They're really finding their stride.
Yeah. They grouped up again to go for a smoke. They're under the tier 1 tower, so yeah, they are. They really don't want to stop this aggression.
DC, they really need their Dezo out on Clinks to threaten the Roshan. They need some more items to get back in this game right now. All their cores are falling like flies. Wee's net worth is almost half of Shadow's.
Misery. Luckily for him, he doesn't turn to the side. Unluckily for Zuxa, X marks the spot, and once again, it starts in. Misery will not be able to get back there in time to help out.
The Cold Embrace has done next to nothing in this game, though. The Oracle Max Purifying Flames has just bursted hero after hero. Wings should claim another tower off of this.
Surprisingly enough, they commit Exorcism. This early on, they potentially could have been looking, I don't say they look towards a tier 3 tower when they're 17 minutes in.
The way the game has developed has been completely different from what DC had expected, though. Shadow maybe going for a Chrono on a Wii, but they wanted to just hold out the lanes. They have the spam with the Timbersaw, the Starstorm, the Winter Wyvern spam, but the way Wings are taking fights, it's not really at towers, or they're circling around behind you, splitting up, so they're not getting caught by the curse, not getting caught by too many multi-man burrow strikes. It's just a very chaotic fight where DC need order. They need time. And they need Dezo.
They don't have time. They're playing up against the Master of Time, Faceless Void. They keep getting controlled.
His time dilations have been really spot on. I was like, man, that thing's only level 1. It just seems like it lasts forever.
It seems like Wings always know. The Oracle did tell them how to play up against DC. If they can keep this momentum up, they could be looking at a 2-1 advantage in a TI Grand Final.
I think the bigger problem is that the Kunkka's getting far. You mentioned his early Tidebringer build earlier. Now he has an armlet complete along with the phase. He is becoming another core.
And the Blink Dagger on Death Prophet makes her almost an initiator.
Wow, she has Blink. That is a very unusual build for the Death Prophet. But I think it's really good because they need the position. They just need to be able to run on the back line, force Moran to use Leap, force Timbersaw to use Chain.
He's not denying the Sentry Ward, so it doesn't reveal his position. He knows it's there, but now DC smoke up, and they're coming for an opening. They're pinging and saying, I can see the Kunkka. We know they're headed down. There's no bottom runes. Not going to go that far.
Oh, the scan.
The sentries are down, but now Faith, he moves over. The sentries, he's out of range, but he actually just walks straight past him. Gets a double stun on Nu and Weehaw. Blinks. Oh, no, he's stuck. He has to go invis for now.
They don't know where he is.
No, they don't. He's not even meant to be there, so they can't predict he's going to be there. Shadow will come over and free his teammate.
At least they have 2 Observer Wards in the area. They got something out of this smoke, and one is just out of range of the Radiant Sentry. So perhaps with this, Clinks can sneak in and take Roche. I don't think he's strong enough to take it by himself, but maybe a Cold Embrace here and there will be enough to secure that Aegis. But more importantly, they need towers. I'd like to see some maybe backdooring resolution.
Playing stuns by Carapace. Sent instantly back that Starfall of Weehaw. Shadow, he's there. Chrono's up. Moonlight Shadow will not protect the Marana.
No
spell. Now bottom lane because they found the Death Prophet. But Death Prophet, what? She blinks away. No one attacked her. She just gets her out. She had the Yule Scepter as well. With the Exorcism up, DC was, well, hoping to kill her up before it could do a lot of damage. Now she'll bring it back over. Something a little bit longer left on it. Timbersaw up for Faith. Gets the stun. Now the Exorcism goes to work. Misery prepping the epicenter. Burrow strikes forward. Bleed's going down with the Fortune's End! The save is huge. Resolution's time dilation out this fight. Suggs has the TP out, but DC, they're losing everything, including the kitchen sink.
Wow. I can't believe that Blink Dagger just worked out for him so incredibly well in that position. I was like, oh, that sounds odd.
Well, that's everything about Wings, right? It's unusual, it's different, and it works.
Yeah, that is the craziest part, that it works. That was a nice epicenter by Sand King, but they don't have enough damage not to take down Blink. With the Rum and the False Promise, like, it's just such great synergy, too. Purifying Flames, you don't even need to cast Fate's Edict, because Purifying Flames almost does no damage to you.
All right, good team, tier 2 town now, bottom lane, going the way of Wings. And DC, they are on the ropes, almost 10,000 net worth and experience behind. The graph just keeps rising for Wings.
And I don't even think the Axe is that game-changing for DC at this point. They have Fate's Edict to counter it, but more importantly, Nyx Assassin, you can just carapace right in front of him, and it's going to hit on him if he hasn't had a creep. So a split-pushing Mirana can normally get out of control and farm, but not this game. DC looking for a smoke.
Oh, it's like they're trying to contest a Roshan play from Wings, but Wings aren't in there. Instead, it's Misery, who's going to get initiated on by Faith Beyond. Shadow actually gets a first-hit time lock. Misery into the Sandstorm Burrow strikes, but it's nowhere near fast enough. You'll end up going down the Fate time, not being his friend, and now DC Fate, he's so close, you can smell him! But he doesn't know! Timber will be the tank with the reactive armor. The blinking around, Shadow to the neighborhood. A quick sentry down from the Wyvern will at least let them know if Nyx Assassin wants to walk in. But Shadow initiating on the Wyvern. This is even more distraction. If DC can get this AUC Immortal, it leads to nice Wings and extra life. Sucks is going to have to give his own life up for it, but Roshan down to 3.1 now. Slowly ticking. Mirana's taking the top tier 1 tower. It's almost done. And Wings are none the wiser. DC, they've pulled a quick one on him.
Very important for them with the Clinks. He spent so much time running around in the early game, he needed something to compensate him for his troubles. The precious Aegis goes his way, but I don't know if he's the only one left at the end of the fight. I'm still not sure about DC's chances coming up in a team fight. They just need to keep him on split pushing, get some more towers to equalize this net worth. It's becoming close to uncontrollable with a 12,000 net worth lead for Wings.
Well, they need some other key items as well. Like the fact you've had no proper initiation from DC, Mirana arrows don't connect, and until that Blink Dagger is over on Misery, he also has no joy. Resolution can jump in through the backlines, maybe that's going to be his fun key, but he's going a BKB build next, so he doesn't have an Orchid to control up the Oracle, which may have been his better chance. If either that or you force a false promise on Innocence. And now, here they come, bottom lane. Innocence, they see him behind the trees, no shadows on the lane, and there goes your first one. False promise, Innocence has to use on himself. Shadow, he can time walk off the damage. Chrono is still available, and Resolution, he's actually got no mana to work with, but Clinks, the damage is still enough. Thanks to False Promise wearing off. Misery, get the hell out of top lane. The fresh Blink Dagger will get him away from Faith, who has a Blink and Ether Lens of his own.
And now the Clinks can start doing what
Caught by Chrono, start the Siphon or actually wait for it. The Cold Embrace, Weeha staying alive a fair amount of time, but then, okay, Exorcism committal is real. They're looking for more, and they're going to find it. Yule Scepter up, Timber hits the ground, starts with the Timber Chain over, Shadow taking heavy damage, and now Resolution wants to help out, but he put himself in harm's way. In comes your Epicenter from Misery. He'll Burrow Strike through. It'll slow him down, do a little bit of damage, but not enough. The curse is big on the Faceless Void. Resolution's back alive. Give him some space. Saxa caught on a cliffside. His Arctic Burn wore off at a very, very bad time.
The Rum's wearing off. They have to back off now, and finally they get a Winter's Curse, which is especially difficult with the Lincoln Sphere on Faceless Void, but no heroes die on Wings yet again. DC get nothing. A penny for your troubles.
And a penny will not fuel a war. They have to find some kind of better opening. The Aghanim Scepter is now done on Weeha, but it's cost them a lot to give him that much space to get it. Clinks will also have his BKB, so 2 critical items arriving for DC. In fact, you can still say 3 after Misery picked up that Blink Dagger. So they have ways to surprise heroes. The Dire Observe Ward on bot river almost scouted out Ice. A little bit too far away as it can, Faith Bian. Rotating around, looking for an opening. Middle lane, Blink, Burrow Strike, Death Prophet, the arrow will connect. That's a good 5 seconds. Innocence getting ripped apart by Resolution. He's still got the False Promise onto Blink, but the life just won't be there. Blink is guaranteed dead when he hits the ground from the damage, and it will happen. Clinks will take the kill. Cold Embrace keeping Misery up. Now it's Faith Bian's turn. Resolution finding a triple kill. Digital Chaos have just pulled out the team fight of their life. It may give them some way to quell the bleeding that Wings have been doing to them.
Finally, they kill the Death Prophet, even though the Oracle has been ever so vigilant, sitting behind them. And they got caught without the Faceless Void. He has a very greedy build without a TP score on his
Is he thinking about going in? He will. He'll Chrono over on Resolution. Hard to find the kill. Cold Embrace available. So is the Curse. They're teaming up actually really, really close together. And now Blink Burrow Strike. Misery tries to create more space. Resolution needs to wait for Ice Ice to hit the ground after the Yules. And he will do so. Armor toggling his way out, but not enough. Mirana was still there. The Aghanims giving the extra damage.
Not really respecting the Cold Embrace that time. Without the Oracle, they cannot burst through that. And that's 4 kills the way of DC.
How much does it swing? They had 14k advantage in gold for the net worth. It's going to come back down again. This will be a bigger momentum shift because Wings will still have to get themselves back into the lanes.
The Void has to be the one to protect the Death Prophet at this point.
Do you think you can do this, Faith? He's looking at Misery in the tree lines. Misery can actually get body blocked in if he's not careful. He's starting to stun. He's not certain he wants to do it. The Faceless Void is on his way. Wait. Misery, does he blink? Does he burrow? He'll get stunned. He'll get controlled, and he can't burrow out in time.
How many bashes does this guy get?
He only needed 1, but he got 2.
And even with those 4 kills, DC...
Oh, Resolution, this could be a good snipe. That courier went over the Observer Ward. It's got the rest of the Assault Cuirass on it. So Resolution, 1 attack is all it needs. 3,000 nanobit to spare. Net worth hitting the deck.
I'm surprised that Innocence hasn't gone for a Ghost Scepter with how farmed Resolution is. He is the biggest threat. They have a Sentry Ward, so they know he's in between the mid T1 and the
that's why
T2.
Ice Ice is scared to death. He thought he was running down through the Ancients. Resolution will move up. He'll find Ice Ice, but
you can't
want to
fight
battle
there.
it.
It's way too much fog for a Clinks without Blink to jump in. Faceless Void, Chronosphere coming off cooldown very, very soon. We see the first Ghost Scepter, possibly many, coming up on a Death Prophet.
One way to stop the damage from the Clinks, especially when he's going Chrysalis, not Diffusal.
But then it opens up for your Mirana to do a lot of damage with the Starstorm, so they have to be careful about how and when they use it.
Very true. What kind of damage do you try and repel? It's not like you can Fortune's End to everybody, unless this Oracle gets to a point of having Refresher.
After those 4 kills, Wings only possess an 8,000 gold lead.
Nice Blink Dagger up. Now for the Mirana. They're looking towards middle lane. Wings, smoke up, rotate around. The arrow won't connect. Kunkka.
Death Prophet is not close by. Wings have to be careful not to take a fight while he's not here.
Oh, they're going to walk straight in. The Arctic Burn is on cooldown. Dust will trigger the blink. Misery evading the Chronosphere. He's fast enough for it. X marks the spot. Try and drag Resolution back in again. The arrows will fly forward.
With the BKB on him and no Chrono up, this is not the fight for Wings unless they pull them
You're
back.
under a Sentry Resolution, but now he's not. He's back far enough. Right behind Innocence. Starts attacking. Oh! Burn! And now Timber Chain forward. Moo once more. Blink Burrow. They found Ice Ice. Resolution. Putting that Chrysalis to work. He'll need 1, maybe 2 hits. They'll hold him up. It's the Cuss. Chakram, 1 attack, 2 attack, 3 attack, 4. Resolution, where is it? Okay, now he's finally going to hit the deck. The arrow will connect a triple stun. Misery will turn with one of his own. The Tidebringer. Ice Ice will finally take a fall. Misery's too far out.
They spot out Shadow now. They ping out on it, but...
They'll walk under an Obsword to get to him.
Yep. I wonder if he's going to go for Bloodthorn.
They just want the T1 tower. Resolution can easily take this. There's no fortification.
Yeah, that's more important than the Faceless Void.
You don't even need the creep wave. That's the beautiful thing about the Clinks. His damage output is just so quick that these towers don't stand a chance.
And finally, the supports of DC getting some items.
Shadow. Too close. Time walks up. They're on the chase. Weeha. Arrow off cooldown in 4-second time. Leaps forward. Actually missing. I don't know exactly where he wanted to go with that.
Just maybe hoping he would TP down there and get an easy arrow, perhaps.
If he stayed on the hillside, he would have just been in the tree line. Another Blink Dagger coming in. This time, it's for the Winter Wyvern.
And Misery has dewarded all of the Radiant wards with his shiny gem. And Roshan going to respawn, and Wings probably pretty unhappy about the last way that Roshan went down. They don't have any armor items.
This can make him happy. Soxa just blinked himself down and put down an Observe Board into the Arctic Burn. He goes inside the pit, outside the pit. Now starts his jump out. Where's the Torrent? The bash! It connects the Curse, however, for the Wyvern. He still can't get down. He'll Cold Embrace, buy himself at least some breathing space. As Wings, they commit the Coco's run, they commit everything. A 5-second arrow will connect on Innocence, but Well, you kind of knew the Wyvern was going to die.
At least the arrow scouted out that there was no Roshan around. They see the Observer Ward right now, and that is the gem on the Nyx. So they have to huddle around the pit. The Klink thread is way too much. And they probably have to commit Exorcism to it, though, which just leaves Sand King in a perfect position to jump upon them in the pit.
Do you really want to commit that much, however? Like, that's...
It's way better to find a pickoff, though, than go into the Roche pit. It's
True.
far too risky.
It just delays you push high ground if you do it. Then there's no Exorcism.
They are not really in a rush to take high ground, not with Kunkka.
Oh, this will be nice. They find Misery. Misery, reaction, blink up. Still got Fire Strike available. Gonna dodge even under the Sentry Wall. The Chronosphere. This is the gem of DC. Resolution wants to help out. The Nyx Assassin caught in the end of the Chrono. He'll have to tank up the False Promises. Resolution gets bashed up. Even on the first hit. BKB another bash as well. He'll run away. Where's your curse? 6 seconds still is off cooldown here for Saska. He has to back out. Move in the neighborhood with the Chakra, making it difficult for Wings to come down to kill.
They don't have
Saxa.
their gem carrier. Nyx had a TP home to get some extra healing from the False Promise in order to survive. Roshan going to respawn in 2 seconds, but that is a big momentum swing. Wait, he doesn't have the gem anymore. I think he passed it to Wii, or Wii picked it up.
Real?
It's pretty good.
You're right. It actually got on a Wii.
Yeah, I thought it was on Misery. I think, yeah, that's why he used a Chronosphere on him. Nice pickup.
And that was fast. Now it's DC. They still have a slight advantage, obviously being Dire side with Roshan being up.
And their ultimates are up. Sand King, Epicenter still up, Winter's Curse not expended in the last fight. So they are ready. Chronosphere is still down for 40. I think this might be a time for DC to say, hey, come at us and Roche.
Nice new item as well for the Timbersaw, picking up a Yule Scepter before this fight. So he's got some kind of escape or control against Wings.
And time dilation counter. Much cheaper than Lotus. That Observer Ward scattered out by Faith Beyond, but he does not have a quad.
Oh, the jump, the curse! Just as Death Prophet blinked himself over. The arrow will connect. Nyx Assassin, False Promise will keep him alive, but for how long? Resolution popped a lot of damage in. Shadow with the time dilation trying to force him out. Moo, the Cold Embrace, giving him more life. Yule Scepter up towards the end. Nyx Assassin stays alive. The False Promise did its work. So it's only Moo to die. Weeha! The leap, the blink, he's still up, but now he actually runs into Blink. He needs more time. He'll get the Starfall up, but Faith Beyond again being saved by this Oracle. The rest of DC are away.
First pick Oracle doing so much work when they can't lock him down. That is the Klinks' job. He has a lot of damage, but he cannot jump on the Oracle. You want him to blow Frost Promise on himself, and if he doesn't, he's going to die in 2 hits, like we saw on that fight top, especially if there's a lucky crit, which is going to happen a little bit more often now that the data list is complete.
They need to bring the gem back. Is he in range? Can he not attack the ward? X marks the spot. Okay, yeah, now we go. Gem is over and pop him. Observer ward will drop. DC does still have another big advantage. I say this is an advantage. They have no out of towns that Wings can easily just move over and take.
Yeah, despite the kill lead being 31-14 for Wings, they're only up 6,000 gold and spending a lot of time just running around. And also, most of the DC's kills are on, or Wings' kills rather, are on supports.
A lot of the kills for DC belong to Resolution. He's taken 9 out of the 14 of DC, and it reflects in his items. I'm interested to see where he goes from here. Like, is it worthwhile getting that Diffuser Blade to get through the Ghost Scepters?
Yeah, I think eventually they're going to get more. I don't know. They only actually have 1 on Death Prophet. Why isn't saving up gold? So maybe not. That's a normal build though.
The dewarding happened, so DC definitely know that Wings are around Roshan. They're going to group up, smoke up. Remember, without the Exorcism, there's not a lot of quick damage arriving from Wings. So Roshan at now 2k life. They're a little bit too far away here, DC, so Roshan will go down to Wings. The question is, they want to keep fighting. Sentries are down, leap up, looking for the Chrono. The leaps away, however. Timbersaw has the Yule Sash. He gets the Yule Scepter up. He's trying to avoid the time dilation. The Chrono! It got Resolution! That's a big one! They need to find the kill! Ships on the way in, a Resolution crushed on the hull! Zuxka also has to Cold Embrace, but there's too much damage there to still find that kill. X-Mark him back. Weeha thought he might get out this one. The epicenter arrives from Misery. Minimal damage. Wings can just tank through it. Misery, silence, nukes. He's got enough life. He's moving north, and will it be enough? While the battle happens in the pit, Misery will die. DC lose 4 and Wings
Wow, that Chronosphere, that's one of those super high risk ones. It looked like two of them were right about to be on the edge, but he knows the range of that perfectly and catches one of the most highest priority targets, Clinks, without a BKB. Lock him down with a Torrent boat to follow. No BKB, no Clinks, no damage.
That's the problem for DC.
It's a big problem because Wee's not farmed enough at this point. He needs to be able to carry his own weight in terms of doing magical damage to their back line, pressuring the Oracle, but right now he's just unable to contribute because he's died so many times. He's died 8 times this game.
Yeah, it's not a happy game for Weeha this time around.
And I don't know, you mentioned the Link is here maybe not being the greatest this game, but look at Shadow, 11-0 and 12.
He does what's needed.
I don't know how it
he
works
gets
out
the
for him every
perfect
time.
chrono. You're the perfect chrono, and you've still got the beautiful thing that is Oracle. Like, DC commits so much to finding one hero, and then all of a sudden, Oracle, he's giving the extra life over. We saw that from Shadow in the bottom lane fight. Oracle always had his back.
I also like the Lincoln Sphere build because it gives you a lot of HP. If you go Vlad's, which is equally good for farming and sustain, you can just easily get bursted down by a double Starfall or Timber Burst or whatever it may be. But if you have that extra layer of 15 strength, then you can time walk off. Your Oracle has more time to throw that false promise on you. You have more time for the Coco's ship to come out, Coco's rum.
DC's ready to go. You're so Warcraft, man.
You really want to fight into this if you're DC, though, with the Aegis, with Chrono up, with
Not when
gems.
Wings are basically reaching around it. It's going to come right behind DC. The scan comes out from Radiant side. They don't find anyone in Viz. They know the Clinks isn't there, and here they go. Blink triggers the Exorcism up to the tier 3 tower.
They wanted to be able to spam this with the Timber Salt and the Winter Wyvern, but they're nowhere close. This T3 is going to fall before they really get any damage.
Yep, now the jump comes in. Quick chain away after he blinks forward. Burrow Strike. It connects on the Death Prophet. The Chrono. Weeha remove. Shadow catches 2 again. The Torrent combo. They move down towards Moon with a double stomp from Faith. They ensure the kill, no buyback available for the Timbersaw. And Clinks is still waiting for an opportunity. Resolution sitting outside the base, he doesn't know where to go. Blink burrow forward. Blink takes some wears off, however, so all the life kicks back into her. Misery. Caught out. Another double stomp from Faith Bian. Jump forward from Shadow, looking for the damage, and a time block first in on Weeha. This could be it. A triple kill for Shadow. The cast is good, however. Nixus hasn't been brought down. The arrow flies forward. Misses target. Resolution needs to pump in more damage. The gem stolen by Shadow as he'll run back out through the front lines. The Starfall dodged by the first Manta. Still got hit by the secondary one as Clinks. Where is this control? Where is this damage? It just isn't there. The silence on Murata means he can't arrow. They see Innocence TPing out. It's going to be too late. The TP was more than well completed before the arrow reaches his point.
Man, Betty wish she had Diffusal now. The Ghost Scepter on the Oracle. Just popped out of nowhere at the perfect time. A clean sweep of the melee racks for Wings. These Chronospheres from Shadow, he's really quick with those. They had no Zebra Ward in the base, but it just lined them up for a perfect impale after Nick's acid, and Winter Wyvern had to blow so many of his spells to try and keep his cores alive.
I like how much Shadow doesn't want to go back to base, actually bringing salves out to himself instead of holding on to the gem, which is on the courier. I'll trigger the second one in a second.
I mean, he has Oracle on his side. He doesn't even need the salves, but
hey, when
gotta
you
get your farm up.
When you have a 15,000 net worth advantage, you can splurge a little bit.
DC trying to spring a trap, but the Manta Illusions looks like it's going to scout out any shenanigans that DC can throw on this bottom lane. They can't go into the area. They know those wards are there, but Ice Ice might run into it.
Yeah, he walks straight over. Misery, does he want to? Does he want to? He doesn't know. Oh, no! Misery misses the target. The arrow will also miss. DC, the tilts again, and Misery's just like, screw it. Commit the ulti with the Yule Scepter up. Ice Ice running circles around DC's missed stuns. They're going to lose more. Moo actually chronoed a little bit further up. Shadow's able to find him. Support will arrive with a stun in from the next assassin. It gives Shadow the time to get the hit. Weeha, as well as Misery. Misery doesn't actually have a TP scroll. He'll burrow strike forward. Weeha, no arrow available, so they're looking to kill off Innocence. But now the arrow will fly forward, but it's well off target again. Innocence, with so much confidence, stands his ground, and Weeha trying to predict he'll move back now as Shadow again on another run under the tier 4 towers of DC. They do not have a creep wave with them, but they can start a pincer.
Innocence might get picked up by Resolution.
Oh, can they do it?
There's a Ghost Scepter. You can't pick off Jack. Yes, he can now. Diffuser Blade is up. Turns it off. The curse. It holds Death Prophet in position. Shadow jumps over, but now he's in range of it. Weehaw with the Starfall. Not enough damage. They have to force up back to Winter Wyvern. Away from Blink. Coco's run well off the mark. And Misery is the stun there. 1 second, 2 seconds. Shadow double hit. Nice and quick. Finds the pickup on Misery. All he want to do is retreat.
Still alive and healthy on the side of Wings, and with no BKB on Cleeks, they're going to have to hope for a miracle here.
Exorcism is down, however, a miracle's been eliminated. Move. There goes your Chakram forward. Arrow flies in off target. Nice hit from Weehaw, but the better hit from Faith Beyond. He has been godlike this game. Another big stun. Resolution. He'll finally bring down Blink. There is a Spike Carapace available. Resolution, no BKB charge, so he'll stun up himself. Chakram, or you can just Timber Chain into Whirling Death. Gem can be recovered as Moo, hot on the tails of Ice. Does he have the damage? Whirling Death, one punch, there it is. Moo gets the double kill, but the damage has been done. A full Raxing on mid and bottom lane done by Wings.
I think it's rapier time for Clinks.
I think he so needs it. Moo, this will be godlike if he can get it, but the Chrono, how much life has he got? Nowhere near enough. Shadow ripping him apart. Woo. There is no white flag on the door from DC. They continue to fight.
Wings thought they could end the game with a refresher up on the Death Prophet, but he didn't Yules himself in time. That's actually what killed him. The Clinks was just beating on him. It was very close to the Exorcism being returned, but didn't Yules, and then once she dies, everyone else dies around her. Luckily, they have a backup gem, I think, on the chicken.
Yeah, it's on the chicken along with the rest of almost the entire Shivas for the Death Prophet.
Invisibility.
Resolution, I want to see that 6,200 gold.
He needs something. Yeah. The Relic is picked up on Resolution. He needs any kind of damage he can get at the moment.
Yeah, you want to be able to like 1 or 2 shot the Oracle, because the Oracle, he usually doesn't actually have the camera on himself. It's usually on his cores, and he doesn't have a Blink Dagger, so he's especially vulnerable to the Clinks.
With Resolution, he'll still have multiple problems, aka he's down to 4 Diffusal charges, so by the time he can buy up the Rapier, he may not actually have any Diffusal charges left.
Yeah, I don't think you can sell an item at this point too to get the Rapier. You just have to farm out your 2,000.
Yeah, he needs to
screw buyback.
Everything he can get. As an Orchid build out from the Void, it's actually, well, one of the most expensive items in the game. The Bloodthorn is arriving for the Faceless Void.
Yeah, you can Yules off the time dilation, but then you're just going to get silenced up. And then the Mirana has no solution really to the Bloodthorn.
And even that, like you get an Aghanim Scepter on the Nyx Assassin bottom lane. They initiate Ice Ice, they want the kill. The stun is there on Misery as Yuleset protects Ice Ice again. Misery forced up now. The double ones. DC, they just need to bail out here, but Misery pulled back. Cold Embrace will keep him alive a little bit longer. Burrow strikes up for him as the Chrono on the back lines. They found Resolution. It's a big kill. Mooney to turn the damage around. Innocence, he'll be ripped apart by the Chakram, and he will go down. The curse is too late to take the attention away from Wings, and now Epicenter. Misery will also jump in. Mirana dies on the left. Misery forced up down. Shadow hot on the tails. Remember, this is DC trying to defend when they got 2 lanes of Megas up. Moo has to buy back, but there's no buyback for Wii or Resolution. So a hard fight now in front of DC. Exorcism will wear off. That's one upside for them. And Wings will back out. Even with the 2 cores, they're not going to push the envelope too far. They have the Refresher Orb on Blink, so you have a second Exorcism if you want to push, but without all 5 heroes, it's just not worth it.
There's a gem just sitting on the ground. I wonder if they're going to try and pick it up with the chicken, but very close to DC's side.
And Clinks cannot get caught out like that. Like, if they can recover the gem.
I think it's more so like Shadow always finding the right targets with the Chronosphere. He knows that the Clinks is the only one that can really do damage to them. Mirana's countered by the Fate's Edict.
That courier has traveled the whole earth. What is he waiting? Drop the TP scroll. Now the courier, the silence. Yules will dispel. Support's coming over. It's there from the Winter Wyvern, but with the blood, it'll be enough. The Bloodthorn, Timbersaw. He's not going to pop. They force up him out. Mr. Timber Chainer. They pop him. The gem's on the ground, and there's no buyback. 80 seconds without the Timbersaw. DC, they're scrambling away. Zuxa needs some help. Misery's there, but again with the silence. Forced off up. Nice arrow from Wii. Hitting Blink on the backlines. They Burrow strike forward. Blink is low with a Splinter. It's not enough damage. Shadow the Chronosphere. Resolution! He walked into it. The damage is there from Shadow. Resolution is gone. And with him, maybe the hopes of the game. GG! Wings
will take game number 2.
What a god on this Faceless Void. 20 kills, 0 deaths, perfect Chronospheres. Resolution tried to all in with the Rapier at the end, but no death pact, walking in a Chrono. Just a lot of mistakes from DC as they crumble in game number 3.
Yeah, the big story is that bottom lane missing of stun after stun. You can see how DC, the smile turns quickly upside down as Wings have a flawless game, and you gotta say it, it's the way you do it non-Melk style. 20 for 0 on the Faceless Void, the anti-Melk. It's the Shadow Award, a perfect Faceless Void game from him, a great game from Wings, and this puts them 1 victory away from taking TI6.
The Aegis of the Immortal could be soon in their hands.
It's quite possible, but DC, they put up one hell of a fight. The crowd here is still behind them. That's not a boo, that's a moo. Can't wait to see what happens in game number 4. It is coming up, but before we get there, you know who we need to hear from? Paul, boys, how'd you feel that game went?
Well, I think it was probably the most one-sided game that we've had so far of the 3, but let's check in with all of our panelists. Charlie, it was a demonstrative performance from Wings that time round.
Yeah, there's a few execution errors. Well, actually, rather a lot of execution errors out of the side of Digital Chaos. I thought the drafts were fairly close, but Wings just pulled out ahead. I mean, Shadow can bash on command or something. Like that was ridiculous. There was just one fight where we just got bash locked almost like half the time.
Yeah,
like,
down by the Roshan pit fight,
I'm
right?
just
Yeah.
Like, are you
I was
serious
like,
right now?
I was like, we can't move. What's going on? I agree. I think there were some serious errors from Digital Chaos, but I think a lot of this is probably playing into the fatigue aspect, right? We haven't actually gone into that discussion, but it's something that you have to keep in mind for the team that's coming in from the losers bracket. They already had to play a very intense best-of-3 just to get into this grand finals, and now they're in the middle of a best-of-5. If you talk to any players, they'll tell you just a best-of-5 alone is very exhausting. It really drains you quite a bit. So maybe that's a little bit of the factor, but I got to say, I think Wings, drafting-wise, I liked it. I love the item choices that they did. Everything you look about the team just says that they believe in each other. You know, like the way that Shadow, like he adopts his build to be able to set up Chronospheres for the Death Prophet. He's saying, like, I don't need to go Diffusal Blade Manta and immediately try and output damage. I'm going to pick up that Blink for you, buddy. I'm going to get those clutch Chronospheres every single time on Resolution. Every single time he locks down the primary carry.
Yeah, it's a great point about the fatigue. Although you would also argue counterpoint for that is that they've got so much adrenaline in their bodies right now, they just want to carry on.
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope so. You'd assume so. I don't think anybody's going to go out there and go in the booth and go, oh, God, guys, I've had enough of this. The fatigue will vanish once you're in the booth and the game starts, I'm sure. But what a demoralizing loss for DC. Everything seemed to go wrong. People escaping on 14 health. It just seemed like they couldn't catch a break. The bashes were there, the Chronospheres, I mean, it's just overwhelming for them. But hopefully they can go and regroup and come back.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get more from you in just a moment. But Purge, let's check in with our man, Kevin, and see what he has to say about game number 3. Kevin.
Hey, I have a lot of clips to look at. Mostly have to do around the draft. I think DC picked the Winter Wyvern as a counter to Chronosphere. They couldn't grab Shadow Demon because it was banned in the previous round, so they wanted to use Cold Embrace. But this left them with this really weak support duo, Winter Wyvern and Sand King. Really not much damage. There was a little bit of engagement on the top lane, but instantly afterwards, Innocence rotates the bot lane. They end up ganking Mu before he gets reactive armor, and this was one of the easiest first bloods for them. They did get a bash here. 10% chance per hit, by the way. Really lucky bash up there. Later on, the support duo ganking up on Resolution here. Really nice spiked Carapace into stun. And again, trying to use Cold Embrace to keep him alive, but due to this, the support duo out of Wings, they have so much magic damage that it was just hard to keep their allies alive. And this is a perfect example. The Nyx pick was so good here because their two supports just couldn't do any damage. Like, what does a Winter Wyvern do against a Nyx? Really good Fortune's End as well from Innocence there to make sure the Sand King didn't get the kill. That was a really sick play also. Another example of low damage here. Stun on Resolution because of the Nyx Assassin. Again, Winter Wyvern doing everything he can, but he doesn't have Splinter Blast targets. He's barely died this game. He's been in the right place at the right time, but his damage output just wasn't really enough. And another really easy gank for Winx coming up. Just a simple stun hit with a rotation from the Death Prophet, and he goes down. There's just so many ways that Winx could gank DC, and DC couldn't get ganks in return. Now, they did eventually get a Roche. That helped things out. They snuck this one with just 2 heroes here, and they get an Aegis out of that, but I had a really hard time finding a fight that they convincingly won, and this was maybe the only one here where Shadow got a Chronosphere off, and finally the winner, or the Cold Embrace, was regenerating enough HP to keep Resolution alive. But this is 25 minutes into the game, and they just got Blink Dagger on Sand King as well, so it was just a really, really tough game for DC.
Yeah, very tough indeed. Thank you very much, Kevin. Yes, a tough game. Cap, how do they bounce back?
They have so many obstacles to get over, and you know, Digital Chaos have already climbed over obstacle after obstacle just to be in this grand finals. But if you look at the way that this is set up, right, this is game number 3 now. Very important game, right? In a best of 5, this means every single game, you know, you're just 1 away if you're Digital Chaos from losing and not being able to achieve your dreams. But then I think there's a significant draft advantage as well. That is really where Digital Chaos are going to have to try and shake things up, because now in game number 2, we affirmed that Winx are able to pick up the Faceless Void and are able to deal with the Naga Siren counter. They're also apparently now able to deal with Winter Wyvern, not a problem there. They have now addressed Moo's Timbersaw, undefeated here at the main meta.
Yep.
Right? That is gigantic, right? They picked up that Nyx Assassin, very good counter, and their coordination in team fights was amazing at being able to deal with the Temper as well. So I think draft is really the best way to approach it.
Okay, well, talking to draft, why don't we head over to our draft panel right now, find out what they made of game number 3, and perhaps what they can change for game 4.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Back here in the arena, of course, with Winter, Black, and Draskell. Gentlemen, we see Winx now. They can get up into 5th gear. You look at DC, I don't know, it's looking like a bit of a flat tire right now. Winter, they already went into a bit of a discussion about the game. Anything you saw you want to add on top of, or anything else to add to it?
I think Winx right now found out the weakness of DC. When DC picked Timbersaw, they are very reluctant to actually swap it to mid on Weeha. They always put Timbersaw onto Mu. And the other thing is, what I noticed as well, when they picked Void in the first game, they immediately planned the whole draft around a safe lane Void as well. So these 2 picks, when you see DC, if you're Winx, you know who's going to play that hero and what lane that hero is going to go to. So I think right now, Winx have a very significant draft advantage over DC when they pick those heroes.
Yeah, and I think it's even more speaking to, because you know those heroes are going to have, like, they want to have huge impact on DC, and you're playing against, like, this Nyx, especially during that game, and you're playing against, like, the Void Time Dilation as well. There's just nothing really that Timber can do. You give him a bad lane, he doesn't snowball, and then you're playing against 2 hard counters, possibly the 2 hardest counters in the game. And I just want to add a little bit to the Nyx, just how much he's able to do. And drafts where you have a tremendous amount of AoE damage that's very easy to spike carry pace, you can be massively disruptive in that game. Not to mention, like, Faith Beyond and Ice played phenomenally throughout the entire game.
I mean, it's easy for them to pick when they know what hero is going what lane, who's going to play what hero. And when Winx pick those heroes, they have 2 players that can play it. It's either Faith Beyond on Timber, or sometimes they put it on the mid lane on Blink. So Winx right now have like much more flexibility.
But like, let's not talk about like what they should ban for Ice or Blink or what's his name?
Faith Beyond.
Yeah, Faith Beyond. Yeah. Like Shadow as well as
Faith Beyond.
No. Shadow as well as
Innocence.
Innocence, yeah, why? Yeah. Those 2 players, they just played Oracle and Faceless Void twice, and they completely dismantled you twice. Like, that Oracle made the early game super easy for them, and then as soon as Shadow came online, he completely carried his team. I think you have to address those 2 heroes, like, a lot.
Oh, there's actually, I want to add to that point about the Oracle doing a lot, because we were watching the game, and we noticed that Innocence actually didn't skill Fate's Edict. He went 2-0-3, and he went for the mass burst, and they were just rotating all over the map finding kills. It was actually
one thing to abuse the Oracle is to pick like roaming supports like Ricky, like heroes that can contest your safe lane. Because Oracle is very good at bullying one off laner, but when there's 2v2 matchup situations, he's not that great. So maybe they should exploit that factor if Winx open with the same draft again.
Well, the next time they come back our way, we'll have the answer before us if that's going to be a change or not for game number 4. So let's throw it right back upstairs and out to Paul and company.
Yes, thank you very much. Great analysis, of course. We'll go back to our draft for game 4 very shortly. Ted, some thoughts from panel members there? Well, what do you make of that?
I like the way Black couldn't remember the names of the players. I have the same problem all the time, and it is tough when you put on the spot to think of them. But I thought that I was talking to them just before we came on. I was talking to Andy and Winter, and I was saying what the hell do they do when you get the heroes you want? Like we got his Mirana and Moog got his Timber, and then they just pick the heroes that just beat you senseless with it. What do you do? How do you come back from that? And I don't know if DC have something they can go to that's just going to give them that morale boost and give them that, all right, lads, come on, let's do this. It's really, really hard. And when you ban, they can play everything. And apparently, when they do play them, any kind of crit chance or bash chance is doubled. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Charlie, it seems like Pycat's got his work cut out with the boys before they go out for Game 4, but it's not all lost, is it? They've come back before. They've shown great resilience in games in the lower bracket and, of course, earlier on in the group stages. So we know they can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can argue that they looked even worse before the tournament started, and look where they are now. Like, you can't let that affect you. I mean, something that I used to tell the players is that, like, the worst thing that you can do is be emo about a loss. Like, get over it. You are good players. You've proven it.
Yeah.
And, like, don't let these like one loss or little mistakes here affect you for the next game. You saw that a little bit in that bottom fight where they just missed all their spells. But, you know, it happens sometimes. Move on.
Yep. Okay. Let's move on and see if we can find Casey. Casey, are you around? Where are you?
I am way up here in the rafters. Hello. In fact, I'm going to have Myron pan down. Beautiful view of the stage from up here. Yeah. Hey, you guys can wave. Go ahead. Now there. See, now you're actually on camera. Good job. Good job. No memes. Is that a reference to Slacks?
I just hate memes.
I just hate memes, man. I just hate memes, brosif. That's just how we roll. So we came up here to figure out what the excitement was like all the way up here. Still very, very loud and proud. And you are really holding out for DC.
Yeah, I think Wings plays like geniuses, but I want to see Siraction Slacks on the Aegis. Go DC!
And you came here as an EG fan, so I know last year was exciting for you. How does the level of gameplay rate this year compared to last?
As an EG fan, obviously I was happier last year, but it's exciting to see the diversity of the hero pools from both teams, and I think it's still good Dota.
And we do have a Wings fan up here, sir. What are you thinking? We're going to go one more game or two?
Hopefully just one more. Some of my friends have to leave soon. I'm really...
I'm sorry about your schedule. Can we rearrange some things?
I mean, it's not me, so I'm not that upset about it.
I can't help but notice you're wearing a Team Casey and a Team Slack shirt. I came up here thinking we were coming up the highest, but Slacks, aren't you way up there?
Oh!
Hello!
It gets higher, Casey. Woo!
There you are.
We in the back. We can touch the wall. I'm back here with the back boys, as I like to call them. That's not good. Anyway, hello, sir. What brings you all the way up here?
You know, I've just throughout my life, I've always been a bit of a bad boy. Don't really fit in with these people down here.
Dang, dude. That's dark. Anyway, what do you see from up here?
Well, I think they're playing a video game.
Oh, okay, come on. You got a great view. Sir, what brings you up to the back? Why be on the as literal far away from everything as possible?
Oh man, I get to see everything up here, and that's the best thing about it.
Yeah, I mean it's not too bad. Like, what do you describe? What do you see?
The amazing production that you guys put on for us. So when hero spells go off, we see that from up here. We got screens all the way around that we can see at. I get to see my players come in, get to see them leave. Oh man, it's the best thing up here.
So you guys, you know,
Slacks is here.
Okay, no, not always, not always. So it's not about vision, it's about heart. You guys got passion. You just want to see it all. You don't want to see just a little. You want the whole thing.
Well, when you're trying to be the best out there, you got to study from up top, you know? So you got to see everything.
Well, there you go. The higher the seats, the higher MMR. You heard it here, folks. Oh, they like that. All right. I guess we'll send it all the way back down to you, Paul.
Indeed, yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a long way from up there in the nosebleeds. Well done. Very good. I like the fact that they're enjoying themselves everywhere in the arena and not just at the front as well. It's fantastic. The teams are about to re-enter the Key Arena. DC on their way out. Wings one game away from claiming the Aegis at the International 2016. Both teams entering the booth. And that'll give us a chance to look ahead to game number 4, Cap. With the way that this is set up right now, obviously they came in as favourites. They're now big favourites after coming back from 1 down. But you can't count DC out.
No, you certainly cannot. Anything can happen in this international, as my two analysts like to repeatedly tell us that anything can happen in this TI, and
I'm not an analyst.
It's true.
Cap. Don't trust it. I'm just here. That's it.
You're just here for the
carry on.
You're just here for the memes, or maybe not.
No, that guy reminded me about the no memes.
No memes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
So I would say Digital Chaos, it all comes down to, like, there are so many elements in the draft that determine whether you have an advantage going into the game. That can easily be offset, right? You feel like you have the drafting disadvantage because last game 2 and game 3, maybe Wings have figured something out. Well, I think that Digital Chaos just needs to trust Misery, right? Like, maybe it's not about giving Weehaw his Mirana. It's not about giving Moo his Timbersaw anymore. Trust in Misery's draft. Pick up whatever heroes that he is going to put you on, and just believe in that, because that's what Wings do.
Yeah,
that's what Wings do. Wings trust innocence all the way.
Yeah, so play the draft rather than figuring out what they actually want to do.
I think Misery's
counter.
I think Misery is a very intelligent drafter. He's proven that to be able to make it this far at TI, and I think that he has the capability to figure something out here to counter Wings.
Okay, Charlie. Sorry, Ted.
Right.
Charlie, they've kind of got DC's number in terms of the way that they've drafted so far. They've given them the heroes that they thought they wanted, and they've countered them perfectly. So what do Wings do for Game 4?
Keep doing what you're doing. I don't think it's just the draft as well. They're also outplaying DC.
Yeah, especially that third game.
Yeah, just continued aggression, perfect spell usage, and just rotations on the map. I mean, I'd say, like, the draft is part of it, but even more so, it's just Wings looks amazing out there.
Ted, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, when DC beat EG, when EG were running the Tidehunter, they seemed to play a different style to the one they played in the tournament. It was more of a kind of, they split more, didn't they? And they ran with the Beastmaster and stuff like that. Is that something you think they can go back to? Or I fear that Wings will see that coming a mile away and just stamp on it.
I think they will. I think the series against EG, one of them was an outdraft, and then the last series, it's so hard to say just because Sumail had such an awful early game in that mid matchup against we outplayed the crap out of him. So it's hard to say how that game goes if Sumail has a better time.
Yeah.
Okay, 30 seconds. Cap, final thoughts?
I do kind of agree with Ted that I think you maybe need to take a different approach if you're Digital Chaos. You've already showed you've got varied strategies. Try and adapt something different. I think Wings can deal with split push, but hey, you might as well put him to the test.
Okay, Ted?
Yeah, I agree with Cap. That's what I was thinking in the first place, and he put it perfectly.
Nicely done. Good stuff. Let's head back to the main arena for draft number 4.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back inside Key Arena. We're getting ready to hop into the grand final games here. It's game number 4 of Digital Chaos versus Wings Gaming. Back with Winter, Black, and Draskell. Gentlemen, let's do this thing. Wings Gaming open up with their first pick, Elder Titan, and if you haven't noticed, we've had some adjustments in the bans, Winner.
Well, they choose to ban the Void this time, but giving away the Elder Titan, not so sure. Like, we talked about this before. They are amazing with the hero.
First game, Wings banned themselves even though they had first pick. And now they didn't.
It's a little bit weird, but I mean, Ice, in my opinion, he probably played the best Elder Titan here so far. So
definitely, easily.
If you're a Wings fan, you got to be happy to see them pick that up. And the trend continues of banning the Beastmaster very early on. He's trying to limit Moo's hero pool a little bit. Feels like he's only been able to play a couple of heroes so far.
I think they really want to force him to play that Timber.
Yeah.
They always want to force the Timber pick down their throats. And we'll see what DC will pick up here.
I mean, they've been really flexible with the Naga. Why can't they be flexible with Timber? Pick Timber, make the enemy think that they're going to do it on Mu on offlane, and then put it on Wii.
No, I don't know whether he practices or not, but at Manila, they tried to do that once, and he couldn't play the hero pretty much at all. And I don't know if he practiced since then, but it would definitely be a good curveball for the team.
They do have the Mirana for him though this time.
Yeah.
Again.
Once again, yeah. No Shadow Demon to couple it up with though.
Yeah, but maybe they're thinking about snagging the Oracle right away, because Oracle has been so effective against the Mirana when Wings picked it up.
Well, also got to remember they do have flexibility. I just get that irky feeling that maybe this time, though it is their elimination match, DC could pull out some options.
They go back to the Timber
They
Saw.
go back for the
forcing it in there again. They're probably just going to respond with an Oracle again. Although Oracle Titan, they can work together, not the worst.
It's okay. I mean, Stomp and Purifying Flames, Fortune's End combo is still a pretty good amount of damage.
But I guess you might not want to open up with 2 supports right away. Then it limits a lot of stuff that you want to adjust later.
Yeah, you usually don't really.
But if they already have a good idea of what the Timbersaw is going to do, what's wrong with opening double support?
It just limits you. Like, what if you wanted to pick something else later? Like,
yeah.
It is not Wings style. Wings always want to be open until the very end with their heroes. And they're probably going to pick up a core next, whatever that might be for Wings.
Solid staple core, maybe a solid off-lane grab. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon.
I mean, Wings is up 2-1, right? They might do something crazy again. We never know with Wings. I just hope there's no patch.
I mean, DC have actually played against Wings probably more than any other team in this tournament. They've been grinding against each other, boot camping, and finding each other in various tournaments. So I'm sure they've had a lot of experience developing their own meta within itself. So
I think, like, no other team played as much against Wings as DC did, right? At Manila, they also played 2 best-of-3s against each other. And they should have a good idea what they want to do. Or, like, if you can even have a good idea of what they want to do.
Yeah. The Bat Rider, though, comes out.
For the Bat Rider, yeah.
First
That's
time
a good
we've
time.
seen today, I almost feel like.
I mean, it's still a flexible pick for Wings. They play it on their mid player and their off lane player. Like, this is the thing when Wings open their draft. Like, you have no idea who's going to play what and the hero is going to what lane. It's very, very difficult to draft against them.
Yeah. The other nice part is, too, now if Wings want to, they can just take out the Oracle themselves during the second phase and even ban Nyx if they feel like Digital Chaos have the opportunity to pick it up.
And Bad Rider, obviously, like a natural gem carrier, very good against Mirana. And against Timbersaw and Mirana, very good too, because you can push them out of the leap and out of the Timber Chain with the Flame Break.
It's not that reliable. Like,
no, it's not very reliable, but it's like something flashy you can do, I guess. It's definitely something Wings players are capable of.
I mean, Ice Ice got a freaking Echo Stomp on a charging Spirit Breaker. Yep. Wouldn't put it past him to be able to Flame Break a Timber Chain.
Very true.
Well, banning out the Juggernaut. Wings banned out Oracle themselves.
Yeah, because they have the bat.
They bat.
So you want to be able to limit the options that the enemy has to dealing with the Lasso. I mean, there's still the Venge, there's still Dazzle, but they aren't as good as the Oracle.
Do you take it another step further and just also X-nay something like the Venge? Or do you think just getting rid of the Oracle is more than enough for you?
I think Oracle's more than enough. Like, the only team that prioritizes Venge a lot is TNC. I don't see any other team prioritize picking Venge as a Bat Rider counter as much. And DC are on the Radiant side, so they can't really use the Roche power that Venge provides you as well.
I'm trying to think of what Wings coupled up with Elder Titan the last time they played this, because they've picked Elder Titan first a couple of times. And they had like 1 or 2 support heroes they really like to couple it up with, but I can't really remember. Well, Bad Rider, Elder Titan offlane usually. They like to apply a lot of pressure.
Skyroth, possible.
Skyroth is pretty good with natural disorder, but they don't have a setup yet, really. Only like Bad Rider.
Yeah, Bad Rider is their only setup right now. They might have to go for a support that has disabled setup.
What about like Disruptor then? It's pretty good to be able to lock down the
pretty,
pull back the Mirana.
Disruptor is really good against the 2 cores they have right now. And it's definitely a possibility. Elder Titan Disruptor sets up for really huge combos as well. It's really good with Bad Rider. Wouldn't put it past them.
But we got to go to DC's side first here, gentlemen. So we have to see. Maybe it's time to pick up a trusty support. If they want to keep it defensive, a Dazzle is still there and available. If they want to have the scare tactic of a Huskar, let's say, and it was not acknowledged at all in the second phase.
I think Wings is so far the only team that picked up Huskar without it, like the saving ability.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I wouldn't put it past Wings to just like pick it up last pick again. Vengeful Spirit. Very good against Bad Rider. Obviously, we spoke about banning it, but they didn't ban it. And of course, it's like a very natural pickup. Pretty good with Timbersaw, Mirana too. Can be okay at roaming.
I mean, there is also the possibility they decided to just make it a core again. I mean, it's not like as powerful, I think, in this kind of setup, but it is always a possibility. So now Wings have to. I think it's more actually DC want to do the aggro lane more than it is about just wanting to pick Venge to be a core.
Don't you think it's just more of the Bat Rider counter? Like, it's actually just a support here right now for DC.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously could be, but I think it's one of those picks where DC take it because it might make Wings think that there's a possibility for something else that could possibly switch.
Yeah, but that game, the reason why they switched was because they were totally changing the pace of the game. They had a Naga on their team, so enemy thought that they're going to play a slow-paced game, and right now, they have a Venge Core and they have an Exalt Invoker, so they could play a lot faster.
Yeah, there was like a last pick response to an anti-mage, who's like really slow.
Yeah.
So I don't think it will happen this game, but it definitely could happen. Oh, no, well, not anymore.
Now
Going back
it
to
was,
Slark.
yeah.
Yeah, Slark, Venge, very, very good against Bad Rider. Bad Rider's going to have a really hard lane unless they have support there. But we've seen Wings do a lot of aggressive dual lanes. They work out really nicely. And we'll see how it works out for them this game.
Yeah, you want to be able to pressure Slug. Slug is extremely weak for the first few levels. Not very good stats, low armor, not much damage. Venge as well doesn't provide too much in the early game. So Bad Rider plus Elder Titan might be able to put a lot of pressure on the Slug.
Wings have played AM, right?
They do play AM, yes. Like occasionally, only if it's like a hard counter. Like when OG picked Storm, for example, they would just pick AM. But like Wings also picked Coddle, which we didn't mention yet.
I mean, they also play Naga Core.
Yeah.
That was also one of the heroes that Shadow plays, and right now they have a lot of D-push. Coddle and Elder Titan, I would say, are two of the best supports to pair with Naga Siren, because you keep the lanes always constantly push out. You have the Recall, the Chakra, extremely good tools for the Naga.
I mean, Coddle is just amazing here, right? It counters Timbersaw and Mirana.
The best hero, for sure.
I mean, surely...
I just want to mention that if Wings win this game, he will be forever engraved in the 5-man black.
Oh, yeah, there we go, there we go.
Two of the best heroes ever.
Oh, yeah.
Picked by Wings.
But it's so good, you know, you mana leak a Timbersaw, you know what happens? He's like... Timber chains away, and you just mana void him, and the whole team just goes boom.
I also think he's naturally a good matchup against Slark, because they both kind of do the same thing, except Anti-Mage does it better. And then
faster.
fights, yeah, in the fights, the Slark, if he's ever out of mana, same thing as Timbersaw, you just get destroyed by Mana Void.
Yeah, and Slark wants to build like a Skadi, and if you ever fight an Anti-Mage with Skadi, you're below health mana, you just like get exploded.
But could you pressure lane with Elder Titan, Koto, and Bat and leave AM alone against Timber? Do you do well? How well do you do against
No, it's very, very bad. Like even if you dual lane as AM against the Timber, if he gets level 3, he will just like dual, triple wave you because he just right clicks you all the time.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if he has no mana from the mana.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. He will just tank it up.
Mama Moo's here. Does not want to see her son go home. Not yet.
Banning the Storm Spirit.
Good catch for the Koto.
Like DC actually banned the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, DC banned.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty good against both Mirana and Timbersaw, and I guess if you're really far ahead, really good against Slark too.
I think it's actually just because they keep the lanes pushed out so well with their other heroes that I think Storm would have a lot of space to be able to find picks.
Yeah, basically with the AM, they want to be able to have two cores that make space. So AM could actually farm the whole map.
Like DC needs a last pick with Disable for sure. They have nothing against it.
Nyx Assassin's pretty good against Coddle and
Yeah,
Bat Rider.
that's good.
As support is really greedy though, but if they survive the landing stage, it will definitely be very good.
Last
oh,
pick
Wings go for Wings. This is also solo mid bad, right?
This is aggro lane for sure.
And solo mid bad, right?
Solo mid bad and aggro X possibly for them.
Oh boy.
I just hope they secure the AM farm because he can really take over this game.
You need only one support on the lane, and you can dedicate the Elder Titan with the Axe to pressure the Slug. Slug's gonna have a lot of trouble against Axe in the lane.
Cuttle AM is really good against Timber. Like really, really good. He's out of mana level 1.
If they pick the Nyx here, the Nyx is great versus their heroes, but
Very
they might,
greedy.
they might struggle too much in the laning phase, but it's a great hero here.
Yeah, like we'll see which route they go. Like the safer route of like a more lane-ish support or the Nyx Assassin that we spoke about.
Could be DC's last pick of the tournament.
Night
and it's going to be a Night Stalker.
Oh, double vision counter against the Bat, the Koto.
Totally shutting down all the vision advantage right there. We'll have to see if it's going to be good enough for DC to stay alive or if Wings Gaming just need one more win to be your TI6 champions. Let's head it over to the casters right now. It's Toby, Juan, and Merlini.
Never before in the history of Dota have we had a prize pool of this magnitude, 20,700,000 plus extra change. One of these teams gets to take home the lion's share of that. Wings are so close. One victory will do it. Digital Chaos, can they pull it back? We have a different draft, a different game. Do they have what it takes?
I like that Digital Chaos have their signature heroes, but the panel really likes the Keeper and the Anti-Mage. Haven't seen too much Anti-Mage from Wings. Seems to be pretty decent here. And I really like the Axe pick.
Yeah, that's how's that actually going to work with the laning phase as well? We were looking to see like if Digital Chaos can get off to a good start in this game. The talk about the mid lane is Weeha going to have success. Does this draft give you that opening for DC?
I think so. They just need the lanes to go decently. They need Timbersaw to get some sort of level so he can get up those levels of reactive. They need Axe to not pressure the Slark, because Slark is very vulnerable in this line. It's actually going to be a re-Slark and a Resolution Mirana.
They're switching it around. Resolution going back to its roots as the Mirana. The war is about to begin inside the game, but there's a war right behind us as the DC fans battle up against the Wings fans. It's a problem when you have English casters right next to the Chinese casters, but this type of grand final, the fans will clash.
So let's see what lanes DC are trying to get right now. And they just placed an Observer Ward on the bottom. Will be scouted out by Wings' own Observer Ward. Looks like they're gonna do safe lane move, off lane resolution, and
the off lane Mirana. Are they gonna really leave it at that?
Like, it's usually Mirana +1, but she's not gonna get anything. And you can't leap out because of mana leak. And Wings, let's see how they're gonna deal with this lane. Now they see Moo going to the bottom lane. They can put, I guess,
I know you got a lot of confidence, man, but yeah, he at least forces out the early storm from Ice Ice.
So now they know that Timber's solo on bottom, and let's see how they do the lanes. It'll be Shadow plus Keeper, the matchup that they want to make this Timbersaw very underfarmed. Top lane will be the Vengeful Spirit and the Mirana, paired versus Blink.
Yeah, this Axe on Slark mid lane, so Weeha. See how much you enjoy this when you get that early spin up on Axe and the Stout Shield.
That is such a tough matchup for Wee. And we should know, he loves that Axe. Remember him back on Balkan Bears. He played that hero all the time.
And you're giving us a history lesson, Melini. Welcome to the also. Moo hates it. Moon hates it just as much. It's the Mana Leak level 1 from Innocence.
Oh my god, look at Wee's HP.
I don't know how you fight against this. All you could do is try and taunt the Axe away from your lane, drag the creep wave back, and just stay on top of CS. Ellie's gonna have a good time once he hits level 6. In the meantime, DC need good rotation. So Ice Ice, they already Sentry Ward to unblock the camp.
We already see a Mana Leak coming out on Moo, and he's going to get his levels down here because it's in a safe lane, but they are actually able to use a pull already, denying almost a full wave from the Timbersaw top lane.
Ice Ice being cancelled. That's 4 sticky napalm charges on the Vengeful Spirit. She can't get away from this. There's no extra help. Zux is going to drop right now. Blink burns him, but Misery looking for some revenge. Ice Ice dropping low. Misery void in 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Need to slow him down, stopping the turn rate to Blink. Continuously going with the sticky napalm charges. While on bottom lane, Moo is trying to 1v2. He's still got Mango available, so if he wants to try and turn and fight this one, the potential is there. While Ice Ice, the arrow connects on top. Resolution combining with Misery. They find the stun, they find the damage, and they find the return kill. But Weeha is having a nightmare in the mid lane up against Faith Beyond.
And he's a long way away from this bottle. I wonder if he's going to bring out more regen. Might need it versus Axe.
Well, they do what they did before. Bring Misery into the mid lane, try and help zone out this Axe. Weeha's doing some early damage. The call's already gone off.
But it's a melee hero.
Rotate for the Void. Yeah, what are you going to do? Orb of Venom early on.
No, you don't want him to spin on you. Night Stalker has a lot of regen, a lot of armor, but not going to help too much versus the counter Helix Innocence. Trying to deal with Moo. Moo still has a lot of HP. He's not quite level 3, but Shadow, top of the CS charts right now with a healthy 12.
Definitely gonna be happy with that. Like I said, if you can get damage farm, Weeha trouble in mid lane. Dropping low, he's got Dark Pact available. He's burning out at the moment into the tree line. Faith actually getting caught in by the creep wave. The attack from the tower. It may not be enough damage, it won't be. He'll get away. The TP's on the way from Resolution. He'll have to go for a blind arrow. Leaps over. Faith turns around. Saw it coming from a mile away. Meanwhile, Timbersaw. He actually got a kill on the Keeper of the Light on the bottom lane with the help of Misery.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that it's not the Iron Talon for Misery. They really need him to fulfill that ogre-ish role.
Just to roam around.
Yeah.
How do you build it from there? Like, are you looking for phase boosts? You look to use your spells as the damage with Arcanes?
As
Night Stalker?
I think you want to play him as a vision counter. The draft panel mentioned it. You want to limit the Bat Rider initiation abilities. You want to keep the Keeper of Light during Ags. Don't want him to be able to see anything, especially that flying vision. So eventually they might need an Iron Talon on him, also because it's really good with the gem. But they need to secure the lanes first. And I think Timbersaw had like 2 CS not that long ago. Now he's up to 6, but nothing compared to Shadows. You don't want this AM to be free farming like this.
Well, Moo's got to rely on basic attacks to get the kills. Can't use Whirling Death. Already burnt the Mango. And Shadow keeps burning him dry. Even with only 1 point up in the mana break, it was still enough to drag him down in combination with the mana leak.
And they moved Resolution to the mid lane. The Slark versus Axmaster was just a disaster to begin with, and they have to get Wii some farm.
Yeah, this seems to be a lot better having Weeha up against the Batrider. It's kind of what you wanted to have, but now Ice actually takes up the lane because Blink's gone jungle. This actually isn't a bad time for Wings because this is when they wanted to send the Batrider into the jungle.
A little bit unlucky with the golem spawns. I wonder what build he's going to go for this game. Typically versus the Avenge, we see drums.
Moo's in a lot of trouble. Mana Leak gives you an instant stun. Shadow can keep attacking him. There's no Mana Void available to kill off Moo, so no advantage for that on Shadow. But it does keep Moo out of the lane. Like, you know, it's a sad day when also like Moo has to go for the early Sage's Mask on the Timber. Just to have some level of regen.
So now Night Stalker can start doing his thing. It's nighttime. The Observer Ward in mid just fell, and Misery's just looking for any easy junglers. Luckily for Wings, Blink's already back in base. Misery will not find an easy kill. Also just scouting for stacks. Timberzal can take that very easily once he hits level 6.
Blink will show himself in top lane a bit, but it's the mid lane where Misery is running in. The arrow well off target from Resolution. Too early, didn't use the Void, so the call will arrive from Faith, giving him a lot of armor. And Misery, the spins are hurting! The Culling Blade comes down onto the head of the Night Stalker.
Looks like they have a solution to the Misery roam in the mid lane, at least if it's with a melee hero. No chance of killing that axe. Soxa perhaps trying to get a kill. He does have the infused raindrop, though. Very difficult to burst down.
Just seemed a little overconfident to think you can go with 2 mealees to kill off that mid-axe after the amount of farm that he's got.
Yeah. You'd have to leap in, but I don't think you want to leap in versus that.
Yeah.
And he's over-leveled right now, level 7 on that axe.
Well, Soxa's moving over. Ice in a vulnerable position. Can get actually sandwiched 3 ways, but he'll take the 4th way. Okay, the arrow flies just out of range of the regeneration rune, which Resolution will take. Ice killed by the Starfall. Resolution wasting no mana with that, had the regen rune going the whole time. So DC finally catch a break, killing off the roaming ET, but they still had that problem. Faith Beyond's going to get really big on this axe.
And Anti-Mage, they're keeping the supports busy, which is really important for them. Night Stalker, not enough levels in Crippling Sphere, but he will try and pick up some as he go for Blink.
Top lane.
Firefly was just used.
Yep, and they know it. They're waiting for it to wear off. They also know that Weeha can shadow dance himself into this fight. Now the smoke's going to break Blink. He's still got another 2 seconds left on that Firefly. He'll hit the ground now, but he gets back in range of his tier 1 tower.
So much wasted time for DC. That's a better part of nighttime already down.
Moo's going to get stunned up. He's yeah, it's a level 1 mana void.
And against raindrops. But Faith is in from behind. They have a Soul Ring in case he wants a Soul Ring TP out.
They revealed themselves. They came in too close to the creep wave. So the surprise is blown. Misery is chasing down Blink up in the dire jungle. Just trying to keep him out of the lane. He's still got that extra nighttime movement speed for the moment. It's only 1 hour left of nighttime. Oh, sorry, 3 hours left of Dota 2 nighttime. Depending on how you want to clock it.
What's the conversion here, Toby?
In that case, they have 40 seconds-ish. And then it's over. And that's when Wings is prepping for mid lane. Faith's already started up with a call. Innocence moves over. Mana Leak, that's a level 2 Mana Leak as well on Innocence. Resolution will just hold his ground.
Now they're finally getting some farm on Wii and Resolution both, so that's decent. However, Misery's reign is going to end as nighttime comes to a halt.
That's a really nice Observer Ward. That might let Resolution have enough information that he can just throw this up, connects perfectly onto Blink, and Weeha, the damage output's there, even though it's under the Firefly. Will walk out of range of Dire Vision, and he'll regen up pretty quickly. So good kill for Digital Chaos.
Nice, that was with the tail end of nighttime. Blink not really being too careful, but he is building a drums for him, so no loss in gold as he purchases the remainder of his bracer.
It's the rotations which came after that from Wings. Like Shadow is still having a fantastic time as the Anti-Mage on bottom lane, almost at the same net worth as Resolution is at the moment. But it's the fact that Moo can farm underneath the bottom tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they need to get the Blink up on Axe, and then they can start involving the Batrider along.
Actually rotate the Anti-Mage to the top lane. Magic Miss Mile, and Wave of Terror gets away.
Looks like they're smoked up. They do have vision of the Batrider, so they probably won't expect this. Wii is really low, but without the Blink Dagger on the Axe, this is going to be an extremely tough. Actually, he has no pounce.
Yeah, he's got Shadow Dance, however, but the Stomp, the Stun, the Magic Missile from Suxco will be able to help out enough. Slark, Pound still on cooldown for 4 more seconds, but Moonlight Shadow from Resolution will allow DC to make a break to the tree line. Weeha. Okay, it looked like he was thinking of turning around and going for another opening. Shadow is fairly low, but his bottom lane, Innocence, Silent Stomp, the Moo whirling, deaths him down. Faith looking for a revenge, but his top lane where they're about to initiate onto Shadow with the Dark Pact and Magic Missile. The Stomp will force him to split, but back on bottom lane, Faith moving back to his own tier 1 tower. Moo body blocking it up. The silence is there. Whirling Death. I'll just use Shark from Timber Chain. No! Moo goes too far the side. The enemy mage got a revenge kill in the top lane in the meantime. He'll lose his life to the Slark. One charges galore going off to make this work, but it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade called for support.
He had to blink in to finish off the Vengeful Spirit, and that left him vulnerable to the Slark and his pounce. Whew, Moo almost getting a kill right there.
I think they want to go again. This would be so much easier for Moo if it was nighttime because their Misery's Voids would be so much more effective. Same with the Crippling Fear. Instead, Moo having to do a lot of the work himself and missing one of those abilities cost them an easy kill.
And another kill rune going Resolution's way. Much more farm than we was in the last game.
This is around the same time as Moo normally likes to creep, skip it out. But that's why Resolution with an Invis Room smokes him behind the tower. So it won't be that obvious to Wings if Moo does get him behind the tower. He's got 4 points up in reactive armor, so he's very happy sitting back here. 36 HP a second coming back into him.
They're expecting the Keeper to be here, but he is nowhere to be found. They really need the Blink Dagger on Axe. Still working on it, 200 gold away. And just, they need so much time in the jungle because of the Batrider and the Axe. Slark getting close to his mobility item. Let's see, Blink and Shadow Blade, both pretty good this game. I like Shadow Blade a little bit more so he can scout out the Keeper light, but maybe he doesn't need it because he has Night Stalker to give him vision.
Might also be a little bit scared once Blink picks up 1, the Blink, and 2, the Gem. With the Flying Vision, Shadow Blade may not be the greatest item for him. Moves away.
Wings probably expecting that they have that Obzord. I was just pointing it out right there. How did he see me?
A little too deep.
Just taking it easy until nighttime. They can even park Darkness right now if they want to. So,
It's kind of funny, like you're taking it easy on DC, but there's still, like they repaired all the damage that Wings did early on. It was a 2k deficit in Golden Experience, and now that's changed around.
Is that enough, though?
Oh, Faith, the Blink gets a call on Resolution. Culling Blade's available with the lasso. Resolution will die here. No way survival. No! Leaps! Can he TP out? No, he's locked to the tree line. They can see him. He will take a fall. He had a little bit more time to buy an item. But that Culling Blade, a fraction of a second too early thanks to the stick charges. Or too late.
Those creeps helping out. Mirana there not getting sent. But she did buy her blade, so halfway to her axe. Not a big deal. And that was the Blink reveal for Faith.
Oh, bottom lane, Ice. They were looking for a small opening. Suxo as well as Moo together, but they couldn't find one on Ice. He was back far enough behind the tower.
Oh, wow. We already has a Shadow Blade. That's very good timing considering how poor the early game was. Misery.
Yeah, they found him out. They push him back. And Misery will burn, or will he? He can't get to the other side of the tree line, but maybe with Batrider caught out. The ET splitters coming in. DC need to split. Arrow is not available for the moment. Chakram doesn't actually reach up to Wings, but Weeha is in, and he's looking for the Batrider. The perfect leash. Batrider comes down to the ground, so the Firefly will wear off. And so will all of his live Faith, a little bit too deep himself. The Chakra flies out, and now it's just fight after fight. Maybe going the way here for DC. Moo goes in deep. Reactive armor charges don't exist for him. And his mana pool is also quite low.
Yeah, they have to be careful for the AM rotation. If Moo, he is actually really low, man. He's 700 deficit right now.
Radiant's top tower is under
But some good pickoffs from DC. Originally, like, you thought, well, Misery goes down, there's going to be no trade-off, but DC brought everybody so quickly to that tier 1.
And Wings also, they didn't have a reliable way to keep people asleep during an Echo Stomp. The Firefly woke them up. One really nice play that I liked from Wings yesterday is they turned off Split Shot during the Echo Stomp so that no one woke up. Winter mentioned that to me yesterday, but this time you can't stop a Firefly.
Resolution trying to play for some kind of execution on the mid lane. But he's right underneath an Observer Ward, and then Coddle does his thing. Ricardo who bypasses his ultimate in order to get 3 points up in Mana Leak. But it does such a good job against both Mirana and Timber. Even Night Stalker. Very low mana pool. Always like to have high movement speed. Weeha staring down the Anti-Mage. He moves out.
Really wants this creep. One level of Crippling Fear should be more than enough to kill him. He's so close to his battle, yeah. Nope, now they see Saksa. They know something's up. And Saksa wanted to place him as a reward right there, but maybe a little bit too obvious with that movement.
Looks like Wee's rotating. Nope, he's actually just going to pick up the rune and head back to mid lane. So DC.
Wee looking for a weak support like the Keeper of Light. He has scouted out.
Yeah, where is that target? Instead he finds, well, not the targets he wants. He found ET. Cole pulls him back out over the chakra and flies forward. ET, not enough damage to kill him until the Timber Chain from Root connects. ET Splitter well off the mark. And they look for more. The Courier into the tree lines. Blink kept out by Resolution as he's finally rotated up from the mid, but Wings finding back behind the T1 tower. Still another 15 seconds till he's up. That arrow flies 5 seconds on the Axe. Wee pounces over the trees and in comes Moo! They have the damage! Wings onto their own tier 1 tower will be slaughtered. Shadow has his blink available. They need more stuns and the damage. Shadow blinks out, but the owner's killing him off. Shadow will die here. Nothing will stop this. Even the Flame Break can't buy the space. Huge fight for DC.
Wee is dissecting them with the Shadow Blade. They cannot feel safe anywhere. Keeper of Light just like to stand there, defend towers, but when you wrap around behind like that with no vision, it is impossible to defend that. And this is when you still have the super fragile Anti-Mage. He was so close to his Battle Fury. Arrow connects on Faith Beyond. That's the word go for Timbersaw.
And not only will this set the Anti-Mage back with his Battle Fury, it also makes his jungle a little bit riskier to be in. They've already been committing mass amounts of Observers and Sentries, Wings, to protect their jungle, but it's just not the dream for him, and now Wee's going to find another target down to Ice. He's still got no, okay, the Stolen Essence, needs a little bit more. Dark Pact into the Shadow Dance. Ice puts the Spirit down, but now Misery comes over and also move! From left field he arrives! The bigger they are, the harder they chop. As Blink making a break for his tier 2 tower, supports the neighborhood in the form of Innocence. But yet again, another kill going the way of DC. They now hold 3 out of the top 4 net worths in the field.
The Axe's momentum has slowed down significantly too after dying so many times. Timbersaw is one of the dream heroes that you want to fight against, especially before the Blade Mail from him. And it just always feels like Wings needs one more item first. The Battle Fury on Anti-Mage. Now they need like the Blink on the Bat Rider and then the Blade Mail on the Axe. And this is just not the way that they typically fight. Usually they're the aggressors, pressuring DC as they try and get their key items. But that is almost a Scepter on Mirana.
Yeah, there's a Scepter on Mirana coming. The Bloodstone finishes over on Moo. Key item now arriving for Wings, but they would have liked that during the last fight. The Bat Rider with a Blink Dagger. Also not a great thing, the fact that Blink was not even involved in that engagement on the tier 1 tower. Because of the late timing of Resolution rotating up, he kept the Bat Rider out.
And they also don't really want to fight during nighttime. But with Darkness, you only have like 3 minutes out of 8 that you can really take a fight. Until Anti-Mage is ready, but that's still quite some time.
Wings doing what they always do. You pick up a Blink Dagger, you smoke and gank. The Slug's already back behind the tower. Axe does have the blink if he blinks into the trees.
Then just also sitting right behind Wee, just in case there's a swap.
That'll be an easy save. That actually would cause a couple of problems if Axe wants to chase it down further, but it's Resolution.
They're expecting
on the end of that double damage, and Resolution's got to get the hell out of here right now. If he leaps, however, the Blink Lasso already catches him. The ET Splitter, Resolution needs more life. 15 one charges, he can't get them off in time.
Wow, what an excellent use by Scan.
Trouble, he got mana leak, so Moo trying to stand his ground. Now the swap, well, Blinding Light will push him back. Moo almost out of mana. You still have swap up for the Vengeful Spirit, pulling the Axe back in close at range of the tower as Misery runs in, but the Storm from ET will split this fight up, and in comes Weeha. Where's the damage? Too much on him, Faith misses the call, but Weeha should have done himself away to safety. The Dire Sentry was down from Wings, so they knew exactly what they're fighting up against, but DC hold their tier 1 tower. They love doing this, mass committal to ensure not a single building drops.
Worth, but maybe too much committal on the mid lane. They used a scan behind the tower to see if it was a trap going on Wii, and then it scanned red. They read it perfectly. Okay, there's probably no one behind Mirana, and DC probably should have called for him to get closer to that T1 because he was the only vulnerable hero in Wings. Taking another smoke Still darkness up, though. Only for about a few more seconds.
They don't have mana for Lasso. Batrider is very dry coming into this fight. Still got 10 seconds till the Lasso comes off cooldown. If they can get him that bottom rune, life will be easier.
Resolution, he just TP'd down bottom. Faith is going to find him, it looks like.
Yeah, they really want him. He's hiding in the trees. They may know the smoke will break. There's your blink call. This time DC won't have as many TPs available. Resolution tries to leap against Culling Blade at mid-flight. The TP did complete, so Mu is back behind the tower. This is not a great position for him. That mana leak lasts forever, allowing Faith to blink and call again. Mu, highest reactive armor charge are kicking up, but his ult's coming too late. So he has to commit suicide underneath the tier 1 tower.
Wow, so much for Resolution getting his axe at a timely clip. 2 consecutive deaths with the swift movement from Wings. That's just not what you expect. It's like, oh, it's nighttime darkness. They're not going to smoke. They're not going to fight into us. And now they will lose control of their jungle, and Shadow is free up to farm up some more.
Yeah, this actually opens up the Radiant jungle if he wants to go into that. He also has a couple of Ancient stacks prepared. But love his Vlad before he does it, and that's what's coming on the Courier.
They need to do Roche, I think, before Night Stalker gets his axe. He's only 1,100 gold away, but...
It's a really nice stack for Shadow. And with this movement out, it's a Black Dragon. It actually moves out far enough. Faith
they're
also had to
smoking.
stop this move.
They pinged out. They want to go over there.
Well, the Observer Ward, it doesn't fully see this. It just knows that they're there. The line being drawn out by Misery is a 1 to go straight down mid lane. So unless they want to flank around, this isn't really going to work for them. And the Axe, now Slark runs in. There is a Sentry Ward. The attack comes on the Axe and the call. Maybe with the Lasso, Mu gets control, but Faith BN already down. Weeha able to jump away of the splitter, not finding a kill. Not to mention, Blink very, very low on life. He might try and go in again as Misery. They move forward to Ice, stomps available. Mana Leak with the blinding light, forcing back DC a little bit. Elder Titan can't get the stomp off. Mu is there for the double kill. The arrows fly forward as well. Who's it going to connect on? Nobody. Innocence and Shadow back to their tier 3 tower.
And they lose that Obs Ward around it. At least they didn't lose their gem. Batrider was so close to dying.
He doesn't have Shadow Dance, but he has an Echo Saber and 5 still essence shifted. So he'll love a target. The best one he's got is the Anti-Mage on the tier 2. But it was Innocence who could have walked down the stairs to die.
Yeah, he can't solo go Anti-Mage. Maybe like a really nice swap or an arrow can connect onto him.
Anti-Mage reads it perfectly anyway. Shadow blinks into the tree line and then TP's home. Getting closer to finishing up his Yasha. With Mana Style, getting that magic missile is going to be a lot more difficult to connect on. Also breaks free of the silence of the Night Stalker and potentially dodge arrow.
Anti-Mage getting pretty close to fighting shape as he works on his Yasha. Really need that Manta so he doesn't die to Night Stalker, crippling fear.
Night Stalker in the middle of the fight. Axe going to miss out on the call. And now in comes Mu. He's looking for an Innocence on the back line. The Stomp from Ice will slow down this fight. Not the greatest thing when you want Misery running. And Innocence dying and the tree lines move, finding yet another kill. Ever since he got that Bloodstone, he's triggered his suicide back up to 11 charges. I'm not quite certain what Resolution's waiting for. He's just sitting in the middle lane for the creep wave to arrive. The call from Faith, the Axe. Oh, Batrider gets hit by the arrow. The splitter is good, but then the leap into double starfall. The magical damage is too much for Wings. Mu will survive. He was the one they wanted, and it's Weeha who gets the double kill.
And Gem now goes away of Night Stalker. He almost has his axe and a gem complete. This is disastrous for
Wee's hunting the kill. Wee's actually hunting the kill. He walks up the high ground under the tier 3 towers. He wants Ice. The call, the silence is there from Misery. The arrow will be soaked up by the creep wave, but it doesn't matter. Ice is already down. They jump forward aggressively. But this will definitely open up and make sure this tier 2 tower goes the way of DC. No denial attempt. Slark not again.
They just did not have enough vision around that area. They needed more Obs, needed more sentries. They got caught off guard by the Slark last time.
You did this once before. Now he wants Innocence to pounce forward. Doesn't get the leash, so this won't work. He'll Shadow Dance away. That TP aggressively coming outside the base. Faith Behan very quick on the blink. The arrow actually passing him before the TP was completed.
And another gold lead. Goes the way of DC, just 5,000. But with this Axe coming out, I don't think Wings are going to have that much opportunity to make use of their Blink daggers to get clean initiations on DC.
It's kind of a nightmare as well for the Keep of the Light.
Yeah.
Like, I know Innocence is a very long way away from having an Aghanim Scepter, but even if he does get one, he'll never have the buff ups just because it's always going to be nighttime.
They need a big mana void in one of these fights, and they have to play carefully. Only 20 seconds left of nighttime. Scan hits red. They know a DC's around. They've been really good with their scans this game.
I'm actually looking for the Obs Ward, D Ward. But because that gem's on the Night Stalker, nothing's going to stay up for Wings. Those clever little wards we saw Wings planting in the earlier games, it doesn't work now. With unobstructed vision from the Night Stalker and the gem, like the only upside is the fact that the gem true sight vision isn't the same as the Aghanims, but they just still see so much. And Wings, they hide next to the Secret Shop right on top of a Radiant Observer Ward. DC know it, but then again, the Sentry Ward just got planted by Wings. They're not even sticking around to do the D Ward. They understand that if they hang around too long, they're going to lose too much. So the chicken flies in, it's got the Manasar recipe, Ice taken out, Wings. They just didn't know where to go. They'll actually die. 2 heroes down. They may find more. The Courier will survive back over to the tier 3 tower, but it's Mu who's on the charge. The Yule's on the Batrider. He'll force staff down, start his TP. The Yule's already being committed, so there's no extra stun from Mu. Now Shadow, he has to start doing the creep skip. We saw Fear attempt something similar. Just keep that pressure up. Okay, he's not even doing that. He's too fearful.
They want Roche. They want a DC to push top and then take Roche.
Well, the arrow misses, but Weeha tracks. He finds Blink, the pounce forward. Faith gets the call off. You still got a decent amount of essence shifted in Faith. The Blade Mail will protect him. Now Lasso, they pull Wee in, but he already triggered the Dark Pack, breaking free the Mana Void. Shadow won't be enough. The swap out for Weeha. Pulled back in range of Innocence Mana Leak. A 1-for-1 trade-off for now. The Culling Blade ensures the kill. The Mu, Timber chains forward. There was only one tree there for him to work with. He's underneath the range of 2 sentries, but the arrow from Resolution connects on Anti-Mage. Will there be enough damage? He'll blink himself out to safety. DC, not that healthy. Again, this Mana Leak being a pain in the butt. But that's why Yule Scepter up. Timber Chain cancels, a very short one anyway, but Misery moves over. No nighttime available. He's also got the gem. Wings, they'll follow this one to the ends of the earth. The Spirit's on top. The Split of Misery's got nowhere to go. Stunned up by the Mana Leak. He'll give the gem over to actually no Resolution. I thought they might have done a handoff. Doesn't happen. Mu dying to Wings. The blink. Oh, he gets interrupted. Yule Scepter, he had to take off the burn effect of that flame break up to the trees, but he knows he's dead. Great chase by Wings.
What a flame break right there. Winter was skeptical that they could pull it off.
Well, this still hasn't happened yet. DC is still leading. Even though their graph is going to start to dip down, they were over 8,000 advantage in golden experience.
Oh, I was just talking about the flame break on the Timber Chain. It's a pretty hard one to pull off.
All right, Mando is finally in for Shadow.
It's only during daytime. With daytime and without darkness, they can take pretty good fights, but they just lack so much vision. Finally, they get the gem returned to them, though. The rightful owner on the Batrider.
So he has that good flying vision. Wings, they're attempting this, but it's a little obvious when that Observer Ward from DC.
They have to use darkness, though, to see Roche, and as soon as darkness pops, they're going to back out. But is Wee strong enough to take down Roche? I don't think so, not without a Scotty.
He needs that extra life. But he also used Mill as a punching bag last time they did Roshan. That reactive armor.
They need Lotus ASAP for the Mana Leak, especially because he's maxed it over Illuminate.
Well, they keep using Yule Scepter just to dispel it.
Yeah. It just, you're stuck there, right?
Yeah, you can't go anywhere. You
can
just have to
easily
stay.
get like a Stomp or Charge Up Illuminate, an Axe Call, like any of those spells can catch you out after. With Lotus Orb, you're still free to run around and dodge these AoE spells from Wings.
It's a shame you don't have like what Anti-Mage has, take one step, then blink max, and you can avoid the Mana Leak out. Instead, it's like Timber Chain and Leap.
So they saw Mirana TP over to the left side, and she was really low on mana, and they might look for this small window to take down Roche.
Well, Resolution has gone all the way back to base because he was low on that mana. But still, does Wings have enough damage? The Anti-Mage?
Oh, he has boosted travel. Oh, okay, never mind. Still a long ways for his cooldown.
Well, he can jump down to the bottom creep wave and push that in. Roshan's not really down that far, only at 9k at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they can do this right now. They have no damage aside from Anti-Mage, but it's only at half HP.
Here comes Misery, and that True Sight. It goes inside the pit. They understand what's happening.
They have the Observer Ward.
He's looking to jump out, but he actually gets the blink call over on the Misery. So the jump out, the ET splitter, they really want to get that kill, and they got it. The Vengeful Spirit trying to swap him out. The Moonlight Shadow won't do enough. The Axe finds the kill. Moves some really good damage though with the Shark Rim, but it's just the last two. Too good for Wings. They catch out the slot. They get 3 down. No, they can finish what they started. The death of Roshan.
This Observer Ward saw that Night Stalker. That swap just crushed them as 2 heroes got hit by the Earth Splitter. And even Slark got caught by the Echo Stomp, and no chance for him Dark Pacting. He got lasted right out of it, and that's going to be a free road for Wings. Faith Beyond continues to deliver on his initiations.
As the dream for Wings, if they can keep it going, the Aegis Immortal will give them extra incentive to take more aggressive fights. Instead of Faith just having a fantastic time with 2.4k gold in the bank. His next item choice is just around the corner.
Even BKBs won't really save them from the Wings lineup. Minus armor from Elder Titan, a lot of physical damage even from Earth Splitter, pure damage from Axe. I'm not really sure how they itemize here. They need to be able to kill the anti-mage at some point, though. Right now, like Night Stalker, Crippling Fear, going to be dispelled by the Mantis style. Mirana is unreliable, so maybe I would like to see Basher Echo Save or Basher Abyssal, something like that, so they can keep him in check.
Well, you got the Basher on Shadow. He just bought it, so looking for his control item next. Soxa, really big trouble for him. Mana leaked, Lasso, they just keep draining him dry, and he will die in the river.
It's a really big problem when Wings can get aggressive during nighttime. They aren't scared anymore.
Yeah, but DC definitely are. They just try and keep the split push going. We are down the bottom lane, but Wings, they understand the objectives.
They split push earlier with an Ursa and Slark. This game should be a lot easier with a Mirana into Slark in case they want to go that route, but then you have the ticking time bomb and the anti-mage, who with Abyssal can easily crush any of DC's cores.
He's so far ahead as well, like sitting at 18,000 net worth. The nearest to him is 12.5k over on the Mirana.
Yeah, they went for the break on the Slark. He has a Silver Edge, and that combined with like a double Starfall from Mirana can maybe burst him down, but now that he has Aegis, he has no fear.
The advantage for DC is the fact the Axe hasn't spent his money, still holding on to 3.7k on the Axe.
I think probably BKB. They don't really have any BKB at this point. Slark, kinda, but he doesn't do any physical damage at the moment. I think just go mass BKB so you can team fight them at will.
Wings systematically taking out towers. They'll see Faith thanks to Misery's vision. They do have a new gem purchased by Moo, so putting the Timbersaw back a little bit. As Shadow, he's getting caught in the chakram, but yeah, perfectly all right.
A bold build coming up from Elder Titan as he swings home to try to pick up the rest of his Dagon.
Okay, hello. He's going to actually be a courier as well. Recalled back in. He brings the BKB of Faith Beyond.
Oh, they're not going to see this coming.
Oh, they are not. DC, like, at least they might be able to see something coming in. One, if this arrow can connect, which you won't be able to.
Oh,
or two, if you can get the Night Stalker close enough, but that's also been a problem. Move, well, hey! Chains forward, blinks away.
Shadow's Abyssal Blade is also coming on the chicken. It's at the secret shop right now. Vanguard and Recipe. Wings feeling really good with his Aegis.
This next defense from DC, it has to work. The arrow, 5 seconds over on the Axe. Resolution jumps in. The double Starfall damage, they'll bring down the Axe. So finally they get a small break, but Wings have rotated over the swap, instantly canceling out the lasso. Move! Huge damage! Connell is gone! Ice might join him in a moment as Mirana blinks forward. They've got the damage. This could be the fight. We're leaping forward. The BKBs break Batrider free. Moo still in the neighborhood. Shadow. There's your Abyssal Blade. The Mana Void on the Resolution. Doing heavy work, but the Chakram doing more of it. Shadow is burning inside of it. The Aegis Immortal will trigger. Blinkers away on no life. Do they have enough to kill the anti-Maga once again? He'll blink out. Moo sticks with him. Yule Scepter up. Blinks off cooldown in 1 second time. Now in comes Blink himself. Flame Break pushing DC away. This will give Shadow just enough space to escape.
Wow, that could have been so much worse for them. Looks like Batrider was also able to take down Mirana in the backline. She was so low after that Mana Void. I don't know if she was the prime target for that. It looked like Moo was pretty low, but in the heat of the moment, it looked like Mirana almost killed her entire team.
I think you should still be scared of that Mirana at all times, having that passive, like, big damage, chasing everything.
I'll take that.
Weeha's got a lot of money too. Where does he go next with 4.1k gold? Is this the time where, like, does BKB even help the Slark, or does he look for a more controlling and damage dealing item?
I don't know. It's hard to say with the
he answered
BKB.
anyway. You got the Basher.
Basher's better versus the AM, who's causing the most problems, but BKB is like a free kill on Batrider and or Keeper.
Wings is coming down. They're looking for a kill on Mu. Almost everyone's here apart from the Mirana. She does have BTs, but it can only TP the tier 2 tower. Now Coddle, 2-3. Can't get the fourth hit. The Shark will do the work. Bash forward with the Abyssal. The arrow, it connects on Shadow. 5 seconds stun. The ET splitter. There's not enough damage yet. Misery still tanking through all of this. The Mana Void. He wants Misery dead with the Moonlight Shadow. They don't have the vision at the moment. Mu will go back into the Moonlight Shadow too. Timber Chain, 1 second. This will bring him back in range of the tower. Unless they want to fight. Arrow's off cooldown. Blink forward. The arrow will miss. Weeha waiting. The ninja out from the trees. Faith triggers the blade mail as well as his BKB. The pounds forward. Faith getting caught in the back of that. Weeha explodes the Mana Void. Luckily for the rest of DC, they weren't in range for it, but the Stomp forward from my side can go for the Stomp. No real way to get away from this one, especially when he gets a blade down by the Anti-Mage. Mu can't chain away. He'll Yule Scepter up. The Blink Dagger won't be off cooldown in time, so he just has a suicide when he hits the ground. The Blink goes for more. Burning up the Vengeful Spirit with the Firefly.
Okay, it is confirmed. Shadow can bash on command. What was that? Right on the Timber Chain, right as when Slark was about to escape. And I talked about it, the Basher versus BKB. BKB, he would have really loved to have it for that fight.
But it was the Abyssal as well. That's the thing that does the work for him. That's how you make RNG, actual command. Digital Chaos. Well, they had a good defense last time Wings tried to go high ground. Now they're down a couple of men. The difference about 3K swinging both ways. Arrow hoping to create a little bit of time, but it goes between all of Wings as they attack into the tier 3 tower. Trying to get that one step closer to the Aegis as now Timber locked down the double starfall, but Mu is too low. He has buyback available. They're culling bladed out. Slarker, 4 seconds until he's alive. No fortification, arrow, it doesn't connect. Innocence, the Horsetail doesn't catch it, the swap out. Saxo again sacrificing himself just to make sure they can get that double damage out from the Starfall of Resolution. Good stomp. Mu yules up in towards the air. He has a way to get out thanks to Moonlight Shadow. They can play the invis game. Shadow going in very, very deep. Gets the stun over on Misery, but Weeha returns it with a bash of his own. And now with a jump out, Resolution leaves the tree line. He is out of mana. He can't get out of this one. He can blink back into the fight in just a moment. Faith BN, so low. Where's the damage from DC? Mu is a dive back for him. Shadow's looking for the kill. They found Weeha. The Bass controller dead! Buyback is available for him though, and he'll need to use it. The rest of DC are dying out in front of their own tier 3 tower. Resolution back into the fight, but the Culling Blade kills off the Night Stalker, giving Wings the pump up they need to go inside. They look for the lasso and they've got it. It's the Slug. Arrow flies in. It'll be a 5-second stun over on Blink, but Wings, they brought down the melee racks. Shadow, Mana Styles out. Weeha has to bounce himself out of this one. Got bashed up, but DC, they will lose their range as well as Wings have done the damage.
Oh my goodness, Anti-Mage is so stacked at this point. Wings' team fight is just incredible at that point. That wasn't even like the biggest Mana Void that I saw. I thought he was going to cast it on Resolution there, but Slark can't man fight at this point. How does he go toe-to-toe with this Anti-Mage?
Oh, I like this from Wee. He needs to create space, and he's looking over towards Faith BN. He moves up to the side shop. Shadow's here. Weeha initiates. He needs to kill and get the hell out. One more attack, but he has to bail. 23 HP. Now Weeha. He forced the issue too hard. Will he go down? Yes, he will. 90 seconds. The door has been opened by Weeha's aggressiveness. And Wings, it is a landslide as the graphs drop. Can DC hold?
This is their darkest hour, and not in a good way as they have the Night Stalker, but this is becoming so grim for them. We just desperate to do something to save his team. But now he has no buyback. Wings all assembling down the mid line.
Here they come, Wings. 52 seconds is the window. And they're going to try and break DC's glass. The blink and the lasso. Misery instantly swapped back out again. Shadow's in pretty deep, but he'll come over. Sucks are already on the sidelines. Misery, now he's being controlled. Abyssal Blade is still up. Misery's gone. The Culling Blade, that could be it right now. DC on the ropes as Wings, they look towards the mid-racks. Bring down the tier 3 tower. Mu trying to slow it up with a Chakram. Resolution out of arrows and also out of teammates. DC, they have Slark up in 20. They'll have one more opportunity, and that's to defend their tier 3 racks on top. There it is. The mid, the melee is down. Range racks will follow. Wings, do they play safe? Do they back it up? No! In they go! Resolution! Welcome back and goodbye! You have buyback available, and here comes the push. This is the defense now. DC, you either hold or you die. As Wings, they rip down the tier 3 tower. Weehaw wants to go out through the back lines and attack. Now the lasso, they found Sasuke. Weehaw ripped apart. The buybacks, it won't be enough. Go game will play. Wings are your international 2016 champions. Terrific display of Dota. You didn't know if it was going to be perfect in the group stages, but only losing games to GC, 2 in total throughout the entire playoff, 1 to Techies, 1 with the punch. And now they topple DC in a 3-1 victory here in Key Arena.
Black has to be happy that Anti-Mage is going to be plastered there for a full year.
And we can be as happy as that as Slack's not being on the Aegis. Terrific battle. Big props to Digital Chaos. They overcame so much to get to this point. They played terrific Dota. They made the meta, but Wings broke it to take the championship, to take the biggest trophy in the Dota 2 calendar year.
And finally, they found their consistency in the finest of times. It only matters during this month, Toby.
That's right. The International is the big one. You can win as many majors as you want to, but if you take TI, you become immortal. As Digital Chaos, well deserving of it. Very, very well deserving of their second position.
And now
but
Wings.
it is Wings. They can greet their fans. And they claim what every Dota 2 player wants in their life. The Aegis of the Immortal. It belongs to Wings.
Ladies and gentlemen, the champions of the International, Wings Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, the International 2016 champions are Wings Gaming. Innocence, I just want to have a very quick word from you. Explain to us what it means to lift the Aegis for you.
跟我们简单说一下，举起这个冠军对你来说有什么意义？
意义着我们 Wings 这个队这1年来的辛苦，包括我跟跳到 Face 边从出道开始在一起，这2年多的成长没有白费吧。
It means that this year's hard work for all my time that I spent with Blink and Fabian for all these 2 years didn't go to waste.
Okay. You've had a lot of support here over the last 2 weeks and a lot of support back in China. Explain what it means to have all of these fans cheering your name.
在过去这2个星期，那么多人的在这里，你的粉丝在支持你。 他们对你来说有什么特别的意义？需不需要感谢他们一下的？
很感谢吧，他们每一次在背后的呐喊，然后对我们一直的支持，包括我们吃的方面，感觉就是我们这个队的第二个父母吧。
I thank my fans a lot. It means a lot for us to have people cheer for us, and they're kind of like our second parents.
Just one last question. DC played a great game against you. Any words for your opponents?
最后一个问题 ，DC 他们对你来说也是一个非常值得尊重的对手，你跟他们有什么想说的吗？
他们可能在最后，在我们第二把扳回的时候，可能心态没有第一时间的调回他们最好的状态吧。
After we beat them in our second game, I feel that they didn't adjust to their best forms.
Okay. Okay. Any good words for your teammates now? It's been a fantastic year for you. What does it mean to be up here with them?
有没有什么想对你的队友说的？现在赢了这个冠军之后。
跳刀一直是我在打职里这所有经历，我一直是我的最好的长辈，他对我感觉到很安全。然后face边嘛，就感觉他很蠢。然后小哲算是在经历过程中，我是慢慢看着他成长的。我是觉得他也是目前最屌的开瑞，没有别的了。然后阿斌就是很完美的一个人，但是他很需要人照顾他，然后他能变得越来越成熟，越完美。
So for Blink, for all the time I spent with him, he's like my respectable elders and watching over me. Faith Bien is just stupid. Shadow, I watched him grow. He's the best carry, no one else right now. And Ice, he's perfect, but he needs someone to take care of him so he can be more perfect.
Okay, I think that's enough. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the International 2016 champions are Wings Gaming.
What a showing, what a performance, and what a spectacular run for Wings Gaming as they soar and fly through the whole tournament. And these guys could not be any happier as, yes, Anti-Mage will now be put into Legacy as part of the 5-man draft. Gentlemen, good for you.
Kotal won.
Kotal won too.
AM won too.
It's been ridiculous. Wings have done it, guys. We have experience. We watched. We had front row seats to a lot of their drafts. They've showed people that they could play anything they want when they felt it count. Master strategists. Like, what can you say about Wings Gaming?
Well, they just have everything. The teamwork, the drafts. They are able to adapt to whatever the opponents are doing. And this team is by far, I think, the best team I've ever seen so far at TI.
Like in Dota, ever. They're just like, you know, perfection is like, you can't reach perfection, but they're like so close.
Yeah, I mean, I want to just talk about the drafts a little bit more because, I mean, this is a patch where we've had the most heroes played out of any TI, and for a team to be able to pretty much utilize that gigantic hero pool as well as Wings. In the past few years, people were saying, you know, limited hero pools are a problem for a lot of people, and Wings just don't care. They just play anything, and they'll beat you with it.
They got in, we got in about 105 heroes, I believe, picked and banned this event. Incredible number as it is. And once again, of course, congratulations to Wings. Let's touch lightly, though, Digital Chaos. Obviously, also an incredible, ridiculous run. No one imagined they'd make it that far. They themselves didn't even think they were going to be making it that far. they're another powerhouse team that we also have to look out for, winner.
You know, in my predictions, I had DC last fall and Wings champion, so I got half right.
Half right. Good for you. 50% ain't bad. No, I think that DC, obviously they had an incredible journey, you know, going all the way through the group stage. People were kind of like surprised by what they were bringing to the table, and they kind of hit their stride, especially as the main stage started. They had a very, very rough journey, but I mean, they made it this far, and I think that as a team, you can be nothing but proud.
Yeah, both of these teams are very, very united. I think that is like the most important thing about these two teams. They are one unit. They're not like 5 players just playing their game. They're like one unit.
I mean, they've exceeded everybody's like expectations, right? Like even their own, and they have like some little problems to sort out. But
really, what problems?
I mean, you know, we're not gonna touch on that. It's up to them to find out.
Yeah, in case you happen to go against them in the future, right, Black?
Exactly. I don't want to tell anyone.
All right,
like,
fair enough.
Secret. But you know, like they will fix the little problems. They're like a super good team. Obviously, you don't come second at TI if you're not.
Couldn't agree more. So, gentlemen, that does it for us here. Any closing thoughts on TI6 for you before we send it back for one last time there, Draskell?
I think this might just be the best TI. Just ever.
I think I almost lost my voice when I screamed for AM.
No meta, boys.
No meta. From all of us here at the drafting panel, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you all the coverage and bring you all the analytical nonsense and nerd talk. It's been absolute awesome time. Let's go ahead and throw it out to Paul and the gang to close the show.
Thank you very much, Dakota. Yeah, it has been fantastic. Thank you all for your hard work on the draft panels. It's been a real great feature here at the International. For the first time, we're going to close the show, of course, and we'll get the thoughts of our panelists in just a moment. But Purge is with us, so why don't we bring Purge in right now for one more time, not just for the weather either.
Talking about Dota this time, believe it or not. The big thing that decided a lot of this game was laning, and Wings did a really good job about it. DC was expecting to do Slark versus Batrider mid, but what they did instead is they actually swung all the way around, sending the Batrider to the top lane, and Axe, where maybe he would have been to the top lane, ended up coming mid instead, and it gave them a huge advantage in the mid lane. In fact, there was a solo kill here by Faith. Was able to go for a call when we got a little greedy with last hitting, chased him down, and went for the last hit in the trees. That kind of kill, it's not too unexpected in that kind of matchup, and it really started them off on the right foot and put we behind consistently. Oh yeah, before I show you this clip, there's a really good ward for DC that they utilize pretty heavily. They did the typical cliff ward about there, and they kept seeing these rotations coming through their spots. This wasn't the only kill that they got, but this is this is the second one they got actually. But these kind of kills really got them back in the game during the nighttime when Night Stalker was really useful. There were some other good kills that they had as well on the bot lane. They utilized Potom Ultimate to get a setup kill here on the Coddle that also led to a much later Axe kill as well as they chased him down. So that was pretty sick out of Moo. Moo had an amazing game, by the way. He was laned against an anti-mage, which is a terrible Timbersaw matchup, but he just never died for a very long time in this game. But really the team fight that did everything, despite DC having a big advantage, was this one. And it pretty much all came down to that swap right there. When you're doing that short distance of a swap from here to here, and the main issue is that the Earth Splitter is coming in the same direction, so despite swapping him out of danger, they still both got hit by the Earth Splitter, which did a huge amount of damage and started them off on the right track as DC planned to start the initiation. It made it even worse when we got caught by the Echo Stomp, lassoed, and killed. So that was the beginning of the end there, and Wings just kept getting more and more advantage as the game continued. And that's it from me.
That is it from you, but I'd just like to say a big thank you to both you and Rob for some fantastic segments. We've really enjoyed them throughout the International, so thank you very much, Purge. We are back with our analysts for one last time. We'll just wrap things up. Charlie, we'll start with the champions, deservedly so as well. They've been playing absolutely incredible Dota.
Yeah, you can't take anything away from them. I mean, I'm never going with my heart ever again. Like
Charlie's a broken man now.
My head told me that Wings should win, and they did.
Yeah.
They played immaculate Dota, immaculate drafting. I think it really showed sometimes you have a team that is like really smart or executes a strategy really well throughout the tournament. Wings did it all though.
Yeah, Ted, I want to talk to you about their style of play, because it's not just the fact that they've won and they've been great, but they've been hugely enjoyable to watch. I mean, even playing to the crowd with a Techie's Pudge pick as well.
They're brilliant. They're absolutely brilliant to watch. And I mean, this is my sort of perception of what Chinese-style Dota used to be stems from like TI3, and it was kind of like very farm-oriented. And this new breed of players has just come about with this whole new I mean, they formed a new dynasty around this new way of playing. And I mean, they are now going to go on, I have no doubt, to dominate the game because they are that good a team. I can't believe that they're not just going to go on and improve from here because they're young, they're incredibly smart, and they're just, their execution is unbelievably good.
Yeah, maybe it is a new dynasty, Cap, because these guys formed on the 25th of August, 2015. It's not even a full year that they've been together, and here they are as champions.
Yeah, I mean, some of these guys, they've only been playing Dota for so long. You've got, like, even back in the day when you looked at Innocence and like, they were that small speed gaming group, you didn't really see a whole lot of promise in that. But once Wings really started hitting their stride, it goes to show you the kind of just what hard work and just trust in each other and everything else that went into Wings can do for you in such a short period of time. They truly just grinded themselves into champions.
Yep. Okay, we're going to get more thoughts from you. We're also going to hear from two of our other illustrious colleagues. They've been fabulous for the whole week, giving us a lot of entertainment, a lot of fun, and we'll say goodnight to them as well. Casey and Sir Action Slacks, how you doing?
Good night, good night. Hey. What'd you think of that TI?
Whoa! Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, hey, you know, the best team won. We saw them. I mean, Wings been amazing this entire tournament. And the variety, the skill, and gosh darn it, they deserve to win.
They
Congratulations.
did. And a great story for all three teams that we saw in the top three today. It was really fun. And I'm seeing a giant image of myself behind Myron, so I'm just going to back up just a little bit.
No, Casey.
Oh, no. Okay, wait. Hey, what's up?
All right.
This was poorly planned on our part. Yes. We thought, what?
Hi. Yeah. It was very poorly planned.
Thank you for your insight.
Well, anyway, Casey, it has been a wonderful TI, and I'm sure you guys had a wonderful time, right?
Good time.
One more.
Congratulations to Wings.
Congratulations to Wings. And I think that will just about do it for me. I'm Slacks, and this has been me at TI6, and you.
I'm Casey, and this has also been me at TI6.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, both of you. You have been absolute stars. We love you to death. You're brilliant. Thank you very much, Casey and Sir Action Slacks. Let's just finish off on the desk before we shut down for the day. We'll finish off by talking about DC, Ted. Disappointing, obviously, for DC, and they will be heartbroken right now, having come so far and got so close. But when they look back on this in maybe a week, maybe a month's time, they'll realize that they actually achieved something incredible.
I hope so. I hope they're not too down. I hope they realize what they did here. They came through the losers bracket like nobody else. None of these big teams could do it, and they did it, and they should be so proud of themselves. I understand they'll be devastated. Yeah. I understand they'll be heartbroken, and that they were this close to doing it, you know, but guys, come on, just think about what you achieved and what you were up against. I hope they should be very pleased with themselves. And I mean, they've got a lot of fans here now.
They have, absolutely. Kat, thoughts on DC?
I think that in order to really encapsulate the journey of Digital Chaos and what they've done here today, I think you have to go back to the beginning of this team forming together and look at how, hey, 3 days before roster lock.
Yeah.
Anybody want to form a team? That may not seem like the most romantic way to start, right? It's not the goddamn dream team. It's not the group of friends getting together and be like, hey, we're buddies, power of friendship. It's not any of those things. This isn't some fairy tale, but it's something so much greater than that. You know what it is? It's these 5 players all having a similar dream. That's what it is. Yeah. They see something bigger than themselves. You know, I bet you talk to each one of these players and you say, hey, what's your dream team? If you can have anybody to play with, you know, but before this happened, anybody you play with, it wouldn't be this team. Yeah. It would not be the Digital Chaos that we see here today. But every single one of them put that aside and race together to be able to go for something that was greater than themselves, something greater than what they wanted. They achieved almost immortality. They made it here to the grand finals, and I hope this isn't the end for this team.
I don't think
it's certainly not the end for any of these players.
No, I hope it's not the end for anybody. What this TI shows is that almost anybody can do this. If you have the hunger, the drive, the will, like, did anybody know who Wings was before this? Who knew who Saxa was before DC? Nobody. Like, anybody can achieve this. Yeah. And I think you don't have to be a favorite. You don't need to win majors. You don't need to win tournaments before this. If you come together at the right moment, like, anything can happen.
All right, final words on the tournament itself. Charlie, have you enjoyed TI6?
This is hands down the best TI ever. This has been the best games ever.
That comes from a man who won TI5, by the way, last year.
Yeah.
That's high praise.
Yeah, I mean, I hope everybody stays hungry.
Cap?
This absolutely has been the best international yet, and I think it's only going to get better. I mean, we have yet to see.
Should we just not do any more then? Should we just stop now?
I mean,
Are you crazy? All right, I'm sorry.
How do we stop
I don't care if Gabe himself walked on the stage and was like, hey guys, I hope you really enjoyed the international, but unfortunately we're going to come to a close. I don't care what kind of internet icon he is. I would murder that man on the spot because, God damn it, TI7 is going to be hype as all hell. All right, we are going to have so many players, both old and new, because after this inspiration, you know there's going to be people seeing this and going, I want this, I can do this. You're going to have so many old players seeking that second spot, right? The two players, the player who's managed to make 2 international wins happen, and you're going to have so many fresh blood coming forward and saying, I want to make my first international win happen.
Ted, you've got the responsibility of the last word of the International 2016.
Oh, God. See you guys in a year. I hope it was the best. It was the best of times. It was the best of times. That's it. You can't top TI6. Good luck.
And on that, I think we'll say goodnight. Thank you very much, Charlie, and to Cap, and to Ted. And thanks to everyone involved in the program. Thanks to everyone here at TI6 and all of the crowd, all of the people that came down and supported all of the teams, cheered and shouted very loud for everyone inside the arena. It has been an absolutely incredible ride for all the players and all of the talent as well. And I'd personally like to thank all of the talent and all of the people behind the scenes that do so much work to bring such an amazing event to you. In particular, 2 sections of people. Firstly, to Valve, thank you very much for Dota 2 and for the International, and for all of you as fans that put the money in, that bought the battle passes, the compendiums, that turned up, that tuned in. It's nothing without you guys, so thank you very much. And if you love this event, stay tuned for the credits. There's lots of people to say thank you to. That's it from TI6. It's been a blast. Your champions for the International 2016 are Wings Gaming.